Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Are you still there?
I believe that interpolation is hardly rhetorical, Mr. Spade. To what have you been up, if you'll pardon the expression? And has that girl regained her facilities?
I wouldn't know, but her faculties are as good as ever, if you'll pardon the expression.
Mr. Spade, sometimes I think you're a regular philanthropist.
Don't you mean philanderer?
How much money did you make out of that case?
Well, I broke even anyway.
That's what I mean. You're a philanthropist.
Well, you know best, Bernadine.
By the way, was that man really murdered with the buzzsaw, or was that just publicity?
He really was, Bernadine.
Why?
There just happened to be one lying around.
Oh, I don't mean that. Why was he killed?
For the Wheel of Life.
Oh.
You're not going to ask what that is?
Some curio, no doubt.
Listen, Bernadine, the Wheel of Life is, oh, well. I suppose I don't have to tell you to stay where you are. Just sit quietly with your book in your hand, and I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Wheel of Life caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Come on, mister, give the gals a break. Treat 'em to a look-see at a really handsome head of hair. Neat, well-groomed hair, the way yours is going to look when you spruce up with Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Famous Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. So, how about it, men? Why hold off any longer when now's the time to get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic? Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
I went down to St. James Infirmary to see my baby there. Ready, Bernadine, little flower?
I'm way ahead of you.
Keep it clean.
No more than 3 erasures per page. Okie dokie?
Doke. I mean date.
Oh, I'd love to.
July 11, 1948. To Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police. Subject, the Wheel of Life caper. Now, don't go away, Bernadine. I don't know why these things always have to happen to me. Under private detectives in the San Francisco Classified Directory, they're listed somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 agencies, several with large display ads. But somehow she managed to find me.
It's all so strange, Mr. Spade. I hardly know where to begin.
Well, the beginning is always a pretty good place to start, Miss O'Farrell.
Yes, the beginning. It was like waking out of a nightmare you can't remember. Everything seemed out of proportion. Even the buildings along the street seemed to be leaning at a crazy angle. And then I realized I was traveling down a hill. I looked wildly around for something to help me get my bearings, and there was a street sign, O'Farrell. It stuck in my mind, so I gave it to your secretary when she asked for my name.
Uh-huh. What's your real name?
I don't know. I don't know who I am, where I came from, or where I'm going. Mr. Spade, I'm so frightened.
Now, wait a minute. A lot of people suffer from temporary loss of memory. Most of them recover. But amnesia is a sickness, and I am not a doctor.
Oh, and you won't even try to help me?
Well, I can give you the name of a good head doctor right here in the building. There's also missing persons.
Oh, but I'm not a missing person. I'm right here.
Yeah, I mean, where you aren't, somebody might be missing you, n'est-ce pas?
But the police... Oh, I'd rather not. I might be wanted for some crime. How do I know?
You sure you want to find out?
Oh, yes, I do. It's terrible not knowing. But I want to find out for myself. Can't you understand that?
What do you think I can do for you?
You might save my life.
From what?
I'll try to tell you exactly how it happened. First, I looked at my watch. It was 3 minutes past 10. The cable car stopped at the corner and a man got on. I couldn't remember ever having seen him before, but then I couldn't remember anything. He sat down beside me and he caught hold of my arm. I tried to pull away. Well, you can see the marks where he...
Yeah.
Well, who was he? He acted as if I were...
I think I know what you mean. Did you find out who he was?
No, I was too frightened to speak.
What did he say?
He sort of growled it out of the side of his mouth, but it sounded as if he said, Lathrop wants to see you.
Mm-hmm. You remember anybody named Lathrop?
I can't remember anything before 3 minutes past 10 this morning.
Well, let's go on with since then. The guy grabbed you, said somebody named Lathrop wanted to see you, and then what?
Well, I went into a panic. I managed to jerk away from him, and I jumped off the moving car, and then I looked in the classified section, and I found you.
Why me?
I don't know. The name, I guess. A spade to dig up my past.
Please, Miss O'Farrell.
Do you think I'm very silly?
No, I think you're very beautiful. I wish you could remember whether you're married or not.
Oh, no. Well, at least I have no wedding ring.
What have you got? I mean, besides what's visible.
Well, I couldn't find much of anything. I went over my clothing. There don't seem to be any marks of any kind.
Mm. Well, you got any money?
A little over $300.
Let's have it. The purse, too.
All right.
Lipstick, aspirin, bobby pins, Kleenex. Nothing here that couldn't have been bought in any drugstore. Powder. Hey, what kind of powder is this?
Then there was this in my coat pocket.
Match folder. Sailor's Rest Bar, Hotel Calcutta, 1100 Embarcadero. Little number written inside. 120. What's that, a room number?
I don't know. My purse, you have to destroy it.
Here's $10 of your own money. Buy a new one. Wow.
Did you find something?
Coin, Chinese bit. Good luck piece, probably sewn in by whoever made it, maybe in China. That, ring any bells?
No. No, I'm afraid not.
Shoe.
What?
Your right shoe. Let's see it. Take it off.
You aren't going to tear it up the way you did the purse, are you?
Dust. Plaster dust.
Is that a clue?
I don't know, is it?
I'm not a detective.
Well, you are in this case, baby. If it doesn't mean anything to you, it doesn't mean anything.
Oh, it doesn't. That's everything. What am I going to do?
Well, let me see. First, we better give you a name. O'Farrell's all right. You look like, Lana would do, but, well, that's in use. How about, Poppy, for forgetfulness?
Poppy O'Farrell. That's a funny name.
Oh, you think so? Huh?
I think I like it.
You do?
I think I like you, too.
I liked her, too. There may have been blanks in her brain, but the rest of it figured. In the elevator, I started adding it up, and by the time we reached the street floor, it came to quite a tidy sum.
Where are we going, Sam?
Far, I hope. But first, we're going to find you a place to stay.
Oh, yes, we must be practical.
No use overdoing it, huh?
Oh, no, Sam, I didn't mean... Wait.
What's the matter? You remember something?
That man, the one who followed me this morning, he's standing right out there waiting.
The one in the straw hat leaning against the newsstand?
Yes. Where are you going, Sam?
You stay here. I just remembered something I hoped I could forget. Hello, Shuggy. What brings you back to town?
Do I know you?
That doesn't matter. I know you. The name you were using when you blew this town was Shuggy Bellows. You wouldn't take the risk of showing your face here again unless the caper was worth it.
You got a big nose. Keep it clean.
You've been tailing that girl all day. Why?
Dame? What dame?
Who's Lathrop?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'll give you a chance to think it over. Hey, officer!
You dirty shamus yelling.
No, you don't. Come here.
Here, now, what's going on here? Break it up. Oh, Mr. Spade. Is this fella giving you trouble now?
Yeah, what kind of a beat are you pounding here, Clancy, letting a cheap grifter like this walk around with an armpit full of gun? Or are they handing out permits to characters like these days?
Well, now, how about that, son? Have you a permit now?
And a goop copper.
Oh, so one of them clever lads he is. Well, come along, me bucko, before I lose my temper and give you your lumps now.
Okay, I'm coming.
That's better now. Much obliged, Mr. Spade.
I'll pay you for this, shamus.
And a goop to you, too. I was sure he would, but I was also sure that I wouldn't have to worry about him for the rest of the night. I checked Poppy O'Farrell in at the Belvedere, locked her in her room, and told Tiny Stover, the house dick, to keep an eye on her. When I left him, he was, and he seemed to be enjoying his work. Then I headed for the Embarcadero. I found the Hotel Calcutta, but I couldn't find the lobby. There wasn't any. It had been squeezed out by the Sailor's Rest Bar. So I tried the bosun-type bartender.
Howdy, mate. You got business aboard?
Yeah, where do I find the purser?
Hey, went ashore. All the officers went ashore except the janitor. He's passed out in his bunk.
Oh? How about the passengers?
You're in the thick of them right now. They spend most of their time and their money right here.
Which one belongs to 120?
You a dick?
Yeah, but I got $10.
Well, what I can tell you ain't worth it, but thanks anyway. He stayed in his cabin. I only saw him at once. That's when he went ashore. I says to the deck steward, that's room clerk to you, who's a general. He says, name of Korolenko. I noticed him because he was a real creep, see? 6'4", a solid brass. His head stuck up in the air, and he didn't move nothing from his stern to his shoulders. A real Frankenstein. Do I keep it then?
Yeah. Do I get a look at his room?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Who's stopping you?
So I went. Nobody stopped me until I opened the door to 120. Then I stopped myself. It was an inside room with one small window and an air shaft, but it looked as if a flurry of snow had blown in. The floor and the rest of the flat surfaces were sprinkled with a fine, dirty white powder. It wasn't snow, it was dust, plaster dust, like the stuff I'd found in Poppy's handbag and on her shoes. I shook the place down, not expecting to find anything. I didn't until I opened the wardrobe. It was the body of a well-dressed ship surgeon, but his uniform was rumpled, torn, and bloodstained. From the look of him, his throat had been cut. I wondered if Poppy would be able to jog her memory that far back. When I found the murder weapon, I hoped she couldn't. I really did. It was not a knife. It was not even a razor. It was an electric buzzsaw. That tore it.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Wheel of Life caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Times being what they are, I could use a little publicity. And so could you, Lieutenant Dundee, what with the elections coming up and you with no promotion all these years. This one time, I got it instead of you and wished I hadn't. The morning papers called it the Buzzsaw murder and went on shamelessly from there. Horror killing related by Private Eye. Stan Slade, ex-Pinkerton man, mum on mystery woman. Elderly sleuth, dodges photographers, denies hotel visit, was in bed with Apple and good book, says Peeper. There wasn't a word of truth in it, mainly because nobody could get at the facts. I wasted most of the day down at headquarters trying to find out what name Shuggy Bellows had been booked under. Then I dropped in at the Belvedere. Poppy had checked out. I decided to get back to my office and drink poison. I hardly got the desk drawer open when a sobering influence walked in. It was a Mr. 6'4" of solid brass. The Frankenstein who had been described to me by the bartender as the occupant of room 120.
Excuse me. I am Korolenko. Please, I shall sit down. I am so heavy.
Make yourself at home.
Oh. Mr. Spade,
Slade.
Excuse me, I am so heavy. I am Korolenko.
So you told me. I am really Spade, myself.
So, why are she hiding from me?
Who?
That girl, Miss Paget. Her I am paying 1 month in advance, $300 American. Me, she have dessert. I am not rich, only moderately wealthy. But you understand, it's not question from money alone. That ship's doctor, he was most kind to me. He cared to me even after I arrive. Now he are dead for his pains, his dirty trick.
Yeah, I know how you feel. Now, if you'll take it a little easy, I think we'll get farther. You say this girl's name is Paget, and she traveled with you.
From Macau, where she is the Florence Nightingale for Portuguese hospitals, forcing me to employ her, all others being Chinese nuns.
That figures. You sick?
No, only I am so heavy. They are breaking my back in traffic accident, rickshaw collusion.
You're wearing a plastic cast?
Yes, like a turtle, I am closed with my neck sticking out. Look, see? Now it is better as before. The ship's doctor trimmed the rough edges with buzzsaw. Buzz, 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 I can walk. But it's like suit from armor, for which I alive. Look.
I looked again where he opened his shirt front, exposing the gray-white shell of plaster that surrounded his trunk from collarbone to hips. In a 6-inch circle over the left side of his chest, I counted 4 bullet gouges. I dug one of the slugs out and examined it. It was .32 caliber. The plastic cast, which was molded to the shape of his body, was no more than 1 inch thick. I didn't see how it had stopped the slugs, but it had. About then, the parts of Korolenko that were not held rigid in the cast began to tremble violently.
Why are they doing this? Why? To a virtually helpless man. Why, Mr. Spade? Why?
Where did you have that cast put on?
Don't I said Macau?
The Portuguese hospital there?
The same. They are hanging me up with the neck and plastering me. Comes great pain, they put me to sleep from anesthetic. I are waking up in ambulance arriving at shipboard. Why you wish I should tell you my operation? More important things we should be discussing.
I think so, too. I think Miss Paget and her friends had something they wanted to smuggle out of Macau and into San Francisco, and you're it.
Oh, excuse me. I am not comprehensible.
Look, I mean, while you were out with the anesthetic, they planted the goods, whatever they are, in or under your cast.
Oh, that is why I am so heavy. The wheel.
The what?
The wheel. Look, I'll show you.
He hauled a manila envelope out of his overcoat pocket and waved it in my face. I took it over to my desk and fished out the contents. It was a set of X-ray films. 3 of his spine, showing the fractures, 4 of the skull, 3 I couldn't figure out, and 1 of his rib cage. Only something new had been added. In silhouette, it looked like the wheel off of a child's wagon.
What is it, this wheel? What to do? 6 months I must remain in this straitjacket. If I remove it, I die. If I keep it on, they kill me to get their smuggle.
Well, you look to me like the luckiest man alive. That wheel, or whatever it is, saved your life by stopping 4 slugs.
But still I shall die. How shall I die? When shall I die? Your best advices, please.
Korolenko, I think you better die right now.
Excuse me?
It's the only safe place for you. The morgue. I called my friend Maxie the morgue man, gave him pitch number 137596. He agreed to play along. An hour later, I stood on the curb, head bowed, hat in hand, as the morgue wagon drove away into the gathering mist.
Stay facing away,
What do you want, Shuggy?
I want to blast this gun straight through you, and I will if you give me any excuse at all.
You sound like you mean that, Shuggy.
You're getting smart, Shamus. Now get going.
Where to?
Mr. Lathrop wants to see you.
Shuggy, dear boy, you've not failed me this time. This will be the fabled Mr. Spade, eh? Come in. Ah, sit down, Mr. Spade. We'll talk.
Tell your Gunsel to get that pistol out of my ribs.
Oh, yes, indeed, Sugar. You mustn't overdo it.
And get him out of here. I'm tired and nervous, and my price goes up $1,000 every minute he's in this room. When I get to 10,000, I kill him. Then the price jumps to 100 to take care of me on a murder rap.
I should ought to plug you downstairs.
Come, Sugar, don't be ungracious. You wait in the other room now.
Okay, it's your party. I get mine later.
Oh, dear. His bite's much worse than his bark, Mr. Spade.
Don't start boring me so early in the evening. I came here to talk about the wheel.
Oh, so you know about the wheel.
I do better than that. I've got it.
That may well be, but do you know what to do with it?
I got two possibilities. I can turn it over to the cops and you with it, or I can sit on it until it hatches.
A quaint conceit, sir. Round and round the little wheel goes, and where it shall stop, nobody knows.
That's where you're wrong. It stops right here. So you better start placing your bets.
Just what do you mean by that, sir?
There's part of it.
What is it?
It's one of the slugs your Gunsel threw at Korolenko. I got 3 more just like it that I dug out of him before he was carried to the morgue.
Well, an advantage, I'll admit. But hardly worth your while to take advantage of.
Don't be too sure of that.
Just how much do you know about the wheel?
So far, it's been worth 2 human lives to you at the risk of your own. That tells me all I need to know.
Oh, no, not quite. Men have been killed in hold-ups for a few paltry sovereigns, but the wheel is a horse of another color.
Let's not change wheel horses in midstream, Mr. Lathrop.
Yes. You must understand that the wheel has no absolute definitive value. Monetarily speaking, the British Museum might pay close on to £5,000, hot as it is, for the privilege of returning it. Occidentals aren't the puka sahibs that they once were in the Orient. The theft of the wheel, if countenanced by the Western powers, would have most grave consequences. Most grave. Are you attending, sir?
Wake me up when you get to the point.
Well, the point, sir, is this. That little wheel of gold, is the wheel of life, which the Buddha himself is said to have received into his hands from paradise. Now, given such a relic, a few old Buddhist monks can set up a shrine which, even in the most miserable surroundings, can attract enough pilgrims to outgross Radio City, Madison Square Garden, and Miami Beach in season.
To say nothing of Hialeah.
Yes, quite. In short, we propose to act as booking agents for the wheel on a royalty basis with a percentage of the house.
Mm-hmm. Why did you bring it to San Francisco?
But good gad, sir. Were we to bargain in the Orient, we should be hacked to pieces in our beds.
I'll settle for a lump sum and let you do the bargaining.
And your price, sir?
We can talk money later. First, I got to give the cops somebody for the doctor's murder and for Korolenko.
Well, that ought not to be too difficult. When may I expect delivery?
I'll check on it. I went down to St. James Infirmary.
City morgue.
Maxie, Sam Spade.
Yeah, Sammy.
Deal's okay. Send it up. The address is...
Sam, wait.
Yeah?
Sam, he ain't here no more.
What happened?
Somebody claimed him. A girl. Said she's his daughter.
What did he do?
Went on playing dead like you told him to.
Maxie, where did she send him?
Avalon Mortuary, corner of Lynch and Haight.
Okay, by the way...
Yeah, Sammy?
Maxie, put some clean sheets in that morgue wagon, size 16. I may be your next passenger. At the Avalon Mortuary, the night watchman let me in. He said Mr. Korolenko's daughter had brought an overnight bag and was keeping a vigil by his beer in slumber room number 7. I approached on tiptoe. Just as I reached the door, I heard the most terrible sound I've ever heard. It was a buzzsaw biting into plaster. How deep, I didn't like to think. I did the first thing that popped into my head. I grabbed up a lamp from a console, smashed the bulb, and plunged it into a vase of flowers. As luck would have it, slumber room number 7 was on the same fuse box. As luck would not have it, I was facing a desperate woman in the dark. I hugged the carpet while she emptied her gun. I hoped she didn't have a spare. I forgot about the buzzsaw. The room lighted up momentarily from the lights inside my head, and I staggered back against the wall. I waited for her to get her bearings again. There was no hope of me getting mine. Then I heard a big, hollow thud. The whole room shook, and the lights went on. Poppy O'Farrell and/or Paget lay on the floor under the stony weight of Korolenko plus 60 pounds of plaster.
Get up! Get up! You're crushing holding me.
I can't. I am so heavy.
You comfortable there, Korolenko?
Comfortable in such situation? Do you ask the turtle, are he comfortable? Is Faker on bed of nails? Is equally here as elsewhere.
Yeah, okay. Just hold her there until I get a statement. And he did. Item, statement by the aforesaid.
It was like waking out of a nightmare you can't remember. Everything seemed out of proportion.
That was her story, and I had to admire the way she stuck to it. But if you keep trying, I'm sure she'll get back enough of her memory to confess that she planted the wheel of life in Korolenko's turtle shell when she decided to double-cross Shuggy and Lathrop. They never tumbled to her hiding place. They were gunning for Korolenko because they thought Poppy was working with him, which was true in a way, but not the way that they thought. That's why they tortured the doctor in an effort to learn Kay's whereabouts. I understand your boys have picked up the rest of the trio, and they can tell you everything except why I conceived the brilliant idea of having Korolenko play dead. Between you and me, amnesia's a handy little gadget to have around, Dundee. I'm trying to draw a few strategic blanks myself. Period. End of report.
Pardon me, Mr. Spade.
Yes.
There are just a few little coincidentals that I do not find entirely reprehensible.
Such as?
Well, I don't want to appear lucid or anything of that type.
Believe me, you doesn't. I mean, don't it?
Oh, you say the sweetest things. But it's about the wheel.
Oh, yes, the wheel. Well, I'll tell you what you do. You type that up. I've got to call in about that now.
Tonight, when you're making out your must-do list for tomorrow, why not include a reminder to get Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair? Honestly, man, you'll be delighted with the neat, natural way Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair. The way it relieves that annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Just try it and see if I'm not giving you a good steer. Make a note right now to call at your drug or toilet goods counter for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Did you assert in the lowdown on the Wheel of Life?
I certainly didn't. No, we won't know about that for 6 months. Because definitely, that plastic cast has to stay on him. Doctor's orders, you know.
Oh, but I won't be here 6 months from now.
You can say that again.
But I won't be here 6 months from now.
Stop repeating yourself.
But you just said you can say that again.
Yeah.
Just as distinctly as if I was sitting here.
That's what I like about you, Bernadine. A woman of distinction, that's what you are.
Well, if you want to take me dancing, why don't you just say so?
Bernadine.
It's leap year, and I always say discrimination is the better part of value.
You are absolutely corrupt.
Well, I'm glad I'm right about something. Good night, Mr. Spade.
Good night, and I'll say if it kills me, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away.
Hiya, Baldy.
Get Wild Root right away.
If you're thinking of volunteering for the U.S. Army or Air Force, here's a word of reassurance. As an Army and Air Force man, you'll become a skilled professional in a specialized field. The training you get will always be useful, not only in military, but in civilian life as well. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Bernadine, anything wrong? You sound almost human.
It's not Bernadine, Sam. It's me, Effie.
F!
But I'll tell Bernadine about your compliment. How are things?
Well, I've made out as best I could. I don't want you to think that I begrudged you a vacation. After all, you have worked hard. You did deserve it.
Sam Spade, is that all you have to say to me?
I'm not putting the blame on you. After all, it is a state law, so I can hardly accuse you of letting me down at a time when I needed you most.
Well, you might at least ask me if I had a good time.
I'm sorry if your conscience bothered you.
Oh, well, it didn't. I had a divine time, and I met all sorts of interesting people. Mostly men.
You don't say. What else?
Well, it was this desert ranch, you know, with a lot of buttes around.
You mentioned those.
No, Sam, no. They're the result of erosion.
Those outdoor types, they go to pieces.
Sam, are you pulling my leg?
Not over the phone, Effie, but stay where you are. I'll be right down to look at your snapshots. And when you have the time, I'll dictate my report on the missing NEWSHAWK caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Wild Root Cream Oil. That's the famous name to remember, men, next time you buy hair tonic. And look what Wild Root Cream Oil does for you. It grooms your hair neatly and naturally. Wild Root Cream Oil also relieves dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Yes, men, Wild Root Cream Oil is your shortcut to really handsome hair. So be smart. First chance you get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Outside of Kanab on Virgin River.
Kanab, the Pearl of the West.
Uh-huh. And did I mention the buttes? Oh, well, they're very interesting.
The result of erosion.
Yes. And it's authentic, too. Fay Hamlin's ranch.
You mean a working ranch?
Yes, you see, that way you get into the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
My job was to feed the chickens. And that's how I met him.
One of the buttes?
Oh, Sam, he's a very cultured gentleman.
Culture smulcher. What's he do for a living?
He cures stammering.
You don't say. What's his name?
Charlie Shank.
Charlie Shank?
He's the founder of the Shank Institute of Articulative Correction, which I should learn.
Articulative Correction. Where is this institute?
Oh, I have the address here. General Delivery, Butte, Montana.
Mm-hmm. You're sure you didn't help him break parole, Effie?
Oh, no. We just went on long walks together.
Where to?
Oh, different points of interest. Like Wolf Canyon.
Figures.
Uh-huh. He invited me on this camping trip. Honorable, of course.
Mm.
But I couldn't go on account of my sunburn. I had an awful... I've still got it, you see. Mm. And then he went back to Butte. He had to leave in such a hurry he couldn't even say goodbye.
Wow.
It was a pity, too, because an old friend he hadn't seen in years came looking for him just a few minutes later.
With a warrant?
No, he was an attendant in a nearby hospital.
Mental?
Oh, yes, very intelligent. He read me some of his poetry. Maybe you've heard it. A loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and thou.
Wait a minute. Isn't that the Rubaiyat of Omer Khayyam? That was written by a guy named Fitzgerald.
Well, of course. That's his pen name.
Quite a penman.
Yes, but he's paid his debt to society. And the other time it was a bad beef.
Oh,
he told me all about it.
Sure.
He cried on my shoulder afterwards.
Sweetheart, when you make a mistake, it's a beaut.
Sam, nothing happened.
Well, I'm glad he cured you of stammering anyhow. Ready?
Oh, yeah. I've got a brand new notebook.
You know. Life goes on.
I've got a brand new notebook, Sam. I'll just turn over a new leaf.
Not a bad idea, dear. Date July 18 to Mr. Alex M. Youngblood. Try that again. Mr. Alex M. Youngblood, P.O., Box 317, San Francisco, From Samuel Spade, license number 1375596. Dear Mr. Youngblood, I need a vacation myself.
You need Charlie Shank. You sound tired, Sam.
Fortunately, until I met you, my only experience with any of the men and women who make your newspaper run had been with one of your corner newsboys who shortchanged me 2 times within as many days. I have not read your rag since. But your name looked imposing, and so did the $300 check upon which you had written it. Per your instructions, promptly at 4 p.m. on the 15th inst., I munched through the litter of your city room toward a door marked A.M. Youngblood, publisher, managing editor, and city editor. I wondered if you were ambitious, frugal, or 3 men. I did not know that you had good taste until I saw the trim, 20-ish, and toothsome secretary in your outer office.
Hello. You're new here, aren't you?
Well, I'm not exactly here. I'm just here to see Mr. Youngblood.
Oh.
The name is Spade.
Samuel Spade?
Sam, except to my most intimate friends.
Well, my advice to you, Sam, is to beat a hasty retreat. He's in a foul mood.
Oh? Why? Is he blind or older than he feels? I refer, of course, to your spectacular charm, Miss, if I may call you Miss.
Please, this is neither the time nor the place. My name is Phyllis Watson, and my phone number is in the directory, if you're really interested.
I could be.
Thank you. And if a man answers, tell him you're my French teacher.
Oui.
You better go in now. If you're late to an appointment with him, you're through.
Do you have any more words of wisdom?
No, but I hope you can do something to improve his state of mind. He's been awful lately. Good luck, Sam.
Thank you, Phyllis Watson.
Come in, come in. There. 1 minute past 4. You must be Mr. Spade.
That's right.
You're almost late. Sit down, Spade. Cigar?
No, thanks.
Well, don't expect me to offer a drink. You aren't a drinker, I hope.
You don't listen to the radio, do you?
Well, you'll not drink in this office. Nothing here but a cooler filled with water from a clean, gurgling, laughing mountain stream.
You sound like a reformed drunk, Mr. Youngblood.
What's that? Well, it was a good many years ago. If you don't mind, I'll just paste up the weather report for my morning edition before we talk.
Oh, you do that too, huh?
Yes, obviously. And with good reasons. I remind myself that I was once a copy boy, and I find it a splendid way to, at least once each day, to lower myself to the level of the working man. There we are. Very hot in Phoenix, I see.
Mm-hmm. Just what do you want a detective for, Mr. Youngblood?
I was coming to that, Mr. Spade.
Sorry.
Now, well, first let me warn you that your assignment is a highly confidential one.
They all are.
In this case, a man's life may be at stake.
Mm-hmm.
The situation... My newspaper, at my order and under my guidance, has launched a campaign against crime. Not aimed at the petty criminal, but at the easy-living leeches at the controls of the rackets, the hoods in bankers' clothing, the mansion-house parasites who direct the pickpockets, the second-story men, the housebreakers, who gamble away $500,000 a year and pay income tax.
Don't go to pieces.
Of that amount.
Yes, I understand. You're after the boys on the safer side of the fences.
Nicely put, Spade, yes.
Thank you.
Well, the long and short of it is this. The author of the expose series, Ray McCulley, my top crime reporter, has been missing for 2 days. I want you to find him.
What makes you think he's still alive?
Good heavens, Spade. Why must you suggest that he isn't?
Because if I were a mansion-housed parasite in danger of being unhoused by a newshawk, I'd see said newshawk standing in a cement block on the bottom of the bay.
I will accept that only when no stone has been left unturned. Every straw and every haystack has been searched. Every...
nook and cranny?
Yes.
Sounds as though you need at least one police force, Mr. Youngblood. Now, why don't you just...
No. Impossible. We've already had a brush with the police over the expose. I'll not be dictated to at this stage of the game. I started this investigation, and I'll finish it alone.
Well, it's a pretty big order, Mr. Youngblood, but times are tough. I'll see what I can do.
Good. I hereby turn over to you all the resources and power of this, my newspaper. When one of my reporters is in trouble or danger, sir, I will spend every penny of my fortune, if necessary, to deliver aid and succor to his side.
You then gave me Ray McCulley's expose stories to date. I saw why you, his family and friends, and his creditors could have been worried about him. They were hot. One followed a stolen car from the time of the heist through the alteration of the body color, tire brands, license number, motor serial number to the time it was shoved onto a used car lot. They named names all the way through. and another did the same to the firm of Otter, Badger, and Mole, furriers, and alleged manufacturers of coats from clouted pelts. Ray McCully had dropped out of sight right after that story had been published. So I left your office hoping that I'd reach the address of Otter, Badger, and Mole before closing time. I did. The plushy showroom was occupied by a dozen attractive fur-bearing models, female, but wax. The live models, male, were wearing padded shoulders, pointed shoes, and coats tailored for underarm artillery. They would have looked more natural at Madame Tussaud's waxworks, Bertram the burglar section.
Hey, what'll it be? Something for the little woman?
Where do I find Mr. Otter?
Are you the law?
Leo sent me.
He's in his office. Come on.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't crowd me.
You say you want to see the boss?
On business. Stop nudging me with a rod.
In there, hey, move.
Okay.
Hey, boss.
Yes, Woody?
Here's Joe here to see you. Leo sent him.
I'll nudge him in, Woody.
No nudging, Woody.
Well. So Leo's sending a man to see me. I wonder why.
If you'll comb this character here out of my hair, I'll try and tell you.
Sit down, Woody.
Thanks.
You're new in town.
Yeah, that's why Leo sent me. A local muckraker named Ray McCully interviewed you. He also interviewed Leo, but it didn't get printed yet. Leo wants to find him.
So do I. How can I help?
Well, he walked out of here, went to his hotel, wrote the story, and mailed it in. That's the last anybody's seen of him. Leo was just sort of hoping that you'd already taken care of him.
Not yet.
That's all I wanted to know. Thanks.
Just a moment.
Yeah?
Leo's sending you out alone?
Why not?
That's a tough boy, that McCully. He's got plenty of protection. That's what you need.
What kind of protection?
Go along with him, Woody.
Who, me?
You're Woody, aren't you?
Now, look, Mr. Otter, I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but the way I see it, this is a lone wolf type caper.
Hey, what's the matter, hey? You think I'm too good for you?
Well, Woody, I wouldn't say that.
Good. It's settled then. Take care of him, Woody, and don't mix it up with any of Leo's boys. If he's out to get that rat McCully, he's our friend.
I was beginning to wonder who Leo was. I'd grabbed the name off a calendar on the wall, Leo's Van and Storage. I didn't know whether he was the Leo Mr. Otter didn't like, and I hoped I wouldn't find out. The best way I could think to keep from finding out was to shake Woody. On the way uptown, I walked him past 4 police stations. Crossing Market Street, I pushed him straight into the arms of a traffic cop who begged his pardon and let me off with a warning. At the Blue Bottle Bar and Grill, I gave Joe, the bartender, the Mickey Finn sign, but Woody liked it. He ordered another. Then he said he knew a place on Columbus where the drinks were even better. It was called Leo's Place. I wondered if that meant anything.
Hey,
Who, me, huh?
I want your drink. Don't you like this joint?
Yeah, sure, it's fine. We're not getting anywhere, though.
You really take your work serious. Me, when I go gun for somebody, I go where I'm least likely to succeed. You live longer.
Yeah. Woody, what do you know about this guy, McCully?
You hear the boss. He says he's a rat.
Yeah, but he said he's got plenty of protection. Who's furnishing it?
Well, you see, there's a... Boy, oh, boy. Look at what just walked in.
I looked. What I saw was not disappointing. She was wearing a skin-tight black satin with a plunging neckline and a new look only in places where it didn't matter. But she still looked enough like your secretary, Phyllis Watson, to be out of place in Leo's place. She didn't stay there long. She made a beeline through the kitchen to the rear exit. I made a beeline right after her. Woody was breathing down my neck as I started up the rickety outside stairway at the back of the building. I stopped at the landing and turned around to face him. See you later, Woody. I didn't wait to see if he made it all the way to the bottom of the stairs. I was more interested in what was going on at the top. A door had opened, and Phyllis stepped inside. The man who let her in looked like Ray McCully.
Who are you?
The name is Spade.
I don't know that name.
Your boss hired me to find you.
Private Dick?
Yeah. Can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure. Put your hands behind your neck and walk up slow.
Okay.
All right. Go inside.
What's the matter? You're not acting glad to see me.
This the guy, Phyllis?
Yes. Alex hired him this afternoon.
There, you see. Now, what do you want me to tell Youngblood?
You're not going to tell anybody anything. Oh.
It caught me right behind the ear. The last thing I saw was that plunging neckline as Phyllis rushed forward. I didn't know whether she was rushing to my rescue or to get in a few licks of her own. 5 seconds later, I didn't care. As the design on the linoleum slammed up at me, I had just time to wonder why, of all the people who were looking for Ray McCully, I had to find him. Then I was out. Boing. Maced for my pains.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the missing NEWSHAWK caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I was lying on the floor in a room with nothing in it but a sink, an army cot, a square of dirty linoleum, and a body. I staggered to my feet, ran some cold water over my head, and took a closer look. It was Ray McCully. He was a very dead crusading reporter. He'd been stabbed clean through with a long-bladed kitchen knife. It said on the handle, property of Leo's place. I went through his pockets. In his wallet, a press card, a police card, union card, and 10 genuine, crisp, new $1,000 bills. That gave me a line on the killer. He was crazy. So was I. I left it on him, too. Folded up in his vest pocket, I found 2 newspaper clippings, one from the Chronicle and one from your paper. Both weather reports for the same date. It was very hot in Phoenix, according to both papers. But according to your weather report, the temperature in Needles, California was 135 degrees. That needled me. So did the slip of paper I found in his shoe. The number 9 and a date had been stamped on it with a rubber stamp. The date was the same as that of the weather reports. I turned it over. It said Ruthie's booth, Manson Bowling Alley.
Don't tell me, let me guess. You're the cigar type. Coronas or Panatellas?
Thanks, I'm just shopping.
I got a nice line of notions.
So have I.
No, I mean the dolls, the Hollywood dolls. You know, for the bed. Only $1 plus tax.
Very reasonable.
Say, what's on your mind?
Leo sent me.
Oh. Are you going to collect the slips hereafter?
Well, not tonight. You see, I'm sort of a troubleshooter. Leo's checking up on some of the numbers that didn't come out right.
Listen, I'll tell him to his face I don't want any part of those wrong numbers. They're scary.
Nuts. Who bought this one?
Let me see. Oh, last Thursday. Oh, number 9. How can I forget? He put $500. And honest, if he's been around once, he's been around 100 times to see if it paid off. Did it?
What's his name?
Mr. Spinelli. He buys a slip every day. And if you ask me, he's learned a system. Because he's been winning, you know. Dimes and then $1 and then $5. And then when he come in with 500 on number 9 until he dropped dead, did it win?
Where does he live?
It did. Wait, I'll look on the sheet. Hey, somebody else was in just this afternoon.
Give me that address. Hurry up, will you?
Well, it's right around the corner on Manson, 810. Say, maybe that's his system, 8 and 1. Don't that add up to 9? Hey, what's the matter? Where are you going in such a rush?
Please, come back later. Tomorrow. Next week.
Are you Mrs. Spinelli?
Yes, please. I had so much trouble.
Is your husband home?
Oh, my poor man. They take him away. He's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. How did it happen?
Who are you?
I'm a detective. Maybe I can help you. May I come in?
All right. Come on.
It took quite a while to gain her confidence, and after that it took still quite a while to piece together the grief-stricken grumble of words that poured out of her. When I got it down in the form of a statement, I asked her to read it over. Item, statement by Mrs. Arturo Spinelli.
All the time he played those numbers, I told him they're just a bunch of gangsters. They don't let you win. Then he met this man McCulley, a writer for the newspaper. My husband says this man shows him how to win. He wins and wins. Then he goes to bank and takes out all our savings. I begged him not to do it. But no, he was greedy. And this McCulley poisoned his mind. Sure, he won. He brought the money home in his hand. $10,000. I don't want it. I'm scared. I took it while he was sleeping with wine and gave it to the men. I tell him all I want is the 500. He tried to tell me we do good. We help catch the big gangsters. I say we don't want to do so good we get murdered in our beds. So he says, okay. But if I change mine, here is address. I don't change my mind. Because already my husband, he is dead. Has home. Stabbed. No, I don't change my mind.
She signed it, and I left her alone with her grief. I wasn't working for you anymore, Mr. Youngblood. You hired me to find you a reporter, and I had. And I wished I hadn't. The rest of it I did for myself. You weren't in your office when I got there, but Phyllis was. I found her behind the city desk in the act of dropping tomorrow morning's weather report into the slot. I grabbed it out of her hand.
What? Oh, it's you.
Where's your boss?
At home, I guess.
We'll talk in his office. Come on.
Sam, I can explain how I
You're
happened
going to
be...
explain plenty before I'm finished with you. Sit down.
Oh, you... don't have to be so rough. What's the matter with you?
Plenty. I'm stupid. I was stupid to take this job, and I was stupid to play it cagey with you. I should have beaten the story out of you before the trouble started. It's a little late in the day now, but not too late to send you up for McCulley's murder.
Oh, you're insane. Ray McCulley was... I'm the only one who ever tried to help
And
you.
I'm the only one who can place you in that room, not 10 minutes before the murder.
I told you I can explain
Stop
why...
trying to save your own skin. Spinelli was only one of 500,000 poor dumb yucks that lose their nickels and dimes and dollars every day in the policy racket. Only he had the bad luck to win. There won't be any more lucky dead people like him if I have to make a patsy out of you to stop it.
It won't stop it. Nothing will. Ray talked big and brave like you. Now he's dead.
Yeah, with $10,000 dirty money in his wallet.
I won't let you say things like that. Ray was an honest reporter, too honest. He thought Youngblood meant what he said about that cleanup campaign.
Yeah, he did. He wanted to run this town by himself, clean up his competition.
When Ray started collecting material on the numbers racket, he still thought Youngblood was on the level. But that was before he stumbled onto the thing about the weather reports.
Yeah, that was a new one. The old Dutch Schultz mob used to add up the stock market quotations. If they cheated, they knew their customers weren't good enough at arithmetic to prove it. But who knows how hot it is in Phoenix unless they live there?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Listen, that's how the number game works, sweetheart. The suckers pick a number from 1 to 10, see? The operators tally up the slips, and the least popular for that day has to win. The weather report doesn't have to pass through the copy desk, and with Youngblood pasting it up with a few strategic corrections, it was easy to make their winners look as if they were on the level. Oh. But, of course, you had no way of knowing that. You only watched them do it day after day.
You know, I couldn't understand why he did those things. It seemed silly falsifying a weather report, but it didn't seem as if it could do any harm.
What did you meet McCulley for? To get your cut of the 10 grand Spinelli was killed for?
How dare you? I went there to warn him about you.
Who killed him?
I don't know.
You're lying.
All right, I'm lying. But I can prove that Ray was on the level. I've got the proof right here. The whole story he wrote on the numbers racket, even naming Youngblood as the head of it, his own publisher. I went there to get it. I was going to take it to another newspaper.
Why didn't you?
I can't tell you that.
You don't have to. Mrs. Spinelli was confused, grief-crazed. She had to put the blame on somebody, and when she did, she got her revenge the only way she thought she could. She may have been right about that, but she killed the wrong man.
Why didn't you tell me you knew who killed Ray?
I wanted to give you a chance to tell me yourself. I'm glad you didn't. And that, Mr. Youngblood, is the crop. I'm sure you appreciate the fact that I gave the double scoop to your paper. Like Mrs. Spinelli, I have my own ideas of vengeance. Besides, it may up your circulation a little, and you can certainly use a little extra money for your defense. By the way, who's Leo? Period, end of report.
But, Sam.
Yes, Evie.
I thought Mrs. Spinelli killed Ray McCulley.
The vacation helped. You're absolutely correct. Mrs. Spinelli killed Mr. McCulley, if you'll pardon the expression.
Well, why did she kill her husband?
I was wrong. The vacation didn't help.
You mean she didn't?
She killed McCulley to avenge the murder of her husband.
You mean Mr. McCulley killed Mr. Spinelli?
Effie, stop. I'll go mad.
Oh, you need a vacation, Sam.
Look, type that up. The clatter of the keys may stimulate you to further cerebral activity.
I beg your pardon, Sam?
Brain work. Now, shoot.
Oh, brain work. Oh, well, you know best.
Tonight, men, or first thing tomorrow, get Wild Root Cream Oil and see what wonders it does for your hair. Notice how easy it is to apply. Notice what a neat, natural job it does of grooming your hair. Notice, too, how effectively Wild Root Cream Oil relieves annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. No getting around it. Once you try it, you'll never be without it. So tonight, or first thing tomorrow, call at your drug or toilet goods counter for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Sam. And you were absolutely right. The typing cleared my mind. It's all clear now except for one thing.
Well, let's clear that up right away.
Why did Mrs. Spinelli kill her husband?
She did not kill her husband.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant, why did Mr. McCulley kill Mr. Spinelli?
Kelly did not kill Spinelli.
Who's Kelly?
McCulley.
McCulley's real name was Kelly?
Now, let's start all over again. Disregard everything we said up until now. Make your mind a complete blank.
All right, Sam.
In the first place, McCulley did not kill Spinelli.
That's what I said. It was his wife, wasn't it? Now, wasn't it, Sam? Oh, stop teasing me. Sam, why do you look at me like that?
Effie, Mr. Spinelli was killed by one of the policy racket hoods to get back the $10,000 he won on the numbers game.
Then how did the money get into Kelly's pocket?
McCulley's.
Why do you insist on using his alias, Sam?
Effie, that was a tip of the tongue. I mean, look, Mrs. Spinelli took it to him because she was afraid her husband might be killed for
Then
it.
why didn't they take the money when they killed him?
Because Mrs. Spinelli had already taken it.
Then she did kill him.
Go home, Effie!
All right, Sam. I'm sorry I'm so irritable to you, but I thought it's... Well, it's been so long since I've been here, you know, Sam,
Angel, you're just tired. Vacations have a habit of doing that to you. After a week or two in the office, you'll be all rested up again. Now, take it
You
easy.
act as though you thought my mind were affected.
Come here.
Sam, now don't, my sunburn. Oh, it hurts.
It's nice to have you back. You look good, too. All tanned and healthy. It's great.
I think my nose is peeling.
Well, don't pick at it.
I won't. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie, keeping all the gals away.
Hiya, Baldy.
Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam
Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, how did it go?
It was the end, Effie, but the end.
Oh, Sam, not another one of those society things.
Depends on what you mean by society.
Well, you know, Sam, cafe society. Cocktails for two, hands across the table, make it another old-fashioned, please.
Let's not lose our head, Effie. Nothing but double martinis, very dry, with 2 olives, sweetheart.
2 olives? Oh, Sam, isn't that overdoing it?
It was all overdone, sweetheart. That's what cracked it. Now, stay right where you are. I'll be right down to mix up my report on the dry martini caper. Get it?
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. August is always a great vacation month, and for those of you planning to take your vacation soon, let me suggest that when you're packing, be sure you include a bottle and a handy tube of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. For no matter where you go, you can always depend on Wild Root Cream Oil to groom your hair neatly and naturally, relieve dryness, and remove loose dandruff. Yes, you can take it with you on your vacation, and you should. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
You look sober as an owl.
Wise as an owl, sober as a judge, F.
Oh. Well, the way you talked on the phone, I thought you'd drowned the shamrock, kissed the Black Betty, spliced the main brace, decorated the mahogany, made a Dutch bargain, or, in a word, gone to give a Chinaman a music lesson.
Effie, I wish you'd spend more time with Harper's Bazaar while I'm gone and less with the thesaurus of slang.
Ah.
Didn't know I could say that. Are you sober?
Well, I've been riding the choo-choo, drinking Adam's ale. And if you don't believe it, just ask me to walk a chalk.
Okay, heelsy-toesy, arms akimbo, eyes glazed.
Yes, Sam.
Now then, tip of the forefinger to the tip of the nose.
Oh, Sam, it makes me dizzy.
Dizzy Gillespie?
Dizzy go... Oh, Sam.
Exactly. And you are not sewn up, shagged, shellacked, shickered, stuccoed, tap-shackled, stiffo, or real crazy.
Well, you know best, Sam.
Good. Now try this one.
Yes, Prez.
Sitting posture, limbs cruciform.
What?
Cheesecake style.
Oh, Sam.
That's it. Now place the notebook. Just a little higher. Good. Yeah. Now apply the tip of the pencil to the top of the fool's cap and proceed viz.
Viz.
Date. August 1st, 1948. To Mrs. Netta Martini, 1000 Marina Boulevard, San Francisco. From Samuel Spade, license number 127596. Subject, Dear Netta. The first I knew of the caper was day before yesterday morning when I saw your husband's picture in the paper. It was one of those lovingly retouched executive-type photographs of a man in his late 40s or early 50s, graying at the temples and wearing an embalmed man of distinction look. The story was headlined, Corporation Head Waylaid by Mysterious Assailant. Chauffeur foils would-be kidnappers at offices of Martini Trading Company. The item under it wasn't as thrilling as the headline. Sounded as if he'd been knocked down for his wallet and the attempted kidnapping had been dreamed up by a bored city news reporter. I tossed it into the wastebasket along with my morning mail and went back to the Police Gazette. On page 3, the phone rang. Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Mr. Spade?
One moment. Who's calling?
Gordon Martini.
Not Gordon Martini, the corporation head, waylaid by mysterious assailant.
Chairman of the board, and there's nothing mysterious about it.
Then what are you doing on this phone?
I can't talk on the phone.
Where are you? In a hospital?
I left that pest house this morning. I'm at my residence, 1000 Marina Boulevard.
Mm-hmm.
It will take you exactly 20 minutes by cab. You will meet me in front of the building, and we'll have our conference in my car en route to the office.
Where's your office?
Downtown Post Street.
Oh, why don't I meet you there?
I'm a busy man. I have a full calendar. I'm already late due to all that hospital red tape. But I can fit you into my schedule if you'll hurry. Now, look alive, man.
Well, it's a little early in the morning, but I'm trying hard.
Good. What will you want for a retainer?
I'll let you know if I decide to take the job.
Fair enough. 20 minutes. I'll expect you.
I should have looked more alive. It took me 2 minutes to get onto the street, 1 minute to flag down a cab, and 18 minutes to reach your address, Netta. A total of 21 minutes. As my taxi drew up to the curb in front of the canopied entrance to the corner apartment house at 1000 Marina, I saw your husband pacing indignantly up and down in front of the entrance, pausing only to glare at the outsized chronometer on his left wrist. His gray Homburg was perched atop an outsized turban of gauze bandage that decorated his head.
You're Spade. You're exactly 1 minute and 22 seconds late. Hours are made of minutes, minutes are made of seconds. In killing this seemingly negligible interval of time, you have wounded an hour.
Oh, I have? Well, I'm sorry. The traffic's pretty heavy out here this hour of the morning, you know.
You should have started 1 minute and 22 seconds earlier.
I'm sorry. There was a bore on the telephone, kept talking about how valuable his time was.
No, well, don't apologize. Only waste more time. Now, here's your check, $100. My car's just around the corner. I paid that chauffeur a large salary. We mustn't keep him waiting. In the meantime, you may as well start earning your fee.
I've been earning it for the past 22 minutes and 22 seconds.
Wait. I suspected as much. Do you drive a car?
Yeah, you mean one man drives all that?
I see him, that rascally chauffeur of mine. Asleep in the back seat. All right, come out of there, you.
Hey, watch it! I was behind him and a little to the right. The shock of the rapid-fire 30-caliber slugs lifted him off his feet and knocked him against me. I went down under his 300 pounds of dead weight. By the time I rolled him off of me and got up, the gunman had jumped out of the limousine and into a gray sedan that was double parked alongside. In the welter of traffic on the boulevard, I didn't dare risk throwing a shot after him, but I did get the first 3 numbers of the license plate before it buried itself in the heavy stream of AM commuters. That's when the air changed from exhaust fumes to something out of a Persian garden. I turned and looked for the first time into your Nile green eyes, Netta, and saw you twisting a handkerchief in your pale hands I might have loved beside the Shalimar, but on Marina Boulevard they looked like hysterics dead ahead.
Who did it? You saw him. Don't lie to me. Why don't they come? Where's the ambulance? Why are all those people standing around there staring at me? Make them go away.
Calm down.
Make them go away. I can't stand it.
Stop it, will you? That's better. Now, come on over here. Who are you, his wife?
Yes, and it was all my fault. This is the end. I called Ernie out the window and asked him to come upstairs. I wanted him to return some lingerie. They sent the wrong color, peach.
Yeah. Who's Ernie?
He's our chauffeur. I was looking for the exchange slip when we heard the shots. Is he dead this time?
Yeah, don't go to pieces.
Poor Gordon, he had so many enemies. He didn't drink well, you know. People dropped us like flies.
Well, they certainly dropped your husband.
Are you a policeman?
No, but I'll do until the real thing comes along, which is right now. If I were you, lady, I'd go back upstairs and relax. They'll get to you soon enough.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Poor Gordon, he looks so natural stretched out on the pavement.
Yeah.
I keep thinking he'll get up and stagger on into the elevator. He didn't drink at all well.
Go on, will you?
All right, I'm going. Oh, Ernie, where did you go?
Down to the garage. I heard a car driving. Poor Mr. Martini. It's all my fault.
No, Ernie, it's mine if I only hadn't mislaid that exchange slip.
What?
You know, when I called you out the window to come and get that package.
Oh, that.
What do we got here? Who's the witness?
Me.
Oh, Spade. Lost another client, huh?
Not quite. I hadn't cashed the check yet.
Well, they got him anyway. All right, clear a space in there. Let him through with that stretcher. Step over here out of the crowd, Sam. I want to get that statement.
Yeah. Okay, Gary, take it down.
Got a pencil?
Yeah, and I want it back.
Let's have it.
This guy is Gordon Martini.
Mm-hmm.
He headed up a local firm, the Martini Trading Company.
Yeah.
Last night he was working late at his office. Got boinged.
All right.
Phoned me this morning. Didn't know why. Thought maybe he wanted a bodyguard. Anyway, he needed one.
Mm-hmm.
Gunman was crouched in the back seat of the limousine, shoved the carbine out when Martini opened the door.
Carbine, huh?
Didn't get a good look at him. You can see why, the way it's closed in. No side windows.
Foreign car, isn't it?
Stop drooling. You can't afford one. You getting all this?
What about the getaway?
Martini fell on top of me. I saw the getaway car on the back of his head.
Yeah.
The car was a gray sedan. The back of his head was a standard make, too. Only got the first 3 digits of license plate, 5D9.
5D9. Anything else?
Yeah, give me back my pencil. The homicide boys want some help. They know my fee.
Mr. Spade.
This is Martini. Why aren't you and Ernie upstairs getting your alibis shaped up?
Oh, please, I can't face the questions just yet. Would it be legal if I just avoided them till I can collect myself?
I don't know about legal, but it might be smart.
Where can we talk?
What do you suggest?
Well, there's a little cocktail lounge up on Lombard where Ernie and I all... well, it's just around the corner.
Very handy. Let's go.
Against my mother's advice, I should have listened, but, well, that's why I married Mr. Martini.
Well, That brings us up to 1943, and it's only 11:45.
You're just like him, always holding a stopwatch over my head.
Always?
Well, he drank, you know.
You told me that.
But it's much more important than you think. He often fell down and bumped his head.
You mean that mysterious assailant that waylaid him last night in his office was a double martini?
2 pitchers full before dinner.
2?
Ernie had to carry him up to his office.
Well, what did he go up there for?
Oh, we had an appointment with the vice president of the firm, Mr. Nesbitt. Something had come up, and he wanted Gordon to sign some papers. I don't know what. It wasn't the first time. I waited outside in the car. After Ernie had taken him upstairs, he came back to the car, and we talked.
Ernie has alibis upstairs, downstairs, and all around the house.
Well, then when the others came out and Gordon didn't, Ernie went upstairs to see why.
Others? Mr. Nesbitt and who else?
Mary Callahan.
Secretary?
No, she's an attorney. And if you think everything was legal between those two, well, but after all, who am I to call the kettle black?
Now, what are you trying to tell me? That you got him drunk so they could make him sign some papers? That he got himself drunk so he couldn't write his name? Or that he just got drunk and fell down?
Between you and me, I think she pushed him down a flight of stairs. In his condition, he'd never remember.
Why are you putting the finger on the Callahan dame?
Well, what would you think? She was the last one out of the building.
Why didn't you want to tell all this to the police?
Well, I didn't want to talk about his drinking. Things were bad enough already. That would have been the end.
Well, that's as good an answer as any. What do you want me to do for you?
Prove that she did it and Ernie didn't.
I'll let you take care of Ernie.
Oh, no. I don't want to alibi him unless I have to. He might get the wrong idea.
You mean I've got the wrong idea?
He might think it meant I still care for him, and I don't. I can't stand him anymore. The way he chews those toothpicks. And besides, if his alibi is too good, I might have trouble about that carbine in the backseat of my car.
Pardon me, it sounded as if you said you might have trouble about a carbine in the backseat of your car.
That's what I said.
Where is your car?
In the garage. But somebody had it out this morning. They scraped the fender coming back in, and they ran into the wall. They must have been in an awful hurry.
Tell me, this car of yours, it wouldn't be a gray sedan?
Yes.
License number?
Oh, wait a minute. It's on my keyring. Here, 5D90...
That's enough. Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, I couldn't get up the nerve. After I heard you tell that policeman the gun that killed Gordon was a carbine, and the gray sedan and all that, well, it's the end.
I hoped you were right, but I didn't think so. When I went to look at the gray sedan in your garage, I knew you were wrong. Dead wrong. It was the getaway car, all right, and the carbine, as you know, was proven later to be the one that killed your husband. But Ernie had turned into a very poor suspect indeed. He was hugging the carpet between the front and rear seats, and when I nudged him, he didn't move. He'd been shot at closer range than Gordon Martini, and the killer had used only one slug. It was planted in the base of his brain, which made him not only a very poor suspect, but a very dead one.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Dry Martini Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Martini Trading Company, good afternoon. I'm sorry, Mr. Nesbitt is in conference. I'll see that he gets your message. Well, what can I do for you?
I would like to see Miss Callahan.
Miss Callahan is in conference with Mr. Nesbitt.
Good. I would like to see them both.
But I have orders not to disturb them.
You do not have to. I will.
Just a minute. You can't go breaking in like that.
Yes, and I'll tell you something else. He won't ever get away with it. Why, everyone in this town knows about your underworld connection.
Why, you doddering old fool, when I get through with you, if you don't go to the gas chamber for Gordon Martini's murder, you'll wish you had.
If I go to the gas chamber, it'll be for killing you, not Gordon.
Oh, you said it. Oh, why didn't I have witnesses here?
Miss Callahan?
Did you hear that?
You weren't talking loud enough. I didn't hear a thing.
Well, come on in here and I'll tell you a thing or two. Close that door. Now, sit down.
Thanks. I listen better on my feet.
Oh, so you're the detective Netta Martini employed, eh? What's she paying you?
That'll depend on how much I have to do for her.
Well, I'll tell you how much you'll have to do for her. You'll have to make a case against me, and that's not going to be easy.
Why do you think she's out to get you?
Why, indeed. For years, this moth-eaten mouthpiece, this parboiled Portia, has been victimizing poor Gordon, taking advantage of his weakness for drink.
Oh,
Now that she's liquidated him, she appears with 55% of the common stock. Motive enough, eh?
Why, you fraudulent old fool. I simply bought up his debts and threw an attachment on those stocks. Unethical, but perfectly legal.
Look,
Why, you're not even a proper thief. You're nothing but a bumbling old embezzler.
Now, listen
You had
here.
to tell because he was going to call in the auditors, look over those books of yours. The Dean of Double Entry, Mr. Spade.
Look, will you save this for the courtroom scene? Now, you've convinced me. You're both crooked. I'll see that you both go up for something. That's a promise.
Oh, Mr. Spade, I gave you credit for better sense. Do you know that this Medusa of the magistrate's court, this harpy of the Hall of Justice, tricked him into changing the beneficiary of his insurance the very night she pushed him down the stairs?
And you were all in favor of it when you thought you held the controlling interest in the company. Answer that. You see, Mr. Spade, he can't answer that.
Good. I'm glad one of you is temporarily lost for words. Now, I only want to know one thing, and I want a straight answer, and if either one of you starts off on another speech, I'm going to push you into the nearest cloakroom and lock you in together.
Why, you wouldn't dare.
Try me, sweetheart.
Well, what do you want to know about this Amazon ambulance chaser, this Trilby of the traffic court?
Watch it.
Well, what do you want to know?
About Martini's insurance policy. Now, you say he changed the beneficiary. Please answer in 10 words or less. Who was the beneficiary, and who is the beneficiary now?
I'll have to answer that question in two parts. The beneficiary was his wife. He changed it to the Martini Trading Company, a corporation of the state of California.
Thank you, and goodbye, Mary Callahan. And that Netta took the heat off of you for the time being, which made things tough for me, because Callahan and Nesbitt were so horrible I never wanted to see them again, even to testify against them in court. I was sure of one thing. None of you had pulled the trigger of that carbine. There'd been a hired killer behind it, and the way he operated, taking crazy chances in broad daylight in a crowded street, told me an important thing about him. That night, I made the rounds of the joints. At a plant called the Bing Room, I found a bouncer who'd tossed out a customer that'd run up a bill and tried to pay it with a $1,000 check. He sent me to the Atlas Hotel. The Atlas Hotel is off of 3rd Street down near the railroad yards. Not even a flea bag. The fleas sickened and died a long time ago. They couldn't take it. And from the look of the guests sprawled out in the mission furniture of the lobby, they wouldn't be able to much longer. A half-dead room clerk came back to the land of the living long enough to mutter a room number and wave me feebly toward a flight of crummy stairs.
Yeah, what do you want?
You, Hack Hartman?
Hey, you got anything for me, huh?
Yeah, I got news for you. Get back in the room. I'll tell you all about it.
Yeah. Well, come on in.
Drop the shiv.
Yeah, I'll drop it. I'll fix you. I'll cut you good. I'll cut you. I'll cut you.
I'm glad you did that. You make it easy for me. Now get over there.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm not feeling so good.
You can feel a lot worse. Who hired you to put the burn on Martini?
You don't get nothing out of me.
Who gave you that check?
Oh, leave me alone.
I got all night, Hack, and I feel better than you do. Now, what did you do with that check? I'll shake it if your teeth come out with it. Come on.
All right. Stop it. I don't feel so good.
Okay. Where?
Pocket. My shirt.
Don't reach. I'll get it. It was a company check, which is what I'd expected. It was for $1,000 drawn on the Golden Gate Trust and Loan. But I wasn't expecting to find the signature on the bottom line. It was signed in a bold, firm hand, Gordon Martini. Who was the penman on this?
He wrote it himself. Right in front of me.
What was it supposed to be for?
He wanted I should knock off his brother.
You get mixed up?
Well, he's dead, ain't he?
That's what I mean. Gordon Martini's dead.
The papers got it wrong. That was his brother, his twin brother. And that other guy, that chauffeur, kept hanging around the garage so I couldn't get out. I had to burn him, too.
You know what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm making sense. Now get out of here. I'm getting steamed.
Don't let it worry you. I got a nice, cool place all picked out for you. After I turned Hack over to the cops, I did what checking I could on my own at that time of night. As nearly as I could learn, Gordon Martini could never have had a brother, twin or otherwise. He was a first child. His mother died in childbirth, and his father died 1 month later. So I went back to the offices of the Martini Trading Company, glass-keyed my way in, and made a quick frisk of it. There I learned that the signature on the check was indeed Gordon's, but that he had closed out his account at that bank the day he wrote it. I thought about that on the way out to your apartment.
Sam, I've been calling and calling, trying to reach you. I've been so worried. It's the end.
This time you might be right. Fix me a drink.
Well, there's nothing in the house but those prepared martinis Gordon used to drink. Is that all right?
No, but fix me one anyway. Never mind the ice. It's not morning yet, but I hate myself already.
Why don't you just relax and let me get it for you?
I'll relax. You get the martinis.
What happened? What'd you think of Mary Callahan? Isn't she the end?
She's cute. You're all cute.
All of me? How nice. I put ice in anyway. It's nasty without.
It's nasty anyway.
I hope it doesn't make you fall down the way it did poor Gordon.
Thanks.
What? Well, what's the matter? Too dry?
You open this bottle fresh?
Why, yes. What's the matter?
Where are they, the rest of the bottles? Oh, yeah. More of the same. Is this all your husband ever drank?
Yes, gallons of it. It's a special brand. He even took it with him to bars and people's houses. He'd sit and drink them right out of the bottle like a little child. Then he'd be falling down drunk, of course. And that's how we lost so many friends. They dropped us like...
Like flies. Yeah, it was the end.
Who you phoning?
City morgue.
Maxie, Sam Spade.
Sammy, what can I do on you?
On Martini, Maxie. They got around to the autopsy yet?
Yeah, they rushed him through.
Got the report handy?
Right in front of me. Funny thing, Sam. The doc said they should have saved themselves the trouble. He'd have been dead in a week or two without no help.
What from?
Brain tumor. Malignant, it says here.
Any alcohol in him?
None from drinking, Sammy.
What about the head wounds?
Accidental fall due to periodic fainting spells. Part of his condition.
Thanks, Maxie.
Well, what is it, Sam? Were the martinis poisoned?
No, sweetheart. The martinis were colored water.
Why, they couldn't. Well, what made him get so drunk?
He didn't. He was sick.
But, Sam, who killed him?
He killed himself.
But he couldn't have.
He hired a gunman to do it. He planned his own murder.
But that's... Well, why didn't he leave a note or something? He could have ruined us all.
Come here, sweetheart. Put your little head on Uncle Sam's shoulder.
Why, Sam...
That's, just what he wanted you to do. He wanted to ruin you. He let Mary Callahan fleece him out of his interest in the company. He let Nesbitt juggle the books. He let you go your way with Ernie. He let all three of you fix yourselves up with as nice a set of motives for murder as a jury could ask for.
He couldn't have...
The real joker was the check he used to pay off the man he hired to kill him. It bounced. It also proved he'd planned his own murder. But he still has his revenge. Because the insurance that would have kept the corporation from going broke won't be paid off on account of a self-liquidating cause.
Oh, Sam, darling, what's going to become of us all?
Well, Callahan and Nesbitt will probably sue each other to death. You might have to go to work and earn a living.
Well, I have $500. I might invest it in something.
You already have. Here's my bill.
But, Sam, you didn't help me. What? This is the end.
No, it isn't, sweetheart. This is the beginning. Come here. Period. End of the end.
Well, you ask me. You helped her.
Now, F.
Well, that just goes to show you.
Show what, F?
Man's ingratitude to man. But what did Mr. Martini have against you?
Why, nothing, sweetheart. He, just needed a smart operator like, Johnny Madero was on vacation.
Sam. Have you cashed that check Mr. Martini gave you?
Well, Not yet.
Sam, any bartender would know better than to take a check from a man who drinks that much.
F, you haven't been paying attention. He didn't drink. He didn't. I was able to establish that later on. You haven't been listening.
Well, at the time, Sam, for all anybody knew, he was a hopeless drunk. He was, Sam. Oh, you're so wonderful and trusting. But I do wish that you'd understand this. He was a hopeless drunk.
For the last time, Effie, he didn't really drink.
I'll just type this up, Sam, while you call the bank.
I'll do that.
A final reminder, friends. Whether you're going on a long vacation trip or just a weekend to the beach, be sure you've got a bottle and tube of Wild Root Cream Oil tucked away in your suitcase. Do this, and you'll find it's easy and quick to spruce up again after stepping out of the water or off the tennis court. For no matter where or when you use it, Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. So at home and away from home, help yourself to handsome hair with Wild Root Cream Oil. And next time you have a chance, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Sam. I hope it was worth the price of the paper and carbons.
You made carbon copies of that? An unimportant report like that?
Oh, it bounced?
Well, the estate isn't settled yet.
Oh, Sam, you're so wonderful and trusting.
Effie, I am not wonderful and trusting. I am a hard-boiled private eye.
I know. Just a pity there's no money in it.
And I'm also two-fisted.
Sam, have you ever thought of ceramics?
Of what?
Ceramics. It takes virtually no capital. All you need is a small furnace and some clay. And if you don't have any talent, you can just make ashtrays.
Thanks, I already have one.
Oh, flower pots are fun. You can pot them on a wheel.
And you can pot your hat on and wheel on out of here and also take your furnace and clay.
Oh, I love you when you're so gay and carefree.
I am not gay and carefree.
You are a hard-boiled private eye. Good night, Sam.
Good night, and sue me for your back salary, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Say moi, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam, how did it go?
Well, it wasn't exactly a 10-1 outfit. More of a mud show, dog and pony type, you know, rag front.
Sam, what are you talking about? And by the way, where were you last night?
I missed the last bus in from the Cow Palace, so I had to do a star pitch. Connie talk, F.
Oh, if you think I'm going to ask what a star pitch is, you're mistaken. What were you doing at the Cow Palace?
Oh, just bulling around.
Oh. Sam?
Yes?
Sam?
Yes?
Sam?
You ask too many questions. Sweetheart,
In the patois of the carnival, I'll be right down to pitch my spiel, spiel my pitch, and make with the canvas on the Bluebeard caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Say, Mom, if the summer winds are making Junior's hair drier and mussier than it should be, why not borrow a little of Dad's Wild Root Cream Oil and restore that sweet, angelic look? You'll find Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic comes in handy for every member of the family. It grooms the hair so neatly and naturally, relieves that summer dryness, and removes loose dandruff, too. Better check on your supply right now. If it's running low, then tonight or tomorrow, first thing, get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Ready, Effie?
Yes, Sam. By the way, what is a star pitch? Oh, your clothes. You look as if you slept on the ground.
That's what it is. Date, August 8, 1948, to Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Bluebeard caper. I will not offer as an extenuating circumstance the fact that business is bad all over. But it is true that I'd been sitting in my office for 4 hours and the phone had not rung once. This one didn't phone. From the looks of him, he didn't have the required nickel. But the hangover he was wearing under his eyes had cost someone a pretty penny, so I figured his credit might be good somewhere.
Mr. Spade?
Yeah?
Oh, my head.
Here, try this.
Oh.
Want it mixed?
Oh, no soda. I couldn't stand the noise.
Where'd you wake up?
In these same clothes.
Figures.
It all started at my sister's engagement party. Mint juleps. They must have been full of flukum.
Flukum?
You don't happen to have an ice bag?
It's customary for my clients to bring their own.
Oh. Well, now here's a spiel. Did I tell you my name?
The name you gave my secretary was Ned Towers. You want to stick with that?
Yeah, Ned. Ned Towers, yeah. It's about my sister. She's...
Her name?
Sylvia.
Sylvia Towers.
Sylvia Towers, yeah. But it's not about her, really. It's about that Bluebeard. I mean, Bluebeard she's marrying. Jefferson Davis Calhoun.
What about him?
Oh, that marriage has got to be stopped. I found out that his name's not Calhoun at all. That he's been married 3 times under 3 different names. And that all his wives died mysteriously. And that he collected their insurance. And now he's talked my sister into insuring herself for $100,000 in his favor.
When did you learn all this?
In a barber shop yesterday.
Oh.
I went in to get a manicure, and I picked up this old detective magazine. Here's his picture. Look at it.
I had heard of the case. In his heyday, the papers had called him the Mint Julep Romeo. And any name he happened to be using at the time had Colonel in front of it. None of his 3 wives had survived the honeymoon. Wife number 1, an aviatrix, bailed out at 10,000 feet over Mount Hood along with her husband. His parachute opened, hers didn't. They found the body the following spring. Wife number 2, a snake dancer, died of snake bite when she squared off with a full-fanged diamondback instead of her usual non-poisonous partner. Cause of death was never officially proven because the body was embalmed by mistake, it said there, before the coroner arrived. And finally, number 3, a professional stunt woman, disappeared over Niagara Falls in a beer keg instead of her specially designed barrel and was never seen again.
Well, Mr. Spade?
Yeah, but are you sure your sister's fiancé, this Calhoun, is the same guy?
Well, here's a picture of them together. Their engagement photograph. What do you think?
Brunette?
My sister? Redhead. That's him on the left.
Redhead? Well, Mr. Towers, are we going to sit idly by and see another poor girl go to her death? How much money you got?
About $100.
I'll take 50 now.
You are going to help her.
How much does she already know?
I tried to tell her. She's beautiful. She wouldn't even listen. I thought she might listen to you.
I pray she will, Ned. I pray she will. There were two aspects of the case that I wanted to look over more closely. A, Sylvia's red hair, and B, the red splotches on my client's face. I had a hunch she might be suffering from more than a hangover. So I dropped him at the address of a medical friend of mine who specializes in poisons. He said the tests would take most of the afternoon, so I decided to find out who was Sylvia, what was she as kind as she was fair. Such a face as drifts through breeze.
Yes?
Yes.
I beg your pardon?
Miss Towers?
Yes, I'm Sylvia Towers. Are you the florist?
You were expecting maybe a detective?
Come in.
Thanks, I will.
Well, as a matter of fact, I wasn't expecting a florist or anyone else. But I'm glad to see you. I really am.
Huh?
Sit down here. I was just relaxing. Oh, no, over here.
Oh. Well, why not?
There. Isn't this more cozy?
Hmm.
Take your hat off.
Oh.
You'll have me believing you really are a detective.
What do I look like?
Well, I'll have to mull it over. Now, don't tell me. Let me dream.
Look, Sylvia, Miss Powers, I mean.
Oh, Sylvia, I like the way you dress. Nice and casual.
Oh, you do?
But, you know, you really should wear a handkerchief.
Hey.
You ticklish.
Now, look, if you want to frisk me, get it over with. It's your apartment. You got a right to.
Well, isn't this way nice?
Sure, it's fine. It's just that, well, you know, I just didn't expect. Just didn't expect.
Well, what do you want, a butterfly act?
No, it's just that my feelings have hurt you. Haven't asked me who I am, what I'm doing here, anything.
Oh, I don't care. I like you.
Is this how you got engaged to Calhoun?
No, he was selling some phony stock certificates, so I bought a few.
They were phony, so you bought a few. Figures.
He'd had bad luck with marriage. It was the only way I could force the issue.
You're forcing him into marrying you?
Darling, don't be so critical. I did it very nicely.
I'm sure you did, but why?
Oh, I don't know. He's so courtly. A real Southern gentleman.
How real?
Hand me that cushion, darling.
Oh.
Oh, no, here, behind my head.
Oh.
Oh, that's better. Oh, don't go away.
Why do you want to be number 4 on the Bluebeard parade?
Oh, do you really think he did kill them?
Oh, that's one of two theories. He either did or he didn't.
Oh, I love your hair. So nice, bristly. Does this bother you?
Yeah, but don't stop. Now, wait a minute. Look, I got my client to think about, and I'm trying to think about it.
Darling.
I didn't want to take this assignment, but he really seemed to be worried about you.
Oh, now who on earth would be worried about me?
I'm a little worried about you myself, and I'm not even distantly related to you.
Well, don't say that yet. This marriage may not last long.
Don't you say that.
Oh, I know his marital life has been full of tragedy. But I'm not superstitious. I think I may change his luck.
Okay, Sylvia, okay, it's your life. I told your brother I'd talk to you, and I have.
My brother?
Yeah, Ned. I think maybe your boyfriend tried to poison him last night.
Oh, no.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Jeff, you're just in time.
Well, my dear, we will discuss this further in private. I have only this to say at the present time. In the South, it is not customary for a lady to receive a gentleman alone just prior to her marriage to another gentleman.
But, Jeff...
I know your motives were pure and innocent. Customs differ, that's all. I am Colonel Calhoun at your service, sir.
I'll call you when I need you.
I'm afraid I must ask you to remain. Sylvia?
Oh, Jeff, I meant to tell you. It was just a flirtation.
Yeah, that's
I didn't
all.
think it...
You mean
she didn't think.
He made certain proposals?
Well, what could I do?
What could she do?
He said there were things in your past, Jeff.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Things that...
Oh, well, there, my dear.
It was blackmail.
That's all it was.
I did it for you, Jeff.
Go to your
did it for
chambers,
you.
Sylvia. I will deal with this adventurer. If this were the South, there would be better ways, but never fear. Where there's a Calhoun, there, too, you will find Southern chivalry.
Please.
No, Jeff. Phone the police.
Sylvia, I must insist that you do as I say.
Very well, Jeff. You know best.
Well, sir, how about you and me putting our heads together over little old mint julep, eh?
Thanks, I'm not thirsty. What's the pitch, Colonel? How come your girlfriend yelled, "Hey, Rube," just now?
What is your asking price, sir?
What's your bid?
$5,000 now, $5,000 after she's buried, $20,000 after the insurance people pays off.
No dice. Caper's worth $100,000. 50 for me, 50 for you.
That is out of the question, sir.
Okay, from here I go to the cops.
Now, son, let's not be hasty about this. It will require a slight change of plan, but I reckon I can swing it.
All right, 50-50. When are you going to knock her off?
You want her to fly the coop?
Is there another way out of here?
Well, not that I know of, but she's crafty.
She's crafty. Well, come on, let's get it over.
Yes, you're right. Maybe now or never.
That's right.
Sylvia?
Wait a minute. Come here.
What is it?
How are you going to do it?
Well, hit her with this and then out the window.
Let me see, then. Sure. It's got quite a heft to it. Where'd you get this sap?
Souvenir of Niagara Falls.
Know where you're going to get it?
What are you, Yankee?
The souvenir of Niagara Falls was deadlier than I thought. The blow spun him around like a top, and he went down on the other side of the room, taking the bar and the mint julep ingredients along with him. I headed for the room Sylvia had disappeared into. But she had already disappeared out of it. I looked in the closets, the bathroom, under the bed, tapped the walls for secret panels, and then forced myself to look out the only possible exit, the open window. 10 stories, sheer drop to the street. 2 stories, sheer unclimbable masonry to the roof. Now get this, Dundee. No other exit, no horizontal ledges, drain pipes, niches, cornices, not even a helicopter landing. I asked myself, who is Sylvia? What is she?
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Bluebeard caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
There was no use wasting any time trying to figure out how Sylvia had done whatever she had done to escape from that escape-proof room. There was nothing of interest in it but a diving helmet, deep sea type, and the current issue of Billboard, a magazine which records the movements of show people. Under carnivals and tent shows, an item was circled. Colonel Carlisle's Colossal Carnival and Tent Show, which was currently playing San Francisco out by the Cow Palace. That reminded me of the Colonel in the next room. I went in to hit him again, but somehow his not being there didn't surprise me a bit. What I found on the roof did surprise me a little. It was a rope and grappling hook, human fly type, which fitted with the circusy aspect the caper was beginning to take on. But I'd never have taken Sylvia for a stunt woman. I did a deep knee bend to get in condition for what lay ahead, slid down the banister to the top floor, somersaulted into an elevator, and rode it down to the lobby, no hands. Pausing only to acknowledge the applause of the scrub woman, I skated on over to the phone booth. Sylvia's hands like the night.
Dr. Mandel's office.
Bernie, Sam Spade.
Oh, say, I'm glad you called, Sam. That patient you brought in here, Ned Towers?
Yeah, what about him?
Well, your hunch was right. There was enough poison in him to kill him twice.
Uh-huh.
And that ain't all.
He dead?
No.
Then what's all?
Well, his stomach had enough foreign objects in it to keep all the newspapers in town in Monday morning feature stories for the rest of the year.
What type foreign objects?
Oh, glassware, spoons, hunting knives. Well, nothing valuable.
Where'd you send him?
Oh, he wasn't a hospital case, Sam.
Enough poison to kill him twice, glassware, spoons, hunting knives, and not a hospital case, huh?
The poison, he's developed an immunity. The other stuff, it's harmless.
Harmless, huh?
Do you want me to send you the complete report?
No. Forget it, Bernie. You've given me enough. Thanks. From then on, Dundee, it was mostly entertainment. I headed for the carnival grounds outside the town, and Colonel Carlisle's Carlossal Carnival and tent show unfolded before my very eyes just west of the Cow Palace.
Brought to you in the interests of artistic endeavor, Mademoiselle Mahala, the favorite dancing girl of the Sultan of Zanzibar, brought direct from the perfume gardens of the Mystic Orient. Every muscle of a gorgeous body shakes.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of science and the furtherance of national defense, one of the medical miracles of the 20th century. Ladies and gentlemen, a man with the iron stomach and the asbestos esophagus, Professor Dilator. Professor, if you please, sir, give the folks a sample of your control over the fiery elements. I will light the torch and hand it to the professor. And now, Professor, if you will kindly...
The coach dancer left me cold, but the fire-eating professor looked hot. It was none other than my client, the man who called himself Ned Towers. I moved as close to the platform as I could without setting fire to myself and caught his eye. When he caught mine, it singed my eyelashes.
Hey, Scramble, I got my act to do. I can't talk to nobody.
Where's the colonel?
There ain't any colonel, just for the banner tacking.
Where's your sister?
I ain't got no sister.
Then who is Sylvia?
Hey, do me a favor, Shamus. Keep the 50 and forget the whole pitch. Now beat it, huh?
Oh, I want to see the show.
Okay, you paid for your ducking. Stare your eyes out if you want to. Okay, Butcher, start squawking. They're drifting away.
And, ladies and gentlemen, that was only a sample. Only a sample. Why, he eats the stone and throws the peach away. And he uses powdered poison on his soft-boiled eggs. Now, tell me, if you will, is there a doctor in the crowd? Because this is
I drifted on down the midway. There was Boona Boona, Nature Boy, Gilda and Hilda, the Siamese twins. There was Shorty, the fat man, and Fatty, the short man, a bearded lady, and several natural freaks of nature. At the very end, there was a big canvas enclosure. The act was called the Three Death-Defying Darlings. From the noise inside, I judged that to be an understatement. I bought a ticket and got inside just in time to see a trim, energetic blonde in tailored coveralls crawl out of the twisted wreckage of the car she'd just driven point blank into a concrete wall at an advertised speed of 80 miles an hour. She took a bow, tripped lightly out of the ring, and a brunette about the same size and shape, but wearing a costume consisting mainly of 3 live rattlesnakes, passed her coming in. I swear she did. I also swear that she danced so well I didn't even notice the snakes after I got used to them. Before the lead snake had taken its final bow and wriggled out of sight, a redhead in green coveralls appeared at the top of a 60-foot tower. She climbed into a barrel, and some stupid fool pushed her off. The tank she landed in was no more than 3 feet across and couldn't have had more than a foot of water in it. But she emerged from the splinters with her face wet and some of the greasy carnival-type makeup washed off. The red-headed branch of the death-defying Darlings was, you guessed it, that miraculous escape artist, the one and only Sylvia. I was anxious to meet the rest of the act, so I vaulted over the canvas to their trailer dressing room. There was a sinister buzzing sound at my ankles as I entered. I jumped out of the way just in time to miss getting bitten by one of the brunette's dancing partners, the Diamondback. Sylvia looked at me pityingly, grabbed it expertly just behind the head, and shoved it down into its basket.
Sam, you should have known better than to come in here unannounced. Strangers make Salome terribly nervous.
Then we're even.
How did you know I was here?
I didn't. I was looking for my client.
Then you are working for Ned.
Who else?
Well, when I heard you bargaining with Jeff, I didn't know what to think. Before that, I'd been so sure.
Look, sweetheart, I haven't been sure of anything in this caper from the start, least of all you. No matter how sure I get, I still won't believe it.
Look at me, Sam. Touch me. I'm only flesh and blood.
Yeah, well, anyhow, how did you meet yourself coming on with the snakes when you went out in the coveralls?
Oh, zippers. I was wearing the snakes underneath all the time.
Snakes? Doesn't the auto crash make them nervous?
Oh, no, they're used to it. Mother trains them. That was after Father...
Never mind your family. Let's talk about you. All three of you.
Well, after Mother and Father... Well, the act was a threesome, you see, and they wouldn't keep me on as a single.
Yeah.
So Jeff Calhoun worked out a routine so only one of me would be on at one time.
That figures. How often do you come out of it alive?
You mustn't say things like that, even in joking. I'm terribly out of condition. I haven't had a real workout since...
Since you went over Niagara Falls in that beer keg? And by the way, how did you manage that?
It's simple. Relaxation. Secret of everything. I could teach you that, Sam, darling. Jeff could never learn it.
How long do you think we'd get away with it, sweetheart?
Aren't you taking rather a lot for granted?
Maybe not enough. So far as I know, you've only been killed and resurrected 3 times.
Darling, if it frightens you, I promise I'll never do it again.
How did you drop 10,000 feet without a parachute?
Oh, that Mount Hood stunt? I crash-landed the plane, set fire to it.
There were witnesses. Something dropped.
Oh, nothing but a weighted flight suit.
Whose body was that they found?
There are always bodies when the snow melts. By the time they get to them, they could be anybody.
Oh, that's a relief. What about that other body?
Which other one, darling?
When you were embalmed after the snake bite.
Oh. Well, Jeff just claimed somebody from the morgue that nobody else wanted. Don't be so critical, darling. We didn't hurt anybody.
Better not try to tell that to those insurance companies.
Well, they should be happy. Jeff says it helps them with their taxes.
Does it make you happy? Dying and being dug up every year or so?
Well, it's better than doing it every night. But I couldn't go back to Jeff. He lost his nerve after Ned found out. You see, Ned's the only one left who knew me in the old days. If I were dead, he couldn't prove anything. Jeff really meant to kill me this time.
What was Ned after? Blackmail?
Oh, no, he wanted me back with the show. He hired you to frighten Jeff into letting me go. After all, I am the best threesome in the business. Well, anyway, in the stunt field. Did you see my review in Billboard?
I saw for myself.
You know something? I was thinking. With all you know about crime...
Don't say it.
But, darling, it's so easy, and we could have a honeymoon every time I came back and we got married again.
Thanks for the offer, but if I get married, I want my wife to stay alive every night.
But I wouldn't really be dead. Only legally, for the insurance. Only legally, Sam.
Come here.
Sam, darling.
Look, sweetheart, let's not relax. You're not safe. Not as long as that insurance policy's floating around with Jeff's name on it as beneficiary.
He'd never think of looking for me here.
Well, the same. You better take that policy into town in the morning and make some changes. Where is it?
Oh, it's in my safe.
You got a safe here in this trailer?
Well, it's just a secret place. I only call it a safe. But it is safe.
Dear, I thought I'd find you here. But I hardly expected to see Mr. Spade.
You don't surprise me a bit, Bluebeard.
Hello, Jeff. Sit down and stop waving that revolver. What do you want?
That policy. I heard every word you two have been saying. Not that that piece of paper means anything. You won't even be around when the bank's open. But having the original policy in my hand will save a lot of delay, red tape.
Of course, Jeff.
Where is it?
Oh, what's the use? It's in the basket, right by the side of your chair.
Wait a minute.
Don't move, Spade. If you do, I'll blast you.
Listen to me. Don't raise that lid.
Your safe. Still a child, aren't you, Sylvia?
Don't do it, Calhoun. Don't do it. And that, Lieutenant Deere, took the lid right off of the caper. Due to my Boy Scout training, my split-second timing, and the fact that Salome's fang missed an artery by a 30th of an inch, I understand Calhoun will live long enough, which, as far as I'm concerned, is any length of time you care to name. About Sylvia, I really don't know how to advise you there, but if you're planning on charging her with attempted homicide, you'll find that there are 3 Darling sisters listed as U.S. citizens and residents of California. It might be hard to figure out which one of her to indict. Period. End of Nightmare Alley, Bluebeard Division. Any questions, F?
Oh, just one, Sam. A grammatical error, but I'll correct it.
And just whom do you think you are to be correcting my grammar?
Who, Sam? Nominative case.
Nominal.
Nominative, Sam. The most frequently used cases in English are nominative, accusative, and possessive. Now, I'm referring to your sentence which reads, it might be hard to figure out which one of her to indict.
Yeah.
Of course, you meant them, since there are 3 Darling sisters. Her being singular.
Indeed, her was singular, Effie.
Oh, Sam, you made a joke.
Just a very small one. Now, type that up and leave my grammar as is. It's colorful.
Oh, very well, Sam. I'll just fix the syntax as I go along.
Syntax? In California?
Say, are you looking for a hair tonic that will groom your hair neatly and naturally? Then you're looking for Wild Root Cream Oil. Want a hair tonic that relieves annoying dryness? Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Like a hair tonic that removes loose, ugly dandruff? The answer again is Wild Root Cream Oil, the famous hair tonic that gives you the big advantages men consider most important. Step up to your drug or toilet goods counter first chance you get and ask for Wild Root Cream Oil in the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Quite right. She was only one girl, so I left it to her and made the correction back farther.
Back where,
The
Twinkle
sentence
Toes?
just prior.
Hmm?
Twinkle Toes.
Hmm.
You know, where you said 3 darling sisters, I changed it to 1.
That's impossible. It takes 2 to make a sister.
That is not funny, Sam.
Who's laughing?
It's no laughing matter, Sam. After all, that Sylvia, the darling sister, whatever she's... And I don't care if she can go over Niagara Falls in a barrel.
Let's get it right. A beer keg.
In fact, the only funny thing is you being taken in. After all, snake charmers of that type are a dime a dozen.
Oh, here's 20 cents. Phone up that place.
What place?
Where you get the red-headed snake charmers, 12 for 10 cents.
Dime a dozen, Sam. It's a figment of speech.
You can say that again, sweetheart.
Penny to be 3 people, all with different hair, and wearing snakes under a coverall.
Oh, nothing.
No normal girl would do that, Sam.
I don't know. Women do all kinds of work.
Oh, Sam. Why can't I be an adventuress like some girls are?
I wouldn't trade you for 30 cents worth of snake charmers.
Oh, Sam. That's the nicest thing you ever said.
Well, next to the nicest.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, Salome.
Twinkle Toes.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, here it is, Saturday night again, and time for our weekly visit with that excellent host and incomparable storyteller, Dr. Watson. I'm sure he's waiting for us in the old familiar study, so let's waste no time in joining him.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. You're punctual to the minute, as usual.
You bet I am. When it's time for Dr. Watson to tell a new adventure he had with the immortal Sherlock Holmes, I'm not going to miss a second
Nice of you to say so, my boy. Draw up your usual chair and make yourself comfortable.
Before I sit down, Dr. Watson, you mind if I take a look at the old metal case on the mantelpiece? It wasn't there last week.
No, I placed it there because it played a prominent part in tonight's story. You see, it's a memento of yet another encounter that Sherlock Holmes and I had with the arch-villain of London crime, Professor Moriarty.
But what is it, Dr. Watson? It looks like an old compass.
That's exactly what it is, my boy.
But there are no numerals on it. Just these strange figures around the dial.
Oh, those apparent hieroglyphics helped us to solve one of the most diabolical murders that we ever encountered. I call it The Adventure of the Half-Eaten Apple, the Coptic Compass, and the Unclothed Corpse.
I can hardly wait, Dr.
Oh, I'm sure you'll wait long enough to have a word with our listeners now, won't you, Mr. Bell?
Right. Men, aren't you sick and tired of hair preparations which leave your hair looking and feeling greasy? When you run your hand over your hair, does your hair feel sticky and dirty? Does grease come off on your hand? If so, then now's the time to change to Kreml Hair Tonic. The first thing you'll notice about Kreml is how clean it smells, how clean it looks and feels on your hair and scalp. When you use Kreml, you can run your hand over your hair. And honestly, men, it's a pleasure. Not a trace of that greasy, sticky feeling. Yet you can't beat Kreml to keep hair neatly groomed. You see, Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. That's why it keeps hair in place longer, with such a natural, well-groomed appearance. So, men, let Kreml give your hair this handsome, clean-cut look which is bound to make a hit, both on the job and with the ladies. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how's about the compass, the half-eaten apple, and
the unclothed corpse? Well, Mr. Bell, the adventure began on a November morning shortly after the turn of the century. Holmes, seldom one to indulge in exercise for its own sake, had displayed a rare burst of activity and joined me in a stroll through Regent's Park. Just before noon, we retraced our steps, and as we turned the corner into Baker Street, I nearly collided with a tall, well-dressed man walking in the other direction.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, it's quite all right, sir.
Excuse me. Aren't you Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
I am.
I'm Major Stanley.
Indeed. You're a little early for our appointment, Major Stanley. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
Dr. Watson. I am early, Mr. Holmes, and when your housekeeper told me you were still out, I decided to take a stroll.
Then let's walk back together, and perhaps you can tell me your problem as we go.
It isn't exactly my problem, Mr. Holmes. You see, I'm aide de camp to the Maharaja of Kasul.
Oh, really? It's a very interesting job, I should imagine.
Yes, it is.
I was in India myself, Peshawar and further north. I was once attacked by...
Quite, Watson. Some other time, don't you think?
Oh, sorry, Holmes.
The Maharaja's problem would seem pressing since his emissary has been so eager to reach us. Please continue, Major Stanley.
Mr. Holmes, have you ever heard of the Star of Kasul?
A fabulously valuable diamond, isn't it?
Yes. It's the treasure of the Maharaja's collection. At the moment, it's in the vaults of the Bank of England.
No, it's the best place for it, I should say. There have been several jewel robberies lately.
So I've been told, and that's why I've come to you, Mr. Holmes. You see, the Maharaja has come to England to have his portrait painted by Sargent.
Your problem becomes apparent, Major Stanley. When this portrait is painted, the Star of Kasul will no doubt be set in the Maharaja's turban. And you quite justifiably feel concerned about the jewel's safety.
Exactly, Mr. Holmes. It must be cleverly and closely guarded on its daily journey from the vaults to the Maharaja's suite and back.
Well, hardly sounds like a job for you, Holmes.
No, Major Stanley. Without wishing to appear conceited, I may say that such a routine matter is rather outside my scope.
The Maharaja insists on having you, Mr. Holmes. I assure you his fee would be princely.
Here we are at 221B. Come in, Major Stanley. We'll discuss the matter further, if you like.
Mrs. Hudson, we're back.
Oh, very well, Doctor. Oh, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
There were two gentlemen waiting to see you. Said they had an appointment, but they've gone. Said they'd come back later.
Did they leave their names?
No, sir, they didn't.
That's odd. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson.
Hi, sir.
Let's go upstairs, shall we, Major Stanley?
Very well, Doctor. Regarding your problem, Major Stanley, it occurs to me that Humphrey Pedder might be a good man to see.
Humphrey Pedder?
Yes, I'm not personally acquainted with him, but I'm told that he specializes in the more physical aspects of detective work.
The Maharaja will be very distressed if you refuse him, Mr. Holmes.
Naturally, I wish to... I'm sorry, Major Stanley. I've made my decision. I can't handle the case. See Mr. Pedder, if you will.
But Mr. Holmes, can't we sit down and talk about it, at least?
Yes, Holmes. After all, there's no need to be rude.
I'm afraid not. Good day, Major.
I've heard you were eccentric, Mr. Holmes, but I didn't know how eccentric.
Holmes, what on earth's the matter with you? You ask him up, and then you won't even let him into the room.
For an excellent reason, Watson. Come inside. Look, there on the floor.
Great heavens.
I could hardly let the emissary of a Raja walk into a room containing a corpse, and an unclothed one at that. Lift the blanket off the face, Watson.
Right you are, huh? There.
Oh, Doctor, the poor man.
Is that the face of one of the men that called here?
Aye, sir, it is.
Cover it again, Watson.
I saw the other one leave, sir. He said his friend had already left. Oh, I never dreamed
This one you saw leaving, was he carrying anything? A bundle, perhaps?
No, sir, he wasn't.
Could you describe him?
Well, he was tall and thin, and he had a
But
high
if he was
forehead.
carrying no bundle, where are the corpse's clothes? There's no sign of them in here.
What a shocking thing, sir. A murder right in your living room. Oh, will I send for the police?
Definitely not, Mrs. Hudson. And please keep this to yourself.
Aye, sir.
When a corpse is deposited on my own carpet, there's a certain point of honor in being able to present the police with a complete explanation when I do call them in. That'll be all, Mrs. Hudson.
All right, sir. What a terrible thing.
Holmes, this is incredible. Why leave a corpse here, and why unclothed?
The obvious reason to remove clothing would be to make identification difficult.
Then how did the murderer get the clothes out of here? Mrs. Hudson said that he wasn't carrying anything.
We have many other questions to answer, old chap. The knife wound in the heart gives us no clue, I'm afraid. But observe the singular collection of objects that are lying beside the body.
Well, let's have a look at them. A railway ticket, a funny-looking compass,
and an apple that has been bitten into.
The corpse has protruding teeth. I bet you that he didn't make the bite in this apple. Holmes, these must be the murderer's tooth marks.
If you're correct, Watson, our murderer is an extraordinary man indeed.
Well, why do you say that?
Because if you look closely, you'll notice the interesting fact that this bite was made by 2 sets of upper teeth.
You're the one who no mistake, Professor Moriarty. 2 sets of upper teeth. Well, that was the best touch.
Yes, Carter. I must confess it was neat. Simple, of course. You start the bite with your upper teeth, reverse the apple, and conclude the bite. Yes, simple. But I trust also somewhat disconcerting for the great Sherlock Holmes. Our past encounters have given me an insight into his very unusual mind.
I'd like to have watched his face when he walked in there, Professor.
So would I. But the next 24 hours will give me little leisure, I fear. I must arrange for a certain matter concerning a change of ownership in the Star of Kasul. This should be a fascinating game.
But the old compass, the railway ticket.
Carter, with your somewhat limited cranial development, it must be hard for you to absorb the subtler points in such a plan, but surely its basic purpose is obvious. Sherlock Holmes is about to be engaged by the Maharaja to guard the jewel. I had to divert his attention, so I perpetrated an intriguing murder on his own doorstep and surrounded the corpse with meaningless and completely unrelated objects which I knew would torment his curiosity and keep him off my trail.
And that corpse would take some explaining to the police too, Professor.
Yes, that's why I placed it there. It puts him in an acutely embarrassing position. He has to try and solve the case or become the laughing stock of London.
It's one of your neatest jobs, Professor.
Oh, I won't say that, Carter. But I'm quite sure that I've posed a problem that Sherlock Holmes will be totally unable to resist. I can't resist this problem, Watson. No fee on earth could make me bother with the safety of a mere diamond when such a puzzle presents itself.
On my soul, you talk rather as though you were settling down to a game of chess. You've got to solve this problem, Holmes, or else it's going to put you in a ridiculous position with Scotland Yard. And just think if it got into the papers.
I shall reserve my imagination for the problem posed. The question of the apple is, of course, obvious.
Well, I suppose all you have to do is to find a man with 2 sets of false upper teeth. Very simple.
Quite. The only way such an imprint could be left is to take a half bite with the upper teeth, reverse the apple, and repeat the procedure. The only question here is, why indulge in such a bizarre performance?
Well, whatever the reason, those are the murderer's tooth marks.
Unquestionably. You notice the eaten portion of the apple has only just commenced to turn brown. The bite was undoubtedly taken in this room. But to identify teeth marks is a monumental problem and might prove insoluble. Let's turn our attention to the compass for a moment.
Oh, I've never seen one like it. There are no numerals on it, no points of the compass indicated anywhere. Just a lot of funny little squiggles.
Oh, no, Watson. Surely you recall the singular affair of the Coptic patriarchs?
You overrate my memory, Holmes. In any case, I don't even know what a Copt is.
My dear Watson,
Sometimes you astound me.
Well, it seems to me it takes very little to astound you. I repeat, what is a Copt?
The Copts are the principal Christian race descended from ancient Egyptian stock. What you refer to as squiggles on this compass, in reality, are letters of the Coptic alphabet.
Oh, that makes it more confusing than ever. An apple bitten into by an eccentric, and now a compass with ancient Egyptian lettering on it. I just can't see any relation between the two of them.
And yet we know there must be. That's what makes the problem so fascinating.
Well, what does the compass tell you, Holmes?
2 things. The Coptic lettering on the dial is inscribed by hand. Obviously, it was constructed for a Copt who could speak no European language.
Yet the corpse was definitely not of Egyptian origin. I'll wager that he was born not too far away from the sound of bow bells.
I agree, Watson. And so the problem becomes more confusing. Now, let us examine another piece of this fascinating puzzle. The railway ticket.
Well, it's the unused return half of a first-class ticket from the village of Chipping Sodbury to London.
Yes, and the date stamped on the back is November the 6th.
Today?
Yes, Watson, today. Chipping Sodbury is a tiny village. I imagine that the number of passengers that travelled from there to London this morning could be counted on one hand.
You're going to Chipping Sodbury?
Yes. It shouldn't be too hard to find out who purchased this ticket. And while I'm doing that, I want you to stand guard here.
With the corpse?
Yes, Watson. And I suggest that you keep your revolver handy.
My revolver? You mean
I mean that after what has happened in one short morning in Baker Street, we should be prepared for any eventuality.
In just a moment, we'll see just what eventualities do develop. But first, if you're smart, you'll take better care of the hair you've got. Let me assure you, men, you can't use a better product than Kreml Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which no other hair tonic has. That is why Kreml keeps your hair in place longer. Why your hair always has such a natural, well-groomed appearance, never greasy or sticky. And listen carefully to this, men. Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. A quick massage with Kreml stimulates the circulation of blood right in the surface of the scalp. Notice how alive, how invigorated, how clean your scalp feels. At the same time, Kreml removes loose dandruff. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks and falls, Kreml actually helps condition the hair by making it feel softer, more pliable. So, men, why be satisfied with a product which merely keeps your hair in place when you can have handsomely groomed hair plus all those extra advantages of Kreml? Buy a bottle as soon as possible at any drug counter. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, it seems to me that Professor Moriarty did quite a job in sending you and Sherlock Holmes off on a false trail.
He did, Mr. Bell, and for a while his nefarious plan succeeded. But to take up the story where I left off, while I stood guard in Baker Street over the mysterious corpse, Holmes caught the next train for the tiny village of Chipping Sodbury. He told me that after a talk with the village station master, he had no trouble in tracing the purchaser of the first-class railway ticket that we'd found beside the body. It had been bought by a dignified and elderly clergyman by the name of Russell, and Holmes lost no time in calling on him.
The station master told me, sir, that you were the only person to purchase a return first-class ticket to London this morning.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I had occasion to make one of my rare excursions to London this morning. But though it was an unfortunate experience for me, I can't think my humble visit to the city could be a matter of any possible interest to you.
I'm very interested in what happened to the return half of your railway ticket, sir.
Very odd you should mention that. A regrettable business. Most regrettable. It was stolen from me by a pickpocket, together with my watch and chain. Didn't notice it until I had occasion to look at the time when I was lunching with the Bishop of St. Luke's.
You've no idea when or where the theft took place, sir?
I walked from the station. The crowds were quite dense, and I do recall being jostled rather heavily on one occasion.
You reported your loss to the police, I suppose?
Naturally, but I have little hope that they'll catch the criminal. Most regrettable business. Cost me a watch and the price of another ticket. An expensive lesson in the frailty of human nature. Do you care for a cup of tea, Mr. Holmes?
No, thank you. I'm afraid I haven't time. I must return to London on the next train. Urgent and unfinished business awaits me there.
followed Sherlock Holmes to Paddington Station, Professor Moriarty.
Excellent. He caught the train for Chipping Sudbury, no doubt, Carter?
Oh, yes, Professor. Fat lot of good that'll do him, even if he does find the old clergyman we pinched the stuff from.
But it consumed valuable time. Time during which I can complete our plans regarding the Star of Kersul. Before midnight tonight, I think I can safely say that the jewel will be in our hands. How very fortunate that Sherlock Holmes has such a devouring curiosity.
Any luck, Holmes?
A waste of valuable time, Watson. I found the purchase of the ticket all right. The return half, together with his watch, had been stolen by a pickpocket.
Oh, Lord, so that means we start all over again.
No, Watson. At least one clue has been eliminated. Let us analyze the remaining ones more thoroughly. Now, the problem of the Coptic compass should next engage our attention. A call on the Egyptian embassy might prove illuminating.
You know, Holmes, while you were away, I had a brainwave.
Congratulations.
It was connected with the missing clothes from the corpse. Where, I asked myself, where would be the obvious place to hide clothes? Why, in the clothes closet, of course. So I searched both our wardrobes absolutely thoroughly. They weren't there.
Interesting, Watson. Of course, I'd already done the same thing.
Oh,
The problem of the missing clothes is still... Numbskull!
Yes, Holmes?
Why didn't I think of it before?
What is it, Holmes?
The special wardrobe that I keep for my disguises, in the dressing room. Come on, Watson.
By Jove, yes, I never thought of that.
Perfect place for hiding the dead man's clothes. Let's see if there have been any recent additions to this raggedy collection of mine. Costa's outfit.
And there's the clergyman's suit. You always made a surprisingly convincing clergyman, Holmes.
And here's the unfailing passport to many a servant's back door. The stained and roughened worsteds of the English plumber. Yes, these patched and frayed ghosts could tell many a tale of... Hello. Look here, Watson.
Plain blue suit in rather good condition.
Quite. And it doesn't belong in my collection. I think we've solved the mystery of the vanishing clothes.
The labels have been ripped out of the coat.
Yes, and the pockets emptied. All possible identification removed. We're getting warm, Watson. We're getting very warm. Wait a minute.
What is it?
Give me a knife.
All right, sure.
There's something in the lining of this coat. Feels like paper. Perhaps the murderer didn't remove all identification after all.
Here you are. These scissors will do the trick.
Splendid. There we are.
Piece of paper sewn to the padding of the coat.
Yes. Let's see what it tells us. Humphrey Pedder, 118 Montague Crescent, Knightsbridge.
That's the private detective you were talking about earlier on today. Do you suppose that Pedder's the corpse?
At this stage, Watson, I shall suppose nothing. We'll go to Montague Crescent and find out for ourselves.
Mr. Pedder, I can't say how glad I am that we found you alive and well.
From what you gentlemen have told me, Doctor, I feel glad myself to be here.
Is it your custom to have an extra identification label sewn into all your clothes, Mr. Pedder?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. A detective never knows what may happen to him. I've always felt such identification might be valuable.
A very sound precaution.
Thank you, sir.
And you say that a suit of your clothes was stolen from your wardrobe last night?
Yes, and I can't unearth a clue. Embarrassing situation for a detective, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, it certainly is.
Though I'm sure in your position, you've never had a thing like that happen to you.
I doubt, Mr. Pedder, if you know just how embarrassing a detective's life may become.
Yes, indeed. Take our present situation, for instance.
Quite, Watson. Mr. Pedder.
I can't get a word in, Edgeworth.
Did Major Stanley call on you today? I suggested that you would be eminently suited to the task of guarding the Maharaja's diamond.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I'm going over to the Savoy tonight to talk to the Maharaja. Much obliged to you for giving me the recommendation, particularly since I've never had the privilege of meeting you.
I'd heard very flattering reports of your ability.
I'm very glad, Mr. Holmes. Your recommendation means a lot to me.
Well, Holmes, we've drawn another blank.
Yes, Watson. I fear we must return to Baker Street and see if an ancient compass can point the way to the solution.
Where to, sir?
The Egyptian Embassy in Grosvenor Square, Captain.
Right, sure, Gimlet.
Jump in, Watson.
I feel a blasted fool trotting around London with a Coptic compass under my arm. I hope this leads us somewhere.
If the excursion proves fruitless, Watson, I'm afraid I shall be compelled to get in touch with Scotland Yard. A few hours' delay in reporting a murder can be explained, but beyond that, we may find ourselves in trouble.
Well, I think you should have reported it before this. By the way, Holmes, did you notice the brougham and pair that drove up to Pedder's house just as we left?
I'm afraid for once I was sufficiently preoccupied to yield to you in observation, my dear Watson.
I'm not certain, but I thought that it was Major Stanley who stepped out of it.
Major Stanley? And yet Mr. Pedder said that... But of course! What an idiot I've been! Cabby! Cabby!
Yes, sir?
Turn around and drive us to the Savoy Hotel as fast as you can.
Right, you are, But why the Savoy Hotel, Holmes?
Surely the situation is crystal clear now, Watson.
Just about as clear as porridge to me.
The whole thing's a plot to fool me. Tell me, Watson, what is suggested to you by the combination of an unclothed corpse, a stolen suit, and a railroad ticket?
Well, if I knew the answer, Holmes, I'd have given it to you this morning and saved ourselves a lot of trouble.
The answer, Watson, is organization. A group of well-organized criminals who are able to perform these unrelated tasks. And who is the only person in London who can arrange for running the criminal gamut from murder to plain pickpocketing? Moriarty.
Professor Moriarty?
Of course. Remember Mrs. Hudson's description of our visitor? Tall, thin, and with a high forehead. And if you add organization and Moriarty to Major Stanley, the Maharaja of Kursul, and the portrait painter, the sum total should be apparent.
You mean that you've solved the problem of the unclothed corpse?
I mean I know precisely how Professor Moriarty intends to steal the Star of Kursul. Faster, cabby. There's not a moment to lose.
Mr. Holmes, it's an astonishing story you've told me.
At least it explains my apparent rudeness this morning, Major Stanley.
You can appreciate the embarrassing position in which my friend was placed, sir.
Yes, indeed. But of course you understand that Mr. Pedder here is now in charge of guarding the Star of Kursul.
Quite, Major. And you're in very excellent hands, I'm sure.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. But your own problem still fascinates me. The unclothed corpse, the compass, and the apple. As a humble exponent of your profession, I'm curious to see how you arrived at your conclusions.
I reached them only just in time, Mr. Pedder. If I hadn't, I should at this moment be paying a fruitless visit to the Egyptian embassy.
Well, I'm still confused, Holmes.
And yet the answer is simple. What was outstanding about the crime committed at Baker Street? What was its individual peculiarity?
Well, I suppose the air of mystery that surrounded it.
I prefer to use the word mystification. The crime fascinated me, stimulated me, as Professor Moriarty hoped it would, until I realized that it was intended to do precisely that. The whole plan was a decoy, designed to prevent me from accepting your mission, Major Stanley. How could I accept such a commonplace job as guarding a jewel while such a fascinating problem was presented in my own living room?
And the apple and the compass?
Fictional clues that led nowhere, but were sufficiently challenging for the criminal to know I wouldn't be able to resist tracking them down.
It's an amazing plot.
Then the railway ticket and the suit of clothes that was stolen from me were all meant to focus your attention elsewhere and away from the diamond.
Exactly, Mr. Pedder.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I assure you we're very grateful for the warning.
Yes. We shall be more than ever on our guard now. We know where the danger's coming from. Professor Moriarty. I'm taking the Star of Kursul back to the Bank of England in a few minutes. I assure you that I shall guard it extremely well.
I think, Mr. Pedder, that if you don't mind, I'll take charge of the stone.
But, Mr. Holmes, I've already been commissioned for the work.
That's true, Mr. Holmes. Since you refused the job, I had to make other arrangements. Mr. Pedder was your own suggestion for the assignment.
Nonetheless, Major, I think the Maharaja will sleep much more comfortably if I take charge of the stone.
Holmes, I don't think that's very ethical. After all, you did refuse to take on the case, you know.
This is hardly a time for ethics, Watson. Where is the Star of Kursul, Major Stanley?
I just handed it over to Mr. Pedder before you arrived.
Then supposing you give it to me, Mr. Pedder. By the way, I don't have the pleasure of knowing your real name.
But Holmes, he's Humphrey Pedder.
Oh, no, Watson. The unclothed corpse of Humphrey Pedder still lies in Baker Street. This is one of Professor Moriarty's most trusted henchmen.
You're too smart for your own good.
Look out, he's got a revolver.
A little slow in drawing it.
A beautiful uppercut, Holmes.
Send for the police, please, Major Stanley. We have a prize catch for them here.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
I'll take the liberty of removing the diamond from the pocket of our recumbent friend. There we are. Behold, Watson, the Star of Kursul.
What a magnificent stone.
Magnificent. And yet one man was murdered for it. I only wish another might hang because of it.
But Moriarty still goes free, and he killed Pedder.
We'll catch him, Watson. We'll catch him. He is getting clumsy. If he'd noticed the credentials in Pedder's clothes, he would have been in possession of this bauble before the night is out.
Instead of which, the evidence of this man here may help us to trap him.
I hope so, Watson. But Moriarty inspires his henchmen with such loyalty that I doubt if he'll give us much help. The jewel is safe, our own peculiar problem is solved, and we've captured a prize villain. Next time, we shall capture the master himself.
Did you, Dr. Watson?
Did I what, Mr. Bell?
Did you and Holmes finally capture Professor Moriarty, the master himself?
No, Mr. Bell, haven't you got a word for our listeners?
Yes, I have. In just a moment, Dr. Watson will be back to tell us about next week's story. Girls, here's some advice from one of America's foremost beauty authorities, John Robert Powers. Mr. Powers tells his famous $1 Million Powers models to use only Kreml shampoo to wash their hair.
And how right Mr. Powers is. Because Kreml shampoo has been especially developed to glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair to its own natural, glossy luster. It leaves the hair shining bright for days. Just a vision of beauty.
You know, Kreml shampoo is great for washing children's hair, too.
Yes.
Its luxurious active foam thoroughly cleanses the hair and scalp and removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt. Kreml shampoo never dries the hair. So, ladies, buy a bottle at any drug counter. See how easy it is to glamour bathe your hair to its natural shining glory. Kreml. Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, next week I think I'll tell you a story about a dowager dip.
A dowager dip? What on earth's that?
That's a slang way of saying that our story concerns the Dowager Duchess of Penfield, who had the misfortune of being a kleptomaniac. And the story also concerns the strange, and I must admit, embarrassing adventure of the elusive emerald.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Final Problem. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the elusive emerald. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now it's time to keep that weekly appointment with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Let's join him, shall we? Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Mr. Bell. As usual, you're punctual to the minute.
Naturally, when I have an appointment with my favorite doctor.
Oh, well, draw up your usual chair and make yourself comfortable.
Thank you.
That's it.
All ready with tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure, Dr. Watson?
Yes, my boy. I was going over my notes on the case before you arrived. I came across this old theater program. I think it'll interest you.
Garrick Theater, Sir Basil Wentworth in a revival of Martin Reeves' famous play, The Road is Narrow. A production that you and the great Sherlock Holmes attended, I'm sure.
We certainly did, Mr. Bell, though at the time we had no idea that we were about to become involved in the tragic death of Martin Reeves. You've probably heard of him, haven't you, Mr. Bell?
It seems to me I had to read him in school, Dr. Watson.
He's rather out of fashion now, like so many other good things. But in the 1890s, apart from Lord Tennyson, there wasn't a more famous writer in England, or a more respected one. The story I'm going to tell you tonight, Mr. Bell, concerns the horrible circumstances surrounding his death.
Sounds like a mighty intriguing Sherlock Holmes adventure. But before you begin, Dr. Watson, do you mind if I...
You have your little talk? No, of course not, Mr. Bell.
Men, well-groomed hair helps so much in giving a man that prosperous, successful appearance. And I'm sure you'll want to know why Kreml hair tonic is preferred among America's top-flight executives. Kreml never plasters the hair down with sticky goo, which makes your hair and scalp feel so dirty. It never gives hair that old-fashioned, greasy, patent leather look. You see, Kreml is a very highly specialized hair tonic. It contains a unique and utterly different combination of hair grooming ingredients that's never been duplicated in any other hair tonic. That's why Kreml keeps unruly hair so neatly in place longer, with such a handsome, healthy-looking luster. What I especially like about Kreml is that after you use it, you can run your hand back over your hair, and your hair never feels sticky or dirty. No greasy film comes off on your hand. Yet Kreml keeps hair in perfect order from morning till night, always looking so healthy and handsome. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what about the singular death of Martin Reeve?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure began late on a foggy evening many, many years ago. Sherlock Holmes and I had been to the Garrick Theatre to see the revival of Martin Reeve's play, and I remember that we decided to walk home to Baker Street. As we approached the old familiar door of 221B, our footsteps echoed hollowly in the deserted street, and the chimes of a neighboring church reminded us of the fact that it was midnight.
A delightful evening, Watson. A good dinner, an excellent bottle of wine, and 3 hours of theatrical magic.
Well, personally, I found the play rather depressing.
Its theme is a morbid one, but the writing and construction are flawless. Yes, a magnificent play and well worth reviving. By the way, I noticed an item in the Times this morning concerning Martin Reeve. He's dangerously ill.
Oh, really? Well, he must be quite an old man.
82, to be precise.
Really, is he as old as that?
Curious career, Watson. His greatest success was written when he was a young man. In the past 50 years, he has never written anything to compare with tonight's play.
No, I don't think it... Holmes, look up at our window.
Hello. The gas is brightly lighted, whereas Mrs. Hudson invariably turns it low when we're out. And look at the silhouette on the blind. There's a man pacing up and down the room.
A visitor at midnight, Holmes. This looks ominous. Be careful now. It may be some sort of trap.
I think not, Watson. If some desperado were lying in wait for me, I doubt whether he'd be stupid enough to turn up the gas to advertise his presence.
Just the same, I wonder how he got in.
Presumably through the front door. Mrs. Hudson has instructions to let a client wait in our rooms if his business seems urgent.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
At your service, sir.
I'm Dr. Manners, Harvey Manners.
How do you do, Dr. Manners? This is my colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, Doctor?
I must apologize for being here at such an hour of night, Mr. Holmes, but my business is urgent.
I'm sure it is, Doctor.
I left Carlisle this morning, arriving at St. Pancras Station 2 hours ago. I came directly here, persuaded your housekeeper to let me wait for you.
Then sit down, my dear doctor, and tell me what urgent business has brought you to London.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Holmes, I've been acting in the capacity of personal physician for Martin Reeve, the playwright.
Martin Reeve? What an extraordinary coincidence. We've just returned from seeing the revival of his play, The Road is Narrow. We were talking about him as we walked home.
I understand the grand old man is dying.
He's not in good shape, Mr. Holmes. His heart's in very bad condition. Auricular fibrillation, Dr. Watson.
No, then at his age, I imagine you don't hold out much hope.
No, but I think with care, he might last a year or two. But the reason I've come to you, Mr. Holmes, is that I'm convinced that although he's a dying man, someone is trying to murder him.
To murder him? Good Lord.
What reason do you have for saying that, Dr. Manners?
Well, Mr. Holmes, I've been in almost daily attendance on Mr. Reeve. Last night, his coachman drove over to get me, saying that his master had suffered another bad attack. When I got to the house, I found that Mr. Reeve had received a severe shock. He was in a state of almost complete hysteria, and he kept insisting that he'd seen an apparition in his room a few hours earlier.
What kind of an apparition?
A ghost from his past, as he referred to it. I think that someone arranged for that apparition, that they knew of his heart condition, and also knew that a sudden fright could kill him.
It's possible, Dr. Manners, and it would be one of the least detectable methods of murder.
But who would want to kill a dying man?
Who lives at the house with him, Dr. Manners?
His daughter Catherine, his brother Silas, who's a drunken good-for-nothing, and his secretary, a fellow by the name of Hugh Kingslake.
Do you know the condition of Mr. Reeves's will?
No, but I do know He had dictated a new one a few days ago.
A fact that might easily have provoked a crisis. Dr. Manners, you say that Mr. Reeve spoke of seeing an apparition, a ghost from his past. Was he able to describe its appearance?
Well, he was a little incoherent, but he kept babbling something about blonde hair and blue eyes and a young man who'd come back from beyond the grave to haunt him.
Don't you think, Dr. Manners, that these might simply be the delusions of an old and a sick man?
I didn't overlook that possibility, I assure you, Dr. Watson, even though Mr. Reeve's mental faculties are remarkably acute for his age. But last night, after I'd given him a sedative, I examined his room. I found these, Mr. Holmes. That's when I decided to come to you.
Well, let's have a look at them. They look like blonde hair.
Yes, they are, Doctor. I found them on the bedclothes, and yet no one in that house has blonde hair.
Interesting. Very interesting. The hair is human, and yet the roots have minute particles of glue attached to them. Obviously, they're from a wig. Get out the timetable, Watson, will you?
Yeah, we're going to Carlisle?
On the earliest possible train. Though the grand old man of the English theatre is dying, we must do everything in our power to see that his death is not an unnatural one.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I'm Hugh Kingslake, Mr. Reeve's secretary.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir? Your accommodations at the hotel are satisfactory, I trust, gentlemen?
Entirely,
Yes,
thank you,
we're very
Mr. Kingslake.
comfortable, thank you. Good. Frankly, I'm most relieved that you're here. Mr. Reeve received a severe shock the night before last. I quite agree with Dr. Manners that someone deliberately induced that shock, knowing the serious condition of Mr. Reeve's heart.
Have you any idea who that someone might be?
Well, it's a little difficult for me to talk, Mr. Holmes. After all, I'm only an employee here, but I can't help feeling that... Oh, good morning, Mr. Reeve.
Kingslake, who are these men?
This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson and Mr. Silas Reeve.
How do you do, Mr. Reeve?
And what, may I ask, is the professional meddler Sherlock Holmes doing in my brother's house?
I'm here at the request of Dr. Manners.
Manners has no right to bring you here, sir. A lot of rubbish. All this talk about apparitions. Nonsense. Martin's in his second childhood. He's become a gibbering old fool. Personally, I wish he'd die and have done with it.
Well, upon my soul...
Never mind your soul, my good doctor. Why don't you mind your own business and get out of the house? We don't want detectives here.
Mr. Reeve, I've traveled some 200 miles to see your brother, and I have no intention of leaving this house without talking to him.
And talking the devil with you. And if my dear, distinguished brother tells you that I've been sponging on him for years, it's perfectly true.
Uncle Silas.
Enter the beautiful Catherine to try and persuade her drunken old uncle to return to his room.
No, Uncle Silas. I came to get Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. Dr. Manners said that Daddy can see them now.
Shall I take them up, Miss Reeve?
No, Mr. Kingslake. I will.
And don't be deceived by the Mr. Kingslake and the Miss Reeves gentlemen. My dear niece and this young man here have a dark secret. A secret that is perfectly apparent to every member of this household.
Uncle Silas.
They're in love. Delightful, isn't it?
Uncle, you're intolerable.
Will you lead the way, Miss Reeve?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes.
Don't forget to ask him about the play that made him so famous. You might learn some interesting facts.
I must apologize for Uncle Silas, gentlemen. I'm afraid he's like this all the time these days.
I quite understand, Miss
It
Reeve.
must be very distressing for you, my dear.
Oh, I'm used to it, Doctor. Here's Daddy's room. I won't come in with you. Too many people upset him.
Come in.
Please go in, gentlemen. I'll see you later.
Ah, there you are.
Who is it, Manners?
It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson, Mr. Reeve.
Ah, good. Good. You can leave us, Manners.
Yes, Mr. Reeve. I'll see you both later.
Very well, Doctor.
Come, sit on my bed. That's it.
How are you feeling, sir?
Old and ill. But I'm glad you're both here. Manners displayed unusual enterprise in persuading you to visit me. There's been a lot of nonsense printed about my impending death. Anyone would think a great man is dying.
The author of The Road is Narrow is a great man, Mr. Reeve.
He was a great man, Mr. Holmes.
What do you mean, sir?
The author of that play died 45 years ago.
What?
And yet, his ghost appeared in this room 2 nights ago.
Mr. Reeve, are you saying that you didn't write The Road is Narrow?
Yes, my boy, I am. And it's a secret that's been gnawing at me for years. Now that I'm on my deathbed, I'd like to clear my conscience.
Then who did write the play, sir?
A young friend of mine, by the name of Colin McGrath. I started life as a lawyer's clerk in Keswick, a few miles from here. Colin lived in the same village, and we became great friends. One day, he gave me the manuscript of his play to look at, and I realized it was a work of a genius. Suddenly he died. No one knew about the manuscript.
You claimed it as your own, sir?
Yes. To my eternal shame, I did. Now, I want to make amends. Mr. Holmes, I want you to find out if any heirs of Colin McGrath still survive. If they do, I'll give them half of my estate.
Mr. Reeve, does anyone else know of this, fraud?
Yes. Knowing that I hadn't long for this world, I confided the secret to 3 members of my household.
And you're convinced that the apparition you saw the other night was that of the dead Colin McGrath?
There was no mistaking him. The blue eyes, the long golden hair. It was Colin, or his ghost come to haunt me on my deathbed.
This decision on your part to leave half of your estate to any heirs of the man you wronged, was that decision made before you had this strange visitation the other night?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Did you mention it to any member of your family, sir?
No. I did say something to Dr. Manners, and I didn't mention Colin McGrath's name.
It's obvious that someone wished to frighten you, knew your secret, and disguised himself to resemble Colin McGrath.
Yeah, it was Colin. Never forget his blue eyes. He was standing over there, in the chest of drawers. He looked at me. So approachfully. So...
He's asleep.
Yes, Watson. And while he lies there, some member of this household continues to plot his death. We must work fast.
Well, what are we going to do?
Split forces. I shall remain here for a while and see what may be found out. I'll meet you at our hotel later and we'll compare notes.
And what shall I do?
Go to the village of Keswick. Colin McGrath lived and died there. See what you can find out about him, Watson.
Of course I remember Colin McGrath.
Well, I should be very grateful for any information about him, madam. As postmistress, I imagine that very little village gossip has escaped you.
Of course it hasn't. I remember the McGrath boy well. He was no good. Didn't he marry poor old Mrs. Northrop's granddaughter Susan and then go and desert her just to kill himself? And the poor girl was going to have a baby. No good on earth. That's what young McGrath was. And you can tell him I said so if you ever reach the place I'm sure he went to.
Oh, I said, well, they had a child, you say. What happened to it, madam?
How should I know? I'm only the postmistress. You'd better go and see the vicar, young man.
It's a tragic story you've told me, Dr. Watson.
But you remember Colin McGrath, sir?
Oh, very well. And I always suspected something akin to genius in the boy. That he burned with too hard and gem-like a flame. As Walter Pater has said, he burned himself out, destroyed his life, and poor Susan Northrop's with it. She died of a broken heart less than a year after his death.
And their child?
There was no money, no one to look after the boy. He was sent to an orphanage in Liverpool.
Then that child, if he's still alive, stands to inherit half of Martin Reeve's fortune. If only we can find him. It's good to be back here at the hotel, Holmes. I've had an exhausting day.
I trust you had better luck than I did. What did you find out?
That Colin McGrath had a child, that his wife died shortly after the child's birth, and that the boy was sent to an orphanage in Liverpool.
In Liverpool? Go on, Watson.
Well, the vicar gave me this photograph of Mrs. McGrath. It was taken on their wedding day.
Let me see it. But this is amazing, Watson. One of our problems is solved.
Well, I'm blessed if I see how.
Let me explain it to you. After you left, I had quite a long talk with the secretary, Hugh Kingslake. It transpired that he knew nothing of his parents. He had been raised in an orphanage, and the only memento he has is a picture of his mother. A picture that he carries in his watch.
And that picture
is a duplicate of this one.
Great Scott, and the fellow calling himself Hugh Kingsley is really the Colin McGrath heir.
Precisely. A fantastic situation indeed. Come on, old chap. Grab your hat and coat. We must drive over to Mr. Reeves and break the good news that the missing heir is a member of his own household.
But we're still no nearer finding out who's been trying to frighten old Mr. Reeves.
Surely that's obvious now, Watson. Come in. Dr. Manners, what's wrong?
Please come at once, both of you. It's Mr. Reeve.
Hart?
Yes, Dr. Watson. This evening, he had another visit from that apparition. I'm only afraid this time the devilish plan may work and that Martin Reeve won't live through the night.
In a moment, we'll find out what Sherlock Holmes says is obvious. But first, more and more men today are beginning to realize they should take better care of the hair they've got. And when you buy a hair tonic, why not get your money's worth? Why not enjoy the extra advantages of Kreml hair tonic? Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic keeps dry, stubborn hair neatly in place all day long, and always gives it such a natural, well-groomed appearance, never sticky or greasy. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking handsome. A quick massage with Kreml stimulates circulation right in the surface of the scalp, leaving your scalp feeling so alive, so invigorated. At the same time, Kreml removes loose dandruff. It's excellent to lubricate a dry scalp. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks and falls when you comb it, remember Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable. So men, just as soon as possible, buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Let Kreml always keep your scalp feeling clean and refreshed, your hair always looking its very best. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, this story certainly has me on the edge of my chair. What happened next? You drove over to Mr. Reeves' house, I suppose?
Yes, Mr. Bell, we did. And as we went rattling down the country lanes, the flickering oil lamps on Dr. Manners' carriage lighting a shadowy path, I found it almost impossible to get a word out of Sherlock Holmes. Holmes, sometimes you're the most irritating man on earth.
And what prompts that little tirade, Watson?
You haven't opened your mouth since we left our hotel.
Purposeless conversation is a waste of time. Not much further, is it, Dr. Manners?
No, Mr. Holmes. We're nearly there.
Well, I don't consider conversation purposeless when it clarifies the problem, Holmes. You said it was obvious who had been frightening Mr. Reeve. I suppose I'm stupid, but I find it far from obvious.
And yet the facts are clearly in front of your eyes. Eyes. That's it, Watson. Think about eyes.
The blue eyes of the supposed ghost, eh? But the Reeves family have all got brown eyes. Apparently it's a marked family characteristic.
Quite, Watson. That fact should lead you to the obvious conclusion.
Oh, you're always talking in riddles, Holmes.
Here we are, Mr. Holmes.
And Hugh Kingslake is standing at the front door. How is he, Mr. Kingslake?
Better, Mr. Holmes. Seems to have rallied a bit. I'm glad you're all here.
I'll drive my carriage round to the stables. Be back in a moment.
Come in, gentlemen. With Mr. Reeves so ill, it may seem a little inappropriate to announce my news. But Catherine consented to marry me tonight. We're engaged.
Oh, really? My congratulations.
Yes, indeed. She's a charming girl.
Oh, Catherine, darling. I've told them our news.
Oh, it must seem a terrible time to announce it, Mr. Holmes, with poor Daddy lying so ill upstairs.
It's quite understandable, Miss Reeve. And before we go up and see your father, I'd like you both to know that we have something in the nature of a wedding present for you.
A wedding present?
Yes. You're both familiar with the story of Colin McGrath, I understand?
You mean that he was the true author of The Road is Narrow?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. Daddy told us all about it.
And did you also know that Mr. Reeve is planning to leave half his estate to the heir of Mr. McGrath?
I knew that, Dr. Watson. In my capacity as secretary, I had occasion to draw up a rough draft of the new will a few days ago.
Then I'm sure, Mr. Kingslake, that you'll be very interested to know that today Dr. Watson and I discovered that you are the son of Colin McGrath.
That I am?
You is the heir? Well, that doesn't seem possible.
The fact is proven beyond a doubt, Miss Reeve.
Then if Mr. Reeve makes the new will, I stand to inherit half the fortune.
Yes, my boy, you do. That's what Mr. Holmes meant when he was talking about wedding presents.
Help! Come here, somebody! That's Uncle Silas. He's upstairs with Daddy.
What's wrong, Mr. Reeve?
Fire! I knocked over a lamp in Martin's room.
And Daddy's up there.
The room's ablaze.
What?
Come on, Watson.
Well, the whole top landing's burning, Holmes.
Can't go through this way.
We just can't stand here. Mr. Reeve will roast alive. I'm going after him.
Come back, Kingslake.
Come back. Great Scott, he went right through the flames, Holmes.
Send one of the servants for the fire brigade. And tell the rest to bring buckets of water. And to bring them fast.
Dr. Watson, how is Hugh?
Well, he's going to pull through, Miss Reeve. He's badly burned, but he'll be all right, won't he, Dr. Manners?
Yes, a few weeks in the hospital, and he'll be as good as new.
And Father?
Well, I am afraid he's dead, Catherine.
Dead? Oh, poor Daddy.
Oh, my dear, he might have lived for a time, but the shock of the fire coming so close on top of the other one was too much for him. He died just as I took him from your fiancé's arms.
So that by knocking over a lamp, I was responsible for my brother's death?
Yes, Mr. Reeve. The credit is yours. In fact, I wouldn't be at all surprised if the local police might consider booking you on a charge of arson.
Rubbish! It was an accident, and you can't prove otherwise.
Possibly not. But there's one matter I can settle here and now. 2 nights ago, someone in this house tried to murder Martin Reeve by posing as Colin McGrath. The same despicable action was repeated tonight.
Well, one person that we can eliminate is Hugh Kingslake. He nearly gave his life just now, trying to save his employer.
Then who was responsible, Mr. Holmes?
A feature of the impersonation that especially struck your father, Miss Reeve, was the color of the eyes. He described them as a brilliant blue.
Then that rules out Catherine and me. We both have brown eyes.
Precisely, Mr. Reeve. I have devoted some considerable study to the art of disguise. There are wigs and methods of altering height and weight. But the color of the eyes cannot be altered. Watson, 10 minutes ago you had the opportunity of examining Mr. Kingslake's eyes without the tinted glasses he's in the habit of wearing.
Well, they did fall off when he stumbled back down the back stairs, but I can't say that I noticed the color of his eyes.
They were blue, Watson. Brilliant blue, just as his father's were before him.
You mean that young Kingslake was responsible?
Yes, Mr. Reeve, I do.
But that's ridiculous, Mr. Holmes. He just hurt himself severely in trying to save Father.
True, Miss Reeve. But surely his reason was obvious. He intended to marry you. And when he learned a few days ago that your father planned to will half his estate to the McGrath heir, he decided to try and kill him before that will could be put into effect.
Oh, I see it all, Holmes. And then tonight, he realized that he was the heir.
Precisely, Watson. And so it was to his great advantage to see that his employer stayed alive to execute that new will. That accounts for his bravery in the fire tonight.
I can't believe it of him, Mr. Holmes.
I can. I've always disliked you, and I'll have great pleasure in prosecuting him.
It'd be hard to prove, Silas. After all, your brother did die a natural death.
Yes, Dr. Manners. I fear that legally there's very little we can do to Mr. Kingslake. But when he recovers and realizes that he risked his life for nothing, I think he'll find his own punishment. The change in the will was not made. The estate will be divided between the family, and I doubt if Mr. Kingslake will now acquire any of it by marriage.
No, of course he won't. I'll never see him again.
Oh, quite right, my dear, quite right. What a despicable scheme. And to think that his father wrote one of the greatest plays of our century.
I prefer to forget the fact, Watson. Emotional qualities are antagonistic to clear thinking. I assure you that the most winning woman I ever knew was hanged for poisoning 3 little children for their insurance money. And the most repellent man of my acquaintance is a philanthropist who has spent nearly $250,000 upon the London poor. Now, my dear chap, I think we should look up the next train back to London. Our work here is done.
In a moment, we'll hear about next week's story. But first, girls, here's a sensational beauty tip from some of the world's most divinely beautiful girls. Powers models. Girls who are famous for their enchantingly lovely silken sheen hair.
We glamour bathe our hair with Kreml shampoo. And really, ladies, you'll be amazed how Kreml shampoo brings out all your hair's natural sparkling beauty. It leaves hair shimmering with brilliant highlights that last for days.
And you can always count on Kreml shampoo to thoroughly cleanse your scalp and hair. It never leaves any dull, cloudy film. Then, too, the beneficial oil base helps keep hair from becoming dry and brittle.
That's right. Kreml shampoo leaves your hair so much softer, a silkier hair with satin smoothness. Your hair holds a better wave, too.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter and see how easy it is to have naturally lustrous hair, a vision of beauty. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. And remember, a bottle of Kreml hair tonic or a bottle of Kreml shampoo makes a fine addition to that Christmas stocking. Well, Dr. Watson, I won't be seeing you before next Wednesday, so I'd like to wish you a very Merry Christmas.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Bell, and the same to you, my boy. I'd also like to take this opportunity of extending the season's greetings to all our listeners and all our friends. On behalf of our sponsors, on behalf of Mr. Conway and myself, and on behalf of Mr. McKnight, our director.
So, Dr. Watson, we'll be meeting again next Saturday night. What new Sherlock Holmes adventure are you planning to tell us then?
The strange story of a weird jungle music that was heard in the peaceful English countryside and of a diabolical plot that failed. I call it The Singular Affair of the White Cockerel.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Sign of Four. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures, Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion. Help win the war against tuberculosis. Buy colorful Christmas seals and use them to dress up all your cards and packages. Buy the Christmas seals that help save lives today. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the singular affair of the White Cockerel. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again, it's time to keep that weekly date with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Let's join him, shall we?
Come in, Mr. Bell.
Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, my boy.
How are you feeling after your Christmas holiday?
Remarkably well, thank you, Mr. Bell, considering how extremely hospitable my friends have been. Just a twinge or two of gout to remind me that an old man should treat tawny port with the respect that it deserves.
I know just what you mean, Dr. Watson.
Draw up your usual chair, my boy, and settle yourself down. That's it.
All ready with tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure, Dr. Watson?
Yes, Mr. Bell. And when I was going over my notes on the case just before you arrived, I came across this white feather. It played a prominent part in tonight's adventure.
A white feather? That signifies cowardice, doesn't it?
Yes, it can, Mr. Bell, it can, but this is a very special feather. It was plucked from a white cockerel, and it helped Sherlock Holmes to foil one of the most diabolical plots that we ever encountered. But first, don't you want to have your usual word with our listeners?
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Men, if you want to stand out in the crowd, remember, well-groomed hair means a lot to a man's appearance. And I'm sure you'll want to know why so many of America's most prosperous and successful men use Kreml hair tonic. You see, Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why Kreml gives a man's hair such a natural, well-groomed look. It keeps hair neatly in place longer, too. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy, sticky, or dirty. Just make this test, men. After you apply Kreml, rub your hand over your hair. Notice how delightfully clean your hair feels. Notice how no greasy film comes off on your hand or on your hatband. Kreml always gives your hair such a handsome, clean-cut appearance. At the end of the day, your hair looks just as neatly groomed as when you combed it in the morning. Buy a bottle at any drug counter. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the story of the white cockerel?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure took place after Sherlock Holmes had given up his regular practice and retired to his bee farm on the Sussex Downs. I was staying with him there for a few weeks' holiday, and I remember coming down to breakfast one morning to find my old friend, his pipe clenched between his teeth, squatting on a stool, examining the contents of a large metal box at his feet. As he threw back the lid, I could see that the box was half full of papers. Papers tied up with red tape in separate packages. After sorting through them for a few moments, he turned to me and said,
"A box of secrets, my dear Watson. A box of deep, dark secrets."
Are they the records of your early cases, Holmes?
Yes, my boy. These were all done before my biographer had come to glorify me.
I've often wished that I had the notes on them.
So that you might transmute my little adventures into those rather florid stories of yours?
My stories aren't florid. They're factual accounts of what happened.
Oh, don't be hurt, my dear fellow. It's
It's
much too early in the day. Well, Watson, perhaps someday the world will hear of these cases. They're not all successes, but there are some pretty little problems among them.
I'm sure there are.
For example, here's the record of the Tarleton murders. And here's the case of Banbury, the wine merchant.
What happened to him?
He died, Watson, under peculiarly horrible circumstances.
Oh, really?
That case was one of my failures, I'm afraid. Aha! This adventure was really a little recherche. It's a full account of Ricoletti of the clubfoot and his abominable wife.
Yes, I vaguely remember her. Dreadful woman.
Ghosts from the past, Watson. Ghosts to remind me that my heyday's long past.
Rubbish. I'm quite sure that if a case were to present itself at this moment, you'd be totally unable to resist it.
You're wrong, old chap. Look at this note. It arrived just before you came downstairs. Mr. Manderby, the local squire, apparently needs my help. And yet I assure you I'm not in the least tempted to give it to him.
Oh, may I see it?
Certainly. Here.
Let's have a look. Dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I need your help desperately. Have the goodness to call on me as soon as convenience permits. Continued theft of chickens may appear to be a small matter. Chickens, good gracious me. But I assure you that there are sinister forces at work. Asking you to catch a chicken thief. Well, really, Holmes?
Yes, Watson. Chickens. Something of a come-down, isn't it?
Well, do you know this, Mr. Manderby?
No. But surely his handwriting gives you a clue to his character.
Well, it's legible and regular. A man of business habits, I should say, and of some force of character.
No, Watson.
Oh, sorry.
Look at his long letters. They hardly rise above the common herd. That D might be an A, and the L an E. Men of character always differentiate their long letters, however illegibly they may write. There's vacillation in his K's and self-esteem in his capitals.
That's amazing, Holmes.
It's elementary, my dear Watson, and our long association together should remind you of the fact. I'm afraid you're getting rusty.
Well, perhaps you're getting rusty too, Holmes, and since the sun is shining, and this letter comes from a neighbor of yours, it might be rather interesting to...
Call on Mr. Manderby?
Exactly. I'd like to see if your analysis of his character matches the gentleman himself. In any case, Holmes, he may really be in trouble, you know.
Watson, you're like an old war horse hearing a nearly forgotten bugle.
Yeah, I dare say, Holmes. But even for stolen chickens, it's good to be in harness with you again.
When that wistful tone creeps into your voice, I can't refuse you, Watson. Very well. Let's stroll across the downs and investigate the mystery of Mr. Manderby's chickens.
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad you and your friend came here so promptly.
It would seem to me, Mr. Manderby, that your wisest course would have been to call in the local police.
I did. And the idiots scoffed at me.
Indeed, Mr. Manderby, and why?
Well, they said if they had to track down all the chicken thieves in these parts, they'd have no time for their more important duties.
I must admit that I can follow their reasoning, sir.
Well, I can't. since they seem to spend most of their time playing skittles in the Star and Garter. The local sergeant appears to have been selected for his complete lack of grey matter. Doesn't one iota of imagination. He's unable to see in what respect this differs from an ordinary chicken theft.
Well, in what way does it differ, Mr. Vanderbilt?
Well, the chicken coops were broken into with considerable ingenuity. The thief could have taken all he could carry. But he stole only one chicken, a white cockerel.
A white cockerel? When did this take place?
Early last evening. That was when I sent my note to you, Mr. Holmes. But in the early hours of this morning, a burglar broke into the house itself.
And what was stolen this time?
Again, the thief took only one object. My daughter's hairbrush.
Does your daughter know of these thefts?
No, I didn't tell her. The child's full enough of peculiar fancies as it is.
A white cockerel and a hairbrush. Mr. Manderby, I came here against my better judgment, but thank heaven I did. Please let me talk to your daughter at once. Unless I'm very much mistaken, there's devil's work afoot.
Alicia's playing in the drawing room. I'll take you in.
I think, if you don't mind, Mr. Manderby, that we would prefer to see her alone.
Rubbish. What could you possibly wish to say to my daughter that you couldn't say in front of me?
Well, since my friend has been kind enough to help you, sir, I think you'd better let him conduct his investigation in his own manner.
Oh, very, very, very well. All sounds unnecessarily mysterious to me. I'll be in my study.
Dreadfully pompous fellow. You were right in your analysis of his character, Holmes. Well, let's go in.
Shh. Listen to the piano, Watson.
What a weird tune.
Yes. An odd, primitive melody to hear in the heart of the English countryside. Very curious.
Come in. I'm sorry, Father. Oh, it isn't Father. Who are you, gentlemen?
Miss Manderby, permit me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, my dear?
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I knew you lived in the neighborhood. But why are you here?
At your father's request.
Well, nothing's wrong, is it, Mr. Holmes?
I'm not sure, Miss Manderby. That's why we've come to talk to you.
Oh, may we sit down, my dear?
Oh, yes, of course. Please forgive me.
Thank you, sir.
You play the piano excellently, Miss Manderby. Have you ever thought of concert work?
Concert work? Oh, no, sir. Papa'd never allow it. He needs me here all the time.
You don't see many people here at the house.
No, Dr. Watson. Papa doesn't like me to cultivate any friends. He wishes me to devote all my attention to him.
Extremely selfish and medieval point of view, it would seem to me.
Oh, please, Mr. Holmes, you mustn't say anything against Papa. If he knew that we were talking about him, he'd be furious.
Then let me confine myself to you, Miss Manderby. Do you know of anyone in this neighborhood who might wish you serious harm?
Oh, no, I don't. As I told you, I hardly know anyone.
Then why, my dear young lady, are you so obviously terrified of your own shadow?
Oh, please don't ask me that. I haven't even had the courage to tell Papa.
Possibly not, my dear, but Mr. Holmes is here to help you and to protect you. That's why he insisted on our seeing you alone.
Yes, Miss Manderby. And a trouble shared, you know?
Very well, Mr. Holmes. I will tell you. I've got to tell someone. Last night I had a ghastly dream. I dreamed that I was in some foreign country, in the jungle. I was tied to a stone slab, and a group of natives danced around me, waving knives. And they were all wearing terrifying masks.
Oh, my dear, it sounds like too much lobster for supper.
Quiet, Watson.
Oh, sorry.
Please continue, Miss Manderby.
All the time I could hear a strange, haunting pipe playing in the background. Sounded like some sort of flute, and there was a drum beating out a slow, rhythmic beat.
The same rhythm that you were playing on the piano as we came in?
Why, yes. It's been haunting me ever since I awakened this morning. It goes like this. Suddenly, Mr. Holmes, I awakened from the nightmare, but I could still hear the melody continuing.
I went to the window, and in the moonlight I saw a tall man walking below.
Could you recognize him?
No, Mr. Holmes. He was disappearing through the shrubbery and his back was turned. But his hands were raised to his mouth. And I could hear the same melody being played on some kind of flute. It was awful, awful.
You haven't told your father about it?
No, Dr. Watson. He wouldn't have believed me. Papa's always accusing me of being fanciful. Oh, but I'm not. Really, I'm not.
Miss Manderby, I'm glad that you've told us this, though I suggest that you continue to keep the incident a secret from your father.
Very well, Mr. Holmes.
Come on, Watson.
All right, Holmes. Goodbye, my dear, and courage, Miss Manderby. You have friends now.
Good day, gentlemen. And thank you.
Holmes, what the devil's all this about?
When I can answer that question, Watson, the case will be solved. As it is, there's work to be done.
Ah, there you are, Holmes.
Yes, Mr. Manderby. Here we are.
Yeah, I hope you found out what's wrong with the lassie. She hasn't been herself today.
A change from her normal self, where you are concerned, might be a benefit, sir.
Yes, indeed. The poor girl seems completely terrified of you, sir.
The problem of my daughter's relationship with her father is no possible concern of yours. I asked you here on a simple matter of detection.
Detection, yes, but far from simple. I warn you, you're in serious danger of the loss of a great deal more than a white cockerel and a hairbrush. Be on your guard, Mr. Manderby. Dr. Watson and I must conduct a little investigation in the village. You may expect a call from us later in the day. Well, Watson, here we are at Larches.
Charming house, but I still don't see quite why we're here.
Because my inquiries uncovered the fact that this is the only house in the neighborhood with relatively new tenants. When something extraordinary happens in the peaceful countryside, look first for a newcomer. The owner's name is Mr. George Shapley. Let's see what information the gentleman can give us.
Listen to that, Holmes. Sounds like a flute.
Yes, Watson. And the melody is the same that Miss Manderby played for us on the piano.
And this house is only a stone's throw away from hers.
Precisely.
Yes, gentlemen.
Mr. Shapley?
Yes?
My name is Holmes, and this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do, sir?
How are you, Doctor? What can I do for you, gentlemen?
I'm something of a student of music. We were walking past your house, and I heard what sounded like a flute playing a strange melody.
It seemed to come from the direction of the stables over there.
Oh, that. It's my manservant, Harker. He's a West Indian. Brought him over with me from Trinidad. He's quite a musician. In an amateur sort of way, you know.
I wonder if I might speak to him.
Of course you can, Mr. Holmes. I'll walk you over there.
Thank you. We were thinking of getting up a little entertainment in the village for the church ladies' bazaar. Perhaps your man would consider contributing his services.
You can ask him. He spends 2 or 3 hours a day out here practicing. Harker!
Yes?
Come here a minute.
Yes, Mr. Shapley.
These gentlemen heard you playing and wondered if you'd like to do something for some village concert or other.
Oh, that's flattering.
We're organizing a musical soiree for the church ladies in a few weeks.
Yes, sir, man, and we'd like you to play for us.
I'm only an amateur, but I'll be very glad to help, gentlemen.
That instrument you were playing, it had an odd quality. Was it a flute?
Yes, sir, though I doubt if you've ever seen one like it. Look for yourself.
Good Lord. Looks as if it's made of bone.
It is, sir, from a human leg bone.
Really?
It's about 200 years old and originally came from Brazil. It's quite a collector's item.
I'm sure it is. Tell me, Harker, since you're from the West Indies and obviously a lover of music, I presume you're familiar with some of the primitive melodies indigenous to that part of the world. Some of the tribal chants, for instance.
Oh, yes, sir. I know many of them.
Perhaps you'd play some at the concert.
I'd rather not, sir. Primitive chants are dangerous medicine when their evil powers are not appreciated or understood.
I quite agree with you, Harker. Well, I'm much obliged to you, and we shall count on you for the concert. Good day to you both. Come on, Watson.
Good day.
Good day, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson.
That servant's our man, Holmes. He lives within 2 houses of Miss Manderby, and he plays the flute.
Well, Watson, though I don't think the pattern is remotely as clear as you think, I'll agree that suspicion would seem to focus on the servant Harker. I could even produce another clue that points to him.
You could?
I picked this object from his coat as he turned to you during the conversation. None of you noticed it.
What is it?
Look for yourself, Watson. Here.
Great heavens. It's a feather from a white cockerel. Holmes, I thought you said we were going back to Mr. Manderby's house before the day is over.
We are, Watson.
Why are we back here at your bee farm? It's 8:30 in the evening now.
We shall call on Mr. Manderby before long. My investigations are complete. What luck did you have with
I
yours?
did as you told me and made exhaustive inquiries in the village.
With what results?
I couldn't find out much about Mr. Shapley. Nobody knows anything about the man except that he has a foreign manservant and that he paid cash for his house and deposited a large sum of money in the local bank. What did you discover? I see that you've been up to your ears in reference books.
Yes, Watson. Books concerning the peculiarly revolting ceremonies connected with voodooism.
Voodooism? That's black magic.
But flourishing in our English countryside, apparently. A white cockerel is the second finest sacrifice in voodoo magic associated with the West Indian charms.
That accounts for the first theft. How about the stolen hairbrush?
In all such magic, the possession of intensely personal objects, particularly human hair, is considered to give great supernatural powers over that person.
Then it's obvious that West Indian servant is trying to get power over Miss Manderby. Holmes, you spoke of a white cockerel being the second finest sacrifice. What is the first?
A human sacrifice. The sacrifice of a young girl.
Great Scott!
And tomorrow night the moon is full. I think that tonight the girl should be safe, though of course we'll go over there at once.
Look, Holmes, the lights of a carriage are coming up your driveway.
And it's no social call. It's driving at a gallop. Come on, Watson.
I have nothing that's happened to Miss Manderby already before we get her.
Who is it? What's wrong?
It's Robert Manderby.
What's happened, Mr. Manderby?
Alicia, my daughter, she's disappeared. The whole neighborhood's searching for her. For heaven's sake, both of you come at once.
We'll find out in a moment what Sherlock Holmes decides to do now. But first, men, why not start today and take better care of the hair you've got? Remember, one of the first requisites of handsome, healthy-looking hair is a hygienic scalp. So why settle for just any hairdressing when you can enjoy the extra advantages of a highly specialized hair tonic like Kreml? Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This is why it keeps unruly hair neatly in place longer, with a rich, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never gives hair that cheap, greasy, patent leather look. It never leaves hair feeling sticky, gummy, or dirty. Your hair and scalp always look and feel so clean with Kreml. And if your hair is so dry it breaks and falls when you comb it, start using Kreml at once. Let it make your hair feel softer, more pliable, and look as if it had some body to it. Kreml is also fine to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes dandruff flakes. A quick massage with Kreml helps stimulate the cutaneous circulation of the scalp. Notice how alive, how invigorated your scalp feels. So for better groomed hair, a hygienic scalp, use Kreml daily. K-R-E-M-L. Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, what happened next? You and the great Sherlock Holmes drove over to Mr. Manderby's house, I suppose.
Yes, Mr. Bell, as fast as the pony and trap could carry us there. When we arrived, Manderby quickly led us to the shrubbery beneath his daughter's window.
Yes, you can see how the fiend got into the house, Mr. Holmes.
By climbing this trellis work. Footprints in the earth leading toward it, but none leaving.
And the man, whoever he was, must have left the house by some other exit.
An amazing deduction, Watson.
There's no need to be sarcastic. Holmes, we should go over to Shapley's house at once. It's obvious that that's where the danger lies.
Before saying that anything is obvious, Watson, I'd like your help in trying an experiment.
Yes, of course, Holmes. Well, what is it?
Try climbing that trellis for me, will you?
You give me all the best jobs, don't you? Let me a hand, will you, old fellow?
Here you are. Up you go.
You know, Holmes, it seems to me you're wasting valuable time.
Mr. Manderby, since you asked my help, I suggest you let me handle the case in my own way.
Holmes, I don't think this trellis is going to hold my weight. No. Look out, Holmes! Oh!
Bravo, Watson. Your test has been invaluable.
What do you mean it's been invaluable? I think I've broken my back.
I'm sure you'll survive. Come on, old chap. Get on your feet. We'll go over to Mr. Shapley's house at once. I only hope we're not too late to prevent a tragedy.
There's a light coming from the stables, Holmes.
Music, too. Listen.
It's that West Indian playing his devilish chant again.
Faster, Watson.
Look. There's someone standing in the shadows by the harness room there.
It's Mr. Shapley. Good evening, sir.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank heavens you're here.
What's wrong, Mr. Shapley?
Look in that empty store there. You can see through the broken plank in the wall. The one where the music's coming from.
Good heavens. Look, Holmes. There's Miss Manderby lying on the floor unconscious.
Yes, with a dead white cockerel beside her, and a fire smoldering in the corner.
And to think that servant of mine's in there playing his filthy music.
I don't see him.
Mr. Holmes, I've got a revolver. I'm going in to get him.
I think we'll come with you, Mr. Shapley.
No. He's my servant. I'll take care of him myself.
After him, Watson. Give me that revolver. Give it to me, I say.
What do you think you're doing, Mr. Holmes?
I told you not the revolver right on his hand.
Pick it up, Watson. I have a profound dislike for seeing murder committed under my very eyes.
Murder? But the potential murderer is Harker, the servant.
Indeed. Then why is his unconscious body lying in the corner there?
It can't be. The music's still playing. That's his flute.
Yes, and it's accompanied by a drum. A remarkable feat even for a man not lying unconscious on the floor. The music is undoubtedly that of a gramophone. You're remarkably quiet, Mr. Harker.
Of course he is. He's unconscious.
My dear Watson, you're overlooking an important fact. It's a case of identity. The West Indian gentleman lying on the floor is the master, Mr. Shapley. This man is the servant, Harker. No, you don't. Grab him, Watson.
I've got him, Holmes.
Let go of me. You can't prove anything.
I can and I will. You'll go to prison for this night's work. Watson, see what may be done to arrive at the houses, while I turn this man over to the police. How is Miss Manderby, Watson?
She's going to be all right, Holmes. I took her home to her father's and left instructions for her care. How are you feeling, Shapley?
Fine, thank you, Dr. Watson. But I'm waiting for Mr. Holmes to explain this night's happenings to me.
So am I, as usual.
Then let me analyze this singular affair in its logical progression. I early concluded that you, Mr. Shapley, were the master, and the other man was the servant.
Right, Mr. Holmes, but I didn't know how you knew it.
Your speech and manner suggested nothing else. You reversed roles, I imagine, because it was an easier way to rent a house in the English countryside.
That was the reason, Mr. Holmes. In my previous visits, I've discerned a certain prejudice against foreigners.
That's a shocking thing, but I wouldn't doubt it, Mr. Shapley. You decided to live here for your health, I suppose?
No, Doctor. I came to the English countryside for peace. Peace to conclude my studies on the origin and history of West Indian native music.
I see.
I've been working in close conjunction with Professor Griffiths of the Brighton College of Anthropology. It was he who concerned me to make graphophone records my works with a view to recording them for musical archives.
And your servant saw his advantage. When you decided to change identities, he realized that if he disposed of you, he would be able to continue in his false character as the supposed Mr. Shapley. He could have taken over your large bank balance and retired under yet a third name with the proceeds.
And then he concocted this elaborate plot involving voodoo and native chants, knowing that his master would be suspect.
Precisely. He drugged his master, placed him in the incriminating trap, and then planned to burst in just ahead of us and shoot him.
But, Holmes, the white feather you found on Mr. Shapley's coat...
Undoubtedly planted there.
Mr. Holmes, I still don't see how you knew that my man was responsible.
The first clue was the trellis. It's obvious that you never climbed that. You're heavier than Dr. Watson, and it wouldn't support his weight. Your servant was a small, light man. Obviously, it was he.
Well, I see it all now. And then, of course, when we heard the music while Mr. Shapley was still lying unconscious, it was obvious that the whole thing was a plot. Oh, what a shocking business.
Yes, but I can't tell you how grateful I am to you, gentlemen. You saved my life. Mr. Holmes, I must insist on paying you a handsome fee.
A fee? No, Mr. Shapley. I couldn't dream of accepting one. Some people in my country have been sufficiently inhospitable to a foreigner to make him believe it advisable to change places with his own servant. Presumably, this was done in order to obtain tolerance and peace. Surely the least I can do is to see that his stay on these shores is a tolerable one.
Girls, I imagine most of you are planning to go out to a party or a dance on New Year's Eve. Or perhaps just spend a quiet evening with friends. Naturally, you want your hair to look its best. So why not follow this beauty tip from those divinely beautiful Powers models?
We wash our hair with COCKEREL shampoo. This amazing beautifying shampoo has been especially developed to actually glamour bathe each tiny strand of hair, revealing all its natural glossy luster.
And so many women tell me how wonderful COCKEREL shampoo is for washing children's hair.
Well, you can readily see why. Because COCKEREL shampoo is so mild and gentle on the hair. Its luxurious active foam removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt.
Girls, if only you could see how Powers model's hair fairly radiates natural glossy highlights, I'm sure you'd want to try COCKEREL shampoo right away. You can buy a bottle at any drug counter. K-R-E-M-L, COCKEREL shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, Mr. Bell, next week I think I'll tell you a story I call the Darlington Substitution Case. It's a strange story of how Holmes saved a prominent British peer from scandal and disgrace by exercising the judgment of Solomon.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Mazarin Stone. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for COCKEREL Hair Tonic and COCKEREL Shampoo, and inviting you to be with us next week at this same time when Dr. Watson will tell us about the Darlington Substitution Case. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. COCKEREL Hair Tonic and COCKEREL Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Well, once again, it's time for that weekly visit with our good friend and host, Dr. Watson. Let's join him, shall we?
Ah, there you are, Mr. Bell.
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Well, have you quite recovered from your holiday festivities?
I think so, my boy, and I was particularly flattered by the number of friends who were kind enough to remember a rather elderly and lonely doctor at this time of year.
Well, as long as you keep telling those swell Sherlock Holmes stories, you'll never be lonely, Dr. Watson.
Then I'd better get on with tonight's new adventure. It involved us in one of the most shocking scandals of the 19th century. A scandal that, had it ever emerged in the light of day, might easily have brought ruin and disgrace to one of the most famous men who ever came a member of the House of Lords.
This one I've got to hear. But first I have a message for our listeners. Today, more than ever before, I think men realize how important it is to keep their hair neatly groomed. And men, may I ask you this about the preparation you use? Does it give your hair that old-fashioned, greasy, patent leather look? When you run your hand back over your hair, does your hair feel greasy, sticky, or dirty? Does grease come off on your hand or hat band? If it does, then be smart, men. Change at once to COCKEREL Hair Tonic. This highly specialized hair tonic contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. That's why COCKEREL keeps your hair in place longer with such a handsome, well-groomed look. When you use COCKEREL, you can run your hand back over your hair, and, men, it's really a pleasure. No grease comes off on your hand. And I'm sure you'll enjoy the way COCKEREL always looks and feels so clean on your hair and scalp. Let it keep your hair looking handsome at all times. Buy a bottle of COCKEREL at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber's. K-R-E-M-L, COCKEREL Hair Tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, how about the 19th century scandal in which you and the great Sherlock Holmes became involved?
Well, Mr. Bell, that adventure began in the very early days of the great man's career. World acclaim and handsome fees were some years ahead of him, and in those times we spent many long evenings discussing whether a decent living could be obtained by the practice of criminal detection. On the day that this particular story began, we just finished our breakfast. Holmes, a curved pipe clenched between his teeth, was scanning the personal columns of the morning paper. I can almost hear him now, as he said...
Dear me, Watson, the agony column of the Times is more than usually barren this morning.
Are you looking for a possible client, Holmes?
Naturally. Since we already owe Mrs. Hudson for 2 months' rent here, and our doorbell has been frighteningly silent during that period, I must see what possible service I might render these unhappy correspondents.
Well, I glanced over the column, but I couldn't see anything very promising.
No, Watson, it's a rag bag of bizarre happenings. What a chorus of groans, cries, and bleatings. One skims through them, and what does one glean? Lady with a black boa at the Prince's Skating Club wishes to meet gentleman who was kind enough to... That we may ignore, I think.
Yes, she doesn't sound as though she needs your services.
Now, here's an item. Surely Jimmy will not break his mother's heart. That appears to be irrelevant. If the lady who fainted on the top deck of the Brixton bus... She doesn't interest me either, Watson.
No, probably anyone else who wasn't on that bus.
Every day my heart longs for... bleat, Watson. All this twaddle is unmitigated bleat.
Very disheartening, Holmes. You haven't had a case for over 2 weeks.
Yes. Sometimes I think I chose the wrong profession. What do the public, the great unobservant public who can hardly tell a weaver by his tooth or a compositor by his left thumb, care about the finer shades of analysis and deduction? As to my own little practice, it seems to be degenerating into an agency for recovering lost lead pencils and giving advice to young ladies from boarding schools.
Holmes, come over here to the window.
What's wrong, Watson?
Look at that man walking down the street. He's looking at the numbers of the houses.
Let's hope 221B is the number he's searching for. What do you make of him, Watson?
Let me see. What do I make of him? Well, I'd say that he is a foreigner. Yes, foreigner. Look at those flashy clothes and his pointed moustache.
Oh, don't be misled by externals, old chap. Observe the steady, controlled gait. No trace of the light agility of the Latins, or the military heaviness of the German. No, Watson. I think an English gait in foreign attire would suggest an expatriate Englishman, only just returned from a stay abroad.
He is coming here, Holmes.
Meet him on the stairs, Watson. It'll save Mrs. Hudson a trip.
Yes, all right, you are. It's all right, Mrs. Hudson. How do you do, sir? How do you do? Would you please come along up? That's right, sir. Straight up here. In here.
Which of you fellows is Sherlock Holmes?
I am, sir. And your name is...
Tremaine. Reginald Tremaine.
I'm Dr. Watson. Sit down, won't you, Mr. Tremaine?
My business won't take long. Holmes, I need protection, and I'm prepared to pay for it.
Protection from what?
My life's been threatened. The police wouldn't do a thing for me, so I've come to you. I'm told you detective fellows will do anything for money.
Oh, really? Then you've been misinformed, sir. My friend...
Your friend is very interested in Mr. Tremaine's problem, Watson. Pray continue, sir.
Holmes, I want you to warn my cousin. Tell him you'll get nowhere by threatening me. Frighten the wits out of him if you can. I'll give you £20, and another 20 if I need you again.
And who is your threatening cousin?
Lord Darlington.
Oh, really? Charming fellow.
He's a scoundrel. But his title impressed Scotland Yard. That's why they wouldn't help me. Well, even a title can be vulnerable. A public scandal would shake him. And that's what is going to happen if he threatens me any more. And you can tell him so from me, Holmes.
I've always heard of Lord Darlington as the very model of an English aristocrat. Why should he threaten you, Mr. Tremaine?
That's none of your business.
Oh, my soul,
Your job is to see that he doesn't carry out his threat of thrashing me within an inch of my life.
Very well. For £20, I shall warn Lord Darlington that I stand between you and a thrashing. The fee will be paid in advance, please.
I have it in this envelope here. And I expect immediate action, Holmes.
You shall have it, Mr. Tremaine.
Holmes, the man's insufferable. Why'd you take on the case? He's a bounder. Let him get thrashed.
These 4 crisp £5 notes persuade me otherwise, Watson. We owe money to Mrs. Hudson, and your medical practice shows little signs of picking up. I must take what fees I can.
How can my practice pick up when I spend half my time chasing all over the country with you?
In any case, Watson, ask yourself why such a man as Lord Darlington should threaten Tremaine with physical violence. Obviously, only because Tremaine is himself in some way a threat to Lord Darlington.
There may be yet another fee in this case, and a much fatter one.
You're going to see Lord Darlington at once?
Yes. I'd ask you to come with me, old chap, but after your remark about chasing all over the country, I hesitate to waste your time.
Rubbish. I was only joking, and you know it, you silly fellow. Of course I'm going with you, Holmes. Get your coat and hat. The game's afoot.
£10,000, my dear cousin, or the scandal will be spread all over London.
It's preposterous, Reginald. And I warn you that if you continue in this vein, you'll get that thrashing I promised.
Oh, no, I won't. I've engaged a detective fellow by the name of Sherlock Holmes. He's going to act as a bodyguard, so you'd better not try any tricks. He should be here any moment.
How dare you bring a stranger into this mess? How dare you?
That's right, my dear cousin. Bolster up your courage with the brandy bottle.
Be quiet, Reginald.
It'll cost you £10,000 to keep me quiet.
I won't pay it.
The scandal will make pretty readings in the newspapers.
Before we go any further, Reginald, I insist on one thing. I shall bring Lady Darlington to here, and you must make this shocking accusation to her face.
I shall be delighted to.
Yes, Jenkins, what is it?
Excuse me, your lordship, but there's a Mr. Sherlock Holmes and a Dr. Watson to see you. I told them that you were engaged, but they seem most insistent.
Better have them come in, my dear cousin. We may need independent witnesses.
Oh, very well. Show the gentleman in, Jenkins.
Yes, your lordship.
And then if you'll ask Lady Darlington to come here, I'll be very glad to make my accusation in public.
It's blackmail, Reginald. That's what it is. You'll never get away with it.
Won't I? I think you'll be surprised.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Allow me to introduce my cousin, gentlemen, Lord Darlington.
How do you do?
Jenkins?
Yes, your lordship.
Ask Lady Darlington to step in here for a moment.
Yes, your lordship.
Lord Darlington, I greatly admired your speech in the House of Lords on tax reform. I only wish we had met under different circumstances. As it is my duty to...
Oh, that's all right, Holmes. I've already told my dear cousin that I'd engaged your services. I want you both here as witnesses.
Witnesses? To what?
Reginald has made a shocking accusation. As soon as my wife comes here, I'm going to insist that he repeat the statement to her face. Ah, there you are, Clara.
I just put Gordon to sleep, dear. Hello, Reginald.
How are you, Clara?
My dear, I want to introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
How do you do? Well, do sit down, won't you? Albert, what's wrong? You all look so dreadfully serious.
Clara, my dear, Reginald has made a shocking accusation. It concerns you, and I insisted that he repeat it in your presence.
An accusation against me?
Yes, Clara, my dear. You see, I'm requesting a paltry sum for concealing my knowledge of the Darlington substitution scandal.
Substitution? What on earth do you mean?
Well, who should understand me better than you? The baby asleep upstairs, the supposed heir to the Darlington title, is not your child.
That's a lie. How dare you say that, Reginald?
Lord Darlington, surely you were present at your son's birth?
Well, as a matter of fact, I wasn't. I was abroad on government business at the time. My wife went to the country with a paid companion. My son was born there.
Oh, no, my dear cousin. A son was born there, and then it was passed off as yours.
That's a foul lie. Albert, make him leave this house.
I'm afraid, Clara, my dear, that, well, he's threatened to go to the newspapers. We must hear him out.
Lord Darlington, surely the matter is not hard to settle. You say your wife had a companion. Confront her with a story. She can establish the truth of the matter.
Yes, of course she can, but where is she? I haven't seen Maud Harris since she left me a year ago.
Then I have a surprise for you, Clara. She's waiting in my cab outside now. I'll tell Jenkins to send her in. Jenkins?
Yes, sir?
Ask Miss Harris to join us. She's waiting in my cab.
Yes, sir.
Albert, I don't know what devil's work Reginald's up to, but you don't believe him, do you?
Well, of course not, Clara, darling.
Mr. Tremaine, how did you get in touch with this Miss Harris?
For an employee, you ask a lot of questions, Holmes. I met Maud Harris at Brighton last week. As soon as she knew I was the black sheep of the Darlington clan, she thought we might profitably put our heads together.
And so you organized with the idea of blackmailing this poor lady.
Such a valuable secret is surely worth a few £1,000s, Dr. Watson.
Maud. Yes, Lady Darlington, it's me.
You're just in time to settle a most important truth.
I'll handle this, Reginald. Young lady, As I understand it, you claim to know that the boy lying upstairs is not my son.
Who should know better, your lordship? He's mine.
Maud, how can you tell such a lie?
It's no lie, and you know it, Lady Darlington. Your child was born dead.
Albert, make her stop saying such things.
Clara, my dear, control yourself. Let's hear this shocking tale to the end. Well, go on, young woman.
You were abroad, Lord Darlington. When her ladyship lost her child, she was terrified. She knew how much you longed for a son, and she made this plan.
Oh.
I was a widow, and I was going to have a child, too. We fooled the villagers, even the doctor, by giving each other's names. And so my son was born as the Darlington heir.
Maud, that's the most shocking lie I've ever heard. I can't stay here and listen to any more of it.
Mr. Holmes, I understand you're a man of discretion and ability in such matters. What am I to do?
I would like to ask this young lady a few questions. Miss Harris, why have you chosen to reveal the supposed truth now?
I thought that money could compensate me for the loss of my boy. But I was wrong. A mother's love can never be stifled.
Indeed, and I suppose Mr. Tremaine's plans for blackmail are purely incidental.
Oh, keep out of this, Watson. It's no affair of yours.
Establishing truth and justice is anybody's business, my good man.
Mr. Holmes, I'll pay you any fee you name to disprove this monstrous story.
Oh, no, you don't, my dear cousin. Holmes is employed by me.
Mr. Tremaine, I've undertaken to protect your physical safety. That pledge I will keep. Otherwise, I'm a free agent.
Then you'll accept my commission?
Yes, Lord Darlington, on one condition.
And what's that?
You have asked me to disprove this story. I would prefer that you ask me to establish the truth.
Of course, Holmes, and spare no expense. Remember, the honor of the Darlingtons is at stake.
Well, Holmes, little did I think when Tremaine called on us this morning that we'd end up the day tramping a village lane in Surrey, looking for a Dr. Godfrey.
And yet, that gentleman must surely be able to give us the final answer. Lady Darlington said that he attended her.
Yes, but supposing the companion's story was true, and they had changed names.
Even so, the good doctor will certainly know whether the boy was born to a slight, blonde woman like Lady Darlington, or a brunette Amazon like Maud Harris.
Well, here's the doctor's house. They said in the village it was the one with the gabled roof.
No lights visible. I hope the doctor's not out.
Doesn't seem to be any answer. Confound it. I don't believe there's anyone at home.
And you will observe, Watson, that this morning's delivery of milk still stands on the doorstep. Curious. Let's explore a little.
Well, perhaps the doctor's gone away for a few days.
If so, he's a very careless man. Look, that window's wide open.
Do you think we might go in and look round?
We not only might, we will go in. Too much is at stake to stand on ceremony. Strike a match, Watson.
Right you are. I'll light that lamp. There you are. Holmes! Holmes, look! The figure slumped over the desk.
Someone has reached the doctor before us.
He's been shot through the chest. He's dead, Holmes.
How long would you estimate he's been dead, Watson?
About 24 hours, I say.
So now we become involved in murder as well as blackmail.
Well, the answer's perfectly obvious to me. Tremaine came here and shot him. He knew that he could never blackmail Lord Darlington while this doctor was still alive.
Not necessarily, Watson. If the story of the substitution is true, you must realize that one other person would have an equal motive for murder.
Great Scott, Holmes, who?
Lord Darlington himself.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Dr. Watson and Sherlock Holmes as they endeavor to solve the mystery. But first, they say New Year's resolutions are made to be broken. But here's one which should pay you big dividends to keep. Resolve to take better care of your hair, to keep it better groomed, your scalp hygienic. Start using Kreml hair tonic at once. You see, Kreml is a highly specialized hair tonic. It contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. That's why it keeps hair neatly in place longer and gives the hair such a natural, well-groomed appearance, never greasy or sticky. But men, Kreml does lots more than keep hair looking attractive. Its light oils have a fine lubricating effect on a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes loose dandruff. And a quick massage with Kreml stimulates the circulation of blood in the surface of the scalp. Notice how alive, how invigorated your scalp feels. And men, you like to rub Kreml on your scalp because it's such a clean hair tonic. Never feels greasy or sticky. And if your hair is so dry that it breaks and falls when you comb it, Kreml actually helps condition the hair, in that it makes it feel softer, more pliable, and looks as if it had some body to it. So men, for better groomed hair and a hygienic scalp, change to Kreml. K-R-E-M-L. Kreml Hair Tonic. Well, Dr. Watson, so you went to interview that village doctor and arrived there to find him dead.
Yes, Mr. Bell, but before we reported the tragedy to the police, Sherlock Holmes conducted an intensive search of the dead man's room. After a moment, he turned to me and said,
Watson, we must see what the inanimate objects in this room can tell us. Aha, here's the doctor's appointment pad. Let's see who his last visitor was.
Look, there's the name of Darlington.
Yes, but that tells us little. If the companion's story is true, the word Darlington could refer to either of the women or to Lord Darlington himself. But what are these letters scribbled before the word Darlington? Why must doctors have such illegible handwriting?
Doctors don't have illegible handwriting.
I disagree. In fact, I've often thought they train you to write badly in medical colleges. Yes. The letters are R-E, Ree.
Ree Darlington. That means that someone was calling about the Darlington case.
A fact we already knew.
Yes,
Let's see what else we can find. Hello. Look over here on the sideboard.
Brandy decanter with a stopper left out.
And one glass that has been drunk from.
The killer must have had a drink after he shot the doctor.
And in so doing, I think he gave us the clue to his identity.
Oh, how?
There's a speck on the rim of this glass. I think it's... the very thing, the doctor's microscope. Most convenient.
What does it tell you, Holmes?
Wait a minute. I was right. This speck on the glass is wax.
Wax? Then that means the murderer used a candle.
Oh, no, Watson.
Oh, didn't...
Come on. We must go back to the village and report his death, and then we'll catch the next train to London.
Aren't you going to stay here and help the police?
Why should I? Beyond telling them the name of the murderer.
You mean you know who did it?
Of course. And so should you.
Well, I don't.
But we don't know the answer to the Darlington substitution scandal. That answer, Watson, still lies in London.
£9,500, £10,000. Well, there you are, Reginald.
Thank you, my dear cousin.
I'll put the money in my bag, Reginald.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Lord Darlington, that sheaf of banknotes in Miss Harris's hand. Surely you didn't pay the blackmail.
I discussed the matter with my wife, Mr. Holmes. She's deeply upset. We both agreed that the scandal, once started, would cling to us for life, even if it was disproved later. That's why I paid the money.
You engaged me as your representative in this case, Lord Darlington. Miss Harris, give that money back at once.
It was a gift from Lord Darlington, in front of a witness. If you try to touch it, I shall send for a policeman.
That won't be necessary. 2 of them are waiting in the anteroom now.
Police? Oh, Holmes, you shouldn't have done it. I wanted no breath of this scandal to emerge from beyond these 4 walls.
The fact that police are here has nothing to do with the problems of blackmail. I brought them here to apprehend a murderer.
A murderer? What do you mean?
Dr. Godfrey, your wife's physician, was shot dead during the past 24 hours.
He was killed before he could tell us the true answer to the parentage of the child upstairs.
Murdered? Oh, what a dreadful thing. Have you any idea who did it?
Every idea, Lord Darlington. But before I expose the criminal, I'd be obliged if you'd bring Lady Darlington here. And also the child.
Oh, very well, Holmes. This is going to be a terrible shock to her.
You're suddenly very quiet, Mr. Tremaine.
Am I? I was wondering who might have killed Dr. Godfrey.
Fortunately, we don't have to wonder. The murderer left a clue. After he'd committed the crime, he made the mistake of taking a drink.
Darlington's quite a drinking man, you know.
And you have been known to take a drink on occasions too, Mr. Tremaine. For instance, after you'd killed Dr. Godfrey.
After I'd... What rubbish are you saying?
You see, the murderer left a tiny blob of wax on the glass.
Oh, what does that prove? Merely that someone had been carrying a candle.
But this wasn't candle wax. It was cosmetic wax, such as you used to wax that pointed moustache of yours.
Reginald.
All right, all of you, I'm getting out of here.
He snatched my bag. Reginald, come back here.
I'll go after them.
No, Watson. The police are prepared to arrest him, but not the young lady. We shall need her cooperation in the last act of this little tragedy.
Surely the whole thing's clear by now. If Tremaine killed the doctor, obviously the whole story about the substitution is a lie.
Not necessarily. Even if it were true, the doctor was still a menace to his plans. How could he and Miss Harris ask the highest price for their secret when the doctor also knew it? No, Watson. Tremaine had a motive for murder either way. In the meanwhile, I must set the stage before Lady Darlington gets here. Where'd I put that parcel? Oh, here it is.
What the devil have you got in there, Holmes?
A present from a plumber friend of mine. Though the object in this package is only a simple tool of his trade, I feel that it may give us the answer to a peer's inheritance.
Upon my soul, you're being very mysterious.
In a few moments, I propose to conduct a test. You must hide outside the windows. When I turn down the gaslight over the mantel here, Watson, I want you to strike a match, apply it to the object in this package, and toss it through the open window. At the same time, cry out the word fire at the top of your voice.
I remember that.
I think the results of the experiment may prove quite startling. Lord Darlington, now that all the principals in this case are assembled, I shall conduct my experiment.
Very well, Holmes.
I don't see why I had to bring the boy down here. It's long past his bedtime.
I assure you, Lady Darlington, that his presence is absolutely essential. Please place him in the bassinet on the sofa.
All right.
That's it. And you, Miss Harris, will you be good enough to place your handbag on the table?
Very well, Mr. Holmes. But no funny business now. The police took it away from Reggie and gave it back to me. That money's mine.
Each of you ladies claim to be the mother of that boy. Since scientific tests of parentage are notoriously unreliable, I shall conduct a simple experiment which I think may give us the truth in this matter. Now, I want both you ladies to come toward me with outstretched hands. That's it. I turn down the gaslight over the mantel, so.
Fire! Fire!
Oh, darling!
It's all right. It's all right. If you look closely, you'll observe that this object is a perfectly harmless plumber's smoke rocket.
Fire! Fire!
You can drop the masquerade, Watson. The case is solved.
Fire! Oh, is it home?
Holmes, what on earth are you up to?
You'll notice that on the cry of fire, Miss Harris ran for her handbag containing the £10,000. Lady Darlington instinctively rushed to her son. I think, Lord Darlington, that there can no longer be any question of the child's parentage.
Midnight. Been a long day, Holmes.
Yes, but profitable, Watson. A very profitable day's work indeed.
Here's 1,000 guineas from Lord Darlington.
And don't overlook the £20 that Mr. Tremaine gave me.
I certainly shan't. He retained you for protection, and you end up by sending him to the gallows.
A fate that he richly deserves. I only wish I could have persuaded Lord Darlington to prosecute Miss Harris. Blackmail is a devilish crime.
Funny to think that a simple plumber's rocket smoked out the truth.
Yes. Though, you'll remember, I've had occasion to use the instrument before. When a woman thinks her house is on fire, her impulse is at once to rush to the thing she values most. It's a perfectly overpowering instinct.
Well, you certainly took advantage of the fact.
Ah, well, Watson, you may remember the old Persian saying, "There's danger for him who taketh the tiger cub, and danger for whoso snatches delusion from a woman."
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, Watson. There's as much sense in Hafiz as in Horace, and as much knowledge of the world.
Well, Dr. Watson, that was a very exciting story.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Incidentally, don't you think you'd better tell our listeners about the change of day and time for our next meeting?
Yes, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, our next broadcast will be on Monday, January 13th, over these same stations. And better consult your newspaper for the time. Girls, have you noticed how men can't help but admire the bright, shimmering highlights in a woman's hair? Then why not follow the advice of the famous $1 Million Powers models? Girls noted for their glossy, bright hair.
Powers models wash their hair with Cremel shampoo. This amazingly beautifying Cremel shampoo actually glamour bathes each tiny strand of hair and uncovers all its natural radiant luster.
Yes, and Kreml shampoo never dries the hair. In fact, it has a beneficial oil base which helps keep the hair from becoming dry or brittle.
Its luxurious active foam thoroughly cleanses the hair and scalp and removes all loose dandruff as well as the dirt.
So, ladies, buy a bottle of Kreml shampoo at any drug counter. See how easy it is to glamour bathe your hair to a vision of tantalizing loveliness. Kreml, Kreml shampoo. Now, Dr. Watson, how about next week?
It's not next week, Mr. Bell. It's a week from next Monday.
Yes, of course. Well, what story are you going to tell us a week from next Monday?
I think I'll tell you about the Devil's Foot.
The Devil's Foot? What was that?
I won't tell you now, Mr. Bell, but I will say that Sherlock Holmes and I never encountered a more gruesome or a more horrible mystery.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, A Scandal in Bohemia. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of California Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo and inviting you to be with us 1 week from Monday. That's January 13th, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the Devil's Foot. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
I just told you that hotel joke because of this place. This Shannon's Hotel reminded me. Oh, I got another one for you. Hey, you want to hear it? Sure you do. Now, look. You ask me, why do rumba dancers have such an easy time of it? Go on, ask me.
All right. Why do rumba dancers have such an easy time of it?
You want to know why rumba dancers have such an easy time of it, Miss Duval?
Uh-huh.
Well, get this, it'll kill you. Because all they have to do is stand around and twiddle their thumbs. Twiddle their thumbs, you get it? Rumba dancers. It doesn't reach you, huh?
How long do you plan to stay with us here at Shannon's Hotel, Mr. Dixon? Play it straight and give me an answer, huh?
You're just angry because you don't respond to my bombs. You got a deep hate. You got a deep hate because your boy Shannon has taken a fancy to my partner, Fanny Lane. Like that. The ink is barely dry on the register from her signature. He invites her out to partake of the delicacies of Havana. She accepts with alacrity. That hurts us both.
Slate likes to make people feel at home.
How long does it take to build up a cozy little thing like that? 3 hours? 4?
Well, roll out the carpet. Here comes Lover Boy now.
You should have come with us, sailor. Franny's a lot of girl. We had a ball.
What did you do for 4 hours? Dribble it?
Everywhere comics. Where's my partner, Shannon? Did she make you walk home alone because you got frisky?
She's in her room. I took her by way of the balcony. The moon shines brighter there. You don't mind, do you, Dixon?
No, not a bit. Maybe Fanny can build it into a laugh for the act.
Hey, look, Dixon, all we did was look at the sights.
Then she'll want to show me the postcards, because Fanny likes to share things with a partner. Oh, Shannon.
Yeah?
The next time you'll bring Fanny around the front way, huh? Because she plays better to an audience. You'll do that, huh? Franny. It's Hal, Franny. Come on, open up. Ah, that's my little Franny.
Okay, what do you want?
Inside.
Wait.
Invite me to sit down.
Have you gone crazy?
Tell me a thing, honey. You like Havana? Sure you do.
What are you talking about?
How much money you got stashed away in Havana, Franny? 20 grand? 100?
Huh. That's the funniest joke you ever told in your life.
I'm a funny man. You want to know another thing? I know who you are.
Hal.
The first time I saw you, I knew about you. 5 years ago when we teamed. For a purpose we teamed. Because I knew you were the ever-loving of Tommy Carper. And Tommy's a man with how much money? 20 G's? 100?
All right. What do you want?
Ah, that's my baby. Tommy's in the clink right here in Havana. Because that's the law. You pull a bank job in the locality, you get caught, you get the clink in the locality. That's why you were so anxious to come to Havana, Franny?
Listen to me, Hal.
Sure it was. Because the dough Tommy robbed never turned up. Because you know where it is. Because Tommy told you. All that dough for us. For you and me, baby.
Take your hands off me.
Oh, now,
Get out of here. Get out.
No. You don't talk to Hal like that. Never like that. Franny, get up, baby. You hit your head on that bad old pipe, Franny, huh? Oh. Come on, get up. Hey, baby. You're not going to get up, are you? Never. Well, we'll just have to put you someplace, baby. An alley? Sure, an alley. You went out with a guy named Shannon tonight and you never got home. Shannon left you in an alley. Did you bring the passkey, Shannon, like I told you?
Like you asked me. You did ask me, didn't you?
Oh, sure. What's eating you, Shannon? You got ugly memories? Did I wake you up out of a bad dream? You should be grateful.
It's just that I'm not used to comics on an empty stomach. What makes you so anxious to get into Franny's room?
Well, it's like this. I've been knocking on the door and she doesn't answer. Oh, you must have given her a snazzy time last night, Shannon.
Franny, your partner says it's time for you to get up.
No, I've been through all that, Shannon. So make with the key, huh? Even if it breaks your heart.
Yeah. Well, Franny.
What do you know? Franny isn't here. What did you do with my partner, Shannon? Look at the bed. It hasn't been slept on. Hasn't even been sat on. And no nylons hanging up to dry. She never came home, Shannon. What did you do with her?
Exactly as I would have phrased the question, senor.
Huh? What are you doing here, LaSalle?
Aha, policeman, Havana type. Well, you two will want to be alone.
Thank you for the courtesy, senor.
Here's a pass to my show, Chief. I'm a comedian. You'll enjoy me.
Gracias.
I asked you a question, LaSalle. What do you want here?
Maybe what I want, Shannon. Maybe he wants you to bring back my Franny to me. Have fun, fellas.
This was Senorita Franny Lane's room, eh?
Yeah. What about it?
She is murdered, beaten to death. We found her body in an alley with a room key to your hotel, Franny Lane.
Oh. Not Franny.
Exactly, Franny. You enjoyed Havana with her last night, Senor Shannon, eh? We know you did so. Many friends have told us.
What else did your friends tell you? That I killed her?
We have not yet had the rudeness to ask this question of them, but I will ask it of you.
I brought her home. She said goodnight here at the hotel.
Far from an alley, no? You know who the girl really was, senor?
Franny Lane, part of an act, Dixon and Lane.
She was more than that, senor. She was the wife of a convict whose name is Senor Tommy Carper. Yesterday, Senor Carper escaped from our escape-proof jail. It makes me sadness.
I bleed for you.
Thank you. The Senor Carper, it is good for you he escaped. If he had not, I would arrest you for the murder of his senora. As it is, you will have no impulse to depart our Havana. No, Senor Shannon?
Slade. Hello, Slade.
Hi.
I've been looking all over the beach for you all day.
Yeah, what do you want?
Nothing. Pretty night, huh?
What do you want, sailor?
Look at me.
What?
Go ahead, look at me. What do you see?
Now, look, sailor, I got enough on my mind without making drooling noises at you.
And that's why I'm here. I want to know what's on your mind, so I can worry about it, too.
Who killed that girl?
You didn't.
Well, that leaves the rest of Havana. Any of the 23 people registered in the hotel. You didn't kill her, did you?
It crossed my mind.
So it brings us back to the question, who killed that girl? Her husband?
You've got to know that so you can clear yourself. Is that why?
I've got to know it because she was murdered. Because she was a person I enjoyed. Because she gave me 4 hours out of her life. We laughed a lot together. She kissed my cheek and thanked me when I brought her back to the hotel. Now she's suddenly dead. That's why I've got to know who made it like that.
That's why, Slate. What are you going to do?
I've been spending the day thinking about it. Now I know. You want to come along?
We going to walk around Havana for the rest of the night, Slate?
You want to go home? Go.
We're not getting any place, are we?
Well, it's not easy to get people to give you an answer when you ask them about an escaped convict.
Mind if I ask a question?
What?
How do you know all these people? The kind of people you can ask about an escaped convict.
No, we got mutual interests. Books, teas, the theater, friends in jail. In here, sailor.
Hey, what is this?
10 centavos a dance. Stay here, sailor.
Oh, Slade.
Your friend is leaving, senorita? You dance with me, see? I am pretty. I dance the American Charleston.
You're on your own, sailor.
Thanks, boy.
Hello, Maria.
Oh, Slade Shannon, my beautiful Slade, my alma Slade. I have been waiting for you.
Waiting?
See, I knew you would come here to Maria, to her palace of Jolly, of which Maria is the foremost Jolly, eh? Also, people have been whispering in my fat ear that you have been saying, where is Tommy Carpa?
So you've just been waiting for me to come to you, huh?
Oh, could I come to you, mi hermosa, with my big measurements? How many times a day can I give from this chair, eh? See, I knew you would come.
Where's Carpa?
He will be happy to see you.
Where is he?
Number 22 Paseo Batista on the corner, near the alley.
The girl I came in with is named Sailor Duval.
Oh, I saw her. She is lovely. Muy lovely.
Yeah, well, see that she gets home alone.
See. Once I had a figure like she has. Oh, tell her to stay off of the tamales, senor.
You would be Slate Shannon.
The word got to you, huh, Carpa? The word moves fast in Havana.
Doesn't it, though? Come on in. Make yourself cozy, Shannon. The sofa there. And a pillow for your head. Don't refuse me, Shannon. I'm sensitive. I'll be hurt.
Yeah, but the gun in your hand will help you get over it, huh?
Sure it will. Comfortable?
Uh-huh. What have you got in these pillows, Carpa? Goose down?
I never looked. Another word reached me, Shannon. A word that said you showed my wife a big time. Then you killed her. Is that how you operate? One pleasure on top of the other?
Now, look, Carpa, I came to you...
You came to me to die, Shannon. That's why I want you to be comfortable. All warm and cozy. Because pretty soon, Shannon, it's going to turn cold. To Bold Venture, our stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Lady Sailor, she go to dime a dance, the place of jollies and bell-bottom pants. Lady Sailor, she try like a hostess to pose. Mr. Shannon, he take powder right under her nose.
What are you laughing about? I made $1.30. How that man could Charleston.
You mean you danced, Lady Sailor, and let Mr. Slate get away from you?
How did I know he was getting away? I turned my back and he was gone. I needed cab fare home. So I danced.
You know where Mr. Shannon go?
Sure, looking for something. And he'll find it. Why does he do it, King? Why doesn't he stay here?
With you?
With me. Have it your way. I think I'll take myself somewhere and dream about it.
You go for a walk?
With the moon dipping low in the tropic sky, I'm going to bid a fond farewell to colorful old Havana. I'm going to sleep. Hey, wait a minute.
I wait, Lady Sailor. For what?
The letter in the box for room 12. Franny Lane's room.
While you were out, it came. I was going to mention it to Mr. Slate when he returned.
A letter for Franny Lane. For a murdered girl. Registered. Postmarked Miami. And no return address. Let's see what's in it, King. Don't look at me like that. Mr. Slate would see what's in it.
King Moses can compose jail song on spur of the moment.
Well, what do you know?
What is it, Lady Sailor?
A baggage check. For the check room at the plane terminal. A baggage check. I wonder why.
If King Moses was you, he would not wonder too much. He would wait for Mr. Slate to do the wonder why.
Sing me a song, King Moses, about how I was going to sleep to dream of Slate Shannon, about how I decided to wait up for him to show him a baggage check. Go on, King. Sing to me about Slate Shannon.
How does a man like you go out, Shannon? With a Betty Bye prayer you remember as a kid? I pause because it interests me what people tell themselves when they're going to die.
If you kill me, Copper, you'll never know who murdered your wife.
You. Nobody but you. The word is they found her in an alley. That's no place for my wife to die in. An alley.
Cops say you got to her, Copper. You or me, they don't care. I found you. Why didn't I just turn you over to them without going through all this? Maria gave me your address. I could have given it to LaSalle. Why didn't I do that, Copper?
It's stuffy in here. I go to open a window. I escaped from a jail because I want to breathe. What do I get? A wall. A stinking alley covered with yesterday's garbage.
You believe me now? You believe I didn't kill her?
Relax, kid. I'll tell you about Copper.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Do that.
5 years ago, I did good in Havana. I split open a bank for 50 G's. They put me behind a door for that. But they never lay hands on the money. Stick their noses every which place. Can't find my 50 G's.
Hey, look.
Don't interrupt, kid. Copper is sensitive, remember? I put 50 G's worth of dreams in a cardboard suitcase. Checked it in a place. Send the baggage check to Franny. Told her to come to me when I give her the word. You find the check on her when you killed her, huh, kid?
And the cop, I told you.
Because it won't do you any good. It won't do anybody any good. I'll tell you more about Copper. A piece of my life I spend in the Army.
I'll tell my friends how I met a man who was in the Army.
They were good to me. Put me in the demolition squad. Taught me how to rig a trigger mine. I rigged them all over the place. In doorways. In suitcases. So you see, kid, if I don't kill you, death waits for you anywhere. Like it waits for... See? You see how it is?
Copper. Yeah, someone just killed you. That's how it is.
Mr. Shannon's a long time gone, Lady Sailor.
He's a big boy now. What am I trying to be funny for? I'm worried.
Maybe the funny man will make a ha-ha for you.
What?
Funny man. He just come in, Lady Sailor. The way he's standing there at the desk looking at you, he liked the inside of Shannon's hotel better than the outside of Havana.
I wonder what he wants. I just asked myself what you wanted, Mr. Dixon.
Oh, a big smile?
See, I give it to you. What do you want?
Let's play post office.
All right. Go stick your head in a mailbox. I'll send you home to Mother.
Oh, that's good. Very good. Very good. Say, ain't that letter in box 12?
What about it?
Give it to me.
Over my dead body.
Yeah, it might just have to be that way. There's a gun in my pocket, Sailor Doll. It's pointed upward. If I pull the trigger, the bullet would hit you, say, somewhere between your throat and your heart. Over your dead body. Now, how am I going to top that one?
The letter's addressed to Franny Lane.
Poor Franny. Bumped her little head. Franny Lane had a pain in the back of her head. It made her dead. You want what I gave her?
Here's the letter. Goodbye, Mr. Dixon.
Goodbye, Mr. Dixon. How funny can you live? You tag along, doll. Wave goodbye to your friends over there. Make it jaunty and carefree and happy.
King Moses.
Yes, Lady Sailor.
Ta-ta, King Moses, and toodaloo. Tell Mr. Slade I couldn't wait any longer. Jaunty enough, Mr. Dixon.
Well, welcome to your home, Mr. Slade.
Anyone been asking for me, King?
Me, Lady Sailor.
Anyone else, like police?
So far, it has been a very beautiful night. Full moon with no shadow of police. However, I bring one if you want one.
And suddenly everyone's a comic around here.
Oh, I had no desire to be funny, Mr. Slade. I thought perhaps you would want a policeman.
Now, look at me, King. What could make you think I'd want a thing like that?
The letter, maybe.
Huh?
The registered letter that came from Miss Franny Lane.
Oh, where is it?
Here, in slot room 12. I knew you would want to peek into it before... It's gone.
So it's gone. Who took it?
Lady Sailor, maybe. Maybe she could not resist the curiosity of the baggage check she found in Miss Lane's letter when she opened it.
Ah, that's what was in it.
Only that. A baggage check from the plane terminal. I peeked also.
Where's Sailor? In her room?
Oh, no. On the arm of the man with the not-too-funny jokes. They went away together someplace. I know not what place.
Yeah, but I bet I do, King. Funny man could kill a girl in a place like that.
Because he killed before?
Uh-huh. How'd you guess? And the girl was tall, slender, with honey-colored hair.
Si.
She came here with a man to get some baggage just a few minutes ago.
Si, I remember.
Sure you do. How could you forget a girl like Sailor?
Frankly, senor, the thing I remember about the girl was her baggage check. It was 5 years old. It was for a suitcase.
A suitcase? Ah, that's what compliment. It's booby-trapped.
Please, senor. The name booby I do not like.
Hell, where'd they go?
Out that door there, where the taxi cabs are.
Thanks. Hey, cabby.
Senor.
You see a tall girl and a man, both Americans, come out of here a few minutes ago. They had a suitcase.
See, they just took a cab.
Well, where'd they go?
I heard them tell Pedro, the driver, senor, to take them to the beach at Punta Verde.
Now, well, take me there, cabby, fast.
You tell me where to stop, doll.
What have I got to do with it? You've got the gun.
Pick a place that's pretty, 'cause it's your dying place. I want to do right by you.
What's it to you if I'm dead or alive?
You've got to be dead, doll. There's maybe $50,000 in that suitcase. I killed Franny for it and Copper. I've got to kill you so you won't run to the police. I know a joke to fit the occasion. You want to hear it? Wait a minute. Is that... Yeah, someone's following us. Lie down behind that dune, doll. I said lie down. You looking for us, Shannon?
Yeah, I'm looking for you.
You found us.
Slade, are you all right?
You missed, Dixon.
We'll try again.
Dixon, listen to me. That suitcase is booby-trapped. You'll get blown up.
Your boy makes funnies too, huh, Darl?
Copper booby-trapped that suitcase, he told me.
You better listen to him, Dixon.
You think so, huh, Darl?
He's not going to lie to you at a time like this.
This is just the time to lie to me. But I tell you what, we'll play it out. Hey, Shannon.
I'm telling you it's booby-trapped, Dixon. Don't open it.
Tell you what, I'm going to slide this suitcase down the other side of this dune. You open it, Shannon. You open it or I'll kill this girl of yours here. You got it, Shannon?
I got it.
Open it.
Slate, run. Don't open it. Run.
It's open.
Strike a match so I can see it's open.
All right. Look.
Yeah. All that money, Shannon.
50 grand. Copper told me that, too.
Say goodbye to your girl, Shannon. I'll give you that much.
Sure. I'll go tell her things I never told her before.
Don't roam away or I'll shoot you in the back. I can see that far.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, you pretty money, you. You pretty's lying there so smug in this suitcase. Let me touch you. Oh, you feel nice. Let me lift you out. Let me rub you against my cheek. Let me...
Turn around, sailor. You don't have to look. We're pretty lucky, sailor.
What happened?
The copper rigged it good to blow up when the money was taken out of the suitcase. Well, come on, sailor. Let's go home.
Look down there, Slate. Doesn't the beach look lovely?
Who needs it?
I know a deserted hunk of it where there's 4 clumps of palm trees.
So?
So you can gather yourself a lovely bunch of coconuts. Goodbye, Slate.
Come back here.
What for?
Is that a way to treat a man who saved you from the jaws of death? The very jaws?
Then come to the beach.
For what?
So I can pin a medal on you.
Do it here.
All right. Well?
That's a medal?
What do you think?
Oh, I think it's a kiss. Maybe I'm wrong. Come here.
And so our 2 stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture. Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. We bring you the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall in Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
One thing I don't understand, Johnston.
Please tell me. I'll try to explain.
Why are we sitting here? It just seems to me, well, talking about this, well, Shannon's place is pretty public.
Known as reverse cloak and dagger in the trade, Mr. Shannon. As far as any of your customers are concerned, we're just sitting here eating cheesecake. It's fine cheesecake, Mr. Bond.
Thanks.
Now, shall we go on?
I don't think there's anything to go on about. It's just a matter of whether Sailor wants to help you or not.
Sinclair is a clever man, like all foreign agents have to be. We can't have him know that intelligence is onto him, onto what his plans are, why he's in Havana. It embarrasses me to appeal to your patriotism, Miss Duval, but whatever I have to do to convince you...
All I have to do is go to this party, show an ankle, and bare a shoulder to Mr. Sinclair. Is that it?
And convince him to drive you to this address in San Tomas. I'll meet you there.
Let me get this straight. A man suddenly disappears from the States. A man named...
Faulkner.
Faulkner. Guy loaded with secrets about nuclear physics. You think he's here in Havana and he's going to contact a foreign agent named Sinclair, right?
Right. Of course, we'd just love to pick up Faulkner and take him back, but we don't know where he is. Sinclair we do. And Miss Duval is going to bring him to us. I've gotten her name on the party's guest list.
Am I going, Slate?
That's a question. She's got a chance to wear a strapless, and she says, am I going, Slate? More cheesecake, Mr. Johnstone?
I persuaded them, Faulkner. Did you hear me? I told you. Why don't you stop playing that piano and listen to me? Thank you. I said
You said you were a persuasive man. I know that. What other possible use could you be to me?
Don't patronize me, Faulkner.
I wouldn't dare. You're a dangerous man, Johnston. I confess you frighten me.
That's rich. You carry in that bald skull of yours enough atomic knowledge to turn the world into dust, and I frighten you. You never told me, Faulkner, to whom are we going to sell the fruit of this exquisite brain of yours?
Whoever pays the most. Whoever makes the highest bid.
I'm glad you remember. Sometimes you scientists are prone to become vague, forgetful about minor things. Like money.
Not this scientist. Life in a test tube has become loathsome to me.
Jolly glad to hear it.
Now you may tell me how you persuaded the young lady.
Simply. Ever so simply. I represented myself as being from American intelligence, showed her forged credentials, appealed to her patriotism, flicked her vanity. She is lovely.
And she will bring Sinclair to us?
Miss Duval, on a proverbial platter.
And what will you do with Mr. Sinclair?
Kill him. I've never killed an intelligence man before. I wonder what it'll be like.
Like the other men you've killed?
I know you. Oh, I do know you.
You do?
Yes. Oh, yes, indeed. You're that girl with a fanciful name. You're Sailor Duval. I've seen you. Oh, I'm so glad you've come to my party. What would you like first, some food or a man? We have assorted quantities of both.
Well, a man would be nice. Where's the guest of honor?
Louis Sinclair? Oh, well, I do suppose it's only polite. Louis, come here, darling. I have someone here just frothing at the mouth to meet you.
Well, I would be delighted.
Louis, this is Sailor Duval. If you need any help, Louis, scream.
Hello, Miss Duval.
Hi.
Well, now.
Well, what?
Tell you the truth, ma'am, I don't know. I'm guest honor at this party, and folks come up and talk to me, and I've been saying, well, now, well. It's been getting me by.
You don't like parties, huh?
Well, now. Well.
Look, Mr. Sinclair, you don't have to give me the routine. Relax. I'll tell you what. You can tell me about Texas.
Oh, the pleasure's all mine, ma'am.
On the balcony?
With you, Sugarfoot? Oh, you're so pretty in that Havana moon. It can't touch a Texas moon.
The balcony, Mr. Sinclair.
Call me Louis.
You're a real devil. Rootin' tootin'. Look at it. Havana.
You ever been in Houston?
No, but I've dreamed about it.
Sweetest dream a fella can have. Where you from, Miss Duval?
Tennessee.
What you doing in Havana?
There was a man in Tennessee. That's why I'm in Havana.
Texas man wouldn't let you go.
He didn't let me go. He followed me to Cuba. Bob's like that. The whole Faulkner family is like that.
Who?
Bob. Robert Faulkner.
Tall man, grin at the temples, little scar on his cheek, one of them brainy guys. Worked in a government science project, didn't he?
That's right. You know him?
Oh, do I know Bob Faulkner? Bobby used to spend summertime on my ranch. What you know, Faulkner here in Cuba.
Would you like to see him?
Oh, the sooner the finer.
Well, he's got a little place in San Tomas. It's about 20 miles down the coast.
We can get there in 15 minutes, depending on the traffic. Bob Faulkner in Cuba. You know what I'm going to do about you, Miss Duval? Well, I'm going to write to the boys back home about you, Miss Duval. They won't never believe I met up with a gal like you, even if I take a paralyzed oath on a cistern full of hymn books. Why, when I tell them how you... Oh, isn't this the address you showed me on a slip of paper, Miss Duval?
Uh-huh. Your arm, Louis?
Oh, the boys just won't never believe it, that's all. I'll knock on the door.
Yes, sweet.
You're sure Faulkner lives here?
If he doesn't, I'll let you beat me at Lotto.
Oh, Miss Duval. I see you've accomplished your mission. You have brought us our quarry.
The corn pone is all yours, Mr. Johnstone.
Corn pone. That's rich, very rich. Come in, Mr. Duval. Mr. Sinclair.
Where's Faulkner?
You want him, don't you, Mr. Sinclair? You've been stepping on his shadow ever since he ran away from Tennessee, and now you think you found him.
Your errand girl told me he'd be here. Get him.
Hey, Louis, you're shedding your hayseed. You know, I like you better this way.
You're a lovely woman, Miss Duval. That is, you would be lovely if all this weren't so sick-making.
Hey, he can't talk to me like that, can he? Can he, Mr. Johnstone?
No, of course not.
No, you...
Don't try, Mr. Sinclair. Just give in to it. Now our Mr. Sinclair will never talk that way to another woman.
You killed him. Cold blood.
Mr. Sinclair was a tedious man. He wanted to arrest my Mr. Faulkner so desperately. Oh, yes, because Sinclair really was from intelligence. True blue.
And I brought him to you.
We have many rooms here, Mr. Val. Choose one suitable for weeping over him. He died a hero's death.
Miss Sailor, she go to big party, show pretty shoulder to society. The party is over, the people have fun. Where Miss Sailor is big question.
She's in San Tomas, King.
Morning's getting ready to start, Mr. Slate. She can be in San Tomas and back 4 times. 5 times, maybe.
I figured it out, and it came to 6.
I was going to say 6, but I didn't want to worry you.
Thanks.
You worry about Miss Sailor all the time, don't you, Mr. Slate?
Just when she's supposed to be home, and she's not. Maybe I ought to go get her. What time is it, King?
5, a few minutes before.
The coast train leaves at 1:15.
I think you ought to get Miss Sailor, Mr. Slate.
Now, don't worry about it. I'll bring her back to you.
Con permiso, senor. You will not mind that I sit next to you, eh?
Not at all, Chico. Sit down.
Yeah, gracias. Muchas gracias. I could see by your face that you are a very simpatico fellow.
Thanks.
Oh, that Havana. I think Jose Clemente outdid himself in Havana. Jose Clemente is me.
Clay Shannon. Had a big time, huh, Jose?
Oh, in certain places in Havana, they will remember my name. I carved my initials on the walls.
They'll never forget you.
Don't be too sure, senor. In Havana, the profession is to forget. A man, his name, the days of yesterday. Help me, senor.
What's the matter? You feel sick?
An ugly pain chases itself inside me, around and about. Please, I need atmosphere. Lots of fresh atmosphere.
Come on. We'll go out on the observation platform.
My paper bag. Where's my paper bag? All of Jose's in this bag.
Here it is. I've got it. Come on.
Oh, gracias, senor. Hey, I told you, you are very simpatico.
Right out this door. You'll be all right. Ah, here we are. Take a deep breath, Jose. You'll feel better.
Give me my paper bag, please, senor. In it I have pills to heal the sickness of going away from Havana.
Here you are.
Gracias. Little pink pills and this. It surprises you, Senor Shannon, that in this paper bag Jose Clemente carries a gun?
It does. Especially when you point it at a simpatico fellow like me.
And this is a remarkable little gun, Senor Shannon. So little and still big enough to make you fall from this train. You never get to San Tomas. I will shed tears and say you were drunk. But you and I will know that the little gun did it.
Might not be that easy.
It will, senor. If you do not fall, I will make a hole in your simpatico face and then throw you over. You have a choice, senor.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Now, why didn't you want me to get to San Tomas, Jose? But you can't tell me, can you?
Back to Bold Venture. Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Mr. Slade, he gone to San Tomas to look for Lady Sailor by train first class. On train he meet a little man with gun who try to keep him from his destination. Little man, he don't know, he don't succeed. Find his body by track in railroad weed. Little man...
All right, King, I got the message.
I thought to take your mind off your troubles, Mr. Slade.
You're kidding. What troubles have I got? A little punk tries to throw me off a train. We get into a fight and he falls off. Cops ask me why I did a thing like that. I tell them why. For 3 hours I tell them why. They don't believe me. What troubles, huh?
The big trouble of not finding Lady Sailor where you thought her to be.
Yeah. You came up with one.
These others, the police, the little man, they do not make so much hurt as the absence of Lady Sailor, do they, Mr. Slade?
You won't sing me a song about it, huh, King?
Well, if it's not your wish, Mr. Slade.
Thanks.
You promised to bring her back to us.
Yeah, I did, didn't I? I don't get it, King. I go to that address in San Tomas, there's no one there, just an alley cat and some hysterical chickens. I couldn't even find them a rooster.
You told the police of the man from intelligence, the man Mr. Johnston?
Mm-hmm. They never heard of him.
But such a man would register with the police. It's always done.
Pay attention, King. I told you I'd find her. All I have to do is start from the beginning. Remember how Sailor went to a party?
Yes, Mr. Slade.
Well, this time I brought her home. She might turn into a pumpkin.
Comfortable, Mr. Vaughn?
Why did you bring me back to Havana?
Because the method of your disposal has not been contracted for. If I'm to kill you, the man has to tell me. In what manner, for how much. It's up to the man.
How does my hair look? I want to make a good impression.
A Faulkner doesn't impress.
Oh, so there really is a Faulkner.
Well, surely. This is his place. Of course, he rented it, furnished, but it's indicative of his tastes. Expensive, like mine.
Tell me, how does it feel to kill a man?
It gets easier all the time. But here, let's talk of more pleasant things. And consider, shall we, these goblets? Crystal. Exquisite. Here, hold one up to the light. No? Or, then this candlestick on the table. Hand-wrought silver. Don't you shiver when you see something so beautiful?
Never did. Mr. Johnstone.
Yes.
How much did you say you got for killing Sinclair?
2,000.
You want a shiver?
Pardon?
Wait a minute. Here, take a look at this locket.
Beautiful. Just beautiful.
Here, I'll take it off so you can see. The diamond in it is worth, well, your $2,000 would buy a corner of it. Here. Oh, I'm sorry I dropped it.
Oh, let me. You've got your foot on it, Mr. Vaughn.
And you put yours right in it. What do you know? You dented Mr. Faulkner's candlestick. Oh, sailor, sailor, you're so brave and clever. Why do you fight it? Huh?
There's humor in this. A killer lying at your feet, you standing over him with a candlestick in your hand. Irony, the essence of humor.
Who are you?
My name is Faulkner, and yours is Duval. It's fortunate.
I've had better things happen to me.
You have a boat, I've heard, and I have you. I'll need both of you. And Mr. Shannon, and Mr. Johnstone, and this gun.
Whatever you're selling, go away.
I'm Slade Shannon, Miss Grant. May I come in?
Oh, the exciting, the notorious Mr. Shannon. That'd be delightful. Come in, Slade. Ricky, darling, this is Slade Shannon. Oh, don't be frightened, darling. I'm here. That's right. You just sit here at my feet and play your native songs and let me run my fingers through your curly, black hair.
Hiya, Ricky. And likewise, I'm sure.
What is it you want of me, Slade? My presence at your little dive to lend it chic?
Your presence does that in the dive?
Isn't he divine, Ricky? Now tell me, what is it you really want? A charity contribution?
I'm looking for Miss Duval, Sailor Duval.
Oh, then it is a charity contribution. Why do you come to me looking for another woman? You're gauche, Slade. That means crude.
Uh-huh. Where is she?
I haven't the slightest idea. The last I saw of her, she was on a balcony with Louis Sinclair. Louis yelled, "Yippee!" And they were off together into the somewhere.
Into what somewhere?
Wherever girls and boys have fun yelling yippee at each other. How would I know?
But you know where Sinclair lives.
Mm-hmm. You want to know, too?
Yeah. Now.
Mm-hmm. Tease me for it.
So help me, Miss Grant. If you don't give me Sinclair's address, I may hit you over the head with guitar, curly boy and all.
Ricky, are you going to sit there fingering that stupid guitar and let this wonderful man talk to me like that? Of course you are.
You're keen, Rick. You're a pal.
Try the Hotel Caesar, Slade, because you're so thrilling.
Hey, how about some service around here? Service!
Si, senor. I am the service. ¿Qué can I do for you?
¿Qué can I do for you?
¿Qué means what? I throw in a Spanish word so I am colorful. This way the tourists don't mind no bath with the room.
Do you have a Senor Sinclair with a room?
Sinclair. Aha.
Well, stop being so colorful. Just tell me where I can find Sinclair.
Por favor. 1 second. I shall return. 1 little minute.
Yeah, hurry back.
Senor, senor.
Someone came for Sinclair?
See, very dangerous looking man. I see him. I say to myself, aha. Then when he asks for Sinclair, I say...
Gracias. Oh, Senor Slade.
Hey, what is this? I ask a man for Sinclair and I get a minion of the law. How come I get you, LaSalle?
I ask you the same question likewise. And so?
Look, Sailor went to a party. She was supposed to meet a man named Sinclair. She hasn't been home. If she married him, I want to shake her hand and wish her things.
If she married him, she should be crying.
What?
For she would be a widow.
Sinclair is dead?
Murdered. Shot. He was found beneath the pier at San Tomas.
Where's Sailor?
I do not know, amigo. But one thing we do know. Senor Sinclair was not as he appeared. He was a member of the intelligence of your country.
Sinclair was? I thought...
Thought what?
I don't have to think about it. Sailor's in trouble. I've got to find her.
Senor Slate.
Arrest me later, LaSalle. I've got to find Sailor.
Good luck, amigo.
There's a gun on your back, Shannon.
Well, Johnston. I know. You want a dime for a cup of coffee.
But you don't want to die in the gutter. Get into that car.
Your friend Faulkner handles my boat real good.
He's the genius type. Knows everything.
Hey, Faulkner. Where are we going?
Tell him, Johnston. We're going to meet a freighter in the middle of the Caribbean Sea.
It's going to be a neat trick in this fog.
Oh, the genius will find it.
He's not so smart. He needs a freighter. We don't need a freighter, do we, Sailor?
No, he's not smart. We're smart. Look at us.
I've been looking at you, Mr. Val. It took a blow with a candlestick to make me do it. It's a pity you're not going on that freighter.
Where's it going?
To a place of refuge. To a place where they're going to pay us a lot of money for picking Faulkner's brains.
They pay good for traders, huh?
Well, you'd be surprised.
Johnstone got $2,000 for killing Sinclair. Didn't you, Mr. Johnstone?
Yes, I've got a quirk. I like money.
You know what I think, Johnstone?
What?
I think for a man of your talents, that's a paltry sum. Real paltry, huh, Sailor?
Awfully paltry.
What would you consider a fair price for killing a man?
It depends now. If it were a man like Faulkner...
Slate, how could you? Mr. Faulkner and Mr. Johnstone admire each other.
Oh, my mistake.
You people have something on your mind?
I've still got my locket. Here, it's in my hand. You could get $5,000 for it in any huck shop in the world.
You can believe her. I've gotten it.
All I'd have to do is shoot you, Mr. Val, and then I'd have the locket.
My hand's on the rail, Mr. Johnstone. If you shot me now, the locket would drop into the ocean. You'd have to get wet to get it.
I'd make book you wouldn't get it.
It's worth $5,000. $5,000 to kill Faulkner. I'm going to tell you people something you won't believe.
We'll believe you.
I never had $5,000 at one time in my life.
You're not getting any younger, you know.
Don't you ever get tired of meeting freighters in the dark? How do you know what these people on the boat will do to you? They don't need you.
Faulkner, please, it's difficult enough. This fog...
It'll only take a second.
Oh, what do you want? What? Don't... You fool. I'll kill you.
Gotcha, sailor.
You're going to die, Faulkner.
Johnstone, he went overboard.
Now you, Shannon, Miss Duval.
The wheel, we're going to ram that freighter.
We all die. We all...
Grab the wheel, sailor. You did good, sailor.
Faulkner.
He's dead.
Take the wheel, Slate. Maybe I'll be a girl for 2 minutes. Maybe I'll faint.
Sailor.
What do you want?
Where'd you get that locket?
A man gave it to me.
What man?
A man.
You love him?
A lot. He was my father.
Why'd you let me hock it last time?
You were nice to me.
Come here.
What did you do that for?
I want to hock it again.
I might have known. It's the first of the month.
Mm-hmm. Payment's due on the boat.
I thought you owned the boat.
I put a mortgage on it so I could get the hotel out of hock.
Don't you own anything outright?
Yeah, the moon. Come on outside and I'll give it to you.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, together in Bold Venture. Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
In Shannon's place do many dwell, the pretty, the ugly, the high-toned swell. They come to Havana to have some jolly sit around in the evening to discuss their follies. Right now this small hotel is graced by charming lady with handsome face, and husband who get younger by the hour, thinking how he wife is pretty like a flower.
Isn't that lovely, Robert?
Yes, Martha.
Oh, you sing beautifully, King Moses. It's, I don't know, joyful, haunting.
Thank you, Mrs. Palmer.
You must be tired, Mrs. Palmer. All the sightseeing you've done today, you and your husband.
Oh, Robert and I couldn't go to sleep now. We'll just go over there and sit in those handsome wicker chairs, discuss our follies, and watch. Watch the lights of Havana, the color. That's what we'll do, won't we, Robert? Just watch.
Whatever you wish, Martha.
Oh, I love you, Robert. Take my arm. You didn't mind those things I bought. They were...
Anything you do, Martha, it's all right.
I hope you were paying attention, Slate. Lesson 1 in how a gent treats a lady.
Yeah, look me up when you get to be like Mrs. Palmer.
That could take years.
That's what I said. You know something about those two?
What?
I'll bet when they check out, we won't find one towel missing.
Yeah, not even the one I put in their rooms. The one you swiped from the Hotel MUNCIE. Well, don't look at me like that, Slate. I just did it to make them feel at home.
My favorite towel, and you...
Senorita, you may not be aware of it, but a large thrill has just entered into your lives.
Not tonight, Chico. We've got everything we need.
Oh, you desolate me.
Don't take it too hard, Chico. Here's $1.
Senorita, the minute I put my eyes on you, I say to myself in my mother's tongue, here is a queen.
See how the news gets around, Slate?
Please, I cannot take dollar and give nothing in return. They built me this way when I was a baby. Here, have a picture postcard and wear it in good health. Adios, you thrill me people.
$1 for a tourist postcard, a color picture of a flossy tourist hotel. Oh, you've been taken, sailor. Good.
It was my $1. I can... Hey, look at this, Slate. It's already been written on. It's addressed to you.
Huh? You mean you can't even send it to the folks back home?
It says, I need you, Slate. Right now. Drop everything. Right now. Signed, Sam Meston.
Sam Meston? What does he want with me?
You won't go, will you, Slate? Not to help anyone like Meston.
He said he needed me, didn't he? You coming, sailor?
Sure. I love to help people like Sam Meston. They're so grateful they kick you in the teeth. Good night, Mr. and Mrs. Palmer. We have to go out. Slate's trying for a merit badge.
You coming?
You see, Robert, I told you it would work. It was so simple, really.
You're very clever, Martha.
Here's your coat, Robert. You'll need it in the chill night air. Hurry, Robert. We'll lose them if you don't hurry. Be careful, dear. There's a puddle of water.
I see it.
Well, walk around it. There. Think of it. Mr. Shannon will lead us straight to Sam Meston.
Martha.
One more killing, Robert, that's all. Then there'll be nothing else to worry about.
I suppose so.
Don't hate yourself, dear. Couldn't stand it.
Martha, please.
After all, your first wife, Alice, was an old, tired woman.
And wealthy.
That has nothing to do with it. Oh, Mr. Shannon, Miss Duval, just turned that corner. We'd better hurry. Help me up the curb, dear.
Martha, I have an idea.
Oh? Tell me, Robert.
Why can't we go back to Muncie before we do this thing, this killing? Forget all about it.
And keep paying Mr. Meston all that money? He's so greedy, dear. Mr. Meston must be...
Yes, I suppose so.
It's the only way, Robert. And Mr. Shannon will lead him to us. Mr. Shannon knows everybody in Havana. That's why I had that funny little Cuban man deliver this note to him.
I think we ought to go back to Muncie.
Now, you listen to me, Robert. We killed your wife. Mr. Meston was hired by the insurance company to investigate her death. He found the gun I used, and he's held on to it. Blackmail. It has to stop.
Yes, whatever you say, Martha.
Of course. And, Robert...
Yes?
Isn't Havana a beautiful city?
Senor Slate, amigo and senorita sailor, welcome. Alfredo Gomez bids you welcome to the Hotel Metropole Ritz. Alfredo Gomez says the place is yours, unequivocally, irrevocably, and without doubt.
Hi.
The last time he gave me the place, sailor, he took it right away from me and threw me out.
That's the story of your life, isn't it?
I do not wish to interrupt, but por favor, why have I given you the hotel?
Is Sam Meston still registered here?
Sam who?
Sam Meston.
Who, Meston?
S-A-M, Sam. M-E-S-T-O-N, Meston. Let's see you get out of that.
What are you both saying?
Sam Meston. I want to see him. I want to know if he's registered here. Sam Meston. Sailor just spelled it for you.
A joke? I'm supposed to say ha-ha? Ha-ha.
Alfredo, what's the matter with you? You know Sam as well as you know me and Sailor.
Please. The moment in time has come when I must take back my hotel. I am busy. They're having a convention here. The Daughters of the Hacienda Rifle and Pistol Club. Pardon me for the rest of the week.
Okay, Alfredo, if that's the way you want it. Come on, Sailor.
I don't understand what's going on here, Slate.
Something scaring, Alfredo.
Sam Meston, this is Alfredo. They were looking for you, Sam. You better go far, far away.
Mind if I coin a phrase, Slate?
Go ahead, stun me with it.
All right. Phrase. My feet are killing me.
Why don't you go back to Shannon's place and wait for me?
Uh-uh. I'm going to be brave. Just tell me how many more places are we going to have to look for Sam Meston?
Consider it, Sailor. Here's a man who's known all over Havana, and all of a sudden people never heard of him, or they don't know who he is. Funny, isn't it?
I'm tingling from the strangeness of it all. Slate, when we get back, will you rub my feet?
I'm going in here.
Pool room? It hits you like that, huh? The middle of the night, and you get a big yen to play nickel-9 ball.
The guy who runs the place is named Garson. He knows Meston.
Whatever you say, Slate. Place is practically empty.
That's Garson playing on the last table. You wait here.
And do what?
Your snooker's a little weak. Go practice. Garson.
Huh? Oh, hello, Shannon. Didn't hear you come in.
You seen Sam Meston?
How would you play this shot?
Here, here, and here.
Uh-huh. You like it?
Olé. Gee, wow.
Hey, you like it? Watch this one. You're crowding, Slate.
Sam Meston.
This is a toughie. Beautiful, huh?
What's everybody so cagey for, Garson?
You want to shoot pool? Grab yourself a table. 60 cents an hour.
Hey, look, Garson.
You can't push the management around, Slate. Get out of here.
Where's Meston? What happened to him?
Okay, you're asking for help to get out, huh?
Yeah, just that...
You're asking for you.
And you'll tell me. Tell me, Garson, and I'll make you fit into the rack. Tell me.
Paseo Lima, number 14, ground floor.
Huh. Now, there's one to try a man's mettle. You like that shot, Garson?
I have told you to. Sam is not here. I have not seen him since he went to the Estados Unidos many days ago.
Look, Lola, maybe I didn't make it clear. Sam bought a guy to give me a postcard. It said he needed me. That's why I'm here, to help him.
My husband, he needs no one.
Maybe he doesn't at that, Slate. Look at the way Lola's dressed. From Paris, isn't it, Lola?
Sailor's right, Lola. Sam must be doing good. Your clothes, that necklace, the new furniture. You notice it, Sailor?
I've been rubbing my hands on it. Dusty. Now, if I had furniture like this, I'd
Get out of here. I do not know what strange joke you are trying to play, but you have undoubtedly had your amusement. Now get out. Go home.
Now, why didn't we think of that, Slate? Home. Place to sleep. A place to wash out my nylons. Let's go, Slate.
First, I want to leave my calling card. A guy asked for help. A guy I could live without. I grub all over Havana for him. People make jokes at me, try to slug me.
And why don't you take the lady's advice, Shannon, and go home?
Huh? Sam Meston. Greetings, Sam. The whole world's been telling me you were out.
You should listen to what people tell you, Shannon. You learn things that way and you don't get hurt.
I'll remember. Just for the record, why'd you send me that postcard?
You never got a postcard because I didn't send one. It'll have to be better than that, Shannon, if you want to cut in.
Sam, please. Maybe it's
What else
not...
could it be, Lola? You want a piece of what I got? You're here to put a finger on me and say, give us a piece. You'll never get it, Shannon. You can die at my feet and you'll never get it.
Whatever it is, who wants it?
Hey, what is this, a rest stop?
It's the back door, Sam. I will go.
Entertain our guests, Lola. I'll get it myself. What do you want?
Hey. Sam. Sam, who was it?
You wanted it, Shannon. Take it. The gun in the drawer. Take it. You get rich on it. Maybe you die on it. Like me.
To Bold Venture, our stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
Mr. Shannon, he look all over town, up and down street, then turn around. This fella he look for, his name is Sam. Now fella, he is Mr. Very Dead Sam.
Slate.
Yeah?
You're sorry he's dead, aren't you?
I never did anything to me.
What are you going to do about it?
I phoned LaSalle. He's going to meet me at police headquarters about noon. I'm going to turn over the gun and...
A lady come in, she walk real slow. She wear black lace for a new widow. She has the look of...
Yeah, I see her, King.
Be careful, Slate. She lied to you once.
Good morning, Senora. I want you to know how sorry we are.
Send flowers.
We're going to do that too, Senora. But right now, Slate's being a gentleman. Allow him the luxury.
Bueno, console yourself that you have killed my husband.
What are you talking about?
The killers follow you all over Havana. You find Sam,
the killers find Sam.
I said I was sorry. Anything I can do.
There is what to do. You took a gun from Sam. The gun he told you was in the drawer. Give it to me.
I don't like the way she asks.
Look, Senora. Sam told me to take it. He must have had a reason for it. I'm going to find out what it is.
Give it to me. Give me the gun.
Now, I don't like the way you ask.
Keep it then. Be a fool and hug it to you. Sam said it, and I will say it. That gun will kill you.
Robert, are you asleep?
No, Martha.
You were restless all night. Once I thought you were sobbing. But you were only talking in your sleep, wasn't that it?
We're done, aren't we, Martha? Done with killing? We can go home now?
No, Robert, we can't.
Well, you killed him, killed Meston. That ends it, doesn't it?
They have the gun, Robert. Mr. Shannon and Mr. Val. I was downstairs and I heard them talking about it. We'll have to get it somehow.
Well, how will you do that?
Oh, I have it all planned, here in my head. You're not to give it a moment's thought.
And no more killing. Swear it.
Don't ask me that, because I can't. I'll tell you later what we must do. Kiss me, Robert. And do try to get some sleep.
It's 11 o'clock, Slate. Don't you have to go to police headquarters and see LaSalle?
I told you noon. You trying to get rid of me?
I've got a reason.
You don't want me to watch you bathe your feet in Epsom salts, huh?
In bicarbonate. We're out of Epsom.
Well, how come? You're supposed to take care of kitchen supplies.
We're out of ketchup, too.
Come in.
Oh, if I'm disturbing you, just tell me to go.
Not at all, Mrs. Palmer.
I'm going to see the sights of Havana.
Have fun and don't...
Don't take any wooden nickels. I know. We've got that one in Muncie, too. The young men use it. Oh, we've got handsome young men in Muncie.
Or eventually there would be no Muncie.
Oh.
Is there something we can do for you, Mrs. Palmer?
Yes, there is. Mr. Val, would you go with me?
Me?
Well, there's so many places I've missed. You know Havana so well. You could show them to me.
Mr. Val would be delighted.
Slate, my feet.
You two girls just run along. Have a wonderful time. And sailor...
What do you want?
Don't take any wooden nickels.
Only one more stop, dear. I promised these people I'd bring you by to meet them. See? Wasn't far, was it?
Hey, this is Sam Meston's place. This is where he was...
Exactly, my dear. Please knock on the door.
I don't get it. What's the idea?
Knock on the door, Mr. Val. Because you see, I can't. Not with my purse in one hand and this gun in the other.
Why, Grandma, what big eyes you have.
Knock.
Anything for the tourists. It's a motto with me.
Come in, Mr. Val.
Mr. Palmer. You better take care of your wife, Mr. Palmer. Havana's too much for her. Look, the sweet thing's pulled a gat on me.
The other one. Is she here, Robert?
In the next room. I tied her up, gagged her.
We'll go to her.
Yes, Martha.
You can put that thing away now, Mrs. Palmer. It helped a lot. My feet don't hurt a bit anymore.
I like you, Mr. Val. You have many qualities.
Now we're chums again, huh? Pals, friends, buddies.
Here she is, Martha.
Lola. That's your name, isn't it? Lola, you understand what is about to happen to you, don't you? Pray, my dear. I give you that. See if she's dead, Robert.
Yes, Martha. She's dead.
Now, you too will understand me, Mr. Val. Sam Meston willed you and Mr. Shannon a gun. I want it, so Robert and I can live happily.
You've got a gun. How many do you need to be happy? How many people dead?
You will call Mr. Shannon on the phone. Tell him to bring the gun, nothing else. Tell him, if he doesn't, I'll kill you.
don't understand, Senor Shannon. Why do you want me to return to you this gun you took from Sam Meston? What good is the gun to you?
I'll tell you what good it is. Word gets around fast in Havana. And the current word is that I've got the gun. Someone's going to try to take it away from me.
And you want to be the cuckoo?
The pigeon.
It is a matter of opinion.
Another thing, you told me you had a file on Sam Meston.
Si. Senor Meston, ever since he has been in Havana, had no means of support that were visible to the naked eye, which made us lift an eyebrow. Last year, we investigated him.
What did you find out?
He was a private investigator for the Acme Insurance Company of your country. His last known assignment was for a murder case in a town with an impossible name like Muncie, Indiana.
Muncie, Indiana.
Muncie, Muncie. It is still impossible. But a murder case. The state of Indiana versus Robert Palmer.
Robert Palmer?
Please, you are taking the words out of my mouth.
What about Mrs. Palmer?
Mrs. Palmer was murdered.
Well, what do you know?
Por favor.
Now, what about the gun, LaSalle? You going to give it to me?
Lend it to you. If you please, sign here. And leave a deposit. No, senor, not money. Your word.
King, has Sailor come back yet?
No, not yet, Mr. Slade. Perhaps she stopped someplace with the nice lady.
Yeah, maybe we were wrong about the nice lady, King. Maybe I better go and find Sailor and take her away from the nice lady.
Why?
I don't think my girl ought to run around with murderers. She might get killed. Shannon's place, Slate Shannon's...
For once, don't talk back, Slate. That gun. Bring it to Sam Meston's. And no cops. Just you with a gun.
Sailor.
If you expect to find me alive, that is. That's what Mrs. Palmer says. And you know Mrs. Palmer. She's...
Mr. Shannon?
Yes, Mr. Shannon, open the door.
I have a gun at Miss Duval's head, Mr. Shannon. So you'd better come in with your hands up. Are your hands up?
They're up.
Good. Open the door, Robert.
Have they hurt you, Sailor?
She killed Mrs. Meston right in front of me. That hurt.
My dear, there was no other way. Was there, Robert?
Let's do what we have to do, Martha. Take the gun away from him.
You have the gun with you, Mr. Shannon?
It's in my pocket.
Robert, get it.
I've got it.
Is it loaded?
It's empty, Martha.
That's the gun you killed your first wife with, isn't it, Mr. Palmer?
I didn't kill her.
The dear little lady must have knocked her off, Slate.
This gun is the thing that kept Sam Meston in the chips. He found the evidence that would hang you, and he kept it.
Tell me something, Mr. Palmer. Do you love the present Mrs. Palmer?
Martha, we have what we need. Let's go.
Miss Duval asked you a question, Robert.
Miss Duval asked you the question because we'd both like to know. How does it feel to love a woman who kills so easily?
Don't be embarrassed, Robert. You can tell me.
Robert's proud of his love for me.
You just stand there and agree with everybody, Robert. But I'll tell you something. I admire you. I couldn't love a woman like Mrs. Palmer.
Why not? A sweet lady like her. We all have our faults. Hers just happens to be killing people.
Yeah, that's why. I'd be afraid of her. I'd be afraid she'd kill me.
Shut up. I'll...
Kill them, Martha?
See how easy it is for her, Robert?
Martha, would you kill me?
Oh, what's the matter with you?
Now's a good chance to kill me, Martha. Kill me and blame it on these people here. Go ahead. Kill me. You can do it. Just pull the trigger.
Robert, stay away from me. Robert, don't you see what they've done? Don't walk toward me. Stay away.
Get her.
Robert, you fool.
Out of my way. Drop that gun. Drop it.
I'll kill you.
I take it all back, Robert. You're a brave man.
I'm a murderer. As evil as she is. But it's over now.
Yeah, it's over. Sailor.
Uh-huh.
You're clever with a dial phone. Dial 111, the police. Tell them to get here. Finally made it, huh, sailor?
Oh, there's nothing like a foot bath. If anyone asks me to take another step...
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. That's why I'm not going to ask you to do it.
Do what?
There's a dance tonight at the Plaza Royale. I've got 2 passes. Well, I guess I'll have to stagger.
Hey, wait.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'll probably meet somebody.
Slate, you're not going without me. I can dance. Look. 1, 2, 3, kick. 1, 2, 3, kick. 1, 2.
You'll be a sensation. Let's go dancing, sailor.
And so our 2 stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture. Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
Is your name Slate Shannon?
That's right. And this is Miss Duval.
I'm very happy.
Then I'm happy, too. Hello.
My name is Cameron. I have a plantation outside of San Tomas. Sugar.
Sugar? For the time being, just call me Sailor.
What can we do for you, Mr. Cameron?
I've never come to a man and begged before in my life.
Well, then you've come to the wrong man. You don't have to beg anything from me.
It's about a girl. A young girl. Wild, impetuous, and spoiled.
No thanks. Mr. Shannon already has one.
Sailor, why don't you go and put a new point in our desk pen?
Where am I going to get a new point? Post office is closed.
Please. It's about my daughter. It's about Kathy. Kathy and the Blue Moon.
Oh, yes. There's a gambling ship in the bay called the Blue Moon. Look, if you're a man in trouble, I'll listen to you. If all you want to do is hire someone to spank your daughter for gambling, get yourself somebody else.
There's nobody else can do what I want you to do.
You haven't told Slate yet what it is. Maybe he won't.
Do you mind if I make my own decision, Sailor? Go ahead, Mr. Cameron.
Kathy's involved with a man named Norton.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him. He owns the Blue Moon. How did your daughter get mixed up with a guy like that?
I don't know. All I know is that since she's met him, she's changed. She's a stranger to me. She's on that boat all the time.
I have an easy solution. Why don't you just tell Mr. Norton to buy your daughter from the boat?
I've tried that. He laughed in my face. He told me...
Hold it a minute. Sailor, there's a guy over there at the cigar counter. Take care of him. Now, go ahead, Sailor. I'll remember every word Mr. Cameron says and tell you later. All right, Cameron?
Well, Norton knows something about Kathy I don't. I know my daughter. It's more than just a lust for gambling. Please, will you help me, Shannon? Go there, talk to Kathy. Convince her that she need never go back to that ship again. Please, I'll give you anything.
Put your wallet back. Your daughter's in trouble with Norton. I'll try to straighten her out.
You don't understand, Shannon. I'm a rich man.
When I bring Kathy back, you'll give me a box of lump sugar?
You're not too loud, Paul. You disturb our boss.
Tell Greg I want to see him.
Our boss sleeps. His brain goes all the time. He needs rest.
Wake him up, Mickey. I've got something for him.
I don't wake up boss till he asks me.
Wake me up, Mickey. Who wants me?
It's your croupier, Paul. The wheel junkie says he's got something. He can keep it to himself till you get your share of sleep, boss.
Let him in.
Our boss says for me to let you in. I'll let.
You have something for me, Paul? Well, give it to me, but make it tender because I just woke up.
I was in Shannon's place a little while ago.
And you had fun. Rub my neck, Mickey. There's a crick in it.
Yeah, thanks, boss.
Oh, that's good. That's very good.
There was someone else there. Kathy Cameron's father.
Now the other side, Mickey.
He's sick with worry about his daughter. Wants Shannon to take her away from you.
You three must have made a jolly group.
They were so wrapped up in it, Shannon, his girl, Cameron, they thought all I wanted was to buy a pack of cigarettes.
You're a good boy, Paul. The thing of many talents.
Shannon's coming out here to the boat. I thought you'd need to know.
Paul's a good boy, isn't he, Mickey?
I'm better for you, boss. He can't do the things for you I can do. He can't...
Of course he can't, Mickey. Nobody can. That's why I keep you around, isn't it?
See? That's why he keeps me around. That's why...
Sure, Mickey. So they want to take Kathy away from me. And Kathy will never leave me.
Because I fixed it that way, didn't I, boss?
Mm-hmm. Because you threw yourself in front of her car because she thought she'd killed you. That's why you've got to keep out of her sight, because for as long as she thinks you don't exist, she belongs to me. Till I use her up. Her and her daddy's money. And so clean. She loses it to me at the roulette table. Clean and legitimate.
Boss, this Shannon could...
No one's going to spoil it, Mickey. Not a well-paying corpse like you. I give you my word.
Look through the porthole, Greg. That's Shannon's boat coming alongside.
Go hold his hand, Paul. Then bring him to me. I want to tell him how he can't part two sweethearts like Kathy and me. You do me and my gambling ship great honor, Miss Duval, Mr. Shannon.
Your boy brought us to you. We asked for Kathy Cameron.
He didn't want to deny me the pleasure of meeting you two. He has standing orders to deliver to me first the illustrious, the renowned.
You see, Slate? I keep telling you that's what we are. You never believe me. Go on, Mr. Norton. You were saying...
That I would have shuddered if you came aboard and deprived me of yourselves.
Gee, you're smooth, Mr. Norton. The way you talk. The waxed mustache. That's the only word for you. Smooth.
So you saved yourself a shudder, Norton. Now, is it all right if we go find Kathy?
She may not care for you disturbing her at the gambling table. Now, what did you want with Miss Cameron?
We're going to take her back to Havana with us, Norton, because her father's lonesome for her. He's a funny guy. He thinks his daughter ought to spend more time at home. Any objections? I only asked you because you stuck your nose in.
No objections. I only fear for you.
You think you can stop me?
I know I can. However, Miss Cameron is in the casino on A deck. And please sign the guest book. I'll want something to remember you by.
Number 12 on the black. Black pays, 12 pays.
Miss Cameron?
What?
Mind if we talk to you?
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Place your bets.
Mind if we talk to you?
Go away.
I can't do that, Miss Cameron.
Why don't you two try the poop deck? It's a good place to jump from.
Jump from? Oh, your preposition is dangling, Kathy. Your father must have picked the wrong finishing school for you.
My father? Oh, you made me miss my bet.
Sailor.
I know. You want me to kibitz that hot game of old maid over there.
Come on, Kathy. Let's get some air, you and I.
Oh, you're hurting my arm.
It's a device I use to make myself clear. Come on.
I made a suggestion to you before concerning the poop deck. Or if that doesn't suit you, why don't you try it from this rail?
Oh, you're just a kid, Kathy. You've got to grow up a little more before that kind of talk becomes you.
Oh, you think I'm a kid?
19, 20? Kids that old and women over 40 use lipstick the way you do.
Another suggestion. A girl 19 is better for you. Want to know why? I'll put my arms around you and show you.
Hey, take it easy.
And hold you. Okay, Norton.
Yeah! Did you notice, Miss Cameron? I only had to do it once, right in back of the neck.
Get him out of here.
I think I'll give him back to Miss Duval. Don't you think I'm considerate?
Mr. Slate, he stood on moonlit deck. Man from behind hit him in he neck. Lady Sailor, she bring from ship Blue Moon her winnings to date, Mr. Slate in a swoon. Because they tried to do one very good deed, bring daughter back to father who cried his need. He waved at them a face full of woe. Mr. Slate, he said, don't cry, I go.
You see, Slate, you didn't make such a hobby of helping people, this never would have happened to you.
Yeah, that's just what a fellow needs at a time like this, sailor, a kind word.
Now you are hurt, Mr. Slate, because you love a good deed too much?
Yeah, I live for the moment when I can bring a wandering girl back to her daddy.
Let Norton have her. I don't think I could go through this again.
You go through with it.
Your neck is my neck. I read that once in a poem.
I'm going back to the Blue Moon, sailor. Mend me real nice, because I got some things to do there. I want to look good.
If you go back, they'll kill you. Those were Norton's parting words to me. He said, tell him not to come back. Next time, I'll give him to you in pieces. You're a complicated man, Slate. I could never put you back together again.
Give me another whiff of your smelling salts, sailor. That ringing noise is back in my skull.
You're a ham bone. That's the telephone. Shannon's place, Sailor Duval.
Mr. Shannon, please.
Oh, uh-huh. It's for you, Slate, the man who grows sugar. He's in a tizzy. Anyway, he makes sounds like a tizzy.
I'll let you know. Slate Shannon speaking.
Forget it, Mr. Shannon. Forget ever I've called on you. I don't need you any longer.
Where are you, Mr. Cameron?
I'm at home. But you're not to come here. You're not to...
Get me a clean shirt, sailor. I've got to see a man who doesn't need me.
Shannon, I told you...
What's this all about, Cameron?
Did anyone follow you here?
I didn't bother to look. Let's go inside.
If they followed you...
Inside. Norton's got you scared too, huh?
You don't know what you're doing coming here.
Who did he threaten? You or your daughter?
Get out of here.
You made a big noise when I first met you, Cameron. Now all I hear is chicken. Your daughter needs help. What happened to all your worry about her?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
You're kidding.
No! Let go of me.
You're going to calm down. There. That's better. Now, don't let us throw you. It's just a matter of age and condition.
They'll kill her.
Now, they won't kill her. That's not what you're afraid of.
Yes, yes.
They're taking all your money through her. Killing you would be a safer investment. That way, they'd get the money a lot faster.
I don't want to die.
Well, neither do I. You started something with me. Now it's got to be finished.
To Bold Venture, our stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
I give you 2 words, Slate. You're crazy.
Yeah, I get psychotic when I'm beat over the head. Now, look, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Go get some sleep.
I've gotten better prizes than you in the bottom of a Cracker Jack box.
Why don't you do what I tell you?
Look, if you tried to handle the bold venture now, you'd drive her into the rocks. In your condition,
Who's got a condition?
The man said he'd kill you if you came out to the Blue Moon again. He said that... Aren't you going to help me aboard our boat? All right. Sometimes I wonder why I even bother. I had a spaniel once who had better manners than you. Talk to me, Slate.
Out of the way. Come on. Now, you're going to give me trouble.
Who are you talking to?
Out of the way. Sailor,
What do you want?
come here. Look at the motor. Wires all over the place.
Someone's come aboard.
Who's there? I can't see your face. Who is it?
But you can see my gun, can't you?
Who are you?
How about you, Mr. Vall? Can you see it?
Move it a little to the left. Thanks. My, it's pretty in the moonlight.
If you get that boat fixed, take it north. If you take it south, you might get too close to the Blue Moon. Then everything will blow up in your face.
I've been pushed around long enough. I've got about...
And next time, I'll put the bullet into your head, Shannon, instead of into the woodwork of your boat. Want to try? No? See? You can be sensible. Good night, mechanics.
You do yourself nicely on my money, Paul. Your apartment, charming. The decor, excellent taste. And now that I've performed the amenities, you have something for me?
It'll take Shannon a long time to fix his boat.
And you convinced him not to annoy us anymore?
It's hard to tell with a man like Shannon.
Yes, you're ever so right. And it's up to you, my dear Kathy. If Shannon should discover you're a murderess, a hit-and-run killer, they'd take you away from me. And that would make you desolate, wouldn't it?
You wanted me to do something? Just tell me. Don't claw at me like a fat cat.
Emotions have their way with you, don't they, my dear? All right. Call Shannon's place. Ask for Miss Duval. Tell her to come here because you need her so desperately. In 10 minutes. You do need her, Kathy. So you won't waste your precious life away in prison.
Shannon's place, Sailor Duval speaking.
This is Kathy, Miss Duval. Kathy Cameron. Is Mr. Shannon there?
No, he's sitting up with a sick boat. He's apnea.
Good. Listen, you must come here alone. 16 Paseo Gomez, apartment 12. In 10 minutes, if it matters to you whether I live.
Well, that's the other side of town. How do I get there this time of night? There are no cabs. What do I do? Wave a wand over a pumpkin?
Oh, you must. Please, find a way.
Well, maybe King Moses will lend me his jalopy. What's wrong, Kathy? Why do you want...
In 10 minutes, Mr. Val. The way you wanted it, Craig?
Your choice of words was exquisite, my dear. And it is a matter of whether you live.
Dum 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 da da. Hey, watch out! You crazy fool! Look, I didn't see you. Oh, you're hurt, aren't you? I'll go get help.
Hey there!
I'm mighty glad to see somebody. This man ran...
I saw what happened.
Get a doctor, will you?
Your car was weaving from side to side. You ran this man down.
What are you talking about? He just ran out in front of the car.
And you tried to run away. If I hadn't stopped you, you'd have just left the man lying there.
You know something?
You don't have anything to worry about as long as you listen to me.
You know something? Now your voice fits your face. First it was your face. You spin the wheel on the Blue Moon. And your voice happened a little while ago, aboard our boat. Wait a minute.
It doesn't matter who I am. You hit that man.
Ouch! Hey, you out of your mind, lady?
Did I pinch you too hard? You're supposed to be dead.
Hey, we got a clever one on our hands, Paul.
Yeah. She's done being clever. Throw her in the car, Mickey. The boss will tell you where to throw her after that.
Mr. Slate. I got coffee perking for you in the kitchen.
Thanks, King. You didn't have to wait up for me.
What I have and have not to do, Mr. Slate, is my own affair. I go bring your coffee.
No, no coffee. Stay here, King. Sing to me. Right now, I need sleep.
I do not think sleep will come to you, Mr. Slate.
You just sit there and watch it.
It will not come because Miss Sailor is not here.
She wants to roam Havana this time, and I'd let her. I got other things on my mind.
2 hours ago, there came a phone call. Miss Sailor scribble address on pad, borrow my auto. Here is address. I think you better go look for her, Mr. Slate.
Because you're afraid she'll abscond with that heap. Take $20 out of the register, King. That'll take care of it.
Because the call came from Miss Kathy Cameron.
Huh?
I told you sleep would not come, Mr. Slate.
You banging on the right door, mister?
Yeah. Banging on the right head. Oh! Now we'll drag you inside. Come on, up on your feet. Get with it, Buster. Start talking.
What's the matter with you?
Up. This is where we were 10 seconds ago. Start talking.
Not gonna get you anyplace, Shannon.
You know my name. That's for taking the liberty. What did you do with Sailor?
Blue Moon. She's there.
How come she's there? You're going to answer me, Buster, because you happen to be fresh off the Blue Moon. You're the guy who spins the roulette wheel.
I tried to frame her. Didn't work.
How?
Make like hit and run. Blackmail. The little guy, Mickey, used to make a living at it. Run in front of the car, make out he's hurt. People get scared. Pay off.
Sailor was too smart.
Didn't bite.
Same gambit you pulled on Kathy Cameron, huh?
Get out of it, Shannon.
You know, for a guy who spins a roulette wheel all day, how come you keep one in your apartment?
Hobby.
Uh-huh. Hobby. And you'll enjoy this. I read where a croupier in Monte Carlo practiced and practiced. He got good. He could put that ball in the black slot or the red slot almost every time he wanted.
You're buying grief.
He couldn't do it every time, but his average was great.
All right.
Like you and Norton are doing to Kathy Cameron. Blackmailing her on a hit-and-run caper. She pays off by playing the wheel, loses money every night. Knows it's rigged against her and can't do anything about it.
Stealing money legal.
Uh-huh. Because I woke you from a deep sleep. I give it back to you. Hey, amigo. Your boat for hire?
Let me hear a number, senor.
$5.
Not the right number. Fray Carlos with the catboat.
$10.
Put your money where my hand is.
Here, $8 and change. The Blue Moon, skipper. She's anchored a few miles out.
First, I count the change.
Look, you.
You want the Blue Moon, senor? Then let me count the change. 97, 98, 99. Oh, here is the other penny. You almost didn't make it, senor. You want I should wait for you, senor?
Yeah, wait.
I give you a hand up the side.
Now, there's rope hanging down from the side. Just hold the end of it. I'm going up hand over hand. Now, pick a cabin, Shannon, and see how your luck is. Sailor. Sailor. Sailor.
Hey, it's the middle of the night.
Yeah, isn't it, though? I'll get back to you. Sailor,
Is that you, Slade?
let me in.
I can't. The door's locked.
Got a hairpin?
What's the matter? Night wind playing hob with your hairdo?
Slip it under the door.
All right, here. Where did you learn how to pick a lock?
A friend of mine taught me. Gee, that reminds me, I owe her a letter. stay like this, sailor. It's been too long since I felt your arm against my cheek.
Just think. All this while, there's only been a hairpin between...
Get back in there, sailor. Put your hair up. I'll be back.
Get away, Shannon. You made a mistake, Shannon. I'm going to find you in that boiler room and kill you. I see you, Shannon.
Well, I've got to hand it to you, Shannon. You tried. Too bad you had to die on a coal pile. You almost did.
Come on down to the coal pile with me.
I'll brain you.
Start with this. I can still hear you. Can't hear you anymore now, Norton.
Slade, are you all right?
Look, I spoiled the nice clean shirt you washed for me.
I'll wash your other one.
First, there's a couple of guys on this boat. I've got to collect them for the police.
What about Kathy?
She's got nothing more to worry about. Her father can get her.
Well, it happened again, Slade. You did your good deed, and you got your lumps for it. Don't you get tired of it.
Till the next time. Let's get out of here, sailor. She's all fixed, sailor. The last wire's in place. The Bold Venture's going to run like a dream.
Fine. Where are we going?
Well, I didn't say we were going anyplace. I just said the Bold Venture'd run like a dream. You want to hear it?
If it makes you happy.
All right. Wait till you hear that motor purr.
What kind of a dream does that sound like?
I had it running a minute ago.
Let me try.
What'd you do to it?
Touched it gently. You want to see how? See? Your eyes, your cheeks, your lips. You purr too, don't you?
Full speed ahead, sailor. There's a smooth sea tonight.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest Bold Venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to end up with my saving 3 lives by calling the right football play. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. Your plane leaves for Indochina in 1 hour.
Indochina? Look, can't you send me to some nice, peaceful place sometime?
You'd probably die of boredom.
Or shock. Well, okay. What's the deal?
Think back 3 months ago today, Steve.
3 months ago today. Yeah. She was the redhead. What about her?
What a memory. For certain things. But that's not what I mean.
Oh.
I'm talking about Paul Savage. Remember him?
Savage? Sure. One of our government clerks who was discharged 3 months ago on suspicion of being connected with a spy ring in this country. What about him?
At the time, Savage claimed he was innocent.
Don't they all?
Last night, we found out Savage was right.
What?
Last night, one of those witnesses in the cases suddenly felt like talking to us. He arranged a secret meeting with one of our agents, but on the way to that meeting, he was shot. He lived just long enough to tell us that he and the other witnesses had been paid to say what they did. That the whole case against Savage was a frame.
Brother, this is a great time to be finding that out. Who framed Savage and why?
You remember, at the time, Savage claimed he had complete information on the spy organization in this country. He was framed to discredit him and shut his mouth.
I still don't see where I... Hey, wait a minute. You said I was flying to Indochina. You mean that's where Savage is now?
Here, take a look at this European newspaper picture, Steve.
Prisoners of the guerrillas in Indochina. Hey, one of those prisoners looks like Savage.
We think it is Savage, Steve. We know he went to Indochina. We also know he signed up with the French to fight the guerrillas.
Looks like he got too close to them.
And now he's in a guerrilla prison camp somewhere in Indochina. It's up to you to find him and get him out of there.
Are you kidding?
Aside from making proper restitution to him, he's got information that's vital to us, Steve.
So I'm just supposed to walk up to the guerrilla prison camp, knock on the door, and say I want Savage, huh?
How you do it is up to you, Steve. If those guerrillas realize who Savage is, they'll probably get the word to kill him quick. You've got to get him before that happens, Steve. Now get over to Indochina. Talk to Major Correa of the French army in Saigon. Then go anywhere and do anything that's necessary to get Savage out of there alive. And, incidentally, try to stay alive yourself. Now, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. A real breeze. All I have to do is plunk myself down into no man's land and into China and rescue a war prisoner before the guys who've got him find out who he is. Yeah, it's going to be a race. Whoever gets to Savage first wins, and I've got an uneasy feeling the race is going to turn out to be a dead heat. It's Friday when my plane lands in Saigon. I head for French Army headquarters and the commandant, Major Correa.
I do not envy you your assignment, Mitchell.
Neither do I, Correa.
As you know, a large part of northern Indochina is now in the hands of these so-called guerrillas. They seem to have unlimited manpower and equipment.
You any idea where they're holding this guy Savage a prisoner?
Oh, oui. I have been studying this newspaper picture you brought to me. As you know, it shows a group of prisoners at work repairing a damaged river bridge. I recognize the bridge. It is slightly to the east of Dondang, near the Chinese border. I think you will find your man Savage in a prison camp in that area.
I see. How many men can I have?
That is the unfortunate thing.
Huh?
I can only spare you one.
One? Oh, great.
Oh, rest assured, I would like to cooperate with you to the fullest extent. But we have too few soldiers as it is, and with a constant threat from the north.
Okay. Any ideas on how this two-man army is going to invade northern Indochina?
Oui. Sergeant Lucas.
Yes, Commandant.
Come in here for a moment.
Yes, sir.
Lucas is one of the best native non-commissioned officers we have. He knows the northern country like the palm of his hand. He will be your guide.
Hello, Lucas.
I am honored, Mr. Mitchell.
Lucas will brief you on the plan to get in, Mitchell. As for getting out again...
You know, I was sort of wondering about that. I want to keep this deal a round trip, you know.
At midnight, the night after tomorrow, one of our torpedo boats will approach the coast at this point on the map.
North of Haiphong, huh?
Oui. The boat will come close into the beach and remain exactly 20 minutes. No more.
Sort of cutting it close, aren't you?
And now, if you will come into the next room with me, Mr. Mitchell, I brief you on our arrangements for the trip north.
Okay, Lucas. Well, thanks for everything, Major Correa.
I only wish I could do more.
Well, I'll see you in a few days, I hope.
Well, let's face it, Jack, this is going to be a rough deal.
Hey, you don't sound like you'd lived in Indochina all your life, Lucas.
No. I grew up here, then went to school over in the States for a year. I was going to be a big career man. Public health, welfare. Might as well have majored in bird calls.
Or jungle fighting.
You can say that again. Well, here's the setup. After dark tonight, we'll be flown up the coast. North of Haiphong away, we'll turn inland, make parachute jumps.
Swell.
Then, if we're lucky, we'll make our way to a little farmhouse near there. After that, we'll just see what turns up.
Okay, well, I'll see you at the airstrip at dark. You know, you don't sound very bitter, Lucas.
Bitter?
Yeah, getting ordered to an assignment like this.
I volunteered for it.
Volunteered?
Sure. As soon as I heard you were handling the job.
Look, I must have a better press agent than I thought. I didn't realize my reputation.
No, that's not what I mean. It's just that I've been dying to talk to someone like you, someone who could tell me.
Tell you what?
What happened to Notre Dame this season?
Well, we sure picked a nice dark night for this little leak.
Darker the better.
Hey, we're turning, Luca.
Yeah. Heading inland. Just a few seconds more now. When that light over the door goes on, we get off. Be sure keep your hand on a ripcord.
Don't you worry, you couldn't pry it off with a crowbar.
When you get down a little way, you'll spot the clearing. Work the shrouds, try to land it.
Okay. Hey, there's the light.
Okay. I'll go first. Ready?
Ready as I'll ever be, I guess.
Well, sitting bull.
You mean Geronimo.
To each his own, Jack. Stay on the ground.
Luca dives out head first. 2 seconds later, I follow. It's like plunging into a bottomless black pool. The air rushes by me a mile a minute. I jerk at my ripcord. The chute billows out behind me and snap open. Almost jerks me apart. I start floating now, swinging back and forth. I spot a clearing below and try to work my way toward it. Then, too late, I see a tree coming up at me fast. I land right in the middle of it with the shrouds of my chute snarled around me. Great. A fine time to be trussed up like a moth in a cocoon. Suddenly I hear voices. They're coming from the clearing. I manage to fish my knife out, cut myself loose, and drop to the ground. I work my way quietly to the edge of the clearing and look out. 2 guerrillas are holding machine guns on Luca. I get out my gun, but I don't want to shoot. The noise might bring the others. Okay, boys. Drop the guns and keep it quiet. One of the guerrillas swings his machine gun around. I hit the ground. Luca does too, but the other gorilla isn't so lucky. First catches him in the middle and he folds. Luca grabs his gun on the way down and clubs the gun out of the hands of the first boy who starts sprinting for a jeep 20 feet away.
Oh, you never make a chump?
No, Luca, no! Oh, brother.
What's the difference, Steve? We already made enough noise to wake up Reba Winkle.
Yeah, I guess so.
Come on, let's grab a jeep.
Yeah. Hey, you know the roads around here, Luca?
What roads are?
Well, we better get on one in a hurry. That gunfire will probably bring some more guerrillas.
Oh, we go as fast as we can in a jeep, then we'll ditch.
Hey, this is a road?
Well, this neck of the woods is practically a highway. Hold on. Go back sharp, turn left.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that ahead of us?
It's a roadblock. Well, got any bright ideas, Steve?
Just one. Not too bright, but it'll have to do. Slow down like you were going to stop at the roadblock. Then, when I give you the word, speed up again. We'll try to bust through.
Okay.
Brother, half a dozen of them. Okay, step on the gas.
Hold on. We made it, Steve.
So far, they're all on foot, too. That's good. Get down as low as you can, Luca.
I can't get any lower than I am right now. Look, Ma, no hand.
Hey.
Didn't know I could drive with my feet, did you?
Oh, boy, they hit a tire.
Watch it, Steve. We're going into brush.
Okay.
You okay?
Yeah. Let's get out of here.
Okay. We've got about a quarter of my head start on them. We can lose them easy.
I don't care how we do it. Just start losing them, Buster.
Yeah, that's a farmhouse just ahead.
Who's there?
Malani.
Who's Malani?
My girl.
Now, wait a minute. Don't tell me we're breaking our necks to get there just so you can pay a social call.
Not exactly. Malani and her grandfather Taka run underground escape route for prisoners of guerrillas. Come on.
This ought to be a safe place, then.
For us, safest place in northern Indochina.
That's good. We've already had enough close shaves to suit me. I guess you don't get to see Malani very often, then, huh?
Not as often as I would like, believe me. I guess after this trouble's over, we settle down and get married. Well, here we are. Our troubles are over for the time being. Malani take care of us. That's a signal.
Coming. Both of you. A gorilla?
Yeah, with a gun.
I said coming.
So, this is the safest place around.
Oh, Steve. Malani.
Hello, Luca.
Malani, what does this mean?
It means you have finally been trapped, Luca.
Trapped? Then, all the time you've been working with them.
But of course.
Where's your grandfather?
Here, Luca.
Is it true what she says, Tucker?
As you see.
Well, you said Malani would take care of us, Luca. She sure did.
Oh, sorry, Steve. Just call me prize sucker of all time.
Get over against the wall, both of you.
Hey, you see, darling, I told you Luca would fall into our trap if you just waited patiently.
Yes. I did not believe you at first, but I do now.
So, what happens now, Buster? I suppose you got ideas about making it pretty warm for us.
No, I make it cool for you both.
Cool?
50 bullets in my machine gun. That lets in a lot of air. 25 holes in each of you.
Herbert Marshall stars as Ken Thurston, the man called X, in a short while over most of these NBC stations. Battling intrigue and espionage in far-off corners of the world, the man called X lives by his wits, and his business is danger. Tomorrow night, NBC brings you another broadcast of radio's greatest spectacle, The Big Show. Tallulah is your hostess once again, and tomorrow's stars include Fred Allen, Ed Wynn, Jack Carson, Ed Gardner, Mindy Carson, Meredith Wilson, and many, many more. It's an hour and a half every Sunday of the best in comedy, music, and drama. It's The Big Show. Now, back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Well, at this point, I'm looking like a bad risk for a long-term loan. My chances of getting Sarvish out of that prison camp alive are nil. Matter of fact, it looks like my chances of staying alive are equally nil. The gorilla is giving us a big, nasty grin over the barrel of his machine gun, and Malani, Luca's ex-girlfriend, is hanging all over him.
Darling, kiss me.
You could have spared me this, Malani.
Shut up, Luca. Kiss me, darling. Ah, there. That is it. Yes!
Hey, she knifed him.
Quick, get it, come.
I got it.
Well, looks like we had you pegged all wrong, Malani.
I should not have doubted you.
It was the only thing I could do.
What was the gorilla doing here?
We do not know. Apparently his suspicions were aroused. We have escaped prisoner hiding in next room. Malani and I both knew if gorilla search house, he would find prisoner and kill us. So Malani pretended to be on his side to keep him from searching.
Look, you say you've got an escaped prisoner here?
Yes, a man named Kali.
Where did he come from?
He told us he escaped from the large prison camp near here.
That could be the camp where they've got Sarvish. I'd like to talk to this collie.
Very well. Kali,
Yes.
come in.
What do you want, Malani?
This man is one of us, Kali.
Oh?
He wants to talk to you.
I want you to take a look at this picture, collie. Is this man in the prison camp you just escaped from?
Yes. I saw him there.
Good. Now all we've got to figure out is how to get over a few assorted barbed wire fences past
It will
the
not
guard.
be necessary to enter prison camp.
Huh? Why not?
All the prisoners are working on River Bridge 2 miles from camp.
Even at night?
Yes. About 2 hours' journey from here. I will take you to it.
But, Kali, you have just escaped from that place. You would risk recapture by going back?
I know what life in prison camp is like, Malani. If I am able to help someone else escape, the risk is worth it.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. I'm ready to leave right now.
Yes. The sooner we get started, the better.
I will stay behind and get rid of Gorilla's body.
All right, grandfather. We should be back before dawn.
Yeah.
With luck.
And without luck, we'd be working on a bridge, too. Come on, let's go.
See? There is a bridge ahead of us.
They have floodlights all around.
We better stop here.
Okay. Brother, this isn't going to be any cinch with the joint all lit up and swarming with guards.
Steve, maybe we...
Wait a minute. Look, that prisoner over there with a pick. That's Sarvish.
What do we do now? Drop our hankies to attract his attention?
I will get him.
How, Collie?
As you see, I'm dressed like other prisoners. I can work my way to him without attracting attention. I will tell him you're waiting for him here, in the underbrush.
You will be taking a big chance, Cully.
I know, but it is the best way.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Now, take it easy now.
That Curry, he's real eager, isn't he?
He sure is.
Look, Steve, if there should be a ruckus and we get separated, there's a big fallen tree about a quarter mile from a farmhouse.
Yeah, I remember.
We'll meet there, huh?
Okay.
Hey!
Look at Collie out there.
He's not heading for salvage. He's heading for one of the guards.
And he's pointing in this direction.
Steve, cut him!
Luca, put down that machine gun. You and your itchy, tricky finger.
Local prisoners all scattered.
Come, we must get out of here.
Servant!
Steve, get down!
Servant! Take care of that guard, Luca.
You said it!
Over here in the brush, quick! Hurry it up!
Get down, salvage! Who are you?
Steve Mitchell from the States. I was sent to bail you out.
Suits me fine. Let's go.
Hey, how much farther to the farmhouse, Luca?
Just a couple 100 yards.
Brother, you'd never know it in this jungle.
Look, how about a breather? That prison camp diet isn't conducive to endurance.
Okay, Sergeant.
Malani, as soon as we get to the farmhouse, you and your grandfather must pack up and leave.
Yes. Cully was obviously sent there to get information on us. The guerrillas may know more about us than we think.
I'm pretty sure they do.
What do you mean, Sergeant?
This morning, I overheard a couple of guards talking in the prison camp. They said something about a farmhouse they were keeping an eye on.
Come. I would like to get back there as soon as possible and get grandfather.
Hey, you make it? Okay, Sergeant?
Yeah, I'd crawl if I had to.
Hey.
What's the matter, Luca?
Look up in the sky ahead.
Huh?
It's all red all of a sudden.
A fire.
The farmhouse. Come.
Hey, not so fast.
But I must find out.
Hold it, Milani. We don't want to go busting out into that clearing.
Steve is right, Malani. We just ease up to an edge.
Oh, look. It is the farmhouse. You can see it burning. Oh, look.
Oh, take it easy, Malani. We don't know yet whether...
We better hold it right here. Look, half a dozen guerrillas with torches in their hands.
Wait. By the light of the flames over there, a body. It's...
Grandfather.
Malani.
There.
Brother.
Don't look, Malani. Turn your head away. I want you to...
No. I want to look. I want to remember the faces of those guerrillas. I will see them again.
Steve, this isn't good. If they're in on this deal as so much as...
Yeah, that means they'll be scouring this jungle for us. It also means we better get started for the coast right away. Sarvage, I guess it's up to you.
What do you mean?
It's about 30 miles to the coast. 30 miles through some pretty rough jungle. We'll be traveling in daylight, and there'll probably be about 3 guerrillas per square foot all the way. We've got to get there by tomorrow midnight, and it's almost dawn now.
Sounds jolly.
Yeah, and that prison camp hasn't left you in very good condition. You think you can make it?
I don't know, Steve, but I told you once I'd crawl if I had to. I may end up doing just that. But as long as there's a crawl left in...
That's good enough.
Steve, behind you, gorilla!
Get him! Oh! Where'd he get you, Sarvage?
The guerrillas at the farmhouse. They heard the shot. They're coming.
Crank up that machine gun, Luca.
It's all crank, Jack. 1, 2...
Wait, the other 3 are running away.
Good. That'll give us a few minutes anyway. Come on, let's get started.
But my leg, I can't walk on it.
Okay, so we play piggyback.
No, Steve, no. You can't carry me all that way. You'll all be caught and killed.
Look, this is no time to hold a debate, Sarvage. I was sent over here to fish you out. You've got information we need back in the States, and you're going back there.
Steve and I take turns carrying you, Salvage. We can make it.
It's sure worth a try anyway. Now, come on, let's go. If you don't think you can have nightmares in broad daylight, you should try inching your way through a steaming jungle with a wounded man on your back, a blazing sun beating down on you, and several assorted guerrillas scouring the brush for you. Twice we hug the ground while their patrols come so close I can count the slugs in their guns, but we keep going. Luke and I trade off carrying Sarvich. Milani just keeps plodding along, saying nothing. The hours drag by, but they're not dragging any more than I am at this point. Finally, it gets dark again, and we try to speed up. It's a race against time now. We've got to get to the coast by midnight. 9 o'clock comes. 10 o'clock. By this time, we're on the ragged edge. 11 o'clock. We keep stumbling along, and then after what seems like 3 years, we come out on a little bluff overlooking the ocean.
Steve, this is it. We made it.
Okay, Sarge. Down you go easy now.
Oh, I could not have gone another step.
Steve. Yeah?
Oh, thanks.
Okay.
I didn't think we were going to make it.
You know something, Sarvich? Neither did I. What time is it, Luca?
So, 2 minutes before midnight.
Brother, that's really cutting the margin close.
A torpedo boat should be along any minute. We have to wait out to it.
Yeah, that'll be a pleasure, believe me. Wait.
What's the matter?
Down there on the beach below us, I saw a glint of metal.
You sure, Steve?
Yes, look, some figures.
It's a guerrilla patrol.
Must have found out about our boat somehow.
Oh, this is just great. We break our backs getting here and then find them between us and safety.
Listen.
Eh?
I hear the boat.
Yeah, I can see it in the moonlight. It's coming in close.
The guerrillas see it, too. They're waiting for it. Steve, how are we going to get to the boat?
You answer that one, you'll hit the jackpot, Luca. Oh, wait. Where's the flashlight?
Here it is.
What are you going to do, Steve?
Send a message to that boat. We've got to head it off. Maybe we can arrange a pickup at some other point.
But, Steve, some of these guerrillas understand English. They could probably read a message. And as for arranging another rendezvous, you know we could never make it to anywhere else.
Yeah, I guess you're right, brother. If I don't call the right play now, we're all cooked. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
Luca, the first time we met, you asked me what happened to Notre Dame this season.
Oh, sure, but what's that got to do with
it? It means that some of the boys in this neck of the woods are football fans.
Oh, yeah? Some of them?
Including the French?
Oh, sure, particularly about Notre Dame, but...
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. I just hope that French torpedo boat skipper is a fan, too.
What are you sending? Notre Dame? Look, I still don't see what you're trying...
Good. Use more reverses.
Notre Dame should use more reverses. What kind of message is that?
Hey, the boat's turning.
It is heading up the coast. Or maybe it is leaving.
Oh, Steve, I get it now. You want a skipper to try a reverse of his own. But you think he'll understand?
I don't know. That's what we've got to wait to find out. The boat keeps going slowly up the coast, and the guerrillas on the beach start following it in the same direction. I still don't know whether the skipper understood my message, but it's our only chance. Then, when the boat gets about a mile up the coast, it suddenly turns around and heads back under full throttle.
Steve, it worked. He drew the guerrillas away from here.
Yeah, let's get down to the beach, quick. Get aboard, Sarvich. Come on.
Okay, Steve.
Come on, Milani.
I am not going.
Why?
I will stay behind. There is much work for me here.
Are you crazy? Your grandfather's been killed, and you stand a good chance of the same thing. Now, come on.
No. It's no use, Steve. She and I have already talked about it. I want her to come, too. So much. But she said that she's staying.
Go quickly, all of you, while there's still time. I will be all right. And Luca, it will work out for you and me. After this is over, it will work out for you and me.
Yeah, sure. Come on, Steve.
So we head for the beach, leaving Milani standing there on the bluff. The boat is coming in at us now. It stops about shoulder deep, and we wade out to it. The skipper is wearing a natty little mustache and a big grin.
Come aboard, gentlemen. Come aboard.
A pleasure. You on okay, Sarvich?
Yeah.
Let me go, Luca.
Okay. I'll give you a hand, Steve.
Thanks.
Oh, the reverse, it worked perfectly, no?
Skipper, the reverse, it worked perfectly, yes. Now, I suggest a wide end run and pour the coal to her.
Oui.
Well, it's hard to believe. I guess we're finally in the clear.
Hey, look. Back on the bluff, somebody's signaling with a flashlight.
It must be Milani.
G-O-O-D. Good. L-U-C. Hey, she quit signaling.
Steve.
Oh, well, maybe she had to duck in a hurry, Luca.
Yeah. Or maybe they got her.
Yeah, maybe they got her, Luca.
You know, I learned a lot of wisecracks in the States, but I can't seem to think of any of them right now.
There aren't any.
What's going to work out for her and me? That's what she said, wasn't it, Steve?
Yeah, that's what she said, Luca.
So, Now I'll maybe get a few extra ones for her. But it'll go on and on.
Yeah. It'll go on and on. I guess we all know that, but there's something else we can know, too.
What's that?
As long as there are people like Melania, we've got a pretty good idea which side's going to come out on top.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Tonight, Herbert Marshall stars as the man called X, a man without a name who travels the world over battling the forces of international intrigue and espionage. For mystery every Saturday night, it's the man called X. For music on Saturday night, it's your hit parade, bringing you the top tunes in the land, selected by you and presented by Raymond Scott's orchestra, Eileen Wilson and Snooky Lanson. Now hear the man called X and the big show tomorrow on NBC.
Here is another in NBC's outstanding parade of new shows, dramatically transcribed. 4-Star Playhouse, a repertory company of 4 great Hollywood stars.
This is Robert Cummings.
This is Rosalind Russell.
This is Fred McMurray.
This is Loretta Young.
Yes, these are the stars heard weekly on 4-Star Playhouse. Ladies and gentlemen, one of our 4-star players and star of tonight's play, Robert Cummings.
Thank you. And in behalf of Rosalind Russell, Fred McMurray, and Loretta Young, let me welcome you back to our 4-Star Playhouse. As you know, every Sunday night at this time, Roz, Fred, Loretta, and I appear in new dramatizations of stories selected from Cosmopolitan magazine. Stories by the world's leading writers of popular fiction. How often have you all had the strange, haunting experience which made you say, it seems that all this has happened to me before? Psychologists call that phenomenon prevision. Tonight's story explores an experience in prevision. We think it will hold you spellbound right up to its stunning and fearful finish. Prepare now for gripping action as we bring you Maurice Baudin Jr.'s strange and powerful story, The Hunted, in which I am Fred Woodard. The Hunted. I was tired. Looking for a job in a strange city wasn't doing me any good. I was hot. I felt weak. My eyes throbbed, my head swam. I had to sit down. To escape from the heat, I went into the small, air-cooled theater.
Feature picture goes on in 10 minutes, mister.
Oh, thanks, Usher.
Hot out, ain't it?
Yeah, it's terrible.
You look beat. Why don't you sit down and wait till the newsreel's over?
Oh, thanks, I will. I sat down to rest. I wasn't the only one. Across the lobby was a man, sound asleep. A man with a paunch. A man with a white scarf around his neck. And then she came in. The girl came in through the front door looking hunted and furtive. She saw the man with the paunch and started. Paunch opened his eyes and got up and walked toward her. In a panic, the girl dashed into the powder room. Paunch sat down again, closed his eyes. I didn't like it. Not a bit. Usher.
Yeah?
That guy over there with the paunch and the white scarf.
Yeah?
A girl came in and he tried to make a pass.
Oh, forget it. Happens every day in theaters. Me, I keep my nose clean. I keep out of it.
I don't like it.
Routine. Don't let it bother you.
I glared across at the sleeping fat man. And then my head began to nod. And then there she was again, the girl. She was coming in through the front doors again, the hunted, fearful look on her delicate face. Impulsively, I got up.
News will be over in 5 more minutes.
Oh, excuse me.
Please, I'm in a hurry.
Yes, I know, and that man sleeping over that fellow with the white scarf is bothering you.
Who are you?
You wouldn't know me. I'm a stranger in town.
He isn't asleep. He's pretending.
Let me speak to him.
No.
Is he bothering you?
He's following me. He's everywhere. I tried to hide in here.
Give me these parcels. We'll walk out here together. He won't follow us.
He will.
Come on. Don't look back.
He's getting up.
How do you know?
I see him in the mirrors. He's following.
Well, let him.
Faster. He looks fat, but he's quick.
Well, then we'll ride. Let's see. Oh, taxi! Taxi! My name's Fred Woodard.
I'm Ruth.
Are you listed that way in the telephone book?
Just Ruth, if you don't mind.
Okay, Ruth. Oh, driver, this is all right. We'll get out here. Here, take my hand.
Thanks.
Okay, driver, how much do
Fred.
I...
It's him.
I looked back. The paunch was getting out of a taxi and paying his fare without even glancing at us. And then he stood at the curb and lighting a cigarette, ignoring us, but knowing we were there. Knowing we would always be there. Here, driver, keep the change. Come on, Ruth. He can ride as fast as we can, but he can't walk as fast.
Oh, can't he?
Let me go back and smack him so he stays smacked.
No, that wouldn't do any good.
Still behind us.
No matter how fast we walk, he keeps the same distance.
I'm going back and talk to White Scarf.
Don't.
Well, why?
You said you wouldn't ask.
All right, but...
Hurry.
I'm hurrying.
Run. Quiet. I'm sorry. I can't go any further.
No, not at this pace.
Oh. Let me sit down on this bench.
Oh, it's all pretty strange.
I'm sorry.
Maybe you'll tell me about it someday.
Maybe.
Hey.
What?
Hey, surprise.
What?
We've lost White Scarf.
Yes.
Well, now what shall we do? How about lunch? When did you eat?
Ages ago.
Well, let's eat. I feel good again. I don't remember ordering this iced coffee, did I?
You did, and very plainly.
That's funny. Obviously, you're too much for my presence of mind.
I hope you won't regret our meeting.
Oh, it's highly unlikely. Say, do you realize how rudely other men in this restaurant are staring at you and wishing they were me? Now, just glance about you modestly and... No. Don't.
Is it?
White Scarf. 5 tables behind you. No, don't turn around. Now, just smile and look animated. I'll do the same. Now, here's what we're going to do. I'll tell you when to look up at the clock and exclaim about the time.
Yes.
And I'll stand up and say goodbye. All smiles, just like this, see? And we'll part like old friends, going to see each other again. And make up something as you leave.
All right. What about you?
I'll stay right here.
He'll follow me.
And I'll follow him. I don't think he'll like that.
He'll know you're following him.
I want him to know. Now, look up at the clock.
Yes. Oh, dear, look at that time. I really must go now, Mr. Woodard.
He's getting up to go, too.
Of course.
Well, I'll meet you afterward.
Wheelock's department store, the information desk.
What time?
I'll be there in exactly an hour if I'm not followed.
Meet you there in 1 hour. Okay. Give me a big goodbye now.
Oh, it's been awfully nice, Mr. Woodard. Maybe we can do this again soon.
Oh, yes, Friday.
Good.
Well, it's a date.
Goodbye. See you Friday.
Right. And here comes White Scarf, right on schedule. Got a match, friend?
Did you speak to me?
Match?
No.
Going someplace?
Yes.
Why are you following that girl?
What girl?
You know what girl.
Point her out to me.
Why, well, she's gone, isn't she?
You think I've lost her, huh?
Who?
The girl.
Well, what girl?
Who knows?
Well, we must do this again sometime.
Not too often.
Well, that's up to you, isn't it?
Good afternoon, fool.
He walked out, obviously no longer following Ruth. Her trail was lost. I was pleased with myself, so pleased that I could hardly wait for the hour to pass to tell Ruth that I'd shaken White Scarf. I went to Wheelock's department store. I waited for her at the information desk.
Oh, there you are, Fred. Here's some packages for you. Are you getting bored or tired?
Bored? No. Didn't you see the excitement?
Excitement? No.
Well, it seems someone lifted a dagger at the antique jewelry counter, and they just found out a few minutes ago. More confusion.
Oh. Well, I'll be back again soon with more packages. Do you mind? Don't go away or get lost, will you?
Don't worry.
Cash, boy.
Okay, sucker, come along.
Who?
Come on.
White Scarf.
Let's go.
Well, you found us again.
If one knows where to look, one finds.
What do you mean by shadowing us this way?
We ask the questions. Now, come along.
Where?
Upstairs.
Who are you?
Guess.
The police.
Come on. Your lady friend's waiting for you.
Lady friend?
Come on.
I remembered vaguely reading something like this in the past. But what was it? I'd forgotten. White Scarf took me upstairs to a bare room with a single desk. I saw Ruth staring at the floor. She didn't look up. There was a pile of parcels on the desk. Behind the desk stood a tall, blond man about 35. He started speaking the moment White Scarf pushed me into the room.
Oh! The first thing you better do is empty out your pockets.
You're not talking to me.
He's talking to you.
You better do it.
What are you raving about?
You'll find some things in your pockets that don't belong to you.
They belong to Wheelock's department store.
Well, good Lord.
Put the watch on the desk, Woodard.
I don't know how it got there.
What else is there?
Oh, this gold cigarette lighter.
On the desk.
Why, I never saw these things before.
See here. Don't deny you're Ruth's accomplice.
Accomplice? Why, Oh, Ruth.
She's a shoplifter.
Shut up.
Just remarking, Murray.
Remark when you're asked to remark.
Well, listen, wait, this is crazy. You're saying that Ruth is a thief and I helped her steal?
There's some excuse for Ruth, but there's none for you. Oh, please, Ruth. Don't, darling.
I don't know why I do it. I can't help it, Murray. I can't help it. I don't realize I do it.
All these things are stolen?
Things on you were.
But I knew nothing about it. Ruth, tell them.
Miss Fleming cannot answer for anything she does. You can.
Who are you?
Miss Fleming is not an ordinary thief. If she were, this would be for the police. As matters stand, the stores permit me to make an adjustment on the merchandise she appropriates.
She is in the clear. You'll get it, though.
Well, this is crazy. I didn't realize what she was up to.
You'll serve her sentence, too.
Shut up! Take her to the next room.
Come on.
Look, I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief.
And I'm not the police. But I am that poor girl's fiancé.
Fiancé?
I've been doing everything in my power. Everything within the power of love and modern medicine to help Ruth. To cure her of her kleptomania. And when a sniveling, lying crook like you takes advantage of her and breaks down everything I've accomplished...
Stop it! Oh, cut it out. She was in trouble. That fellow with the scarf was following her. She wanted my help.
I hired him to protect Ruth against herself. And against weasels like you.
You don't know what you're talking about. I tell you...
I'm going to put you where you won't prey on sick and helpless people.
Don't touch that telephone. Put it down, I tell you.
I'm going to put you where you can't pull your low, sneaking tricks.
Drop it. Drop that phone.
Operator, get me the police.
Oh, I warned you. I warned you. I won't be framed. I won't. No one frames me like that. You hear? No one.
four-star Playhouse dramatization of Maurice Bodin Jr.'s cosmopolitan short story, The Hunted, starring Robert Cummings and featuring Lorene Tuttle and William Conrad.
Fred?
I won't answer.
Fred, open up. It's Ruth.
It's a trick. She brought the police.
Fred, you must believe me. You must trust me. Fred!
All right. I'm coming. Are you alone?
Yes.
Well, come in.
Oh, Fred, I'm so terribly sorry I got you into all this. I didn't mean for you to get into trouble. I never in the world would have wanted that.
Well, you did steal those things.
Yes.
Well, why?
I don't know. I can't help it. I don't ever remember stealing them, but I do. They watch me and they try to prevent me. Murray pays for the things I steal. He's been so good, so kind. And now...
He was calling the police in on me.
I know. I don't blame you for what you did, not entirely.
I let him have it.
It was my fault, too.
I let him have it, all right.
Oh, why did you do it?
I don't know. I lost my head. I'd have gone to the police myself, but there was something funny about what was going on, some kind of a frame. White Scarf was too happy about sending someone up, but I wasn't going to be railroaded. I'm new in this town. I'm green. I can't take chances where I've got nobody to fight for me.
I know.
I'd rot here in jail.
I know. But you didn't have to kill him.
Kill him? Kill who?
Don't deny it. White Scarf went into the room when he heard you and Murray fight. Murray was on the floor. The dagger.
I didn't kill him, no.
Don't deny it. You stabbed him with that dagger I gave you, the dagger I stole at Wheelock's.
You stole that dagger.
I must have stolen it. I stole it and I gave it to you.
No, you didn't.
I must have. You stabbed Murray with it.
No, there must be some horrible, I couldn't have, some mistakes, some...
Oh, stop lying, stop pretending. I'm not blaming you. I gave you the dagger, I stole it and gave it to you. But you should have given it up with the other thing.
I've got to get out of this.
I had to come here before they find out where you stay.
Before they find out where... How did you know where I'm staying? I didn't tell you.
I'm so ashamed.
I asked you something.
I know.
I asked you how you knew I was at this hotel.
There was a paid hotel bill in your wallet.
My wallet? Well, how did... Oh.
I must have stolen it from... perhaps in the store.
Oh.
Here, take it. Everything's there.
You didn't tell them?
No. I wanted you to have some chance. I wanted to do something for you.
What? Bring Murray to life?
I don't know.
Oh, wait. Let me think. I've got to try to think.
Whatever I can do, anything at all, tell me. I'm so to blame for things, so tell me if
I don't know. How long did you know Murray?
2 years. We were to be married soon, even before I was cured.
How do I know you didn't kill him?
How
do I know you didn't keep the dagger and kill him yourself? How do I know you're not trying to pin something on me?
No. Why would I kill Murray? Would I murder the man I love?
I don't know. Maybe the man you love you hate.
But why?
I don't know why.
I mustn't shout. We'll be heard.
Oh, this whole crazy nightmare I've stumbled into. When will it end? Where does it all lead to?
If I killed Murray, would I try to help you? He was doing so much for me and he loved me so much. And tonight we were going someplace special.
Where?
It doesn't matter.
I don't know if it matters or not. I've got to ask questions. I've got to keep moving in my mind or I'll crack wide open. Where were you going with Murray tonight? It just might matter.
There was to be a party at Maggie Bolton's. You know Maggie Bolton.
I don't know anyone or anything. I'm new around here.
Well, once a year she gives a big party and wears the Bolton necklace.
Wasn't Murray afraid you'd steal the necklace, too, right off of her throat?
Stop it!
Wait, that's something.
What is?
I'm not sure. Murray's being killed just today, the day of the party. I don't know. Maybe.
But you killed him.
Oh, you did. You never gave me that dagger.
I had no motive. I loved him.
You were going to the Bolton party tonight and see the necklace.
That had nothing to do with it. Nothing whatever.
We're going to that party tonight.
You'll be picked up by the police.
Not unless you tell them I'm there.
I won't.
I don't know what I'm trying to find out. I just know I've got to keep moving and doing or I'll go crazy. Where's this Bolton place? We arrived too late for the party. Too late to see the famous Bolton diamond necklace on the famous Bolton throat. There was some excitement about the house when we drove up in the hired car. I left Ruth in the car and walked up the driveway, curving around into the darkness, and stopped short. Police cars all around the house. I turned and began to walk down the driveway again.
Hey, you!
I began running.
Hey, stop!
In a panic, I plunged off the drive into the thick tangle of cypress that covers the huge ground.
Hey, you!
I lost the cop. In the dark, dense jungle of cypress, I even lost myself. And then something stepped out of the darkness. Something in a white scarf with flat, dead eyes and a toneless smile and that faintly foreign voice. White scarf.
Don't move. I want to talk to you.
Talk what?
I want to talk to you.
Well, there's nothing to talk about.
Theft is nothing?
Why, I didn't steal.
Murder is nothing?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Murray Lister.
Why, I don't know anything about Murray Lister.
You also deny that you strangled Maggie Bolton in the solarium an hour ago.
No, I tell you, I didn't have anything to do with it. Why, I didn't even know she'd been killed.
You didn't know she'd been killed? No.
No. You're not going to pin that on me, too. I didn't come near her. I just arrived. Say, how did you know it was an hour ago?
Because I strangled her.
You?
Aye.
Who are you?
I will tell you so that you will have the caution and the self-interest to cooperate with me.
I don't know how. Cooperate how? What?
In delivering the Bolton necklace to me.
I tell you, I don't know anything about it.
Then let me sharpen your understanding of it. I killed Mrs. Bolton when she refused to tell me where the necklace was. I strangled her.
Strangled?
With this white silk scarf.
I don't...
I'm Apache, you know. French Apache. I also stabbed Murray Lister.
Of course. You went it alone after I knocked him down. Of course.
Of course. I also stole all the things that Ruth Fleming is accused of stealing. Now we will put these together and it will become a diamond necklace for me. Huh?
You're crazy.
No.
You're crazy, killer. You're crazy. You're crazy.
No. Murray Lister hired me to plant stolen things on Ruth to make her think she was a kleptomaniac.
She doesn't steal?
I do. I stole and planted your wallet on her. I stole the dagger and planted it on Murray Lister.
But why?
Murray was preparing with Fleming to take the blame one day for the theft of the Bolton necklace. That's simple. I helped prepare her. But today I thought, why work for Murray Lister when I can go into business for myself?
You stabbed a man and strangled Maggie Bolton.
I tell you this so you'll be warned. Now, you will reply to my questions, or...
Wait, don't stop.
There you see. The white scarf about your throat. Enough?
Enough.
Be warned.
I can't help you. I don't know anything.
You do?
No.
You lie. Why do you lie when you know how unwise it is to lie to me? The strangler. Huh? Now, where is the necklace?
I don't know.
Do you want to die? Do you want your eyes to stick out of your head? Do you want your tongue to go purple in your mouth? Well, do you?
No, listen to me. You got to listen to me.
An end to these lies.
So, I'm new in this town. I just came in last week. I picked up this girl, Ruth Fleming, in the theater lobby. I didn't know anything about her, anything about...
Enough.
No, listen.
An end to talk.
Wait, don't. Listen.
Time now to act.
Stop, don't.
There you see.
Don't.
He strangles.
Let go.
The Apache way. The way of the Paris Apache. Vous savez?
No.
Die.
Excuse me, mister.
Excuse me, mister.
What?
What's the matter? Wake up. You dreaming? Newsreel's over. Feature picture's gonna start.
Huh?
Wake up. You fell asleep in the lobby. You bought a ticket. Don't you want to see the show?
I dragged myself back to consciousness. In seconds, the fabric of my awful dream unraveled and vanished. I was drenched in cold sweat, but overwhelmed with relief. And across the lobby, sleeping harmlessly, was the paunchy man with the white scarf who had helped inspire my dream, or whatever it was. And then the door of the powder room opened, and there was the girl, the Ruth of my dream, with a pale dread on her face. I got up quickly and eagerly to make the acquaintance of the real-life Ruth, or whatever her real name was.
Ticket in the box, lady.
Oh, excuse me.
What?
But, I know you'll think that this is the usual approach by a stranger, but didn't all this happen before?
What do you mean?
But it just seems that we met before, just this way.
I don't think so.
Well, the feature picture's about to start. Might I join you?
Oh, I couldn't. I mean, well...
I'm sure this all happened before. Even the scared look you just gave that paunchy man sleeping there.
Well, if you like, we could go in together, yes.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, the honest feeling, really.
I've had that feeling, too, sometimes. Everybody has.
We went up the steps, talking and laughing. I held open the door leading into the cool dark of the balcony and stared. Below in the lobby, I saw the paunchy man slowly open his eyes and look up at us. He got up and with surprising agility began following us with rapid, ruthless steps. A man with a paunch, an olive skin, and a dead smile, and a white silk scarf draped loosely about his neck, following us. Four-Star Playhouse, Robert Cummings speaking.
Bob, this is Rosalind Russell with a very urgent question.
Roz, I didn't do it. I tell you, I was framed. Oh, what urgent question?
What happened to you after you picked that girl up in the lobby the second time? Did you meet White Scarf and Cypress again? How did that come out?
Oh, I was choked to death. Next question?
Well, will you listen to me next Sunday when I do The Incredible Anna Lee? It's about a Hollywood motion picture actress, Anna Lee, a lovely and unpredictable ham who inflicts herself on films and on her press agent. How our ham becomes cured and our guy gets contented is the substance of next week's opera.
Roz, it sounds very inviting, and I'll recommend Russell's remarkable recipe for radio enjoyment to all my friends.
Thanks, Bob. And incidentally, thrilling show tonight. Bye, Bob.
Thanks, Roz, and thanks for calling. Au revoir, Roz. And good night, everybody, and thank you for calling. Call again next Sunday, huh? Night.
You have been listening to Four-Star Playhouse, tonight starring Robert Cummings in The Hunted, written by Maurice Bodin, Jr., and adapted for radio by Milton Geiger. Lorene Tuttle was featured as Ruth, with William Conrad as White Scarf, Wilms Herbert played Murray, and Larry Dobkin the usher. Four-Star Playhouse is directed by Warren Lewis. Music composed and conducted by Albert Harris. Portions were transcribed. Robert Cummings may currently be seen in Walter Wanger's production, Reign of Terror. Each week at this time, one of our four-star players, Rosalind Russell, Fred McMurray, Loretta Young, and Robert Cummings, is heard in a special adaptation of a popular fiction story selected from Cosmopolitan magazine, written by the world's foremost fiction authors. On future weeks, you will hear Fred McMurray in a powerful two-fisted drama, and Loretta Young, who was unable to appear tonight as originally scheduled due to illness, in Virginia Faulkner's zany comedy, Once Upon a Horse. Next week on Four-Star Playhouse, Rosalind Russell will star in Robert Carson's delightful story, The Incredible Anna Lee. Americans, in the present unstable condition of the world, the United States needs unity among its citizens more than ever before. We simply cannot afford to be divided by racial and religious differences. Such division among us is advertised in certain countries as a sign that America is weak and that democracy is a failure. Don't help such propaganda. The very differences that exist among our mixed peoples have given us the variety of contributions that have made our country great and free. Keep it great and free. Fight prejudice. In just a few moments, you are going to hear another of the NBC Symphony Summer Concerts. And 1 hour from now, Ethel Merman is sure to delight you in her own new show. For the best in entertainment all evening long, keep your dial tuned to your favorite NBC station. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company brings you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Jack Benny and Gail Patrick in Killer Kates. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Very few institutions on the air outdate the Lux Radio Theater. But one of the exceptions is our star tonight, Waukegan's favorite son, Jack Benny. It was 15 years ago that Jack started trying for laughs on the air, and he's still trying. As a matter of fact, we'll have to allow Jack's one of America's top comedians. But tonight he branches out into a different field, in a thrilling piece of action drama entitled Killer Kates. Based on a Warner Brothers screenplay, it was adapted especially for Jack's newly discovered dramatic ability, and co-stars lovely and talented Gail Patrick. Of course, to get Jack here tonight, we had to add special concessions to the contract, not the least of which was a large-sized box of Lux Flakes. In fact, Jack has been counting the contents flake by flake between rehearsals. And the gleam in his eye when he discovered they were all there could only be matched, I'm sure, by the gleam in a woman's eye when she sees Lux Flakes on her grocer's shelf. It's a look that says, all's well that ends with Lux. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Benny as Killer Kates and Gail Patrick as Helen, with Alan Reed as Al Brady. In this rather unusual story, Mr. Benny plays the part of Jeff Morley, sometimes known as Killer Kates. In the opening scene, we find our cold-blooded killer at the door of his old hideaway.
Hey, you, Spangler. Wait till I get this door open. Spangler, where have you... Killer Kates. It's you.
Yeah. Yeah, Blinky, it's me.
Gee, Killer, I didn't know it was you. I was just waiting for Spangler to come back.
Spangler ain't coming back.
Not coming back? Well, it serves him right. He had it coming. I was going to knock him off myself. I was, Killer. He's the guy that ratted on you.
Yeah?
Yeah, Killer, yeah. Gee, it's good to see you back again. When'd you get out?
Last night, Blinky. I busted out just to see you and Spangler. I just seen Spangler.
You busted out? Then you're hot. But don't worry, Killer. I'll hide you. You can use my place.
So you can put the finger on me like you did last time, eh, Blinky?
It wasn't me, Killer. I swear it wasn't me. It was Spangler, I tell you. It was Spangler. He was the guy that...
Shut up, you lying rat.
Honest, Killer. You gotta believe me. I had nothing to do with it.
Get down on your knees, Blinky, and start praying.
But, Killer, please. You can't do this. I'm your pal. Your friend. We grew up together. We was like brothers, Killer. Please give me a break.
You didn't give me a break, did you? When you sent me up to the big house to rot in a lousy cell? You weren't satisfied to take over my racket. You even had to steal my dame.
I tell you, I didn't do it, Killer. Everything is just the way you left it. And Millie, I didn't steal her. She's still your girl, Killer. She's waiting for you.
Where do you want it, Blinky? In the belly or the back?
Please give me a chance. I'll get out of town.
Get down on your knees, Blinky.
No, Killer, don't. I swear I had nothing to do with this, believe me.
Start praying, Blinky.
Killer! You can't do it! Don't shoot! Don't! Killer.
So long, Blinky. You were my pal once, but you just couldn't keep your nose clean. Cops! I gotta get out of here.
Come on out, Killer. You haven't got a chance.
You want me, copper? You'll have to come in and get me.
There he goes for the window. Got him. Is he dead?
No. No, I'm not dead, copper. Of course I'm not dead. Remember me? I'm Killer Cates. The man who couldn't be killed.
Just keep bringing the curtain up and down, Eddie. He's good for a dozen bows.
Whoever thought this corny show would be a hit?
You gotta hand it to that Jeff Morley, corny or not. He plays that Killer Case like a real gangster. Get down on your knees and start praying, Blinky. Where do you want it? In the belly or the back?
Hey, quiet. Here he comes. Nice show, Mr. Morley.
Thanks, Eddie. Is my manager around?
Yeah, Mr. Brady said he'd wait for you in your dressing room.
Thanks.
Hiya, Jeff.
Hello, Brady. I want to talk to you.
Fine, and say congratulations, Killer.
For what?
For the 1,000th performance of The Man Who Couldn't Be Killed.
Seems like a million. And stop calling me Killer, will you? It's bad enough I have to play that part without being reminded of it all the time.
Well, you've been doing all right for 3 years now.
But can't you see what's happening to me? Every time I have to shoot a gun, I break into a cold sweat. I'm afraid of guns. They're so noisy.
Well, you can't bump off Blinky with a water pistol. His makeup will run.
Don't be funny. Imagine me, a killer, standing there with 2 guns.
You gotta use 2 guns, Jeff. When we tried it with 1 gun, you used to put your other hand on your hip.
What?
Why don't you forget it, Jeff? Did you see the audience out there tonight? Not an empty seat in the house.
I tell you, this play is driving me nuts. I have nightmares. I dream that I'm busting out of prison, taking guys for rides, sticking up banks. Gee, it's getting so every time I walk down the street and see a policeman, I duck.
Look, Jeff, what you need is a nice long rest. Go home and relax. Spend some time with your wife. Play a little golf. This is Saturday. You don't have to be back to the theater till Monday night.
No, Brady. That's not the solution. Don't you understand? I'm a comedian. A comic. All my life I've been a comedian. I don't want to play a gangster. I want to make people laugh.
All right, so you're a comedian. What happened when you played comedy? You did a show on Broadway called The Meanest Man in Syracuse, folded in 2 weeks.
I know.
And when you went out to Hollywood to make a picture, what was the name of that epic? Oh, The Bugle Blew at Midnight.
Well?
The audience blew at 9 o'clock.
So what? I made a mistake. Anybody's entitled to one mistake.
Yeah, but you made yours while you were standing in front of a camera. And everybody who saw that picture's a witness. There weren't many, but they're witnesses.
Look, Brady, you can talk till doomsday. But I know how I feel inside. For 25 years, I've been doing comedy, and that's what I want to keep on doing.
Jeff, what's the use of kidding? As a comedian, you're lousy. You stink.
Oh, you and your innuendos.
Look at the record. Since you gave up comedy and became Killer Cates, look what you got. An estate on Long Island, a butler, 3 cars, and you're only number 12 in line for a new refrigerator. What more do you want?
My peace of mind. That's what I want. And it's no use arguing. I'm getting out of this play while I've still got my sanity, my health. Even if it means those one-night stands again.
But, Jeff, boy, think of your wife. Think of Helen.
I am thinking of Helen. In the mental condition I'm in, what kind of a husband am I?
Well, then think of me. I get 10% of your salary. For the last 3 years, I've been eating. I live in a nice apartment. I wear good clothes. Don't take those things away from me, Jeff.
That's what I thought. All you care about is your 10%. Well, I'm through, so you might as well get out of here, Brady, and start looking for a new killer. Now get out. Out. Out!
Okay.
Ooh, my head. Ooh, those awful headaches.
Pardon me, Mrs. Morley.
What is it, Walters?
Mr. Brady telephoned.
I told him Mr. Morley was asleep, and he said he'd drop in later on.
Oh, thank you, Walters. What time is it?
12:15, madam.
That late? I think you'd better wake Mr. Morley now.
Yes, madam. Mr. Morley! Mr. Morley! Mr. Morley, wake up, sir. It's 12:15.
Listen, Scalise. From now on, you're taking orders from me. Killer Kate, see?
Mr. Morley.
If you don't like it, you get the same thing that happened to Spangler. You'll wind up at the bottom of the river with your feet in a barrel of cement.
Mr. Morley, wake
Take your
up.
dirty mitts off of me before I... What? Where am I? Oh, it's you, Walters. I'm sorry. I must have been dreaming.
Yes, sir.
What was I saying?
Something about a Mr. Scalise, sir. You intimated that in the future he was to receive his instructions from you.
A darn show again. Can't get it off my mind. Other men dream about Lana Turner. I dream about Dillinger. He's not even wearing a sweater. Walters, tell Mrs. Morley I'll be right down.
Yes.
Would you like another cup of coffee, dear?
No, thanks. I don't feel like eating. I tell you, Helen, if I don't get out of this show, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown.
Jeff, I've never stood in your way. In the old days when you were playing vaudeville, things were pretty tough. I went along hoping you'd get a break. But you must admit that your act always flopped.
Well, I was doing all right until my seal died.
That seal didn't die. You were out of work so long we had to eat it.
Well,
And what we didn't eat, I had to wear.
well, all I know is I was happier then. Gee, and I had a swell act, too. Smart comedy, high class. Gosh, remember how I used to come out in white flannel pants, double-breasted blue coat with brass buttons, straw hat and cane, and I'd say, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the theater. A panhandler walked up to me and said, "Hey, mister, I haven't had a bite all week." So I bit him. Oh, boy, they used to scream at that. Yes, sir. That act is as good today as it ever was. Only maybe I'd have to bring it up to date, take out those General Pershing jokes, And then finish with, you remember I used to finish with that imitation of Ted Lewis? Yes, sir, is everybody happy? I don't know, that stuff is surefire.
I like it better when you say, "Where do you want it, Blinky, in the belly or the back?"
I know, but look remember just before Brady got me in the play, you'll have to admit I was a sensation in that nightclub in Atlantic City.
But you had to work as a lifeguard in the daytime.
I didn't have to, I insisted on it. It kept me in condition. Atlantic City, I was terrific there. I got 1,000,000 laughs.
Who wouldn't in that bathing suit?
All right.
But all right, Jeff, if it means your health and it'll make you any happier, then I'm for it. We'll start all over again. Right from the very, very, very bottom.
Gee, Helen, you're wonderful. After all, look, we've got what we want. This big house, the butler, 3 cars.
Yes, but when are we going to get the new refrigerator?
We're number 12. Oh, Helen, if you only knew how happy I am. I'm the old Jeff Morley again. Oh, kitten, when my baby smiles at me, ha, 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 there's someone at the door.
Walters, that's probably Mr. Brady. Show him right in.
Yes, madam.
Brady? How do you like that? He won't even let me alone on Sundays. Well, I'm glad he's here. I'm going to straighten him out once and for all.
Hiya, killer. Hello, Helen.
Hello,
I brought
Al.
a couple of fellas I want you should meet. Shake hands with Bob Stanley and Freddie McCall.
How do you do?
How are you?
Glad to know you, killer. Yeah, you too, Mrs. Cates.
The name is Morley.
I'm sorry, but I've seen you on the stage so many times. To me, you'll always be Killer Cates.
Oh, no, I won't. Brady, I got news for you. I've talked the whole thing over with Helen, and I'm quitting the show.
It ain't as easy as that, Jeff. You got a run-of-the-play contract, and they won't let you out of it. You can't quit.
Then I'll walk out.
But, Jeff, can you do that?
If he does, he'll never work in the theater again as long as he lives.
So that's the way it is. Well, I guess I can't do anything about it.
Now you're being smart, Jeff. That play will run another 3 years. You'll be a millionaire.
So what good is money? I'll end up with a gold-plated straitjacket.
Look, Jeff, when the show closes, you'll have plenty of time to enjoy life. In the meantime, let's cash in. There's a lot of extra gravy around.
Gravy? What do you mean?
I finally got you set for a radio deal.
Radio?
Yeah.
Well, that sounds all right.
Why, sure. It's a 15-minute program, 5 times a week. Stanley and McCall have written a terrific script.
Well, you hear it. It's dynamite.
But won't that interfere with the play?
Not at all. He'll be off the air by 8:15. The curtain don't go up till 8:30. He can eat his dinner in a taxi.
Wait a minute, Brady. Is this that comedy program you were talking about?
No, I couldn't get a sponsor interested in that. This one is a natural. We got the radio rights to the man who couldn't be killed. You're going on the air as Killer Cates.
What? Killer Cates on the air? Nothing doing.
Now, I know this is awful sudden, Jeff, but the money is sensational. In a couple of years, you'll be able to quit and do comedy for the rest of your life in empty theaters.
But look at
Wait till you hear this script.
Brady,
Go ahead, fellas. Explain it to him.
I'm not going to.
Well, the program opens with you in a tough spot. You shoot your way through Scalisi's mob. You kill about 8 of them, but the town gets too hot for you, so you take it on the land.
Just until the heat is off. You're in a town in Jersey laying low, see, for a few days. Then you start to crave action, and you go out and you get it.
No, I'm not.
Then you walk into the Maramba, the biggest nightclub in town.
And you tell the boss he's through, but there's a mob there who tries to put the finger on you.
But you stage a one-man gang war and you take over.
Stop, fellas, please. I tell you, I'm not going to
you have to go out and kill a couple of cops.
You're running things your way.
Scalisi is out to get you.
There's a pitch battle.
You're the man who couldn't be killed.
You're Killer Cates.
Killer Cates.
Killer Cates.
Look, fellas, you're wasting your time. I'm not going to go through
Scalisi's
it.
mob.
The heat is on.
You walk into the Maramba.
The Maramba. But the mob puts the finger on you.
Run things your way.
You kill 2 cops.
3 cops.
4 cops.
10 cops.
You're Killer Cates.
Stop, I tell you. You're driving me nuts. I'm not going... Oh, my head.
Jeff! Darling, what's the matter?
Oh.
Walters, call the doctor. Mr. Morley has fainted.
In a moment, we'll present Act 2 of Killer Cates, starring Jack Benny and Gail Patrick. Well, Libby, are you all set for the big charity event on Wednesday?
Am I? I wouldn't miss it. It's the first world premiere held here in 5 years. The yearling will make its much-heralded debut that night. That's Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's latest bid for the Academy Award.
I hear the picture is as great as the book.
Well, the author, Marjorie Kinnan Rawlings, is delighted. The studio showed me a wire from her saying how thrilled she was with the picture. She thought Gregory Peck and Jane Wyman were perfect casting as the Baxters. And she loved Claude Jarman, Jr., who plays the part of their son, Jody.
From all I've heard, Claude is young Jody to the life. A youngster that really gets at your heart.
And those Technicolor shots of the Florida pine woods are as outstanding as the cast.
What did the stars do for recreation while they were on location in the woods? There must have been some weather delays while they were filming The Yearling.
Well, Gregory Peck spent his free time fishing, and Jane Wyman spent some of hers knitting.
Knitting?
Mm-hmm. Sweaters for herself. She loves them. And she has a special trick with them.
Like washing them in Lux Flake?
Well, of course. All smart girls do that, so sweaters keep their fit. One of Jane's tricks is tacking in little shoulder pads, so her sweaters look trim as a blouse.
Do you think, Libby, that all the ladies in our audience know how much Lux Care does for a sweater?
Considering some of the shrunken ones I've seen, I guess not.
Well, why don't you tell them how easy luxing is?
Well, all the equipment you need is some rust-proof pins and a piece of clean wrapping paper. Take your sweater and draw an outline around it on the paper. Then squeeze the sweater in rich, lukewarm Lux suds, ever so quickly so as not to felt the wool. Now, rinse it well, and this is important. Have the rinse water the same lukewarm temperature as the suds. Next, squeeze out the drippings by rolling the sweater in a bath towel. Then lay it on the outline, pat and push it into shape, and hold it there with pins. When it's dry, it fits.
As Libby said, rich suds are important for getting good results with wool. And Lux Flakes go a long way. Lux Care is really thrifty. Here's your producer, William Keeley.
We continue with the second act of Killer Cates, starring Jack Benny as Jeff Morley, alias Killer Cates, and Gail Patrick as his wife, Helen. A few moments ago, when we left Jeff Morley, he was flat on the floor with a nervous collapse. Well, he's resting in bed now, while in another room, Dr. Elberon solemnly explains his diagnosis to Jeff's wife, Helen, and his manager, Al Brady.
And as I see it, Jeff is suffering from nervous fatigue more than anything else. He needs absolute quiet and a good long rest.
Sure, a good night's sleep, and he'll be ready to go to work tomorrow.
It'll be a long time before he's ready to go back on the stage, Mr. Brady. Several weeks, perhaps.
Several weeks? Well, what about the show? Without Jeff, it'll fold up. No, we can't do it. Helen, we'll have to get another doctor.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Al. I'm not going to sacrifice Jeff for your corny show. You'll have to get yourself another actor.
Helen, where can I get an actor cornier than him?
Are there any further instructions, Doctor?
Yes. Keep all conversation away from that play. Don't even mention the words Killer Cates.
Yes, Doctor.
You see, it's his impersonation of Killer Cates that's brought about this condition. Basically, Jeff is a sensitive type with a natural antipathy to that sort of character, all of which has resulted in these definite symptoms of schizophrenia.
What?
Schizophrenia. The doctrine of two distinct ultimate substances.
Ah.
It's a disease of the mind, Al.
Holy smoke, how did he get it? Well, I gotta call up the newspapers. I'll tell him that Jeff's got I'll tell him he's got two ultimate substances.
Who's that?
Just me, Jeff. I hope I didn't wake you.
Where you going?
Just open the window. My, this room's stuffy.
What's that?
Why, nothing, dear. Just a car backfiring.
What are you giving me? Those are gunshots. That must be Scalise's mob.
Scalise's mob? Oh, darling, you're having another nightmare. Now get right back in bed. The doctor said...
Come here, you.
Oh, please. Please, you're twisting my wrist.
Who sent you here?
Oh, darling, you're hysterical. I'll call the doctor.
Don't touch that phone.
Oh, please let me go.
I will when I get good and ready. Say, you're not a bad-looking dish. What's your name?
Darling, it's me, Helen. Don't you even recognize me?
I never saw you before in my life. But I'm going to make up for lost time. Come here, baby. Give me a kiss.
Oh, darling. Kiss me again.
Happens every time. Anyway, baby, that'll hold you till I get back.
Get back? Where are you going?
What do you think I am, a sucker? Think I'm going to open up to you so you can tip off the mob and put the finger on me?
But darling, what are you doing?
Come on, get in this closet. Come on.
But you can't. Let me out. Let me out.
Shut up or I'll come in there and slug you. That's better. Now to get out of here. Who's that?
It's I, sir, Walters. Oh, I didn't know you were up. Oh, dear, and I was given orders not to disturb you.
Listen, you mug, I'm Killer Cates. I'm giving orders around here, see?
Very amusing, sir.
Wipe that smile off your kisser.
Oh, but...
Wipe it off.
Oh, you struck me, sir. This leaves me no alternative. I'll leave for Reno in the morning.
What?
I live there, you know.
Shut up. Now listen, you. Where do they keep the scratch around here?
The what, sir?
The scratch, the moolah, the money.
The money, sir? Why, it's in the safe.
Well, lead me to it.
But, sir, you know where the...
Now lead me to that safe and don't give me no more of your lip.
Yes, sir. This way, sir. There it is, sir, behind the picture.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's that mug in the picture?
But, sir...
Never mind, I can read the nameplate. Jeff Morley, star of stage and screen. What a conceited punk.
Yes, sir.
Now watch the front door. Let me know if he comes in. Now, come on, what's the combination of this safe?
I don't know, sir.
And get out of the way. Out of the way. I can open this tin can with boxing gloves on. There. It's coming. A cinch. Ah, look at those bills. 50s, 100s. What a haul.
But, sir, don't you understand?
Shut up.
It's your... It's for the new refrigerator, sir.
I don't care what it's for. Now turn around. Face the wall.
Yes, sir. Sir, what are you going to do with that vase?
I'm going to...
Oh.
I guess I should have told him first. Well, that takes care of him. Look out, Scalise. Here comes Killer Cates.
And I got out of the closet, Dr. Elbron, just in time to see Jeff driving away.
How do you like that, Doc? Held up his own house and stole his own car. That's awesome.
Now, Walters.
Yes, Dr. Elbron?
Did Mr. Morley give any indication of where he was going?
No, sir. He was most irrational. He said he was Killer Kate's, and he asked me where we kept the money.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's call the police.
Under no condition will we call the police.
But, Doctor, why not?
Because Jeff thinks he's Killer Kate's. And what does Killer Kate's do to policemen?
He asks them where they want it. In the belly?
Exactly.
Oh, then we've got to find him ourselves. At once. Why, he's liable to hurt somebody.
My head. Wonder where I am.
You're Killer Kate. You're laying low. You're Killer Kate. You're in Jersey. The heat's on. You're walking to the veranda. You're Killer Kate. Killer Kate. Killer Kate's.
Yeah, I'm Killer Kate's. The heat's on. I gotta lay low here in Jersey. Then I take over the biggest nightclub in town. What's that name?
The Maramba.
Yeah, the Maramba. That's it. What's this place?
Yes, sir. Park your car.
What's the name of this joint?
The Pelican Club.
Well, I'm looking for the Maramba, the biggest nightclub in Jersey.
Maramba. Never heard of it. This is the biggest nightclub in Jersey.
The Pelican, eh? So they changed the name. Well, they ain't fooling Killer Kate's. I'm moving in.
I'll park your car for you.
Oh, no, you don't. Leave that car where it is. And keep the motor running slow. I'm almost out of gas.
Yes.
Were you looking for somebody?
Who are you?
I'm Mario, the head waiter.
Well, I'm Killer Kate, your new boss, see? From now on, you're taking orders from me.
I don't understand. Mr. Norton didn't mention anything about selling the place.
Norton? Who's Norton?
He's the boss. Hey, cut that out!
I told you I'm the boss. Now get out of my way. Hey, waiter! Waiter, come here.
Yes, sir?
Who's the tomato out there singing?
Peaches Mason, sir. She's the star of the show.
Easy on the eyes, ain't she? Waiter, get me a double bourbon. I'll sit down here.
But, sir, this table...
Shut up and do like I told you.
Yes, sir.
Mario,
Yes, Miss Mason?
who's that tourist at Mr. Norton's table?
I don't know. He calls himself a Killer Kate's. He said that from now on, he was the boss.
Oh, the loud jerk. He almost ruined my number. Why don't you throw him out?
You know Mr. Norton don't like any rough stuff when the place is full of customers.
Hey, waiter! Bring a double bourbon before I tear this joint apart.
Hey, you. What's the big idea?
Peaches Mason, eh? I like that name. Sit down, baby. I want to talk to you.
Listen, mister. This is Joe Norton's table, and if you know what's good
Sit
for
down.
you... I never joined the
I
guests.
said sit down.
All right. Keep your voice down. Everybody's staring at us.
So what? Let me give you a tip, sister. Keep your nose clean.
What?
Don't play dumb. You know what happened to Spangler, don't you? He's at the bottom of the river with his feet in a barrel of cement.
Cement?
Hard to get nowadays, but I got connections. You know, baby, I like the way
A double bourbon, sir.
Set it right down here. Well, baby, here's to you.
Boy, that's good.
Well, ain't you going to drink the rest of it?
Nah. I always save a little to fill my lighter. Now listen, baby. I like your looks. See? I like the way you stack up.
You're wasting your time, big boy, because I'm Joe Norton's girl.
Norton is through, washed up. I'm going to wrap up this town, put it in my back pocket. Baby, you just stick with me. You'll have a butler, 3 cars, and a sealskin coat. Now, all you got to do
Excuse me, Mr. Mason, but Mr. Norton would like to see this gentleman in his office.
Ah, so Norton knows I mean business, eh? Lead the way, punk.
Punk!
You heard me. You heard me. Get going. So Norton's worried, eh? Well, they all worry when a killer moves in. A Pelican Club. I think I'll change that name. I don't like it. I don't like a lot of things around here. I don't even like...
This is it.
Come in.
Mr. Norton, I'd like you to meet the new boss,
The gentleman I was telling you about. Mr. Cates.
Well, step right in, Mr. Cates. That's all, Mario, and close the door after you.
Yes, sir.
You're Norton, eh? Who are these two mugs?
Oh, excuse me. Allow me to introduce my two assistants, Lefty Ryan and Steve Kapouris.
Charmed, I'm sure.
This is until privilege.
Mr. Cates, I want to apologize for asking you to come all the way back here, but you see, we don't like to throw anybody out the front door. It gives the place a bad name. All right, Lefty, throw this bum out in the alley.
This is indeed a rare privilege.
Take your hands off of me.
Come on, you.
Anybody else feel like throwing me out?
Oh, a tough guy, huh?
Wait a
Well,
minute,
I'll
Steve. All right, Cates, the back door's right behind you. Now get out.
That gun don't scare me, Norton. I'm gonna walk over there and take it away from you.
Stay where you are. I'm warning you.
You can't pull the trigger, Norton. You ain't got the guts.
I'm telling you for the last time. One more step and I'll shoot.
Go ahead. I'm the man who couldn't be killed. Give me that gun! I got it, Norton. And Killer Cates ain't afraid to use it.
Killer Cates? That name sounds familiar.
Darn right it's familiar. You know something, Norton? I think I'm going to like this new office. Hey, that's a nice-looking safe you got there. Okay, Norton, open it.
But
I said open it.
All right. Don't hit me again. I'll do it. There. It's open.
Well, come on. Hand over the money. Hey, you. Come here and put this dough in the satchel. And be quick about it.
Is it all right, boss?
I'm the boss around
Do
here.
what he tells you, Steve.
Okay.
Well, that's all the money I got.
Yeah? What about that $10?
Yeah, but
Get it out!
There's nothing in it. Just a bunch of canceled checks.
Well, get it out. I'm taking everything.
All right. There.
Thanks. Now get down on your knees, Norton, and start praying.
Killer, please, don't shoot. No, don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'll do anything you say. Only please don't kill me. Give me a break, will you?
You didn't give me a break, did you? When you sent me up to the big house to rot in a lousy cell? You weren't satisfied to take over my rackets. You even had to steal my dame.
Well, me? But Killer, I didn't do any of those things. You got me mixed up with some other guy. You gotta believe me, Killer. I swear it wasn't me.
Where do you want it, Norton? In the belly or the back?
No, Killer, no, please. I'm telling you the truth. I didn't take your business. I opened this place myself 6 months ago. On a GI loan.
Now, wait a minute.
And it's for Peaches. Peaches, I didn't know she was your girl.
That's right, Killer. He's telling the truth.
Hey, there's something fishy around it.
No, Killer, please. Give me a chance. I'll get out of town. I'll do anything.
All right, Norton. Okay, but I'm warning you. You come back, you get the same thing that happened to Spangler. He's at the bottom of the river with his feet in a barrel of cement.
Cement?
Yeah, I got connections. Okay, Norton, now blow.
Yeah, thanks, Killer. I'll grab the next train. I won't come back, Killer. Honest, I won't.
Well, see that you don't. Now you, Steve, pick up that satchel and come with me.
Oh, okay, Killer. You're the boss. Hey, Killer, slow down, will you? You're doing 80 miles an hour.
Don't worry, Steve. Open a grab bag. Count the dough we took from Norton.
Okay, boss. It's all in $1,000 packages. There's 10 of them here.
Okay, take 5 for yourself.
5 G's for me?
Sure. Killer Cates always splits 50-50 with the guys that work for him.
Yeah, but I wasn't working for you then.
You are now, ain't you?
Hey, I'll say I am. 5 G's. Oh, boy, am I happy. Where's me harmonica?
Put that away. I don't want no trouble with Petrillo. Put it away.
Gosh, 5 G's. Wait till I tell the boys about this.
The boys?
The rest of Norton's mob. They'll all want to wait for you now.
Okay, well, get them together. Have them bring their artillery. I'm going to take over this town, and I'm going to start tonight.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Before our stars, Jack Benny and Gail Patrick, return in Act 3 of Killer Kate's, I'd like to present our guest of the evening, an English girl from Australia, lovely blonde Joan Winfield. Presentations hold no terror for Joan because she's already made a bow before one of the most famous audiences in the world, the court of the King and Queen of England.
I'm afraid that was a little different, Mr. Keeley. I didn't have to do any talking.
I see. What have you been doing since Warner Brothers induced you to come to Hollywood?
Well, I've made 7 pictures, and when I'm not before the cameras, I'm visiting other sets.
Did you see the filming of Warner Brothers' new thriller, the picture Sidney Greenstreet and Peter Lorre have just finished?
The verdict?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes, and it was so exciting. But what impressed me especially on the Warner lot was the lavish sets for their new musical, The Time, the Place, and the Girl. The colors were so right.
That's important in Technicolor.
I was so interested, too, in the treadmill used for rehearsing the dance numbers.
Well, interesting isn't the word Jack Carson and Dennis Morgan would have used. They covered 20 miles a day on that treadmill.
Well, I was amazed that Janice Page and Martha Vickers wore stockings for all that rehearsing. In Australia during the war, we saved stockings for special occasions.
Well, of course, Joan, the girls' stockings were luxed. That's why they lasted so long. Girls often get as much wear from one pair of stockings that are luxed as they do from 2 pairs washed the wrong way.
Well, I do know Lux stockings last longer, Mr. Kennedy.
Twice as long. A famous laboratory proved by strain tests. They washed identical stockings 2 different ways. Some women use a strong soap for stockings, you know. Well, stockings washed that way broke down into runs in almost no time. But the stockings that had been washed with Lux lasted twice as long as the others. That extra wear is as good as an extra pair.
You're so right, Mr. Kennedy. You can't imagine how wonderful it is to find a box of Lux Flakes in the store.
Yes, girls everywhere appreciate the extra stocking wear Lux gives them. These days, we're not able to make all the Lux women want, but we're doing our best to keep dealers supplied. So keep asking for it. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
After the play, we'll invite Jack Benny to step out of his role as Killer Kate's and join us for a brief chat with tonight's stars. Here they are in Act 3. Jack Benny as Jeff Morley and Gail Patrick as Helen. For hours now, Helen and Dr. Elbron have searched in vain for Jeff. Back at home, they find Al Brady waiting for them, wildly flourishing a newspaper.
Helen, Doc, have you read the papers?
The papers? No, Al, what do they say?
Listen to this. Daring thugs menace Daleville, New Jersey. Reign of terror grips city. According to one of the victims, David Franklin, gas station owner, he had just locked up for the night when 4 thugs broke in and demanded that he hand over all the money in his cash register. When Franklin resisted, the leader of the thugs threatened him with the same thing that happened to Spangler, asserting that Spangler was at the bottom of the river with his feet continuing on page 2. With his feet in a barrel of cement. The victim also mentioned that the killer mumbled something about bumping off 11 people so he could be first in line for a new refrigerator.
Spangler with his feet in cement. Why, that dialogue's right out of the play.
Sure. That's Jeff, all right. He really believes he's Killer Kate's.
Oh, we gotta stop him before he does any more damage. Oh, poor Jeff.
Come on, we'll use my car. It's only an hour's drive to Daleville. Gosh, Jeff must have made a pile of dough with those gangsters.
I hope nothing happens to my husband.
Hope nothing happens to my 10%.
Well, Killer, how do you like the house?
Not bad, Steve. Think we'll spend a little lettuce and fix it up. Put bulletproof glass in the windows, get some steel shutters and doors, and we'll have the classiest joint on the south side.
Wouldn't Norton be burned up if he knew we was using his summer house for a hideaway?
Well, I sure gotta hand it to you, Killer. You certainly get action in a hurry. First you take over Norton's club, then his gang, and now you've even got his house.
Yeah. You left out something else, Peaches.
Yeah? What's that?
I got his girl, too. Come here, baby. Let the killer take off some of that lipstick.
Oh. Killer, you're terrific.
And there's more where that came from. Now, look, baby. Nobody knows you're true in with us, see? So you're running the case to club. Give it the once-over. I want to make sure that Mario's keeping his nose clean.
Okay, Killer.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What's this tin box here?
Well, that's the thing we took from Norton's safe, Killer. You know, he said it was just canceled checks.
Well, let's have a look here. That check's all right. Paid at the order of John Graham, $5,000. Signed Joe Norton. Paid at John Graham, $2,500. John Graham, $3,000. Say, who is this mug, John Graham?
Oh, he's the mayor. Norton was paying him off.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, then this is the best haul yet. Give me an envelope.
What are you going to do, boss?
I'm going to send these checks to the district attorney.
What?
Sure. When the DA gets these checks, he'll go right after the mayor. The politicians will start fighting among themselves. The cops won't know which way to turn. I can put this town in my back pocket. Here, mail this, Peaches.
Oh, gee, Killer. Oh, you think of everything.
Yeah. I just thought of something else. Before you go, let me take off some more of that lipstick. Say, I like the taste of that. You keep putting it on, and I'll keep taking it off. Come on, let's do it again.
I'm telling you, Graham, I'm on a spot. You gotta get me off. You can do it. You're the mayor.
I'm sorry, Norton. Election's only 2 weeks away. I have my own troubles, not to mention the gambling ship.
You're gonna have a lot more trouble if this killer Kate stays on the loose. I'm supposed to be out of town right now. I'm liable to be bumped off any minute.
We all have to take a bath sometime, Joe. Maybe it's your turn to be washed up.
Oh, yeah? Well, if I go to the cleaners, you're going with me.
What do you mean?
Wouldn't the DA be surprised to find our honest mayor gets 15% of all the take in this town?
And how's he going to find out?
There's a little matter of a few canceled checks that I made out to you. They're going to look very pretty in court.
You wouldn't dare turn in those checks. You're in it as deep as I am.
Killer Cates isn't, and he's got the checks.
What?
You heard me. He stole them out of my safe.
This DA's been gunning for me for 5 years, and if he ever gets his hands on those checks... Can't let the police get hold of them either. I don't trust the commissioner. I think he's honest.
There's only one way to do it, but it's going to cost a few grand. I'll have to put a new mob together and get Killer Cates.
How much will it take?
Oh, about 10 G's.
Very well. Just don't spend any more than you have to. Remember, it's the taxpayers' money.
So if you're smart, Mario, you'll watch your step around this club.
Don't worry about me, Peaches. I don't want my feet in the cement, even if it's Grumman's Chinese.
What?
Did you forget what happened to Spangler?
Oh.
Pardon me, but I wonder if you could give us some information. We're looking for a man who calls himself Killer Cates.
What made you think you'd find him here?
Well, we've been to every nightclub in town. You see, we have reason to believe he'd be at one of them.
Huh? Who are you?
I'm his wife.
His what? He never told me he was married.
Well, then you know him. Oh, please, tell me, where is he?
If I find out he's been
Miss, it's
two-timing
vitally
me
important that we find this man immediately.
You see, there are a few things we have to straighten out with him.
Yeah, and I got a few things to straighten out with him myself. Okay, come along, follow me.
Peaches, you're playing with the dynamite.
Killer or no killer, I gotta know where I stand.
Peaches. What a doll. There's nobody in the play like that. Jeff must be ad-libbing. Well, he can't be altogether out of his mind. No, sir.
Who is it?
It's me, Peaches.
It's about time you got back.
Yeah. Come on in, Mrs. Cates.
Mrs. Cates? Hey, wait a minute. Who's the company?
Yeah. Who's the twist in the two mugs?
Jeff. Oh, Jeff, it's me, Helen. Don't you even recognize me?
Jeff. Nobody here by that name. Say, I remember you now. You're Scalise's mouth.
Jeff, snap out of it.
Please, Jeff. It's Helen, your wife, the girl you married. Think back. Remember our honeymoon. Niagara Falls. Those gin rummy games.
Hey, what is this?
What about it, killer? What about that line you was handing me about us getting married? Well, start talking.
Shut up.
I'm not shutting up until I find out where I stand. Oh, you and your sealskin coat.
Button your lip before I let you have it. Ought to do it anyway for bringing these monkeys in here.
Oh, Jeff, please.
Wait a minute, Helen. Let me do the talking. Now, Jeff, you're going to listen to me.
And you're going to listen to this.
Oh.
Out like a light, Killer. You sure pack a mean wallop. What do you want to do with these other phonies?
Throw them out.
Wait a minute, Jeff. Try to concentrate. This is Dr. Elberon talking to you. I'm your friend.
And I'm Helen. Look at me, darling. Look at me.
I am looking at you. You're not bad. Steve.
Yeah, Killer?
I changed my mind. Just throw these two mugs out. I'm going to keep the dame.
Oh, no, you don't. I say she goes.
You stay out of this,
Well,
you
you
cheap...
can't talk
Wait
like
a minute,
this.
wait a minute. You don't have to fight, girl. There's enough of me for both of you.
Well, I don't think so.
Hey, what's that? What's that?
Wait a minute.
It's Norton. He's got a mob with him.
Norton, eh? I told him to get out of town. He wants action. He came to the right place.
Jeff, stay away from that window.
Oh!
Jeff! Oh, Jeff!
They got the killer.
Is he hit bad?
I don't know yet.
Oh, Dr. Elberon, help me take Jeff into the other room.
Hey, Peaches, did you steer Norton's mob over here?
No, I didn't, Steve. Honest, I didn't. Hey, look, you gotta believe me.
We'll talk about that later. Stay with him, boys. We can't let the killer down.
Here. We're just laying down on this couch.
Yeah, there.
Doctor, is he hurt badly?
It's a flesh wound. A bullet grazed his temple.
Oh, look, he's coming to.
Oh, my head.
Jeff, are you all right?
Helen, get a glass of water.
Yes, Doctor.
Oh. What's this? I'm bleeding.
Now, take it easy, Jeff. Take it easy. It's only a scratch. You'll be all right.
Here's the water, Doctor.
Yes, thanks. Now, take this pill, Jeff. It'll make you feel better.
Helen. Dr. Elberon.
Jeff. Oh, Doctor, he's himself again.
The sudden shock did it. Now, how do you feel now, Jeff?
Gee, I had the most terrible nightmare. I dreamt that I was Killer Cates, and I went to New Jersey. Met a man named Norton. Got mixed up in a gang war. He was awful.
Jeff, it wasn't a dream.
What? No dream?
No, Jeff. You actually did all those things. You were out of your mind.
What's the noise? What's the shots?
It's Norton's men. They're shooting at us. Your gang's outside in the other room.
Well, what are we going to do? We'll all be killed. Where's Brady? Get Brady. He always knows what to do.
I'm afraid he can't help us now. He can't help us.
Killer Kate sure knocked him out.
There's only one thing to do, Jeff.
I know, but...
You've got to go out there and pretend you're Killer Kate.
Me?
It's our only chance to get out of this mess.
But I can't do it. Look, I'm liable to get killed.
Doctor, we can't send Jeff out there.
But don't you see, if those men find out that Jeff isn't Killer Cates, their fearless leader who got them into this predicament, they'll turn on him in a second.
He's right, Jeff. You have to go through with it.
But what can I do? I'm a coward. I'm not even a brave coward. I mean, I'm afraid.
Get out there and try to call off this gang war. Make peace with Norton. Give him back his gang, his nightclub.
And his girl.
Promise him anything that will get us out of here alive.
Can you do it, Jeff?
Well, sure I can. I'm an actor. I'll give them the best performance they've ever seen. Give me that gun. Now, I'm Killer Kate, see? The man who couldn't be killed. From now on, I'm giving orders around here, see? How'd you like that?
Oh, that's fine, Jeff. But you better use 2 guns. Your hand was on your hip again.
Oh.
Now, go on out there, Jeff.
And, darling, please be careful.
Hey, fellas, look, the killer is back. We thought he was done for. Now we'll show Norton who's boss.
Yeah, give it to him. Give it to him. We'll wipe out every one of those rats.
Rush in the house.
Stop him, boy, stop him. Don't let him in. For my sake, boy, you gotta protect the old killer. Save me.
Hey, there's something wrong with the killer, isn't there?
Yeah, not once in the last half hour has he mentioned what happened to Spangler.
Don't stand there gossiping. Shoot back.
All right, nobody move. We got you covered.
Oh, okay. You win, Norton.
Drop your guns. Well, you're not so tough now, are you, killer?
Look, Mr. Norton. There's been a great mistake. I'm not really a killer at all. I'm an actor.
What are you trying to pull?
That's right, Mr. Norton. I can prove it. I'm his wife.
And I'm his doctor. I can certify this man was suffering from schizophrenia and not accountable for his actions.
Yeah, that's it. My name is really schizophrenia. I mean, Jeff Skitsy. I mean, Skitsy Morley. I mean, look, how could I be a killer? It's only a joke. But please believe me.
You can't talk your way out of this. Hey, what's this? Hiding behind a couch, huh? Come on out, Peaches.
Joe, you gotta listen to me. I was for you all the time.
Shut up, you little double-crosser. I'll take care of you later.
Please, Mr. Norton. I'll do anything you want. I'll give you anything if you'll only let me out of here. Believe me, I'm not Killer Kate.
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Now, where are those canceled checks you stole from my safe?
Checks? I don't remember any checks, sir.
He's lying, Joe. I know where they are. The killer mailed them to the DA this afternoon.
Then they've been already picked up. They must be in the post office by now.
What do we do now, Joe?
We gotta get those checks before they reach the DA. We're gonna crack the post office.
The post office? But, Joe, that's federal stuff. We don't want to fool around with that federal stuff.
Don't worry, we're not going to do it. Hey, you.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. You're going to crack the post office.
No. Helen, doctor, don't let him take me. Ouch!
I'm doing the slapping now. Lefty, take these people downstairs. Lock them in the cellar.
Come on, everybody. Get moving.
Hey, what about me, Joe? You're going to take me with you, ain't you?
No, Peaches. You and me, we're through. Now, come on, killer. You're going to crack the post office and get those canceled checks.
I won't do it. I won't, I tell you. Now put down that gun.
What's the matter, killer? Are you yellow?
No, I'm not yellow.
Then why are you shivering?
It's that darn cold strike. Isn't it awful? You know, personally, I think...
Shut up.
Yes, sir.
Come on, boys, let's go. Goodbye, Peaches.
So he thinks he's through with me, huh? We'll see about that. I'm going to kill 2 birds with 1 phone call. Hello? Operator, get me the police department. Push me around, will they? Hello. Look, I'm giving you a tip. Killer Cates and Joe Norton are on their way downtown to hold up the post office. What? Oh, never mind who this is. Just a very dear friend of theirs.
How long has he been in the post office, Steve?
15 minutes. Long enough to get those canceled checks.
Come on, boys. We're going in and get him. All right, killer. Your time is up.
Wait a minute, Norton. I've been looking all through these mailbags. I can't find the canceled checks. Honest, I can't.
Where do you want it, killer? In the belly or in the back?
In the belly. In the back. I mean, any place. I'm ticklish in both places. Honest, I couldn't find the checks.
What's that you got in your hands?
Oh, just some old letters I found.
Let me see them. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
I can't stand him either. Honest, I can't.
All right, killer, this is your last chance.
It's a flame!
Drop your guns, you haven't got a chance. Okay, don't shoot. You got us. Round him up, men. Norton, where's Killer Cates? There he is, on the floor.
Looks like we got him, Chief.
Yep, that's Killer Cates, all right. And he's supposed to be a tough guy.
What do you mean, Chief? Isn't he dead?
Dead nothing, he fainted.
Anyway, Helen, as soon as the shooting started, I pretended I was hit and dropped to the floor.
The chief of police said you fainted.
I was only acting.
Well, your acting was so good, it took them 4 hours to bring you to.
Well, I might have overacted a little, you know.
Jeff, are you sure you're well enough to do the show tonight?
Never felt better in my life, Doctor. You know, somehow I'm looking forward to playing Killer Cates again. I guess it's because I feel that now I've actually lived the part.
Jeff, I'll never forget the way you kissed me when you thought you were Killer Cates.
Then let's refresh your memory, Helen. You mean like that?
Well, no. But I'd rather have you this way. Jeff, I'm so glad nothing happened to you because...
What, Helen?
Well... Doctor, you tell me.
Doctor, what is it?
While you were gone, they delivered the new refrigerator.
Oh, goody! Come on, let's make some ice cream.
Our stars will return to their curtain calls in a moment. You look bursting with knowledge, Sally.
Did you know, Mr. Kennedy, that once it was a great honor to take care of worms?
What kind of bait is this?
Well, there's a tradition that back in 500 B.C. in China, the court ladies used to draw lots, and the lucky ones could take care of the silkworms in the court silkworm nursery.
I know the Chinese were the first people to reel silk off the cocoons.
And were probably the first people to wear any sort of silk underthings, too.
It's too bad they didn't have Lux Flakes then to take care of their silks and underthings.
But aren't we lucky to have Lux?
I'm sure you are, especially now that there's so much pretty lingerie back in the stores again.
Real silk and the most luscious lacy rayons. I wouldn't dream of washing them any way but the Lux way.
And that pays, Sally, because Lux Care keeps underthings color fresh and lovely 3 times as long. The Lux people have actual tests made by an impartial laboratory to back up that statement. When they compared the Luxed slips and nighties with those washed the wrong way with a strong soap, they found an amazing difference. The Luxed ones were so much brighter and newer looking. Back to Mr. Keeley and our stars.
It's time for our stars to take a bow.
I'm right here, Bill.
Jack, please, let me finish.
Oh.
It's curtain call time, and here are the stars who gave us such a thrilling evening of suspense and drama. Jack Benny and Gail Patrick. You know, Jack, now that it's over, I can honestly say you gave us a superb example of dramatic acting. Really brilliant.
Well, thanks, Bill. I guess there's no room for argument there. Now, do I get to keep my soap?
You certainly do.
Jack, may I say something, too?
Certainly, Gail. What is it?
You ought to play more romantic roles in pictures.
Me? Romantic roles?
Sure, Jack. When you kissed me, it was wonderful.
Really?
When it comes to kissing, you could teach a lot to Robert Taylor and Clark Gable, Tyrone Power.
I know, but I feel so silly kissing them. You know? Oh, say, Bill, as long as you like my work so much, I've got another great script, a magnificent dramatic piece for next week.
You mean for Lux?
No, for money. I mean for the Lux Radio Theater, yeah.
But, Jack, we've already got a play in cast for next week.
Well, maybe you could postpone them and use my play instead. It's another great thriller. I play another fellow who's cold, calculating, ruthless.
Ruthless?
Ruthless, yeah, ruthless. I always make that same mistake.
But, Jack, next week is the night before Christmas Eve, and naturally, we're bringing our audience something very much in the holiday spirit.
What's it going to be, Bill?
A bright and sparkling musical starring one of the most popular singers in America, Dick Haymes. Co-starred with Dick are two of our favorites, Maureen O'Hara and Barry Sullivan, appearing in 20th Century Fox's recent screen hit, Do You Love Me? It's a story of comedy, music, and romance, with Dick Haymes bringing you the songs that helped to make the screenplay so successful.
Oh, it sounds like a wonderful play for the holidays, Bill. I'm sure your audience will love it.
I agree, but how about my play, Bill? What about the week after next?
You have that set, too, haven't you, Bill?
That's right.
Well, how about the week after that?
Jack, I'm afraid we're all booked up for the third week, too.
Well, look, Bill, will you call me any time in the next few months? I'll be waiting to hear from you.
Sure, Jack. Do I have your number?
You don't need my number. I'll be waiting in the wings.
Okay, Jack. And for tonight, at least, our most sincere thanks. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Bill. Oh, Bill, by the way, I don't like to bring this up, but it's close to the holidays, and every little bit helps, so... Well, you know, haven't I got something coming to me for tonight's performance?
Oh, yes, Jack. Where do you want it, in the abdomen or in the back?
In the side pocket. Good night, Bill.
Good night, Jack and Jen. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening, when the Lux Radio Theater presents Maureen O'Hara, Dick Haymes, and Barry Sullivan in Do You Love Me? This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
It's pretty good to find more meat in the stores these days, isn't it? Well, that means you'll have more used fat to turn in for cash. Now, there are two good things about that. You get more money because lots of dealers are paying higher prices for used fats. And besides that, you're helping to make the things you want. Soap, as well as cars, refrigerators, electrical appliances, and such things. So, long as the oil supply stays short, please save every drop of used fat and turn it in. Gail Patrick will soon be seen in Republic Pictures' The Plainsman and the Lady. Heard in our cast tonight were Alan Reed as Brady, Gerald Moore as Norton, Gigi Pearson as Peaches, Gail Gordon as Dr. Elberon, Norman Field as the mayor, and Eric Snowden, Herbert Vigran, Edwin Max, Eddie Marr, Ed Emerson, Jay Novello, Dick Ryan, Ken Christie, Charles Seal, and Franklin Parker. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Do You Love Me? With Dick Haymes, Maureen O'Hara, and Barry Sullivan.
Rely on Spry, S-P-R-Y.
Yes, it's Spry for the most delicious Christmas eggnog pie you ever tasted.
See the Spry ad in December women's magazines for the amazing can't-fail way to make flaky, tender pastry every time. You'll hear him say,
Wonderful.
The reason why S-P-R-Y.
For all you bake and fry, rely on Spry.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Do You Love Me with Dick Hames, Maureen O'Hara, and Barry Sullivan. And why not tune in a half hour earlier to hear Joan Davis? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. How often have you felt that you'd like to get away from it all? Just drop everything, move far away, start a new life, maybe even with a new identity. Well, it isn't as easy as it sounds, as the story you're about to hear demonstrates. So before you buy a one-way ticket to elsewhere, listen to Night on Red Mountain, which begins in just a moment. When news makes news, that's news. As several trade publications in the broadcasting field have recently announced, a week from tomorrow, CBS News on the Hour goes to twice its current length each weekday. Beginning Monday the 28th, you'll hear a first in network broadcasting history, the initiation of dramatically expanded coverage by award-winning CBS News. Full 10-minute coverage every hour on the hour. That's the date, November 28th, when CBS News goes double for you at this address on your dial.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't hear you drive in. I can't hear much of anything when the wind starts blowing.
Fill her up.
Yes, sir.
Better check the oil and water, too. Any hot coffee inside?
Yeah, hot and black.
That's for me. Must be close to zero.
Oh, not that bad. Down around 20. It'll drop tonight, though. Radio says we might get a blizzard.
And they call this sunny California.
Well, we're more than 5,000 feet here. 6,500 at the top of the pass up the road a piece.
Yeah, I know. I just come off it.
Are you heading north?
Yeah, Vegas. How far is it from here?
Oh, well, about 260 from Victorville, and Victorville's 32 from here. What's the matter? You lost?
What makes you think so?
Well, US 66 is a direct route. Not many come across Red Mountain in the winter.
Hey,
Yeah?
ain't I seen you someplace before?
Well, not unless you've been through here before.
I ain't never. Not back east someplace? You come from back east?
No, I never been. I come from up north. Eureka.
Funny, take that mustache off. You'd be a ringer for a kid I used to know once back in Jersey City. Joey Perino. Funny.
Yeah. Yeah, lookalikes. You run into him sometime.
Sure you was never back east?
Sure.
Funny, without that mustache, I'd swear.
You'd be mistaken.
Yeah? Well, where'd I find the coffee?
Oh, right inside. Sally will take care of you.
Yeah, you better check the battery and the tires, too.
Yeah, sure thing.
Good evening.
Give me a cup of black coffee.
Yes, sir.
The State Highway Patrol has asked us to make this announcement. Chains will be required on all cars in the mountain regions. Tonight's storm is expected to bring at least 6 inches of snow down to the 3,000-foot level.
Sounds like you might be snowed in.
Oh, won't be the first time.
It might be dangerous, considering your condition.
Oh, no. I'm not expecting until April. We never get any snow that late.
Not even when the weather's unusual, like they say out here?
Well, it's never that unusual. You better get Walt to put on your chains.
Ain't got any.
Oh? Well, then watch your step going down that hill. Particularly Mule Shoe Curve. It's bad in snow like this.
I'll remember that. Is he your husband?
Who?
Fella gassing me up to this Walt.
Oh, yeah.
You two all alone up here?
No, there's my dad. And he'd better get a move on or he won't get back up that mountain tonight.
Where is he?
Oh, he went down to Victorville this afternoon for supplies.
Oh? You born around here?
No, up north.
Eureka?
Well, yeah, how'd you guess?
Your husband said that's where he come from.
He did?
Yeah. Doesn't he?
Well, he said he did, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. Did you ever hear of a guy named Joey Perino?
No. Why, should I?
Your husband looks like him.
Well, what if he does?
Oh, nothing. You ever been back east?
Never been outside the state. Gee, you ask more questions than a cop.
Oh, don't worry. I ain't no cop.
She's all set to roll.
How much I owe you?
12 gallons, that'll be $3.95.
Plus the coffee.
Compliments of the management.
Huh?
It's a policy of the establishment. Free coffee during blizzard. Isn't it, Sally?
Yeah, sure.
Here you are, $4.
Get your change.
Don't bother. $3.95 for the gas, 5 cents for the coffee. I got a policy, too. I don't take handouts.
Oh, look now. What
I don't want to be
wrong?
owing anybody anything, sister. Particularly rats. Be seeing you, Joey.
Joey? What do you mean, Walt? Calling you Joey?
In just a moment, we will return for the second act of Suspense.
Walt, will you tell me what he meant calling you Joey?
Oh, the guy's nuts.
He asked an awful lot of questions.
What kind of question?
About me, about you. He said you told him you come from Eureka. Why did you tell him that, Walt?
Oh, look, honey, the guy's nuts. I never told him I came from Eureka.
You never told me where you came from either, Walt. You just said you came from back east.
Well, what difference does it make?
Well, it didn't then when we first met. Well, it doesn't now if you tell me it doesn't.
I tell you, it doesn't, honey.
Okay, Walt. I'm sorry.
You better get to bed, honey. It's going to be a long, cold night, huh?
All right. You coming?
Oh, a little while. Won't be much more business in this storm.
Yeah.
Mr. Pirelli?
Yeah?
I have a long-distance call for you from Victorville, California.
Who's calling?
Mr. Battaglia.
All right, operator, put him on.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello, Big Pete?
Yeah, Bat, what are you doing down in Victorville? You were supposed to be here in Vegas by dinner time.
Yeah, I know, but sort of got lost in the mountains.
Now, that figures. I know you to get lost in Jersey City.
Yeah, but wait till you hear what I found.
Gold mine, I suppose, huh?
No. Joey Perino.
You're kidding. Where?
The gas station back in the hills.
You sure it's Joey?
Positive. He's got a mustache, he's got a wife, and he calls himself Walt something or other. But it's Joey, all right.
He recognize you?
Sure he did, but he didn't let on. Thought I'd better tell you.
Now, wait a minute. If he recognized you, he'll take it on a lamb.
Not a chance. He's up here all alone with his wife. She's in a family way, and it's blowing up a blizzard. He wouldn't risk getting her out in this kind of weather.
Where are you?
The joint called the White Spot.
All right, sit tight. I'll be there in a couple of hours.
Well, how you going to do that?
Charter a plane?
But, boss, I'll be glad to handle him for you.
I'm sure you would, Bat, but this one I want to take care of myself in my own way. If you get what I mean.
Oh, yeah, I get what you mean. I'll wait for you here.
What's the name of this place he's at?
Walt Summit Service. Why?
Thought I might give him a ring before I leave.
Tip him off?
No. Offer him another chance.
Are you kidding?
What do you think?
Walt Summit Service, good evening.
Hello, Joey.
You must have the wrong number. This is Walt Summit Service.
Nah, Joey, I got the right number. This is Big Pete. Remember me?
There's some mistake.
There's no mistake, Joey. That just told me he was by your joint a little while ago.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. This is Walt Summit Service.
All right, Joey, if you want it that way, it's Walt Summit Service, and you're Walt. But back in Jersey City, it's the boys and Joey, the boys and all of them. Me in particular. I miss you so much, Joey, I feel I just got to talk to you.
I'm sorry. You have the wrong number.
Walt?
Yeah, honey.
Who was that?
You're supposed to be asleep.
I was just dozing off, and the phone woke me. Who was it, Walt?
Oh, somebody had a wrong number.
Well, it took you long enough to tell him.
Guy was drunk or something.
Oh.
Go to sleep, honey.
Well, aren't you coming?
I don't feel very sleepy. I sit up a while. Wait for your dad.
Well, all right, but don't make it too late. You know, I get lonely in here without you.
I know, darling. Go to sleep now.
Small craft warnings are flying from Point Concepcion to Point Dumas. All planes are grounded at Los Angeles International Airport. The Weather Bureau predicts that close upon the heels of the present storm is another developing off the coast of northern California. This is an undisguised blessing for the farmer in the San Joaquin Valley and the growers in Orange County.
Walt Summit Service.
Hello, Joey.
Wrong number.
You shouldn't hang up on Big Pete, Joey.
Wrong number.
Now listen to me, Joey, and listen good. I want to talk to you.
You got the wrong number.
Okay, Joey. Now you just listen to me, boy. You know a joint in Victorville called the White Spot?
Yeah, I know it.
Good. I'm at the airport in Vegas. I'm taking off from here in 5 minutes. You take off in 5 minutes, too, Joey.
Now, look here.
Don't hang up on me, Joey. Just listen. It'll take you about the same time to get down off that mountain as it'll take me to fly to Victorville. Meet me in the White Spot. That's an order.
I don't take orders from you anymore.
You'll take this one, or I'll come up there and shove it down your throat.
Oh, come on. Come on. A highway patrol car just pulled up outside.
Who are you kidding, Joey? You think you can scare me off with them two-bit cops?
Look, I'm not trying to kid you, Pete.
Well, that's my boy, Joey. You finally recognize your old boss. Now, you ain't going to squeal with them orange pickers, are you, Joey?
I'm not a squealer, Pete.
Ain't you?
No.
How do I know?
Look, I'm telling you.
So how come you took a powder on me 2 years ago, huh? How come? How come you just blew?
I want it out.
Hey, Walt, are you in there?
Yeah, I'll be right there.
Who are you talking to?
The highway patrol. I told you.
You going to tell them why you walked out on old Pete?
Now, look, I don't tell nothing to nobody. I just want to be left alone. I want it out. I got it out.
You ain't out yet, kid. Nobody ever quits on me.
Hey, look. Leave me alone, will you, Pete? Sure, so I worked for you. I drove for you. I don't know nothing. I ain't talking.
You sure ain't.
I gotta go now. Just let me alone, Pete. For the love of heaven, let me alone.
Walt, there's someone at the door.
I know it.
Who you talking to now?
It's my wife.
Look, get rid of the cops, Joey. Tell your wife to go to bed.
You got the wrong number.
Meet me in 2 hours at the White Spot in Victorville. You got it?
Yeah, I got the number you're calling, but this
now,
isn't
you better
it.
be there, Joey. Or I'm coming up the hill for you.
In a moment, we will return for the third act of Suspense.
Good evening, Mrs. Parsons. I'm sorry I disturbed you, ma'am.
Oh, that's all right, Sergeant Toohey. Come in. Come on.
Thank you.
Walt was on the phone.
Yeah, Sergeant, some crackpot. got a wrong number and can't get it out of his drunken head, you know.
Well, I just stopped by to see if you folks were all right.
Oh, yeah, sure. Snug as a bug in a rug.
Say, would you have a cup of coffee?
Why, yes, thanks, Mrs. Parsons. I guess maybe I'd drop by for that, too.
Well, there's always some on the stove.
Well, how's the weather outside, eh?
It ain't a fit night for man nor motor car. Pass is closed, and we won't be able to get plows through from the other side of the mountain until, tomorrow forenoon.
Well, that's what you can expect in February.
Oh, there you are, Sergeant. Sugar, cream, and hot, I hope.
Well, that's wonderful, wonderful, Mrs. Parsons. Thank you.
Say, Sally,
Yes, darling.
like the sergeant says, you know, it ain't a fit night out for a man or motor car.
Yeah?
Well, I thought we might put him up for the night. Huh?
Why, of course.
Oh, no. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you.
Oh, but it wouldn't be any
No,
inconvenience.
not at all. No inconvenience at all. We'd sure like to have you stay.
That's right nice of you, believe me, but I've got to get on down the road.
Oh, but it's after 10 now, and you're off duty.
No. In a storm like this, nobody's off duty. Well, thanks for the coffee, Mrs. Parsons.
Welcome.
Say, I got something to thank you for, Walt.
Oh, what's that?
The only laugh I had this evening.
I'd like to hear it. What's the laugh, Sarge?
Well, that car out front.
Huh? What car?
A couple of hours ago, when I was going up to the pass, that two-tone job standing out front with the big tail fins.
What about it?
Gold and white, covered with mud and the snow piling up on it. It sort of reminded me like a bathing beauty on a ski slope. Cars like that weren't designed for this kind of country.
No, I guess they weren't.
Yeah. Well, good night, folks, and thanks again for the coffee.
Oh, you're welcome.
Good night, Sergeant. Oh, I'll get it, dear.
No, I will. Walt, summit service.
You ain't left yet, Joey? Get going.
You got the wrong number.
Again?
Yeah, again.
Darling, what is it?
It's a screwball.
Oh, what's he wrong?
Oh, who knows? He's drunk. Let's go to bed, huh?
Oh, I'm not very sleepy. I know what. Let's sit up and wait for Dad.
Oh, he won't make it now.
Well, he might.
Well, let's go to bed, I said.
Well, all right, honey. Well, go to bed.
Well, go then. I gotta lock up, huh?
All right. Walt.
What?
Well, what's the matter?
Nothing's the matter. Gotta look up, that's all. Get to bed. Stop asking a lot of stupid questions, will you?
That will be 20 cents for 3 minutes.
All right, here you are, sister.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Pete?
Well, how'd you guess it'd be me, Joey?
Now, look. Let's cut the kid.
I ain't kidding, Joey. I'm disappointed. Real disappointed. I fly all the way down here to Victorville just to talk to you, and what happens? You ain't got the courtesy to come down the hill to see an old pal. How come you ain't here, Joey?
I'm not coming, Pete.
You ain't, huh?
No.
Well, then I guess I have to come up there.
Nobody's asking you.
Now, Joey, that ain't no way to talk.
I'll lay off, will you, Pete? I ain't done nothing to you.
You walked out on me, Joey. Nobody walks out on Big Pete. I'll see you in an hour. And, Joey...
Yeah?
Don't try taking no powder. Fella at the bar just told me that the pass is closed. The only way out's down the hill.
I know it.
You want to change your mind and come on down, Joey? Joey? Joey?
Were you flashing, sir?
Yeah, I was cut off.
Well, just a moment. I'll try to connect you. I'm sorry, sir. There seems to be trouble on that line. Probably the storm.
Okay, sister, thanks.
Coming?
No. But it couldn't be better. The line just went out in the storm.
And the pass is blocked. It's a sweet setup.
Ain't it? Let's go.
Pleasure.
moment, we'll return for the concluding act of Suspense.
Okay.
That you, honey?
Yeah,
Come to bed, darling.
I can't.
Where are you going? What are you putting on your coat for?
I gotta go down the hill.
Oh, Walt, what's the matter?
I'm worried about your dad. I'm gonna look for him.
Now you know he's probably staying in town at the Rances. If you're worried, telephone them.
I tried. The line's out. I gotta go down the hill.
But, Walt, you can't leave me here alone.
I got it, honey. I got it.
But I'm afraid.
Look, there's nothing to be scared of. You'll be safe here.
Your gun. Why are you taking your gun?
Feel better with a gun.
Walt, you're keeping something from me. You gotta tell me.
There's nothing to tell, honey. Get back in bed, honey, please.
If you promise not to go out.
I can't. I gotta go, and I gotta go alone.
Well, then it isn't Dad. It's something else.
Now, look, honey, don't make me...
Hey! How come the place all lit up like a Christmas tree? Can't be that much business tonight.
Oh, Dad, thank goodness you're here. This silly husband of mine was just going out to look for you. He was afraid you skidded into the canyon or something.
Oh, an old mountain man like me? Oh, fiddlesticks. I'm glad you're dressed, though, Walt. I promised Sergeant Toohey I'd send you down the road with the tow truck and give him a hand.
Accident?
Yeah. Some darn fool was driving without chains. Went through the guardrail on Mule Shoe Curve. Yeah, one of these fancy new two-tone jobs with airplane fins.
Gold and white? Hardtop convertible?
Toohey didn't specify, but he recognized the driver. Big shot gangster from back east, he said. Name of Big Pete Pirelli. Yeah, that was it. Didn't know the other fella.
Were they, hurt?
Hurt? They're both as dead as last week's hamburgers.
Okay, I'll get going. I guess I won't need this gun after all. I'll be back in a little while, Sally.
All right, honey.
See that she gets to bed, will you, Dad?
Sure, son.
She hasn't had much sleep tonight.
Don't worry, darling. I'll sleep now.
Good. You know something?
What?
I love you very much.
Suspense. You've been listening to Night on Red Mountain, written for Suspense by William N. Robeson. In a moment, the names of our players and a word about next week's story of Suspense. Heard in tonight's story were Lawson Zerby as Walt, Jim Bowles as Bat, Mandel Kramer as Pete, Ellen McCrae as Sally, Bob Dryden as Sarge, Ruth Tobin as the operator, and Bill Adams as Dad. Listen again next week when we return with Home is Where You Find It, written for Suspense by Edna Ray. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Now for the radio program that has rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program. The mystery program that is unique among all mystery programs. And I'll tell you why. It's because you know who's guilty. You see his every move. You know his complete plans, even his innermost thoughts. Yet the final curtain always brings a startling surprise. in the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's the Whistler for the tops in entertainment. And for the tops in gasoline quality, it's Signal. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly independent signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Trio of Rogues.
For 10 years, she had been Mark Hartwick's private secretary. Standing now on the wings of the small-town auditorium, Miriam Wells could close her eyes and still see every expression, every gesture made by the speaker on the stage. She could put her hands over her ears, still know every word and how he said it in that booming, driving voice that somehow managed to hypnotize people at the polls.
By your great power of vote, to send me to your state assembly, I say here and now that I shall not let you down. Because I know and believe that the smallest city helps to make the greatest state. I intend to cut through and tear aside the confusion and the red tape. Pinpoint the problems right down to the needs of places like this, your
Smiling, Miriam Wells turned and hurried to one of the backstage dressing rooms where Joe Crane, Hardwick's campaign manager, sat pecking away at a typewriter.
Well, don't tell me you're writing a new speech.
Just brushing up the old one for the next time.
Oh.
Hey, how do you spell prestidigitation?
Oh, now really, Joe. Prestidig.
Never mind. How's the big boy doing?
He has a meeting out of his hand. What else?
You know something, baby? He's going to make it. Come election time, he's going to make it.
Give me a cigarette, will you, Joe?
Sure, here you are.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. And this is only the beginning. In a few more years, our Mr. Hardwick may...
Light, Joe.
Yeah.
You were saying?
I'll let you in on something, sweetheart. Mark got a phone call this morning from Judge Cantrell. The old gent's been quite impressed with our tour. Seems he's been interested in Mark for some time, too.
Judge Cantrell?
You know how Mark stacks up with the voters. They love him. There isn't a cleaner record in the state.
Mm-hmm. And if the judge backs him, who knows? Our Mark may wind up in the governor's mansion in another 5 years.
Right. That's why this election's important. If Mark makes it, he is on his way. Nothing will stop him.
How nice. How very nice.
What are you grinning about?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking how well things have turned out for Mark. And, well, for us too, Joe.
Huh?
I've been looking forward to this moment for a long time, Joe. A very long time. Mark's career means a lot to me.
Joe doesn't really understand, does he, Miriam? But he will before long. Yes, you do want Mark to succeed, don't you? Because you know that when he does, you'll be able to turn his power to your advantage. That's why you've waited patiently. Waited for the right moment to start your plan into action. Now that moment is close at hand. And when at last the tour is over and you've returned to the home office, every day brings the promise that it's going to be worthwhile.
Well, Joe, Miriam, we've got him.
Yes, sir, I'd say we're in.
I could have told you that before you started the
It
tour,
was
Mark.
costly, but effective. Very effective. You've done a grand job for me, kids. I want you to know I appreciate it, and I won't forget it.
Okay. When you get to be governor, can I have a deputy sheriff's badge?
Yeah, we'll see, Joe. We'll see. Oh, by the way, has the garage sent my car around?
Uh-huh. And here's your copy of the speech for the group luncheon. I've hopped it up a little.
Good.
Sprinkle a few jokes here and there. Always goes over big with the boys, you know.
Well, I'd better be on my way. Oh, Miriam, we're donating $1,000 to the Boys League. It's the judge's idea.
I'll get the check right out.
Hey, will someone come around to pick it up? Maybe we can work out a little ceremony of some kind. No, get pictures.
No. Make it the simple treatment. Mail it to him, Miriam.
All right, Mark.
Well, see you later. And, Joe.
Yeah?
If those gags of yours lay an egg, you'll hear from me.
What a guy. Unloads $1,000 just like that.
Joe,
Huh?
Mark must have an awful lot of money. Take that wall safe over there. You know there's close to 100,000 in that?
You've been peeking over his shoulder whenever he opens the safe.
I don't have to. He got a little overexcited one day, a long time ago, when I first came here to work. He was sort of careless. I got the combination.
Oh?
Want to look at all that money, Joe?
What good would it do?
Money fascinates me, Joe. I like to look at it. Come on.
Hey, look, suppose he comes back
He
in.
won't. Stop worrying. Oh, those beautiful little packages.
5, 10, 20 grand. Oh, no. Put it away. I can't stand
And
it.
stocks, bonds. Some look very negotiable. Very.
Close the safe, sweetheart. You're drooling.
Wait a minute. Here. Take a look at this.
Newspaper clipping.
Read it.
Smithtown, Texas, July 15th, 1924. Mineral prospector murdered by partners.
Go on, Joe. Keep reading.
Harry Moore, a local prospector, was found late yesterday at a campsite where he and his partners had been working a claim. Before he died, Moore told Sheriff Gannon that his partners, James Murdoch and Martin Henderson, quarreled with him over distribution of profits, attacked him with a large wrench, then left him to die. The pair fled with the entire proceeds from the sale of the mineral rights. Sheriff Gannon issued a statewide alarm describing both men as over 6 feet in height and weighing close... Miriam, what is this?
Joe, listen to me. To keep this clipping all these years, wouldn't Mark have a personal interest?
What are you driving at?
Martin Henderson, Mark Hardwick. Get the picture? What is it they say about people usually using the same initials when they pick an alias?
No. Wait a minute.
It could be, Joe. Could be. I've had a lot of time to think it over.
Yeah, sure. Now put this stuff back in the safe, huh?
You want me to lock it up? Forget about this?
What else?
All right, Joe. I'll lock the safe. But you know I won't forget about it. And I don't think you want me to. Do you, Joe?
With the prologue of Trio of Rogues, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Right now, however, I have good news for some of you contract bridge fans. Possibly you may have stopped by your Signal dealer to pick up one of the bridge lessons, which Signal is giving free, only to find that your Signal dealer was already out of certain lessons. Well, frankly, friends, the demand for these Signal bridge lessons exceeded our expectations. However, I'm glad to be able to tell you tonight that more of these lessons have been printed and are at Signal stations now. So keep in touch with your Signal dealer, and you'll be assured of completing your set of Signal's 6 lessons in contract bridge. What's more, this second printing offers another opportunity for any of you who may have missed this offer previously to still get a complete set of lessons. Written by that famous bridge authority, Robert Lee Johnson, and recommended by none other than Ely Culbertson, these Signal lessons offer not only a challenging review for experienced players, but also an easy way for those of you who have never played bridge before to learn the game. So see your Signal dealer soon. Make sure you have your complete set of Signal's 6 Lessons in Contract Bridge. And now, back to the Whistler.
No, Miriam. You don't forget your discovery in the safe at the office. It's much too close to what you've been waiting for, isn't it? That old newspaper clipping that Mark has kept so carefully to himself. It holds the story of a murder, doesn't it, Miriam? And possibly the key to how you can take Mark's money away from him. It's only a day or two later that you take the first step, a bombshell dropped gently with the hope that it will explode.
Well, how did it work, are we?
Just going over some figures on the campaign fund, Mark. How'd your talk with the judge come out?
Oh, fine, fine.
Oh, Mark.
Yeah? What is, Miriam?
There was someone here this morning to see you.
Well, is that so unusual?
Well, I thought so. He was a tramp, sort of, and he claimed to be an old friend. Said he knew you someplace in East Texas. Smithtown.
Smithtown?
Yes. Ever been there, Mark?
Well, what did that man look like, Miriam?
Oh, about your height. Thinner. He had that saggy look, like a man who's been much heavier at one time.
Did he say he was coming back?
No, but he did say you'd hear from him. That's why I mentioned it. He somehow gave me the impression he wasn't going to be easy to brush off. Oh, I remember something else. He said he'd been a partner of a man named, Moore, that was it. He said that would mean something to you. Does it?
If you hear from him again, Miriam, I want to see him. Don't let him get away if I'm out. You got that?
Oh, then you do remember him.
Well, maybe, I don't know. But any man who claims, well, he may be an old friend. You need help or something.
Oh, sure, maybe that's it. Say, it would make good human interest material for Joe.
No. No, nothing on this, you understand? Joe.
Yeah?
Hear this? It's one to steer clear of. Keep it away from the press.
I'll handle it, don't worry.
See that I don't have to.
What are you trying to pull? There wasn't any tramp in here looking for him.
No, there wasn't. But he fell, Joe. Hook, line, and sinker.
Okay, so he fell. You've got him thinking his old pal Murdoch's showing up. What happens now?
It's our chance for better things. You see, Murdoch could turn out to be a very greedy man.
Blackmail.
Is that the word? Oh, you can say it prettier, Joe. You're good with words. Coming in with me? The champagne's fine.
You're crazy.
All those piles of bills, Joe. $1,000 ones. Lots of them. Think of it, Joe. Think of it. We could work out a nice little deal for ourselves for years and years. Read it back to me, Joe.
I'm worried about this. I can sometimes trace printing.
Oh, he won't show it to the police. Read it.
Okay. Imagine how surprised I was when passing through town to see your face looking out at me. So now you're Mark Hartwick, respectable and rich. Well, Mark, I'm sure for old time's sake you'd let an old partner have a few bucks so he can move on and not disturb your new life. 100,000 would set me up fine, so I'll get in touch with you real soon. I call myself John Singer now. You'll know who it is when I sign that name. Sincerely, your old friend, John Singer.
Sounds good, Joe. Nice. Like fine music. Oh, you have a rare gift.
Sure. Now what?
We mail it. Then we just sit back and wait. The scream you'll hear will be Mark Hartwick. Want me to get it, Joe?
No, I'll take it. Suppose you finish mixing the drinks, huh?
Okay.
Hello.
Joe, this is Mark.
Oh, yeah. Well, what's up, Mark?
You remember Miriam mentioning some fellow was in to see me last week? Claimed he knew me years back.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I got a letter from him. He needs my help, badly. But he didn't mention where I get in touch with him.
Oh? Well, that's funny. Why doesn't he come around to the office?
I don't know. He may be sick or something. And I've got to find him, Joe. He's an old friend. You understand?
Yeah, sure. But what do you want?
I want you to attend to it, Joe. Hire a private detective if you have to. Just get me John Singer.
Singer. That's his name?
Yeah, that's the name he's going by. Now, I don't care how much it costs, Joe. Find him for me. And find him in a hurry.
Okay. I'll get right to work on it.
Fine. There'll be a nice bonus in it for you, Joe.
Thanks. Of course, Miriam will have to help me.
I won't forget her either.
I'm sure you won't, Mark.
Good night, Joe.
Well, what do you have to say?
He wants me to hire a private eye to find John Singer.
Here's your drink, Joe.
Thanks. No expenses spared. The boss is very anxious to help his old pal.
What do you think of my idea now?
Time will tell, sweetheart. Time will tell.
A week ought to do it, Joe. I think our pigeon will be ready for us by then.
Hiya, sweetheart. What's up?
Mark's been pacing up and down that office like a caged dinosaur for the past 3 hours. Where have you been?
I told you I had to check the details of the parade for tomorrow
The
night.
parade? Oh, yes. Well, all right. You'd better go in and see him.
Now, look, sweetheart, can't I tell him I found Singer?
No.
But he's driving me nuts. He's hounding me day and night. Where's Singer? Where's Singer?
I said no. The time's not right, but just a sec. Yes, Mark?
Has Joe come in yet?
Just this minute, Mark.
I'll send him in, and you come in too, Miriam. I want to talk to the both of you.
Oh, all right, Mark.
What do you suppose that means?
Well, he probably wants to chew on our fingernails. His own must be all gone by now. Come on.
Come in. Come in.
Look, Mark, about Singer, I still...
All right, Joe. All right. Sit down. Sit down, both of you.
Sure, Mark.
Joe, Miriam, you've been with me a long time, and I...
Wait a minute. This isn't the axe.
No, nothing like that. On the contrary, I need you now more than ever before. It's about Singer. I know I can trust you, and I'm going to let you in on something.
What's the trouble, Mark?
Here, read this letter. I got it several days ago from Singer.
Let me see, Miriam.
It's blackmail, that's what it is, blackmail. It's going to give me a few more days to make up my mind.
$100,000.
Yeah.
Mark, why don't you take this to the police?
No, I can't take this to the police. That's the worst of it. There was a little fight down in Texas years ago. A man was killed. It was self-defense, mind you, self-defense. Only I can't prove it. Singer will ruin me, Joe. You can see now how important it is that we find him.
But, Mark, there's only one way to deal with this sort of thing, and that's to go to the police. Unless you've decided to pay.
Yeah, the police in this town hate my guts.
Then you've decided to pay off?
Joe, there's only one way to stop a blackmailer. It isn't by crawling to the police or paying him off.
What?
You've got to kill him. Wipe him out like you'd squash a chinch bug.
That's something you hadn't expected, is it, Miriam? Mark doesn't want to pay. He wants to kill. And that doesn't fit in with your plan at all. You have to retreat now, revise your strategy. You wouldn't want to let Joe know you're a little rattled. So you're happy of the chance to think alone. By mid-afternoon, you know what your next move must be. Impatiently, you wait for Joe and Mark to return from the league luncheon. Shortly after 4, the office door opens.
Oh, Joe, I've been waiting.
Howdy.
Oh, hello. What can I do for you?
Well, I just dropped in to see if Mark Hartwick was around.
Oh, he's not. I'm sorry.
Expect him back, do you?
Really don't know. Can I help you?
Well, no. Let's see him. Personal.
Oh. Well, if you leave your name, I'll tell him you called.
Any chance of him coming back tonight?
I doubt it. He's scheduled to meet the parade at 7th Street.
Parade, huh? Well, I'll drop around later, just in case.
He may not be able to see you. If you'll give me your...
He'll see me, ma'am. He'll see me.
What makes you so sure? Mr. Hardwick's a busy man. Just leave your name.
My name don't matter. Just want to talk to him.
Well, I'm his private secretary. Anything you have to say to him, you can say to me.
Well, maybe. Maybe not. I'll be around later. Bye, ma'am.
That makes everything dandy, doesn't it?
Joe.
So you had company, so I came in the side door. Well, what happens to our plans now?
Well, I'm not worried.
Even after talking to Murdoch?
Murdoch?
Yeah, the man we called Singer in our note. Look, you know and I know that Texas boy didn't show up for no reason at all. It has to be Murdoch. There were 3 of them. Murdoch, Henderson, Moore. Moore's dead. Martin Henderson's our own Mart Hartwick. That leaves Murdoch. You know that as well as I do, and if he talks to
We've got to get to Mark first. Before Murdoch gets around to seeing Mark, we'll be out on the highway headed for parts unknown.
Look, as long as we have to skip, why bother going over to see Mark? The dough is in the office safe. You know the combination.
It isn't here. Mark took the money home with him last night. We'll have to go out there and get it.
But, baby...
The plan stands. We're going out to Mark's house. All that's changed is that now we won't be lying when we tell him we found the man called Singer.
Joe, my boy, you found him. You found Singer.
Yeah, that's right. A couple hours ago on a lead from the detective agency.
Where is he? Where is that dirty
Now,
rotten...
wait a minute, Mark. You just can't go out and shoot him.
You know a better way?
Well, be smart. After all, a man in your position, you can't take any chances, get involved in a thing like that.
What Joe means, we've thought of another angle.
Yeah, what's that?
Joe has already contacted Singer, arranged to meet him tonight at a quiet little spot outside of town for the payoff.
Payoff? I told you I don't intend to...
It won't be the kind of a payoff that Singer expects. You see, Joe's not going to keep the appointment. He's hired someone to take his place. Someone who'll get rid of Singer for you.
You hired a gunman, Joe?
I told him I'd let him know.
Well, is that smart?
Don't worry. He's not a town boy. He'll blow as soon as the job's over. You won't be involved in any way.
Leave it to Joe. He'll handle the payoff. Everything, Mark.
How much?
50,000.
50,000? Nothing small time about this boy.
That's only half of what Singer wants. And besides, he'd be coming back for more. This way, Mark, 50 grand... You're in the clear.
You won't ever have to worry about Murdoch bothering you again.
No, I won't, will I? All right. I'll get the money, Joe. Just a second.
Oh, I didn't think it would be this easy.
No, neither did I. I'd sure like to be around to see Mark's face when Murdoch shows up.
Well, you can stay if you want, but Baby is traveling.
I hope he makes it in small bills. I don't like to handle it.
What's the matter?
Mark, what's the idea to the gun?
Don't you know?
Is this a gag? Put it away, Mark.
Tell me more about Singer, or as you just called him, Murdoch. You talked to him, did you?
Well, sure. I talked to Murdoch. I made arrangements.
You're lying. You found that news clipping in my safe, didn't you? Made up this whole blasted story so you could shake me down. You and Miriam wrote that letter, didn't you? There was never anyone putting the bite on me.
Listen, Mark, you got it all wrong. I was talking to Murdoch a couple of hours ago.
That's right, Mark.
No, it isn't, Miriam. You see, I'm Murdoch.
You?
Yeah. You picked me for Martin Henderson because of the initials, didn't you? Well, you guessed wrong, friends.
Mark, you gotta believe me. A guy came around to the office asking for you. If you're Murdoch, then he must be Henderson, and you still need
No, Joe, I'll bite once, but not twice.
I can prove it, Mark. He left a note. I have it here.
Don't do that, Miriam. Just toss that purse to me,
All right, Mark. Here. Get it, Joe. I've got the gun, Joe.
Okay, come on. Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute.
What for?
Darling, there's an awful lot of money in this house, and Baby is not leaving without it.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a word about something free, which can mean a lot of extra pleasure for you if you're planning a trip this Labor Day weekend. Stop by your Signal dealers for one of his new road maps. You'll find Signal's new maps a great help in suggesting interesting places to go and the best way to get there. Being just recently printed, they have all the latest road changes and conditions. They're large size for rapid reading, but have the improved accordion fold for easier handling. And you'll like their many extra features not included in ordinary maps, such as a radio log showing where on your dial you'll find your favorite network programs as you travel. Also, a guide to interesting places to visit, plus a Western States mileage chart. So, for more travel fun this weekend, remember these 2 tips. Get one of Signal's new maps from your Signal dealer. And, of course, power your car with Signal, the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
And so the plan that was set into motion with the discovery of a newspaper clipping linking your boss, Mark Hartwick, with a murder some 24 years ago has finally paid off, hasn't it, Miriam? A plan that only a short while ago seemed doomed to failure as Mark faced you with a gun in his hand after he'd found out you and Joe Crane had been behind the blackmail scheme. Yes, things had looked dark indeed at that moment. And then Joe had changed it all with his fists. Half an hour after you leave the unconscious Mark Hartwick on the library floor of his home, you're driving across town with Joe and $75,000 from Hartwick's safe tucked away in your coat pocket.
Well, don't look so glum, Joe. It's all over.
Yeah, sure.
You're a rich man now.
I was pretty near a dead one.
Joe, can't you take a shortcut to the highway? There's an awful lot of traffic around here.
Well, I'll turn off at the next corner.
Joe.
What?
Up ahead, Joe, it's a cop. He's waving us into the curb. Turn around, quick.
No, I can't do that. I'll have to pull over.
What is it? What's happening?
Wait, listen a minute.
A calliope.
Yeah, the parade for Mark.
Oh, no. What do we do now?
I don't know. Hey, look. I'm going to call a cop over and tell him I'm Mark's campaign manager. Maybe he'll let us through. Officer!
Yeah?
Over here!
Well, it's Joe. I was hoping I'd catch up with you two. Right nice of you to call the officer over. I planned on his help.
Henderson?
Nope, we got him long time ago. The name's Blake, Brazos County, Texas. Deputy Sheriff. Mind if I sit in with you?
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Just picked up your boss, Mark Hartwick, on a 24-year-old murder charge. Turned him over to the local officers. He sure is riled at you two. Says you stole some money of his that he got in Texas. Yes, sir. So mad he didn't care much about his own arrest, as long as I got you two. Well, this is a right nice parade here. Yes, sir. Right nice. Your idea, Joe?
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Doris Singleton, Barney Phillips, and Willard Waterman. The Whistler was produced and directed by George W. Allen, with story by George and Gertrude Fass, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Remember, at this same time next Wednesday, another strange tale by The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Johnny Dollar.
Dollar, my name is Hal Barker, Tri-Western Life Insurance Company.
Out in Los Angeles, California.
No, I'm holding down the branch office here in Reno, Nevada.
Well, made a change, huh?
That's right.
Well, how are you, Mr. Barker, and what can I do for you?
Are you available for an assignment? Can you fly on out here right away?
I don't see why not, as long as you're willing to pay the freight.
Good.
Yeah, you mind telling me what it's all about?
Well, not at all. One of our clients, a man named Walter Bisbee, has just died in a mining accident over near Virginia City.
Virginia City, the famous old ghost town, huh?
That's right. But now listen.
Yeah?
I don't think it was.
Was what, Mr. Barker?
Well, I don't think it was any accident.
Oh, you don't, huh?
No, and believe me, I don't say that just in the hope of not having to pay double indemnity on his insurance.
Why do you say it?
Well, I have no proof, Dollar, no proof at all. But I'm convinced that Walter Bisbee was murdered. that I know who murdered him and why.
Well, tell me more, Mr. Barker.
Fly on out here to Reno, and I will.
I'll grab the first plane I can.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Tri-Western Life Insurance Company, Reno, Nevada office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Stope of Death matter. Expense account, item 1, $176.25, a jet to Los Angeles. Item 2, $32.70 for the flight to Reno, Nevada. Hal Barker met me at the airport, and we headed south on 395, then southeast on 17 toward Virginia City. Virginia City, by far the largest and most famous of the old mining towns of the West, with its quaint, colorful streets and fascinating buildings left over from the days when the Comstock Lode was the richest silver strike the world had ever known. Where it didn't take much imagination to visualize the grizzled old characters with burrow and pick and shovel who roamed the desert hills in a stubborn search for gold-bearing quartz, who worked and fought and often died violently to keep others from getting their hands on the precious yellow metal, and who finally realized that the heavy blue mud they'd been discarding was the real bonanza, was loaded with rich silver ore. Yeah, you could almost see their ghosts walking the streets or stopping for a drink at the fabulous Crystal Bar or the lowly Bucket of Blood Saloon, depending on their luck. During the 23-mile ride over to this fascinating historical spot, Hal Barker filled me in.
Yeah, thanks to modern methods, modern tools of the trade, so to speak, Walter Bisbee and his partner did fairly well, Dollar.
Uh-huh.
They'd explore these old abandoned mines around here, supposedly all worked out, and they'd locate new ore strata that would pay off. Like I say, with modern, efficient recovery methods that weren't even known about during the gold rush days.
Yeah, like the big petroleum companies have found ways to get more oil out of wells the old-timers thought were pumped dry.
That's it exactly. And Bisbee and Hargrave would locate these profitable veins and take a royalty from whoever worked them. They'd go off and hunt for another spot. They made no fortune, but, well, they did pretty well. For a while, at least.
Hey, you said Hargrave, Bisbee's partner, Hal?
That's right, Bill Hargrave. Each of them claimed he couldn't do the job without the help of the other, so we wrote a partnership policy for them.
How much?
Upon the death of either one, the other was to receive $35,000. Double that for accidental death.
And now Bisbee is dead. Want to tell me just how it happened, Hal?
Well, the old mine where it happened is up here just off the 6-mile road, the old Caterwall number 2.
Caterwall number 2? That's the name of a mine?
Yeah, well, you should hear the name of some of them. Anyhow, old Bill left Walter at the mine a couple of days ago, exploring one of the stopes, while he drove into Carson City for supplies.
Uh-huh.
When Bill finally got back here to the Caterwall, he says he found the ceiling of the stope had collapsed.
Hey, wait a minute. He says. Why do you put it that way, Hal?
According to a state geologist I talked to early this morning, a man who knows the mine, has been inside of it many times, there was no reason in the world why it should have happened. Unless somebody helped it to.
Oh?
Well, that set me to thinking about the bad luck Bisbee and Hargrave have been having lately. And about how much it would benefit either one of them to have the other one die. Especially accidentally, on account of the double indemnity clause in that insurance policy.
Oh, well, now, Hal,
And then, when the geologists found where somebody had planted a charge of nitro...
Oh. Well, are they holding Bill Hargrave?
Why?
Why?
Well, unless the police find Bisbee's body, there's no actual proof he's dead. Remember, Dollar, Hargrave was in Carson City when it happened. Plenty of witnesses to that.
I see.
But he's the only person. I'm sure of it, Johnny. He's the only person who could possibly benefit by Walter Bisbee's death.
Oh, now, Hal, that doesn't make a case against him.
Yeah, now they're up ahead. That's the old Caterwall number 2.
Hey, what are they doing there?
They're trying to get into the stope, find Bisbee's body.
Oh.
Hey, there's a surprise on that hill on top of the mine.
The man standing there by that block and tackle they've rigged up there?
Yeah, that's Bill Hargrave.
Uh-huh. And he was perfectly willing for them to try to get in there and look for the body?
Well, yes, he was. And look, by the way, he's waving and shouting at that police officer down there. Looks like he's found something. Come on, Johnny. We'll see what it's all about.
On top of the small hill was a vertical ventilation shaft driven down into the mine. Hargrave had rigged up a support, a kind of tripod with a block and tackle on it, then lowered himself to the stope where Bisbee had been trapped, or to what was left of it. When Hal and I and the police officer got up there to him, Hargrave looked like a ghost, or as if he'd seen one. There was a strange expression in his eyes, his mouth half open, and his weather-beaten face so pale it was almost gray. When we questioned him, he simply stared at us until the police officer took him by the arm and shook him.
Well, come on, Hargrave. Did you get down there all right, down to the stope?
Yeah, I got down there. There's a clear space where Walter was working.
Did you find him? Well, come on, Hargrave.
Yeah, I found him. And listen.
Well?
He was murdered in there. Walter was murdered.
Well, the political conventions are long gone. Is it all over but the voting? Hardly. From now to November, we're in for some hard campaigning. Details, of course, from CBS News. And your candidate, whoever he may be, is in for tough sledding before he gets into office, if at all. Your responsibility to your candidate is, of course, to give him your vote. Your voice will help, too. But there's something else that helps put across a campaign. It's money. The best candidate in the world can't get elected without incurring expenses. If you believe in your man enough to vote for him, believe in him enough to get out and work for him, then put some money on the line, too. That's the real test of your interest. We haven't covered the subject of whom to vote for, whom to support, whom to help with a contribution. That's strictly your own business. But if the people who like the other man dig in for him, and you don't do likewise for your man, well, that could be the difference right there. So think it over, and make sure you vote. And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Stope of Death Matter.
When Walter Bisbee died in the gold mine cave-in, when a state geologist hinted that maybe a charge of nitro had caused the cave-in, both Hal Barker and the police figured it might have been done by Bill Hargrave to get rid of his partner, to collect the insurance on him. But as they started clearing away into the stope to look for Bisbee's body, it was Hargrave who took the lead. He rigged a kind of makeshift hoist above an air shaft, lowered himself into the mine. And down below, in a small space cluttered with the rocks and shoring and other debris piled up from the collapse of the ceiling of the stope, he'd found what was left of his partner.
Beaten to death. Walter, my partner, beaten to death down there. By somebody knowed we'd made another find down there.
Easy,
and
Mr.
then they
Hargrave.
blowed in the mine on top of him. They murdered him. Don't you understand? Somebody murdered Walter down there.
Okay, Bill, okay. Now, just take it easy.
Well, you're the law. Now you go and find out who killed him. Who killed my partner?
We'll try, Bill.
Try. Sure.
Dollar, if you want to go down there with me and help me recover the body?
Yes, sure.
I'll have some of the men working on the slope come up here and give us a hand, lower us down this ventilating shaft.
Okay, sir.
And Bill, you go on back to town. We'll bring the body in so you can give him a decent funeral.
Funeral?
That's right.
No, officer.
What?
Why not, Hargrave?
Because Walter'd want to be buried here in the mine. The same as I would if this had happened to me.
But if you made a valuable find down there...
What are you talking about, Dollar? You think all the dirty yellow dust in the world would ever make up for a man like Walter Wisney? He was my partner. He was my friend. 20 years together, like brothers we were. Always together. Always share and share alike. When I found something, it was his, too. When he found something, it was mine as much as his. Well, didn't you know that?
Well, yes, and I understand the two of you did fairly well for a while.
Yeah. As long as the two of us worked together, of course we did. We opened up the old Higby's Folly, didn't we? And the old Yellow Jaybird.
Those were gold mines?
And they still had plenty in them. We showed them where. We showed them where to get it out.
When was that?
Oh, back in 1950, 51. It was Walter and me found the veins they'd passed on by. They thought those mines were all worked out, but we showed them different. They still had gold in them. We showed him where it was, Walter and me. And the Jolly Tar and the Frenchman's Luck back in 53. Walter and me. Now he's gone. Now he's through. Without him, without my partner, now I'm through. And I never want to see a mine again. All I want is to get away from here, now and forever. So, officer, you go on down there. You'll find him laying there, Walter, in the mine. It's the way he wanted it. It's the way that it's happened. And if the law says it's all right, you can leave him there, God rest his soul.
Well, now, of course, that's something that we'll have to...
And with those machines you got there on the slope, you can fill up this shaft and bury him. The way he'd have done for me, if I'd gone first.
Well, maybe we can do that, Bill.
Officer, I'd be mighty beholden to you if you would.
Now, you go on back to Virginia City, and if necessary, we'll talk to you later.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Dollar, let's get down inside the mine so I can verify the death and make out my report. I'm afraid I'm not used to one of these miner's lamps, Dollar.
Yeah. Oh, I know what you mean.
I think we can see enough with them to just... Yeah, wait. Look. There he is.
Yeah, I see.
Good Lord. What a beating he took.
Beating?
Yeah, look at him. Look at his face.
Hey, officer. This man was knocked down, then kicked to death. Yeah, these marks on him, on his face. Hobnails.
Yeah, you're right, Dollar. Whoever did this to him stood right here. You see?
Yeah, I see.
And you see the print of his right foot deep in the dust? Where he stood while he kicked and kicked with the other one?
And he is Walter Bisbee.
Yeah. Maybe we're going to have to leave him down here.
What do you mean?
Oh, 240, maybe 50 pounds. Up through that air shaft?
Oh, yeah. Maybe you got something there.
You and I, a couple of skinny guys, we barely made it. Only there was something around here could tell us who did this to him.
That footprint.
Hey, Dollar, there isn't a hard rock miner in this whole area doesn't wear shoes like that. Here, look, you see here? These other footprints, huh?
Yeah, well, those are probably Hargrave's from when he came down here through the air shaft to look for Bisbee.
Yeah, that's right. Same kind of shoes, but newer. You can tell by the nail marks.
Yeah, but does it prove that Hargrave came down here only after his partner was killed?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Dollar. You're forgetting that Bill was in Carson City when this happened.
Yeah? When what happened? The murder? Or the caving in of the stope?
Now, what do you mean by that?
Murder him, then try to cover it up with a cave-in.
Now, look, Dollar.
Al Barker says that a state geologist told him he found signs that a small nitro charge may have been used near the entrance to this mine.
But if Bill... You mean you think Bill killed him down here and then had somebody else start the cave-in while he was over in Carson City?
Let somebody else in on it? No. If Bill killed him, he probably set off that charge, too.
But don't you see, if he was over...
Didn't you ever hear of an explosion being set off with some kind of a timer?
Well, yeah, sure, of course I have. But that still doesn't give us any proof that Bill did this.
The fact remains that Bill Hargrave is the only one who can possibly profit by his partner's death, right?
Sure. I'll go along with that, all right. But unless you can find some proof that he did this, well,
I don't know. But while you're poking around in the dark down here, I'm going to pay a little visit to Bill Hargrave.
Go ahead. But why?
Well, I told you, officer. I don't know. The police officer stayed inside the mine in the hope of finding some definite clue to the killer of Walter Bisbee. Several things convinced him that Bill Hargrave hadn't done it. What Bill had said about his partner, their relationship over the years, Bill's known presence in Carson City at the time the mine collapsed, and my theory that an explosion was set off by some timing mechanism was only a theory. Even the fact that Bill was his partner's beneficiary didn't prove anything. And Bill had been among the first to volunteer to help and try to recover the body, and found a way to get down to it that nobody else had thought of. Yeah. Very convincing. Almost too much so. At least enough to make me more suspicious than ever. Suspicious of Bill Hargrave.
Just a little sort of shack on the edge of town, Johnny.
Okay, then let's head for it, Hal.
Well, of course, he may have gone over to Miss Crutch's boarding house to take care of Walter's things.
Hey, you mean in spite of all their palsy-walsy over the years, they didn't share the same living quarters?
Well, up to a few months ago, yes.
So maybe they had a falling out, huh? In spite of Hargrave's pretty little speech.
Well, Johnny, I must confess, I believe what he said. They were still working together. Maybe Bill just got tired of Walter's cooking or vice versa.
After 20 years.
Well, sure.
Look, Hal, you're the one who was suspicious of Bill Hargrave right from the beginning.
I know, Johnny. I know.
Well.
But unless you can find some proof that he did it, after his behavior back there at the mine...
You better do this, Hal, after you let me off at Bill's place. Go on back to the mine and bring that policeman over here to join me.
Oh? Well, now, Johnny...
Just do as I say, will you, huh?
Well, did you see something? Have you discovered something you haven't told me about? Or the officer?
No, yes, maybe. I don't know. Hal, I honestly don't know. But there was something back there. Something you or the officer told me? I don't know. Something down there in the mine.
Well, here we are. Here's the shack Bill lives in.
Wait a minute.
What, yeah?
Maybe that's it, yeah.
What, Johnny?
Yeah. Hey, listen. Before he leaves that mine, tell the officer to take one more good long look at the footprint we found in the dust.
Huh? Well, just exactly what is that?
Tell him that, Hal. Then tell him to get on over here fast.
Well, then you have thought of something to pin it on Hargrave.
I told you, Hal. I don't know. Hargrave wasn't there. Maybe he had gone over to the boarding house to look after his partner's belongings. Maybe. Well, with the help of my pocket knife, I managed to slip the catch in the front door of the shack. I closed it after me and took a look around. Well, it was pretty obvious things hadn't been going good for Bill, and for quite some time. I looked first for the pair of shoes, one of which could have made the print on the floor of the mine. But I didn't really care, and a pair of shoes could easily be gotten rid of. Oh, no. I was looking for something else, but just what I wasn't sure. That is, until I found it, hanging on the wall above the cot where he slept, just to one side of the door. Yeah, it was an old lever-action rifle. Unusual in this part of the country? Hardly. There were thousands of these old 30-30s around here. Guns of this make and type had been part of the history of the Old West. Still were a part of it. Oh, no. There wasn't a thing unusual about finding this kind of a gun hanging on the wall of a miner's shack. But about this particular one, there was something unusual. And as I laid it down on the bed and looked at it, as I thought about that footprint back in the mine...
Hey! Oh, why, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, come in, Hargrave.
Sure. Yeah, what are you doing here?
Oh, just, looking around. You mind?
Oh, of course not, only...
You see, when a man's partner gets killed, I like to know all I possibly can about him. His habits, where he lives, how well he's been doing.
Yeah, but this is my place.
I know.
Walter was living over at Miss Crutcher's boarding house. I was just over there taking care of his... Oh, you mean you want to know all about me?
That's right.
Well, now, Mr. Dollar...
Sit down, Bill. And tell me just what kind of a timer you used to set off an explosion in that gold mine.
What?
Or do we have to tear that hill apart in the hopes of finding bits and pieces of it?
What are you talking about, Mr. Dollar?
Too bad the blast didn't fill up that stope completely, though, isn't it?
What?
Yeah, then the rocks would have pounded Walter's body enough to hide any sign of the way that he was kicked to death.
Well, now, look, sir,
So when you came back from Carson City and found the police were going to clear a way into that stope, you played it smart.
Dollar, you don't
You played along with them. You found a way into the mine through the ventilating shaft. You found the body. You told us that Bisbee had been murdered. Well, it really fooled him, Bill. It convinced him you were clean. But you overlooked one thing.
You don't know what you're saying.
That footprint down there in the dust. Oh, you changed shoes after you killed him. And no doubt you got rid of those old ones where no one would ever find them. And you left new prints with the new shoes you're wearing now to show they're different. But that one footprint, Bill...
What about it, Dollar?
When you stood there and kicked him, stood on your right foot and kicked him with your left.
So what? What about it?
And then when I came here a few minutes ago and found that rifle there on the bed, found the shiny spot on the right-hand side of the stock. Yeah, look, there. See how shiny it is? Do you see it, Bill?
Well, what about it? What about it?
Only a left-handed man polishes the right side of a gun stock when he rests his cheek against it.
All right,
The
Dollar.
same as he stands on his right foot and uses the left one to kick his partner to death. Well?
All right, so I killed him, but you won't live to tell anybody
Oh,
that.
you're a fool, Hargrave.
You're going to be a dead one.
Do you think I would have left that gun on the bed with the shells in it?
You mean...
I mean this! Phew. Son of a gun. I guess I really should have thought to take the shells out of that thing. So maybe there were dozens of left-handed men around Virginia City, and who knows, maybe there were some right-handers who kicked with the left foot. But Bill just didn't happen to think of that when he confessed the killing. Expense account total, including all the incidentals I can think of, and the flight back to Hartford, $248.75. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Constipation is something people don't talk about much, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a most unusual case where murder isn't murder at all. Where the whole thing is based on the confession of a dying man to something he did some years before. Oh, his confession is true. It's backed up by all the facts in the case. There can be no question of them or the confession itself. And yet the twist at the end of the story, well, all I can tell you is it'll take you completely by surprise. So join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Herschel Bernardi, Russell Thorson, and Forrest Lewis. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wald speaking.
An expectant mother and an adventuresome son are the elements of suspense. Next on the CBS Radio Network.
WROW in Albany, New York. WROW, Albany, New York.
Johnny Dollar.
This is Frank Harmon, Johnny, at Tri-Western Life here in Hartford.
Hi, Frankie.
Where have you been, anyway?
Oh, I just got back from Lake Tahoe out on the West Coast.
Well, and it's no wonder Jack Price couldn't get hold of you.
Price in your office down in Corpus Christi?
That's right. He called and told me he'd been trying to get you on the phone for several days.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
He has a problem, a pretty big one. When he couldn't reach you, he sent it on. He sent her on to us.
It? Her? Which is it?
Both. So come on over here, will you? There's no time to waste.
Oh, what's it all about?
Well, all I can tell you is... Well, somehow, you've got to prevent a murder.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. to the New England office of Tri-Western Life Insurance Company. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the unworthy kin matter. After the Lake Tahoe mess, I was ready for a nice long rest. But a job's a job. So expense account item 1, $1.10 for a cab back to Frank Harmon's office at Tri-Western in the big new building on the square.
Glad you finally got back here, Johnny.
Hiya, Frankie.
Now, sit down. I'll get right to the point.
Okay.
Try to give you the whole story before she gets here.
Who's she?
Name is Jean Unworthy.
Unworthy?
That's right.
That's a funny one.
Well, our little problem isn't very funny. Now, listen.
I'm listening.
About 4, maybe 5 years ago, up in Ypsilanti, Michigan, a prominent businessman was killed by a guy named Eric Bean.
Oh, you're telling me.
It was a ruthless, pointless, wanton murder, simply because the victim refused to give him a few bucks.
And the defense tried to get Bean out of it on grounds of temporary insanity.
Yeah, that's right. But instead, they sent him up to the Michigan State Prison, gave him life with no chance of parole.
Oh, yeah, I remember. It just happens I was in on that case.
Oh, of course. Of course you were. Well, all right, then.
Well, I didn't play a very important part in it, I have to admit, but I was there.
And you were there during his trial?
From the first to the last gavel.
Yeah, and you know what Eric Bean did when the judge pronounced sentence on him.
Yeah, that's right. Because it could be that Bean thought his remarks were partly aimed at me. I mean, this talk about getting even with everybody.
All right, sure. Sure, I'll go up to your lousy, stinking prison. Order! Order in the court! But if you think you can keep me in it, you're crazy. Order! Order! Will someone restrain the prisoner? Because I'm going to get out. When I do, I'm going to kill everybody that had anything to do with filling me up. Officer, restrain that man. No! Don't take your hands off him. I'm going to kill anybody that had anything to do with it.
Yeah, Frankie, it was the typical threat of a tough criminal to get out someday and get even with everybody.
By killing them?
That's what he said.
Including you?
Well, I told you I really didn't have too much to do with the case, so there's no real reason for Bean to hold a grudge against me.
Was there any real reason for the murder?
Well, no. But listen, you know how little those courtroom threats usually mean.
Yeah, well, then you're not at all worried over the fact that Eric Bean escaped 7 or 8 days ago.
Oh?
Well?
No, not particularly.
Well, you should be, Johnny. Along with the rest of the people who were involved in that affair.
Oh, Frankie, I told
Johnny,
you.
In the past 5 days, Bean has killed 4 of the people he promised to kill.
No kidding.
And the police have no idea where he is or when he'll strike again. And another one of his intended victims is Mr. Albert K. Unworthy, who's now living down in Corpus Christi, Texas. And he's insured by our company for over $500,000. Well?
Yeah.
Be sociable. Have a Pepsi.
That reminds me of a tip I've been meaning to give you. Whenever you buy Pepsi-Cola, get an extra carton. This is the secret of effortless entertaining. You know by now that as the parties go, so goes the Pepsi. So face reality and be ready for any number of thirsts by making sure there's always plenty of the light refreshment on hand. People go for Pepsi because it refreshes without filling and does it in such a good-tasting way. Come to think of it, why not buy a case of Pepsi? Then maybe there'll be enough for you to have some, too.
Be sociable. Look smart. Keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable. Have a Pepsi.
And now Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. All right now, Johnny, when Jack Price wasn't able to reach you, he dumped the whole thing in my lap, including the old man's daughter, Jean. She arrived here in Hartford early this morning, came in here and demanded that you be appointed a bodyguard for her father.
Oh, now listen, Frank.
I phoned her at her hotel right after I got in touch with you. She's probably on her way over here to see you right now.
Hey, look, Frank, I'm an investigator, not a bodyguard.
Listen, buddy.
Are you forgetting Eric Bean may have you high on his list, too?
So what? So what? If I keep my eyes open, my manners and my... Oh, I see.
What?
Yeah, put two of Eric Bean's intended victims together. Give him a wide-open chance to kill two birds with one stone, so to speak, and he's almost bound to show. Yeah, so the cops who've been standing by pick him up along with our two bodies. And the company has done a great public service. Hooray.
No, that wasn't what I was thinking of at all.
Frank, I couldn't go down there to Corpus Christi right away anyway.
Why not?
First thing tomorrow morning, I have an appointment in New York with an attorney for a deposition in that Lake Tahoe case I just wound up.
Oh, so you lose a few hours.
And what's more, I hate those bodyguard assignments, and you know it.
But when such an important client's involved, Johnny...
Well, there's nothing but a lot of trouble with an A-1 chance of getting shot in the back.
Yeah, but don't you see...
No, Frank, I'm sorry. If Unworthy wants protection, let him call in the police. They have a very good force there in Corpus Christi.
Johnny...
And when this dame, this daughter gets here, well, simply tell her I don't want the case. And I mean it, Frank.
That's final.
That is unequivocally and irrevocably and absolute...
Mr. Harmon?
Oh, Miss Unworthy. Oh, please come in.
Huh?
Thank you.
Yes. Come in and meet Mr. Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Johnny.
Suddenly I changed my mind. Even as that whole office suddenly seemed to change and take on a strange and wonderful glow. She was, so help me, one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen. Tall, but not too tall, with honey-colored hair and a complexion that, and a figure that, and a twinkle in those baby blue eyes that, oh, what's the use? The right words simply aren't. Not to describe this one. Wow.
Well, sit down, please, Miss Unworthy.
Oh, thank you, Frank, but I told you this morning to please call me Jean.
Oh, yes, of course. I forgot.
And that goes for you, too, Johnny Dollar.
Oh, sure, Jean, sure.
Can you leave with me right away, Johnny? I mean, for Corpus Christi? I hope you told him how urgent this is, Frankie.
Well, yes, I did.
Then you will come and watch over Daddy until they catch this murderer, won't you, Johnny?
Well, now, Jean...
Yes?
Well, that is
Yes? Johnny?
Well, I have to be in New York first thing in the morning to see an attorney.
Oh, well, that's just fine, then. Because I have an early morning date in New York with Madame Olga Marino before I go on back home.
Oh?
You know who she is?
Oh, well, sure, I've heard of her, but I never thought anybody in the world actually had enough money to buy those clothes, those gowns that she designs.
Oh, now you're kidding me, aren't you?
Well, you know.
But I just love having her things. Oodles and oodles of them.
Uh-huh.
So we'll go down to New York tonight. I'll be staying at the Pierre, so you stay at the Pierre. And we'll have a ball. We'll really do the town. Oh, I just love New York.
Well, now,
Then tomorrow morning, while I'm getting some dresses and things, you can see your lawyer, and then we'll take off for Corpus Christi together.
Jean...
But come on, hon. We'll have to hurry if we want to make the 4 o'clock plane to New York.
Well,
And Frank, dear, thanks so much for finding Johnny. I feel better. I feel that Daddy's safer already.
Expense account item 2, $21.50 for a cab and plane tickets to New York for the two of us. With this charmer in tow, well, believe me, it wasn't easy, but I realized that with an important assignment on my hands, I better play it safe and behave myself. So, down in New York, item 3 is $9.50 for a taxi to the Pierre, where I dropped her off, then to the Gotham, where I got myself a room. That evening, the tab for cocktails and dinner at the Pavillon, no less, came to $58. And I was pretty impressed by the maitre d's immediate recognition of her, and his disappointment at the smallness of the bill she'd run up. Oh, and tips, by the way, came to $14 more. Then the evening really got underway via the nightclub route, and I mean only the most expensive nightclubs, where again she was recognized by all the maitre d's. And the total bill, by the time I dropped her off at the Pierre shortly after 4 a.m., only $130, including tips and taxis, of course. I hope my deposition the next morning in the attorney's office made some sense because I was bushed. But then, after leaving him on the way back to my hotel, I picked up a newspaper, and I nearly blew my top. Item 5, 6, whatever it is, 85 cents for a call to Frank Harmon back in Hartford.
Now, Johnny.
And it was you who gave that story to the wire services about my going down to Corpus Christi to save the life of dear old Albert Unworthy.
But, Johnny, you yourself suggested it might help to flush out this killer.
Oh, yeah, sure. Make it easy for him. Get two of us in one trip. Thank you very much. Item 7, $287.50 plane fare, tips and incidentals for the flight to Corpus Christi. And by the time we got there, well, I don't know. I don't know how to say it. But, well, that genie is not only the most beautiful, the most charming. Well, put it this way. By the time that flight was over, if Jean had said, come on, Johnny, let's get married, I think I might have taken the leap without one single thought about the consequences. And after we landed and she stepped into a phone booth to call and make sure her father was still all right, well, I was almost annoyed at the sudden appearance of an old pal of mine, Doug Johnstone, kid brother of Jack, who dramatizes these radio cases of mine.
How'd I know you were coming down here? With Johnny, it's all over the papers.
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
Oh?
Yeah, but how are you anyway, Doug?
Oh, I couldn't be better. Hey, boy, you certainly pick 'em, don't you?
What do you mean?
Your, traveling companion, Jean Unworthy.
What do you know about her father, Doug?
Well, I kind of thought you might want a little help while you're down here. That's why I came to meet you.
Oh?
Yeah, now, here's what we ought to do. You, put her in a taxi. Her home isn't far from here. Then you and I'll run on down to my office and talk a while, and I'll drive you out to their place later.
Well, now, wait, Doug.
I think that's a very good idea.
Oh, Jeannie, yeah. This is an old friend of mine, Doug Johnstone.
Hi, Doug.
Jean, I've always looked forward to meeting you.
Well, how nice. In my, I'm meeting more good-looking men these days. Johnny, Doug's right. See, it'll give me a chance to kind of freshen up and prepare the royal welcome for you here in Corpus Christi, all right?
Well, I kind of
So
hate
you
to
go
have
ahead
you...
with Doug, and I'll see you at the house later. Taxi! Taxi!
Huh? Okay, Doug, let's go. Okay, now, Doug, as you were saying.
As I was saying, well, sit down. Make yourself comfortable first, Johnny.
Thanks. Well?
Well, Johnny, old man Unworthy is loaded, all right. Despite this gorgeous daughter of his trying to spend it all. But when she turns on the charm...
Oh, you are telling me.
Always a sucker for a good-looking gal, aren't you, Johnny?
Oh, now, Mr. Johnstone, sorry.
Oh, sure. Jean is different. The point is...
Oh, she sure is.
The point is, though, that there may be something in the rumor that her old man is getting a mite fed up with some of her extravagant... Johnny, hand me the phone, will you?
What's the matter? You think I don't make a good secretary? Oh, this here's Mr. Douglas D. Johnstone's office.
Help. Quick.
Jean.
Yes. He's here. That killer.
What?
He's here in the house, and he's going to shoot Daddy with a... No! No, please! You killed him! You killed him!
Throwing a house party every weekday is no small accomplishment. Ask any housewife who's faced the perils of just one house party with fear and trepidation. But Art Linkletter's been at it so long that he never worries today about tomorrow's house party. And yet they always come out slick, smooth, and hilarious. Art's enthusiasm is part of the reason why. The way he lets his guests take the bit in their teeth is another. So you never know where the fun's going to lead once it starts. Listen Monday through Friday on CBS Radio. Now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Unworthy Kin Matter.
Doug Johnstone and I tore out to the house, and, yeah, Mr. Albert K. Unworthy was dead, all right. 3 neat, clean bullet holes in his temple. His daughter, Jean, was a wreck. One sleeve of her dress was torn. There was a red welt on her cheek where she'd apparently been struck by the killer.
Oh, Johnny.
All right, now, easy.
It was so terrible. So awful. So terrible.
Okay, now, honey. Just try to take it easy and remember exactly what happened.
Why did it have to happen to him? He was so good. So wonderful to me ever since the day that he adopted me, and now he's...
Take it easy. Now, who else was in here, Jean? Were you in here with your father alone?
Yes. Yes, Johnny, I don't know where the servants are. Daddy must have let them take the day off, or this man, and this horrible-looking man came in.
Can you tell me what he looked like?
Oh, I don't know. I saw him only a few seconds. He was short, and he was heavy set, and that thick black curly hair that came down to a point on his forehead.
Yeah. Go on, Jean.
That strange pale, that pallor. His face was almost gray.
After 7 years in the
And one of his ears, it was kind of mashed, like a piece of cauliflower. There was a dirty scar, too, on his hand when he held that pistol on poor Daddy. Oh, Johnny.
And his height, his weight. Have you any idea?
Oh, I don't know. He was maybe 5'7" or 8. And he was heavy. Maybe 180 pounds or something. He was stocky.
You ask me, that fits the newspaper description of Eric Bean almost to a T, Johnny.
Had you ever seen Eric Bean before, Jean?
No, Johnny. And there was that wild animal look in his eyes. And he came rushing in here with that gun, and I tried to call you, but he knocked me down, and then he... I guess I passed out.
Right, easy.
Oh, Johnny, please help me.
Yeah, sure. You want to call the police, Doug?
Sure.
Doug not only called the police, but the family doctor. And after Jean had given the police all the information she could, the doctor gave her a mild sedative and sent her up to bed. By that time, Jean's personal maid had come in, so after assuring her we'd do everything we could...
Johnny, dear, don't you see? Now, you may be in danger from... Oh, dear. I guess whatever the doctor gave me, I can't stay awake. Come back, dear. Come back.
On the way back to Doug's office, neither of us said a word. Not until we got inside and he closed the door. And even then we sat there quietly for a minute.
Well, Johnny, you like a little drink?
No, thanks. You have one.
No. You,
No?
Nothing, I just... Johnny, you're thinking the same thing I am.
Yeah, Doug, I guess I am. Mind if I use your phone? My call was to the police, not there in Corpus Christi, but in Ypsilanti, Michigan. It's item 8440. I got hold of Sergeant Tim Brower, the man who'd originally arrested Eric Bean, who now again was working on the case.
What do you mean, am I afraid of him? Are you, Dollar?
Well, I expect I ought to keep an eye out for him.
Why, you'd be away down on this list.
Like maybe Mr. Albert Unworthy and...
Yeah, like Unworthy and Phillips and Mrs. Peterson and half a dozen others. The only ones he's trying to knock off now are the people whose testimony really set him up. But we'll get him before he does. Because he's just crazy enough to have set himself a very obvious little pattern in these 4 new murders.
Yeah, what kind of a pattern, Sergeant?
Well, the people around here. And in the order of their importance in the case.
Oh?
First was the judge, Judge Henry Packham, who actually set the sentence.
Okay, Sergeant.
Then the chief prosecutor, Mr. Frederick Wallman.
Okay, Sergeant, that's all I need to know.
Then there was... Huh?
Well, Johnny?
Yeah, well, I guess you tipped me off, Doug, when you said something about her father getting fed up with her extravagance.
Her foster father?
Oh, yeah, she told us that herself. Adopted. There was no real blood bond between them.
Mm.
So, I suppose it's no wonder she was taking him for all she could. And when she found he was going to pull back on the reins...
I'm afraid her description of Bean is what stopped me. Too perfect. I mean, when a man suddenly barges in, knocks her down, and fires...
Yeah. 3 bullets into his skull. But when she said he was going to kill him, and we heard only 2 shots... Only 2, Doug.
Yeah. Johnny, you want me to go along with you?
Just, let me use your car.
Sure.
You mean you found the murderer, Johnny?
Yeah, Jeannie. And all the proof I need.
Oh, thank goodness. And did you kill him when you found him?
Kill?
Yes.
Him?
What?
Only one more thing I'd like to know.
Yes. Well, what is it, Johnny?
What you did with the gun.
Oh.
Well?
It's out in the little fish pond. Under the library when... Johnny, not a chance for me?
Not a chance. And I learned about women from her. Following Harry Bean's pattern, the police in Michigan were able to pick him up in less than 2 weeks before he could kill again. The expense account, the total, call it $500 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Constipation is something people don't talk about much, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, the what goes matter is just what it sounds like, a real puzzler. So join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Dick Crenna, Frank Gerstle, Russell Thorson, Stacey Harris, James McCallion, Bill James, and Gus Bays. This is John Wall speaking.
Next, a study in terror entitled Nightman on Suspense on the CBS Radio Network.
590 WROW, Albany, New York.
Play ball! Play ball with Babe Ruth! Play ball with the Navy! The United States Navy brings you the adventures of Babe Ruth. And here to tell you about the immortal Babe is the man who knew him so well, his pal, the popular sports reporter, Steve Martin.
It was the seventh game of the World Series. The score was tied, and Babe Ruth was at bat. A home run would win the series for the Yankees and new laurels for the big fellas. But I sat there praying that he would strike out and so save his life. We'll bring you the exciting story in just a moment. But first, a short but important message from Jackson Beck. Come in, Jack.
Okay, Steve, and thanks. Before Steve Martin gets started with this particular exciting adventure of Babe Ruth, I'd like to remind you young fellows that there's an important place for you in your hometown Navy, the United States Naval Reserve. If you're sort of at loose ends now that you're out of high school and your friends have drifted away, if you want companionship with a great bunch of fellows all interested in the same thing, if you want to be thoroughly trained in a valuable skill, the Naval Reserve is the place for you. You see, this great hometown Navy of ours, the Naval Reserve, is a completely volunteer organization where good friends meet in their spare time, on weekends and on vacations, to study and work and play together. They're trained in such things as photography, welding, engine repair, diesel engines, electronics, in any one of the many Navy skills. And because the Navy believes in perfect training, the skill learned could well take you to the top in civilian life in a time when high specialization means high success.
You know, Jack, one of the things I like best about the Naval Reserve is the sports program.
Yes, Steve, sports are very important to men of the Navy.
You bet. And I don't mind telling you it's developing some of the greatest amateur teams in the country, in every branch of sport.
Well, the Navy Reserve fellows study together, work together. Why shouldn't they play well together? Particularly when they're all so full of that wonderful Navy spirit. Look, fellows, if you're not in the Naval Reserve, you ought to be. Join your hometown Navy, the United States Naval Reserve. It will pay you to see your local Navy recruiting officer soon. And now, back to Steve Martin and the adventures of Babe Ruth.
It was the last game of the season, and all of the Yankees were on the field except one. The greatest Yankee of them all was mysteriously missing. And in the clubhouse, little manager Huggins was having a fit. Me, I was worried.
Thing. How do you like that, Steve? The game starts in a minute and the babe isn't here.
Gee, I hope nothing happened to him, Hug.
What could happen to him? He's out having a good time.
Oh, no, Hug. The big fellow wouldn't miss a game on purpose, especially with the World Series starting tomorrow.
That's just it. The series starts tomorrow, so he figures today's game isn't important, even though the stands are jammed with fans who want to see him belt one. That guy is getting too big for his britches.
Now, you're wrong, Hug. Babe wouldn't deliberately miss a game. He'd rather play ball than eat.
Then where is he?
I wish I knew. I'm worried.
Well, the big fella's the guy who ought to be worried. I'll blister his ears plenty when he shows up, and then some. You can tell him that. Well, I've got to get down on the field.
I waited a while and then went up to the press box. All through the game, I kept my eye on the Yankee dugout, but the big fella didn't appear. When the game was over and I followed the Yankees back to the clubhouse, Babe still hadn't shown up. I was getting worried for real. And Manager Huggins' face was as black as a thundercloud when the big fella walked in. The Babe's clothes were torn, his face was cut and bruised, and his knuckles were skinned. Huggins looked him up and down, and the players got quiet.
So you finally decided to drop in and pay us a visit, huh, Babe?
I'm sorry I missed the game, Hug, but...
But what?
Well, I couldn't make it.
Oh, you were having too much fun brawling with your bum friends, huh?
My friends aren't bums. Anyhow, I wasn't with my friends.
Well, who were you fighting with?
Never mind.
Never mind?
Look, I wish I could tell you, Hug, but I can't.
Oh, you can't, huh? Well, I can tell you something, Mr. Big Shot. First off, I'm fining you $500.
Huh? No, wait a minute.
And if the World Series wasn't starting tomorrow, I'd fire you off the team. Now you get this. No one man, not even Babe Ruth, can walk out on a game and then refuse to explain why. When this series is over, I'm trading you off the club. You're through. All finished as a Yankee.
Oh, Babe, what's this all about? Where were you this afternoon?
Skip it, Steve.
Skip it? Are you out of your mind? Hug's fit to be tied. Unless you square yourself in a hurry, he'll do as he said, trade you down the river after the World Series.
I may not be around after the series.
What? What do you mean?
Gotta tell somebody about this. Look, Steve, you're not to print it. Or tell Hug. Promise me that?
Well, okay, babe, shoot.
Well, when I came out of the hotel today to go to the ballpark, a fella stopped me. Just an ordinary-looking fella, but with 2 fingers missing on his right hand, like old 3-Finger Brown of the Cubs. He seemed awful upset about it.
Excuse me, babe. I mean Mr. Ruth.
Oh, Babe's okay, buddy. What can I do for you?
It's my kid, my little boy. He's awful sick. Infantile paralysis.
Oh, that's too bad.
The doctor thought that... Well, my boy's a great fan of yours. He's got a scrapbook full of your pictures. The doctor thought if you could come over for a minute and see my boy, it might help him get well.
Oh, why, sure. I'll come over right after the game.
Oh, can't you come now, babe? It's just a few minutes from here, and I've got my car. I can get you back to the stadium in plenty of time for the game.
Okay, then, let's go. We walked over to his car. It was a sedan, and he opened the door. I started to get in. Then I noticed 3 other guys in the back seat. I didn't like their look, Steve, but before I could do anything, the fellow behind me gave me a hard push and sent me sprawling into the car. And then one of the guys hit me behind the ear with a blackjack.
Holy smokes, then what, babe?
Well, when I woke up, Steve, I was in a room without much furniture in it. The guy with the fingers missing, who seemed to be the boss of the crowd, was there, and 3 other lads. There was a gravelly-voiced little guy who held a gun on me, and 2 gorillas had been in the car. Well, the boss one gave me a glass of water, and then he made his problem.
Okay, babe, the Yanks are 9-5 favorites to win a World Series. But they can't win if you don't try, if you don't hit any home runs. So I want you not to try.
You mean you want me to throw the series? Why, you dirty...
Stay where you are, big boy. I got a very itchy trigger.
You can't scare me.
Only a
Look,
jerk don't know enough to be scared sometimes, babe. You're no jerk, so listen. The Yanks are going to lose a series.
That's what you think.
I know. When they lose, you'll get $50,000. But if you cross us up, you'll get the business.
And how?
Well, babe, what do you say?
This is what I say, you dirty...
Why, you get...
I knocked the gun away from the squeaky-voiced guy, dropped the boss man with a right. The 2 big gorillas jumped me, and then the little runt hit me with his gun butt. Pretty soon I got the gun or blackjack on the noggin, and I went to sleep again. And when I woke up this time, Steve, they were dumping me out of their car up near Yonkers. I managed to pick up a ride, and you know the rest, Steve.
Holy cow. But, babe, why didn't you tell that to Hug?
Oh, those mugs said if I did, they'd put a bullet in Hug, too. And I know they meant business.
Oh. Well, don't just sit there, babe. Come on, we'll go to the police.
No, Steve. I don't know who those guys are or where they are. And even if I did, they deny everything. It'd just cause a huge publicity stink. And if we lose the series, it might kill baseball.
And what are you going to do?
What do you suppose? I'll do my darndest to win the series, of course.
But those mugs said they'd kill you if you did.
Oh, they were just bluffing.
Don't give me that, babe. You said just before you were sure they meant business. Now, babe, there's only one thing to do. You can't play in this series.
Are you kidding?
No. Your life is at stake.
Oh, save it, Steve. No lousy racketeers are going to scare me or dirty up the greatest game in the world either. Now, get out of here, please, Steve, and let me go to bed. I've got a World Series coming up tomorrow.
I'm convinced that most of the gray hairs I've got today started sprouting in that World Series. Every time the big fella made a hit, I caught my breath and listened for the sound of a pistol over the noise of the crowd. The games went to 3-3, and then the 7th and deciding game came up in the stadium. Oh, babe.
Yeah? What is it, Steve?
Look, babe, this is the deciding game. If you win it, you might...
Steve, let's not go into that again. Go on back up to the press box. I'm going out to right field.
Both pitches were hot, and they went into the 9th inning tied 1-1. Pennock set the enemy down in order in their 9th, and it was the Yanks' turn with the top of their batting order coming up. Combs flied out, and it was Koenig's turn. Koenig went out on an infield roller, and then you should have heard the crowd as the big fella minced up to the plate, swinging 3 bats. The big fellow took a strike, then 2 balls, then he fouled off one. Then he took another ball. Here was the big one now. I found myself praying that he'd strike out and save his life. Then the pitch came, a fast one, and I closed my eyes. I heard a ringing crack. And the crowd went crazy. I opened my eyes to see the ball arch high and far into the bleachers. I was waiting for the sound of the shot, waiting to see my friend fall. My heart was hammering at my ribs as he turned third and started for the plate, taking off his cap to the howling mob. And then I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I spun around. It was a man in a gray suit whom I'd seen in the stands throughout the series. Now he said,
"We got them, Martin."
You did, sir?
Yes, all of them. Fingers Gerhardt, Joey May, his gravelly-voiced stooge, all of them. This was the only game they came to, the big one. They had betting receipts on them, and May had a gun. I think he was getting ready to use it on Ruth.
Good Lord.
The FBI was after those rats for a long time, but we got them at last, thanks to your descriptions and the big fella's courage.
I looked back at the field, and the big fella was just disappearing into the Yankees' dugout, surrounded by his happy, cheering teammates. He was safe, and my eyes got a little misty. The big fella had done the impossible again, and made it stick.
Hey! Oh, man! Oh, you man!
And there you have this adventure of Babe Ruth. Interesting and exciting, wasn't it? But so is life in the Naval Reserve interesting and exciting.
You can say that again, Jack. There's a young fellow in our block who a couple of years ago was spending his nights hanging around the corner drugstore or the pool room just loafing, doing nothing for himself or anybody else. Then he happened to get interested in photography, and knowing that the best photographic training in our town was being given by the Naval Reserve, he joined. And Jack, you should see that boy today.
I wish I could.
All of a sudden he's alive. He thinks. He doesn't waste his time. And like the Naval Reserve itself, he's a real solid asset to the whole community. And it all happened because this chap discovered an interest. And the Naval Reserve offered him the chance to make something of himself. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up as one of the greatest photographers in the whole country. It's good to see him moving up, Jack.
Yes, and that can happen to you, too. Training, education, good companions, fun, and relaxation. All those things are offered. Take advantage of them. Stop in at your local Navy recruiting office. You'll find that the officer in charge is a friendly man who'll quickly tell you how you can profitably spend your spare time in your hometown peacetime Navy, the United States Naval Reserve. By the way, Steve Martin, what have you lined up for next week?
Well, next week, Jack, I'm going to tell you how the big fellow returned to the pitcher's box to catch a rat and save a brilliant young catcher from the penitentiary.
The Adventures of Babe Ruth is written by Ben Peter Freeman, produced by Woody Close, directed by Ronald Dawson, and presented by the United States Navy.
Play ball! Play ball with Babe Ruth! Play ball with the Navy!
The United States Navy brings you the Adventures of Babe Ruth. And here to tell you about the immortal Babe is the man who knew him so well, his pal, the popular sports reporter, Steve Martin.
When the big fellow ambled out to the mound to pitch batting practice one day, nobody suspected that he intended to catch a rat and save a brilliant young catcher from the penitentiary. But that's just what he did. We'll bring you the exciting story in just a moment. But first, a brief but important message from Jackson Beck. Come in, Jack.
Right, Steve. I just want to say a word about Navy officers.
Fine, Jackson. What's the word about Navy officers?
Well, I think they're a fine group of men.
Well, yes.
And they're leaders. They're taught to be. They're solid citizens.
Well, thanks, Jack.
But what I'm trying to say, Steve, is that young fellows with college degrees ought to think very seriously of the Navy as a career. And I don't care what kind of degree they have. There's a great and important place in the Navy for young doctors, for instance. For mechanical and chemical and electronic and civil engineers. There's a Navy career awaiting psychologists and physicists and lawyers. And I don't know any life that could be more pleasant than that of a Navy officer.
You got something there, all right, Jack. A Navy officer has social acceptance in the highest circles. He has a guaranteed income that's certainly equal to anything he could make in civilian life. He has good housing and complete and expert medical care for himself and all his family. And what's most important, he has a very real financial security. For under the Navy's liberal retirement plan, he can retire in not so many years on an income that will be much more than adequate.
You college graduates, why don't you think about the Navy as a career? If you're interested and want full details, write today to the Bureau of Personnel, Navy Department, Washington 25, D.C. Or, if it's more convenient, stop in and see your local Navy recruiting officer. He'll tell you all you want to know and be happy to help you shape your career. And Now, back to Steve Martin and the adventures of Babe Ruth.
The big fella had an eagle eye for promising young ball players, and one spring he brought a rookie catcher, whom I'll call Bobby Lee, to the Yankees training camp. The kid looked great, which didn't please Duke Adams. You see, Duke figured to be the regular catcher that season, and he started trouble on the train while we were working our way north.
This kid, Bobby Lee, where'd you find him, babe?
Oh, in some little league in Iowa, Duke.
Iowa? Last week you said Minnesota.
Oh, did I? Oh, maybe it was Minnesota. I was on a barnstorming
Lee
trip.
said you discovered him in California.
Well, I guess that's where it was then.
It wasn't. I looked through all the league records for California and for Iowa and Minnesota, too. There wasn't any Bobby Lee listed.
Oh, there wasn't?
Nah, he wasn't in organized baseball last year, or the year before either. You guys are lying, babe.
Now, wait a minute.
You're trying to cover up something.
Now, look, I don't like being called a liar, Duke. Take that back.
Like fun I will.
Okay,
You're a
then
liar.
you asked for it.
And I did.
Well, I made a bad mistake, Steve, losing my temper with Duke.
What do you mean, babe?
Duke's sore at me now, and he's sore at Bobby Lee for beating him out of the first-string catcher's job. He won't rest till he finds out the truth.
What truth?
Where I found Bobby.
Well, I meant to ask you about that. What's this big mystery about where you discovered him? And incidentally, where did you?
I can't tell even you, Steve.
Oh, why not?
You might talk in your sleep. And if Duke found out, it'd be just too bad for Bobby and for the Yankees.
I smelled a terrific story, but the big fellow stayed mum as a clam. A couple of days later, though, in Norfolk, the bomb exploded. It was in the Yankee clubhouse after the game. Duke Adams, coming back to his locker from the shower, suddenly began to yell his head off.
I've been robbed. Huh? Hey, somebody swiped my wallet. It was right here in my locker in my coat when I went to take my shower a couple of minutes ago, but it's gone now. There was $200 in it.
Well, maybe it dropped on the floor, Duke.
I looked all over. Some son of a gun swiped it.
Nobody swiped it, Duke.
How do you know, Lee?
Because my locker's next to yours, and I was right here all the time you were in the shower. Nobody came near your locker.
Are you sure, Bobby?
I'm positive, babe.
Well, you must have lost it some other place, Duke.
No, I didn't. And I know the answer now.
Huh? What do you mean?
I should have figured it right away. Bobby Lee here stole my wallet.
Why, you rat... Bobby. Now, look here, Duke.
He said himself nobody else came near my locker. And he's an ex-convict, isn't he?
An ex-convict?
That's right. Lee was in the big house for burglary before he joined the Yankees. Do you deny that, Lee?
Well, I... No.
You hear that, fellas?
But I didn't steal your wallet. And if you say I did, I'll break...
Bobby. You're a louse for bringing that up, Duke, and for accusing a man without proof.
Maybe I can find the proof, babe. Let's have a look in Lee's locker.
Go ahead, Duke. Search my locker.
That's what I'm doing. Hey, wait, what's this? Here's my wallet. Lee stashed it in one of his shoes.
Well, I'll be... You planted it there yourself, Duke.
Why, you dirty, lying cunt.
You framed me to get me off the club. But you can't get away with it. I'm going to make you admit it.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm dirty.
Now, look, here's the reason I asked Steve to bring your reporters in here. Bobby Lee served time for burglary, yes. The district attorney told me, though, he was convinced Bobby was innocent, and he took the rap to shield his kid brother. But even if Bobby was guilty, he paid the penalty and his slate is clean. Now, he's entitled to a sporting chance, isn't that right?
Oh, sure he is, babe, but the...
Babe, he stole $200 from Duke Adams.
Oh, no, he didn't steal Duke's money. And if you guys will give me a chance, I'll prove it.
You will?
Yes, I will. I want you fellas to hold up the story of what happened in the clubhouse today for 24 hours.
Babe, it's a big story.
If you print the story now, Bobby Lee will be crucified. He'll go back to jail. The Yankees will lose the greatest catching prospect in years. But give me just 24 hours, and I'll prove Bobby is innocent. And I'll give you the real crook, too. What do you say, fellas?
All right, I'll go along with you, babe.
So will I. Count me in.
Okay, fellas, that's it.
Now, listen, babe, you think Duke Adams framed Bobby, don't you?
Could be, Steve.
You do think so. But how do you expect to prove it?
Well, I'd rather not tell you yet, Steve. It's a long chance, and you'd think I was nuts.
Well, let me point this out to you. You put yourself on a hot spot, getting the club and reporters to hold off exposing Bobby, not having him arrested.
If you can't prove he's innocent and he takes a powder, your name will be Mudbeard.
I know that, Steve.
But you're still going through with it?
You bet I am. You and the other reporters be at the ballpark tomorrow morning. We're having practice. You'll see the payoff then, I hope.
I was at the ballpark the next morning. So were the other reporters. The big fellow told us to stand behind the wire batting cage. Then he called all the players over.
Okay.
Hey, here's the babe now.
Fellas, Hug's got a cold today. I talked to him, and we decided you guys need a hard batting drill. So I'm going to pitch to you.
You, babe?
That's right, Duke. Any objections?
Oh, no, of course not. Why should I object?
Oh, you might have a good reason.
What do you mean?
You'll find out. Now, look, fellas, there's another reason I'm going to pitch batting practice. Bobby Lee was framed yesterday, and one of you guys framed him.
One of us?
Yeah.
Say, what is it?
Yeah, one of you guys. And I know who the guy is. Now, get this. I used to be a pretty fair country pitcher. I haven't pitched for a long time. I might be a little wild. Especially when the rat who framed Bobby comes up. Okay, go on up there and take your licks.
I was puzzled and tense as I gathered with the other reporters behind the batting cage and watched the big fellow start pitching to the Yankee players. What was he up to? I was sure he wouldn't purposely hit Duke. He laid the ball in there, high, low, working the corners, and his control was as sharp as when he was the best southpaw pitcher in baseball. One after the other, the Yankees walked into the cage, hit 3 of the big fellow's pitches, and walked back to the end of the line. The tension kept mounting. There wasn't any kidding among the players, as there usually was. Then it was Duke Adams' turn. I felt a little chill run up my spine, and my throat got tight. Duke hesitated outside the cage, and the big fellow called to him.
Well, what are you waiting for, Duke? Get in there.
I got a crick in my back, babe. I think I skipped this round.
You need the practice. Get in the cage.
But I tell you...
You're not telling me anything. I'm telling you. I'm in charge here today. Now get in there.
Duke walked into the cage nervously, tapped his bat on the plate. Babe stood out on the mound, glaring down at him, and he looked bigger even than he was. Then he wound up. A long, deliberate wind-up, and let fly. The ball rocketed in as if it was shot out of a gun over the inside corner and level with Duke's head. Duke jumped back a foot. He was pale as a ghost. The big fellow wound up and fired again, just a shade closer this time. Duke jumped back again, and Babe fired a third one, in the same place, so fast you could hardly see it. This time, Duke jumped back so hard he lost his balance and landed on the seat of his pants. Some of the reporters and players laughed, nervously. Duke jumped to his feet, shaking a little, and yelled at Babe.
You're trying to beat me. I got enough of this.
Get back in there, Duke. You've got to hit 3.
Nuts. You're not going to kill me.
It's your guilty conscience, brother. I caught the corner of the plate every time. Hey, you reporters back there, am I right?
Yeah, we're right on.
You hear that, Duke? Now get back in there and hit.
Duke had to walk back into the cage then, wiping the sweat off his face. The big fella grinned wickedly, then wound up and started to fire. 3 times the ball blazed straight at Duke's head, then broke sharply before it reached the plate and curved away. But each time, Duke hit the dirt. And the third time, he let out a howl, jumped up, and started out of the cage. His eyes were rolling wildly in his head, and he was shaking all over. Babe was off the mound like a flash and grabbed him.
He tried to kill me. He tried to kill me.
Ah, wait a minute, Duke.
Hey, let me go. You tried to kill me. I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you're not. Not till you admit the truth. You framed Bobby Lee, didn't you? You put your wallet in his locker yourself.
Let me go.
Didn't you?
Yes, I know.
We heard you the first time. Steve, get the park cop and take this rat away.
He's got it coming to him.
Babe, I still can't believe it. How'd you do it?
Simple psychology, Steve. I was sure Duke planted his wallet in Bobby's locker, figuring to make it stick because Bobby had once been in trouble.
Well, yes, but...
Now, a guy who would do that is not only a rotten sport, but he's yellow. So I figured if I got him into the batting cage and let him know I suspected him, he'd be sure those high, close ones were meant to kill him. But he had to stay in there because all your reporters said my pitches were over the plate. Quitting would be giving himself away.
But he lost his nerve and cracked up.
Right. Just the way I hoped he would, Steve.
Oh, babe, when your playing days are over, be sure to see me, will you? I know a detective agency that'll be glad to give you a job.
Yeah, I'll remember that, Steve.
Thanks thank Steve Martin for a very exciting adventure of Babe Ruth.
You're certainly welcome, Jack. But it's nothing compared to the everlasting adventures a young fellow can have as an officer in the United States Navy. To me, those are great words, Jack. The reward for having been diligent in college and healthy and moral. As a Navy commander, I'm probably biased, but that's only natural. But I can tell you honestly that I'm very proud to have associated with the men I have in the Navy and to have been an officer. I don't think there's a finer bunch of men alive. Believe me, the life and the security of a career as a naval officer are something very worthwhile to shoot at. Why, you have everything, Jack, whether you're a flying officer, a doctor, an engineer, or a chaplain. You've got good pay, a retirement plan that gives you everything you could get out of civilian life. You have social prestige, housing, expert medical and hospital care for yourself and family. And you have the very satisfying knowledge that you're an officer in the United States Navy.
Look, fellows, if you're college graduates in good health and can meet the Navy's standards of physical and moral fitness, you're eligible to become a Navy officer. For full details, write to the Bureau of Personnel, Navy Department, Washington 25 D.C., or see your local Navy recruiting officer. And do it now. And now, Steve Martin, what's on the grill for next week?
For next week, Jack, I'm going to tell you about a feud between an umpire and the big fellow, which almost killed both of them.
The Adventures of Babe Ruth is written by Ben Peter Freeman, produced by Woody Close, directed by Ronald Dawson, and presented by the United States Navy.
The Armed Forces Radio Theater presents Blind Alley, starring Edward G. Robinson, Broderick Crawford, and Isabel Jewell.
I am William Anthony Shelby, and I am professor of psychology at a Midwestern college. Mrs. Shelby and I were sitting quietly at home one evening last June, talking over the end of another school term. The nurse, whom we have for our little boy, was upstairs putting him to bed. Suddenly, there was a noise from the front hall.
Listen, Will. Wasn't that the front door?
Yes, Mary, it did sound like it. I'll see what...
Just stay right where you are, mister.
What?
How dare you walk in here?
Take it easy, lady.
What are you doing here?
Stand over there, mister. Take a look in the other room, Maisie.
Okay, Hal.
Pull them window shades, Buck.
Sure. Say, look here. Who are you?
The name's Wilson, Hal Wilson.
Hal Wilson.
The notorious gunman?
Guess they heard of you, Hal.
Nobody downstairs but these two, honey.
Frisk the dame, Maisie. Buck, give the guy a quick once-over.
Well, what possible reason have you for breaking in here, Wilson?
Cops are right on my tail. I need a hideout.
Just an overnight visit. A fella called Nick's picking us up in a motorboat in the morning to take us across the lake. The dame's okay, honey.
The guy's clean, Hal.
Get back to the car, Buck. Pull it around back of the house where nobody can see it.
Sure.
How many are living in this house, mister?
Just my wife here, my young son, and a nurse.
Where's the kid and the nurse?
Upstairs.
Go upstairs, Maisie. Tie him up.
Oh, you won't hurt my baby, will you?
Ah, don't worry, lady. I got a kid brother myself.
Take the dame along with you, Maisie. Tie her up, too.
Oh, no.
Okay. Come on, sister. Get moving.
Wait, is all this necessary? Can't you see for yourself we're entirely helpless?
Can't afford to take chances, mister. Yeah. And if I catch you in any funny business, I'll fix it so you won't get no second chance. That goes for you, the dame, and the kid. It's up to you, buddy, so watch your step.
Looking back on that night, it seems unreal, fantastic. We were at the mercy of a desperate, cold-blooded killer. I decided that the safety of my family depended on placating Wilson, disarming his suspicions by appealing to his vanity with seemingly innocent questions about himself. It was like being face-to-face with a cobra, not knowing what moment he would strike.
Say, mister, you ain't trying to get funny with me, are you? Because if you are, don't. Better men than you tried it and got over it sudden-like. Very sudden-like.
Oh, good heavens, Wilson, don't be so touchy. What's wrong with a few simple questions? I meant no harm.
You didn't, huh? I got a good mind to let you...
lay off the professor, Hal. He's okay. He's sort of regular.
Yeah, he's too regular. That's just the trouble. There's something very funny about you, mister.
You're too quiet, too friendly-like. Something fishy somewhere.
Well, it's only that, I don't meet people like you every day, Wilson. You interest me.
Oh, I do, huh?
Yes, you're not like other people.
And I?
You're an individualist.
He's what?
Well, he knows what he wants, and he's not afraid to go after it.
I'll say I ain't.
Yeah, and he gets what he goes after, too, Professor.
Yeah. You know, now and then you cough up what sounds like sense, Professor.
You see, Hal, I told you he's all right.
I still say he's too nosy, just like the cops.
Oh, no. The police are interested in your crimes, Wilson, but I'm a psychologist, and what I want to know is something different.
Such as what, Professor?
Well, things like his boyhood, the dreams he had.
Oh, that's a lot of baloney.
I had a book all about dreams once. It was swell.
A lot of junk.
Say, Professor, I had a dream the night before
Pipe
last.
down. He ain't interested in what you dreamed. Look, Professor. You ever heard of anyone having a dream more than once? The same dream, I mean?
Yes. Many people have recurrent dreams.
What does it mean?
Well, usually a very deep-seated fixation.
What's a fixation?
Well, something one did that left a deep effect on the subconscious mind. You see, Wilson, we all have two minds.
Yeah?
They're the conscious and subconscious. It's in dreams and instinctive feelings that the subconscious comes out.
Oh, gee, Doc, I could sit and listen to you talk all night.
Yes, it is interesting, isn't it?
So other people get them too, huh?
Yes.
You know, Professor, I've had a dream. I've been dreaming ever since I was a kid.
Well, tell me about it.
Well, you see, it's... no, why talk about it?
Well, why not? Perhaps I can help you.
I don't trust you, mister.
You don't trust anyone, do you, Wilson?
I ain't never found anyone I could trust.
Well, tell me about your father and mother, Wilson.
They both kicked off when I was a kid.
Who brought you up?
My aunt. She was the meanest, no good, drunken...
Did she beat you?
Yeah, when she was drinking. She was always that way.
Well, didn't you have anyone you were fond of?
No. That is, no, nobody at all.
Oh, but Hal, what about Tiny?
Shut up!
But you told me you liked her.
I'm telling you to keep your nose out of this.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me.
She was your cousin, wasn't she?
Tiny ain't got nothing to do with this.
Oh, gee, Professor, I don't know why he always gets sore every time anybody mentions
Are you going to
her.
shut up?
All right, Hal. Forget it.
I guess you must have thought a lot of this, Tiny, didn't you, Wilson? Was she your aunt's daughter?
Yeah.
You grew up together?
Yeah, she always used to...
Well, go on. You were about to say that...
Oh, nuts. I wasn't going to say anything.
Yes, but if you tell me about her,
I said I don't want to talk about it. Skip it.
The situation, already bad enough, was further complicated by the untimely arrival of Fred Landis, one of my students who came to bid me goodbye. Wilson forced me to admit Fred and then proceeded to taunt the boy over his helplessness. Fred, young and hot-headed, threw caution away and...
You better keep that trap of yours shut. I'm telling you, wise guy.
Now, supposing I don't like being told. Supposing I tell you what I think of you and your yellow kind.
Oh, Fred, don't be a fool. Do as Wilson says.
Let him shoot his mouth off, Professor. Look at him. He's scared stiff.
Sure, I'm scared. But don't kid yourself. It's not you I'm scared of. Give the credit to that gun of yours. Just how brave would you be without it?
That's one thing you ain't never going to find out, sweetheart. Get over by that wall. Come on, move.
Wilson, what are you going to do?
I'm going to teach this college chump a lesson. I've been aching for a long time to take a crack at one of those rah-rah saps, and now I got a chance. So you think I'm yellow, do you? Well, wise guy, this'll learn you how yellow I am.
When Wilson shot and critically wounded that defenseless boy, while I stood helplessly by and then refused to let me send for a doctor, I determined on a desperate chance to destroy the gangster by pitting the one weapon at my command, my knowledge of psychology, words against his grim guns. For the 4 long hours that followed, I plagued Wilson with questions in a ceaseless effort to gain his confidence and break down his mental defenses. In some measure, I succeeded because the next morning the girl, Maisie, came down the stairs worried and angry.
Say, Professor, what are you doing to Hal anyway? When he got through talking to you last night, he was wringing wet and shaking like a leaf.
Well, I'm only trying to help Hal, Maisie.
Oh, don't make me laugh. Why should you want to help him? Hal said there was something fishy about you, and there is. Now, I'm getting wise to you. Yeah, and Hal's getting wise to you, too. And if you don't want to end up on a marble slab, well, you lay off that screwy talk of yours.
Come on, sister. Get on downstairs.
Oh, what's the idea, Hal? What are you bringing the nurse down here for?
She can take care of the door and the phone. Hey, you remember what I told you, sister?
Yes, sir. Nobody's home. Doctor and Mrs. Shelby went out of town and won't be back until tonight.
That's it, and see that you don't forget. Oh, Professor, how'd you like spending the night in handcuffs?
I didn't sleep much, Wilson.
Neither did I, so we're even.
What kept you awake?
Nothing you had to say, mister.
You gotta stop listening to him, Hal.
He can spill more things in 5 minutes to make a guy think.
Oh, promise me you won't pay no attention to what he says.
He ain't putting nothing over on me. I know what he's trying to do.
Do you, Wilson?
Yeah. Yeah, I got a hunch you're trying to get me all balled up so I won't know where I'm at.
I told him you was wise to him, Hal.
Something tells me to drill you right now. I keep on letting you talk. Why?
Because you know down deep these things worry you, and you've got no one else to turn to but me.
Oh, yeah?
Hal, let's get out of here.
Stop worrying, will you? I ain't afraid of this guy and his talk. Now get upstairs and keep an eye on the dame and the kid. Go on, get going.
But Hal, Oh, all right. Only the sooner we get out of here, the better.
Now, you're in bad shape, Wilson.
Nuts.
Did you know you're suffering from paranoia?
What's that?
Well, we'll say, for instance, you're driving a car. You can see the road, trees, automobiles, houses, just like anyone else. But then sometimes you become aware of another thing, something you can't see but can feel.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. It drives you into going faster and faster, and it follows.
No.
You can't shake it off. You can't get rid of it. It's always just behind.
No.
And then...
No, it's a lie. It's a lie. Who told you that? Who's been talking about me?
All right, it's a lie. But if it's a lie, why bother about it? Sit down. Don't get excited.
What do you want to talk that way for? It don't get you no place with me, you know.
No, perhaps not.
No. How'd you know that about me?
It is always behind you, isn't it, Wilson?
Yeah. Yeah, I get so as I look back, only I know there's nothing there before I look. And it don't go away. It almost drives me nuts. It kind of moves.
Moves, huh? How?
I don't know. Sort of like it was swinging.
Yes. Well, that's the same impression you get from that pillar of stone in your dream, isn't it? As though it were high and swinging, as though it were always just about to crush you.
Yeah. In the dream, it's like I was running like blazes, but I couldn't get away from it.
Yes, there's this feeling, this danger, seem to come from any specific source connected with a man or a woman?
I don't know.
Have you ever had a feeling that is an almost instinctive sensation that something horrible, something in the shape of a girl or a woman, was about to spring on your shoulders from behind and above you?
Don't!
Have you?
Yeah.
Is it always a girl?
Yeah! I don't know. Doc, what makes me say yes? Then when I think about it, I don't know.
Well, the yes or no, as the case may be, is your instinctive reaction answer. And then your conscious brain goes to work and you lose it.
Listen, what's that noise?
You're jumpy. It's only your girlfriend, Maisie, coming down the stairs.
Oh. What do you want, Maisie?
Oh, the missus and the kid are safe. I found a big room in the attic that can be locked up from the outside, and I figured that Say, where's that nurse?
What's that?
The nurse. Hal, she's gone.
Gone? You mean
Oh,
she...
snap out of it, Hal. She's made a getaway.
Yeah, go, quick, out the back way, Maisie. Get Buck. Don't shoot unless you have to. I'm going out the front as soon as I tie this guy up.
Okay, Hal.
Listen to me, mister. If that nurse gets away, I'm going to get that kid of yours down here and let him have it. Then your wife, and then you. Now get that great mind of yours working and figure out a way around that one.
It seemed like hours that I stood there, tied to the banister, waiting for Wilson and the others to return. In reality, they were back in a few minutes. Buck and Wilson had caught the nurse before she had been able to give the alarm. Moaning and sobbing, she was taken upstairs. Maisie stayed behind to give me a word of warning.
Now get this, Professor, and get it straight. This was your fault. And from now on, you lay off all that talk you've been handing Hal.
Now, why don't you let Hal speak for himself?
Well, 'cause he ain't wise, that's why. He gets himself in jams sometimes, and I have to look after him. I'm kind of crazy about him, see?
Well, you think you know this Hal of yours pretty well, and you probably do under most circumstances, but not the present one. If you interfere at the wrong moment, you may get the shock of your life.
Oh, you're not telling me about Hal, are you?
Take care of the nurse. I'll untie this guy myself.
Okay, honey.
Is the girl hurt?
No, not much. If she means anything to you, Professor, it might make you feel better to know it was your fault.
Well, why don't you put the blame where it belongs?
What do you think I'm doing?
You mean me? But you're wrong. You fell down on your job. Well, suppose Buck had let her slip out that door. What would you have done?
I'd have plugged him.
Exactly.
I won't ever let nobody. But this was different. I never let nothing like this ever happen before. I'll take good care it never happens again, mister.
Yes, but it will happen again. It must happen again and again, as long as that something follows you and drives you into going faster and faster, till you can't going faster and faster, till you can't think, until nothing matters except that horrible thing swinging behind you, always just behind you. Swinging, swinging.
It's a lie! It's a dirty, rotten lie! Well, why don't you say something?
You had to hit me, didn't you, Wilson? You know why? You're scared.
Scared? I've never been scared in my life.
Well, that's not true.
Don't call me a liar. I don't take that from nobody.
Well, I'm sorry.
You better be.
But if you're not afraid of anything, what are you trying to escape from?
What do you mean?
Well, you're like a man running down a blind alley in the dark.
Suppose I am.
Well, what are you going to do when you reach the end, the place where you can't go any further?
I'm going to shoot. Keep on shooting.
Well, don't delude yourself.
What do you mean?
You're on the run now. You can't stop to think. You have to depend entirely on your instinctive reaction. Sooner or later, that's going to fail, and when it goes, you're not going to wind up in any blaze of guns and glory. You're going to crack up.
Crack up? You mean I'll...
Yes, quick, Wilson. The cop! Right behind you!
Where? What? What are you trying to do? Knock a sucker out of me?
Oh, no. I'm merely trying to show you what I mean. You had a mental picture of a cop in that window, and your reaction was automatic. You whirled around, gun in hand.
Sure I did.
Yes, but suppose there had really been a cop there, and when you turned, ready to shoot, the cop suddenly became someone else.
Someone else?
Yes, Buck or Maisie or Tiny, for instance.
Huh?
That would be a nice mess, wouldn't it? You pull your gun on a cop, and he suddenly turns into Tiny. You couldn't shoot him then, but in that split second, the cop could shoot you. And he would, Wilson.
That's junk. How could a cop turn into Tiny?
Yes, it does sound foolish, doesn't it? But it's not. Your brain has been doing things to you. Lots of things you don't understand. Why did you beat that nurse so badly?
Because she run out. I wanted to teach her a lesson.
No, Wilson, that wasn't it. Who did you see when you looked at her and started to hit her?
What do you mean? I saw the nurse. I didn't see nobody but the nurse.
Hal, I'm getting worried about Nick.
Whom did you see, Wilson? Answer me.
You let Hal alone. Now you let him alone, do you hear me?
Answer me, Wilson. Whom did you see?
Don't answer him, Hal. Don't pay no attention to what he says.
You beat that nurse because she looked like your cousin Tiny.
No, it's a lie. It's a lie.
You gotta stop hounding at him. Hal, honey, look at me and don't listen to him.
Keep away from me. Let me alone.
But I want to help you, honey. Can't you see he's driving you nuts?
Oh, keep quiet, Maisie, or I won't answer for the consequences.
You can't scare me, mister. Now, Hal, you gotta come away with me. Or... Hal, what's the matter? What are you looking at me like that for?
So you come back. You couldn't stay away.
Hal, what's the matter? It's me. It's Maisie.
You're Tiny. That's who you are. Tiny, you dirty, double-crossing little...
Hal, stop. You don't know what you're saying.
I'll fix you so you won't come back no more.
Hal, don't. Oh, please, Hal. It's me. It's Maisie. Put down that gun. Hal!
Wilson.
Wilson! I'll give it to you, too.
Now, listen to me, Wilson. Listen to me, I say. I'm not going against you. I'm trying to help you. Put that gun down. Put it down, I say.
Hell, what was the shooting? Anything wrong?
Oh, an accident, Buck. Come on, pull yourself together, Wilson. You hear me? Can you understand what I'm saying?
Gee, it's Maisie. She's dead, Hal.
What?
What you want to knock her off for?
Knock her off? Knock who off?
Maisie.
Oh, her. She had it coming. I ain't got nothing to do with you, Buck. Get back to the car and stay there till Nick comes, you hear me?
Okay, Hal, okay. Nick ought to show up in a minute now.
She looks quiet, don't she? She was a nice kid. As good as you'd hope to find. I don't know. I can't figure. I can't figure nothing. Why don't you say something, Professor? What do you stand there staring at me for?
You killed her for the same reason that you beat that nurse. What about that dream of yours? Who were you looking at when you shot Maisie?
Who was I looking at?
Yes, you were looking at Tiny. You thought Maisie was your dead cousin Tiny.
No, lay off. I can't stand no more.
It was Tiny, wasn't it? She was your aunt's daughter. Did she look like your aunt?
Yeah, the spitting image.
Was she fond of you?
Sure, she was always round my neck when we was kids.
Well, what became of her later?
I didn't see her no more.
Well, why? What made you keep away from her?
I ain't gonna tell.
Well, why won't you tell me?
Because I ain't, that's why.
Well, how long was it until you saw her again?
I tell you, I didn't see her no more. Nobody didn't see her no more.
What did she look like after she was dead?
Like my aunt did. I didn't say she died. She ain't dead. She ain't, I tell you.
Well, how did you kill her?
I ain't gonna tell no one.
Why not? You're ashamed of it, aren't you? You were always ashamed of it. You pushed it away from you and forgot it, didn't you? But I'll tell you how it was.
No, don't do it. I won't listen. I didn't kill her. I didn't.
Yes,
I didn't.
you did. I'm going to make you tell me. I'm going to drag it out of your subconscious and make you look at it. Don't you remember how it was?
No, I don't remember. I don't want to remember. Don't make me. I don't want to.
You used to beat Tiny often, didn't you?
How did you know that?
Yes, but she loved you anyway. You used to beat her up because she looked like your aunt, and you hated your aunt. And when you beat her up, you used to think about your aunt, didn't you? Tiny would then seem to become your aunt.
It's a lie. Don't talk about it. It's a lie. It's a lie.
You used to dream about murdering your aunt, didn't you?
No, don't.
Yes, you dreamed and dreamed about it until it was almost a fact. And then you tried to make it a fact by killing Tiny. Now, how did you kill her? Come on, how did you do it?
I don't know. Leave me alone.
All right, I'll tell you then. What about this dream of yours? You choked her, didn't you? You hit her on the head, and then you choked her to death. Didn't you? Didn't you?
All right, Doctor. You're right. I knocked her out. Then I strung her up by her neck to a beam. I let her swing there for an hour before I cut her down. I didn't mean to do it. Just come over me sudden like. She looked so much like my aunt. And I dropped her down an old cistern back of the house. After she was gone, I didn't care. I couldn't get it out of my mind. The way she was swinging up there above me. So that's what's been behind me all of this time. Huh? It's been Tiny. Tiny swinging and swinging. But she ain't real. Tell me that she ain't real, Doc.
Oh, yes, Wilson, she is real. She's right there behind you.
Where?
Oh, you can't see her, but she's there just the same. Swinging and swinging. You can feel her right this moment, moving back and forth, back and forth. You can't run away. There's no place you can go. You can never escape.
No.
Never.
It's a lie. Take her away. Take her away. What are you doing to me? Why do you tell me this if it don't do no good?
Yes, but it does do good. It's for that reason I've done it. You're a menace to society, Wilson. Now you're finished. You came in here last night to escape the law, but you had to stay and listen to me while I drew you a mental picture of yourself. And that picture of yourself as the unbalanced mess you really are. And not as the big shot you always imagined yourself. Has destroyed you. Just as surely as though I'd blown your brains out.
Why, you dirty double-crossing...
Well, go ahead, Wilson. Try to kill me. Well? You can't even shoot now, can you? I've been telling you the truth, and you know it. I've been holding up a mirror of your life. Take a look in that mirror, Wilson. Maisie's in there, and Tiny. Tiny, you look like your aunt. Your aunt whom you hated. Look, Wilson.
Yeah, that's why I killed Tiny. She looked like my aunt, and I hated her. No, I didn't. I loved Tiny. I loved her, but I killed her. I loved Maisie. I killed her, too.
Yes. One by one, you've destroyed all the things you set store by. You're alone now, Wilson. All alone.
Yeah, I know, but it wasn't my fault. I never had a chance. They drove me. They haunted me. Fellow's got a right to fight for his life, ain't he?
Yes, but not to go against the whole structure of society the way you have. Now you know what you've done and why, and you can never escape that knowledge. You're finished, Wilson. You know that now, don't you?
Hal, Nick's here with the boat. Come on, let's beat it.
You and Nick get going.
Why, ain't you coming with us?
Get out. Do you hear me? Get out!
Okay, Hal, I'm going.
Oh, why didn't you go, Wilson?
I guess you're right. Just ain't no place for me to go. Here's my gun, Doc. Go on, take it. I got it coming. You won't?
No, Wilson. It's your problem now. You'll have to work it out yourself.
All right. I guess I can take it. So long, Doc.
Hello, operator. Operator, let me have the police. Hello, this is Professor Shelby. Yeah, will you come out right away? What? It's a suicide case. Hal Wilson is dead. Yes, thank you, I'll be waiting. Lord. I feel like a murderer myself.
Blind Alley, starring Edward G. Robinson, Broderick Crawford, and Isabel Jewell, has been a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Theater. Corporal Fred Darwin speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Now the curtain rises on the first act of Silhouette by Frank de Felitta in Armstrong's Theater of Today.
There's a dignified old mansion in the heart of New York City which houses the Actors Club. Here, each Saturday afternoon in the library of the club, the Mask Society holds its weekly meetings. One of its famous and most distinguished members is Howard Hastings, a great Shakespearean actor who thrilled audiences in the 20s and whose voice, even now, still holds the same rich magic of his youth. The members are spellbound as Howard comes to the end of Macbeth's famous soliloquy.
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day to the last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, out, brief candle, life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Thank you. Thank you.
Howard, I never heard you better.
Well,
Haven't you ever thought of doing Macbeth again?
Oh, well, let's say I've thought of it, but I've given it up.
Nonsense. In fact, it would be a wonderful vehicle to return in. Just think, Howard Hastings and Macbeth. My, that would be a great night.
Bless you, Ben, but no. My day is past. Look before you. The hair is gray, the face is lined, the gate is rusty at the hinges, and creaks the mournful song of age.
By the way, I've tickets for Shep's opening tonight. I'll bet you're proud of that boy of yours. His first leading role, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. Shep's come on wonderfully these past years, from walk-ons and small bits to better and better parts. And now this first big role.
He's certainly a credit to both you and Helen.
Helen wears an expression of constant amazement.
Oh, Howard, it looks like you're wanted on the telephone.
Oh, excuse me, Ben.
I'll see you later.
Yes, of course. Oh, Willie, I'll take my call on this line, if you please. Yes?
Howard, haven't you left yet? You'll be late for Shep's dress
Oh,
rehearsal.
my goodness. Forgive me, darling. I lost complete track of the time.
Of course you did. When haven't you?
On our wedding day. You remember? I was there hours before anyone else.
Now, darling, please hurry.
I'll be there in a flash. Oh, Helen.
Yes?
How is Shep?
A pacing mass of nerves.
Naturally.
And he's absolutely convinced that he'll lose his voice before the opening night. Says he feels it in his bones.
Yes. I remember. Taxi! Taxi!
Excuse me, sir, but could you spare a little change? Why, Howard Hastings,
John Fleming, but no, it's impossible.
I'm sorry to say, Howard, that nothing's impossible.
My dear fellow, forgive me. I didn't mean John, I don't understand.
Howard, please don't concern yourself.
Concern myself? Why? Look, John, there's a little restaurant down the street. We can talk there.
No, please don't bother. You must be very busy.
Bother? Why, I was just on my way to lunch, John.
Really?
Of course.
You always were a most convincing actor, Howard.
Nonsense. Now, come along. Come along. My, but it's good to see you again, John. There are so many things that Yes. Do you remember the time Carlotta Ames miscued her entrance and deprived Hugh Sheldon of his entire soliloquy?
Yeah, I'll never forget it. And how proud Hugh was of that speech. Yes. Oh, dear, sweet life. The year. Say, incidentally, I see where Shepherd's play is opening tonight.
Yes, we're all pins and needles. Especially the boy. Well, you know. Standard opening night jitters, first important part and all that.
Well, tell him to me that he's got nothing to worry about. The son of the great Howard Hastings can't possibly miss.
Thank you. You know, John, your name's being brought up constantly at the club. We all of us wondered whatever happened to the best Polonius in the business.
Really? Well, I guess you know now.
John, forgive me for asking, but how did you ever allow things to get this far?
Oh, I don't know. He that keeps nor crust nor crumb, weary of all shall want some.
But good heavens, man, you've got friends. We're all your friends.
Yes, I know, and I'm deeply grateful for that. I'll never take advantage of it.
But look here, John.
Howard, the very fact that I'm still remembered, that I'm still, as you say, being brought up in conversation, well, that's more than enough to ask a friendship. I wouldn't compromise that for anything in the world. If you were in my position, I'm sure you'd feel the same way. Howard, please promise that you won't mention a word to anyone about our meeting.
Of course, if that's what you really want.
Thanks. Hereafter, I'll be more careful whom I approach.
Well, John, I tell you what we'll do.
No, please. Please don't get up. I'll just leave quietly. Thanks for the meal and the talk. Goodbye. Good luck, Howard.
Good luck, John. Hello, darling.
Howard, where have you been? The dress rehearsal's practically over. They've been... Well, what's the matter, dear? You look as if you'd seen a ghost.
Do I?
Shh. Here's Shep's final entrance.
How's it been going?
Fine. 30 line fluffs and 8 missed cues. Then Shep developed a fit of coughing right in the middle of the second act love scene.
Splendid. That should absolutely guarantee a perfect performance tonight.
The curtain's coming down.
Yes.
Easy, Martha. Never again.
Okay, take it up. Take up the curtain. All right, people, on stage at 8 sharp.
Sorry, I can't possibly speak with a cough drop in my mouth. Oh, hello, Mother. Dad. How was it?
Oh, simply wonderful, Shep.
I can always depend on you, dear. Pity you're not a critic. Well, Dad?
I'm sorry, Shep. I only just got here a moment ago.
Oh.
Although I will say your last entrance seemed a bit ragged.
Oh, really? I'd wondered about that. What would you suggest, Dad?
Well, I'd stand straighter if I were you. You know, great dignity, strength.
But he's been accused of a terrible crime.
Of which he is innocent. Remember that. He's innocent. And the audience knows it.
Well, wouldn't it be kind of corny, Dad? I mean, the strength and dignity thing, that went out with the 20-cent talkies, didn't it?
Do you really think so?
And look, couldn't we continue this discussion over thick steak, fellas?
You bet, Mom. I'll get the makeup off my face.
And I'll just tag along to see that you don't get sidetracked.
Fine. Oh, say, Dad, I nearly forgot. See that girl across the stage?
The one chatting with Max?
Yes, that's her. Well, her name is Janet Martin. She's from some newspaper or other doing a feature on tonight's opening. She, doesn't know much about the theater, so I kind of promised her an hour after the dress.
Well, why not invite her along for a bite, dear?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, that'd be great.
Anything, just so long as we eat.
Why don't you go fetch her, Dad, huh? Mom and I will join you in a second.
Fine, son.
Oh, watch your step, Mr. Hastings.
Oh, hello, Sam. What on earth is that?
A hydraulic elevator. Oh, I don't know, sir. There are more darn gadgets in the theater today. When I first started out to be a stagehand, we did our own carrying. Now they got elevators. Not like it used to be in your time, sir.
No, I guess not. Oh, excuse me.
Yes?
Miss Martin?
Yes, I'm Janet. Wait, don't tell me. I know who you are.
Oh, you do? Well, how very flattering. Always nice to be recognized.
Same brow, same eyes, same mouth. You're Shep Hastings' father, right?
Yes, Miss Martin, you're right. I'm Shep Hastings' father.
Now the second act of Silhouette in Armstrong's Theater of Today. A half hour later, Howard, Helen, Shep, and Miss Martin are sitting in a booth in a small Italian restaurant just around the corner from the theater. Helen, Shep, and Miss Martin sit over enormous steaks, while Howard sips coffee and listens somewhat wistfully to his son, Shep, as he discusses the play with Miss Martin. And then at that precise moment, the curtain descends.
Oh, my, it sounds thrilling.
Well, we hope the critics feel the same way. You see, Miss Martin, we're trying to do something really different this time.
Oh, you are indeed, and I'm sure you haven't got a thing to worry about.
Oh.
Why, the whole idea is breathtaking. Don't you agree, Mr. Hastings?
It's different.
Oh, portrait of a delighted father, modestly containing his exuberance. Oh, but from the expression on Mrs. Hastings' face, I can see that she is just as excited as I am. I'll admit it, young lady. Of course you do. And in his own male, sober way, so does Mr. Hastings. Oh, and I don't wonder. Why, you both must be pleased and proud as punch having an actor in the family.
Oh, wait a second. You've got your wires crossed, Miss Martin. It's Mom and I who are the proud ones about having the actor in the family.
What?
Oh, come now, don't tell me you've never heard of Howard Hastings, the great Shakespearean actor.
You mean your father? Oh, my goodness, but of course, but how utterly idiotic of me.
You told me you were green about the theater, but honestly, I had no idea anyone was that green.
Oh, of course. Oh, Janet Martin, you poor simpering rube. Oh, Mr. Hastings, please forgive me. Of course I've heard of you and know of you. Well, who doesn't? Why, all afternoon the name I kept...
Miss Martin, there's no need. I quite understand. After all, it has been years since I retired from the stage.
Oh, but how downright stupid of me not to have recognized you at once. Why, you were my mother's favorite actor. Dad and Mom saw you do Lear on their honeymoon, and it's been the subject of their breakfast conversation ever since.
Okay, you're forgiven.
Oh, but I'm not. That's not true. Why, look at Mr. Hastings. He's absolutely scowling at me, and I can't say that I blame him.
Oh, nonsense. Of course I'm not scowling, my dear. But now, if you'll all excuse me, I think I'll walk back to the apartment.
Shall I go with you, dear?
No. You finish your dessert. I'll see you later.
Howard, anything the matter?
No, of course not. I'm just a little tired. It's been quite a day.
All right, dear.
Goodbye, Miss Martin.
Oh, goodbye, sir, and do forgive me.
Shep?
See you at the theater, Dad.
My, I'll bet he's angry with me.
Oh, not at all. Dad hates to be recognized. Mom,
Yes, Shepard?
is something the matter with Dad?
Oh, I don't think so. What makes you ask?
Oh, I don't know. Tonight, for the first time, I suddenly noticed he seems kind of tired and...
And?
I don't know. I was going to say old.
Howard, are you here?
Howard? Howard, is that you?
Yes, Helen?
Why are you sitting in the dark, dear?
Please, don't turn on the light.
Oh, no, of course not. Darling, what's the matter?
Nothing really. I've just been sitting and thinking.
In the dark?
Oh, yes. Everything becomes crystal clear in the dark.
There is something wrong.
Perhaps. But it's not very novel. It's just that today I suddenly realized how old and useless I've become.
Howard, what are you saying?
I've been sitting here and looking back upon my life and wondering, what has it all been for? What have I accomplished? I've been trying to convince myself that it all has been a waste of time.
But Howard, you know it has.
You know, I even went so far as to liken myself to a bottle of old rare wine that improves and becomes still rarer with age. But that doesn't hold. Because, you see, even rare wine must be drunk, and then there's nothing left but the empty bottle.
What about the memory of the wine? Don't forget the lovely memory, Howard.
Yes, the memory. It's important to be remembered. At the end, it's all we've got. Lose that, and we've lost everything. Age with his stealing steps hath clawed me in his clutch, hath shipped me into the land as if I'd never been much. How horrible.
But Miss Martin upset you, didn't she?
Yes, but not too much. You see, several things happened today, Helen. You know who I bumped into this morning?
No.
I met him quite by accident on the street on my way to the theater. He was begging. It was John Fleming. You do remember him, don't you?
Only vaguely, but
You see? Even you. Of course you remember John Fleming. He was the actor who played Polonius, Bardolph, the fool in Lear.
Yes, of course, now I remember. Oh, Howard, how terrible.
Yes. He asked me not to mention my meeting him to anyone at the club. He said that being remembered in happier circumstances was the greatest gift he could ask of friendship. At the time, I thought him vain and foolish, but now I find myself agreeing with him completely. Helen, it's all we've got. During our brief moment in the spotlight, we scream and shout and try to make the loudest noises, and why? So as to instill ourselves firmly in the people's memories before someone else pushes us into the background and we become silhouettes, silently begging not to be forgotten. Our peace of mind depends upon people's memories.
Oh, but darling, you're not forgotten. You'll always be remembered.
Really? Where?
Yes.
At the Mask Society? Meetings? Weekly? Saturdays, 10 to 12? And talk. Talk of the great return, the great comeback, empty talk, because we're nothing but a pack of empty bottles. And what sickens me most of all is that I suddenly discover that I am as vain as the rest of them. I don't like being a silhouette.
Oh, Howard, darling.
It's quite a shock finding out how shallow one is.
I think the right word is human, Howard.
Human?
Yes.
Is that what it is?
Yes, dear. Howard, how can you honestly look back upon your life and feel that you've accomplished nothing?
Well, not exactly. I suppose I've made a few people happy. I think I've made you happy. And I've given a son to the world.
Then you have accomplished something.
And I'm speaking about the other thing, Helen. What is the hue and cry, the struggle, the fight been for? Look at me. A vain, jealous, envious old man.
No, Howard, please.
Helen, I'm sorry.
Where are you going?
Out for a walk.
But the play, Howard. The curtain goes up in an hour.
I know.
Darling, listen to me. You said before that you gave a son to the world. Well, he's a son that you can be proud of.
All he is or ever becomes, he owes to you.
No, you're wrong.
But it's true. As a child, he idolized you, worshipped you. And through the years, he's followed in your footsteps. And now at
He's
last...
caught up with me and passed me. And he's shaken the dust of his journey in my face.
That's not so.
Today at dress rehearsal, he was right. I belong to another age. You can't teach new dogs old tricks. No. He passed me by.
Why, Howard, you're jealous of your son.
No, that's not true.
You feel that he's passed you by, that your own identity is lost because his fame is rising. Oh, Howard, don't you see how wrong you are? Why, Shep needs you now more than he's ever needed you.
In what way?
In 1,000 ways. Your experience is something that's invaluable to him. Howard, he needs you. And you'd have known that if you'd been at the theater today.
Was it that bad?
Yes, and I'm worried. Oh, not about the play, but about Shep. He lacks intensity or something. He doesn't seem quite right in the part. Now, if you'd only talked to him before the performance...
I know what you're trying to do.
Howard, listen. Shep is going through the same thing that you did when you first started. And I think he's making the same mistakes that you did.
Then he'll profit by them, as I did.
But why must he? You didn't have a father to help you as he has. And if you can help him, you must. What he does on that stage tonight will be your responsibility.
What makes you think he'd listen to me?
You must make him listen.
No, Helen, I'm afraid not. Shep will get along. Even if he is a flop tonight, he'll get along. Never hurt an actor to have a few flops. Keeps him on his toes.
All right, Howard. Shall we go to the theater now?
No. I'll meet you there later.
You will be there, won't you?
I don't know.
Now the curtain rises on the third act of Silhouette in Armstrong's Theater of Today. Nothing can really compare with the spectacle and pageantry of an opening night on Broadway. The glitter and color of limousines and taxis slowly edging toward the curb, their richly dressed passengers, the small chatting clusters under the marquee. To Howard Hastings, it's a familiar sight as he slowly crosses the street and approaches the milling throng.
Lovely gardenias. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. A gardenia? Oh, good evening, Mr. Hastings.
Good evening, Molly.
Oh, it's a fine evening, Mr. Hastings, and a fine crowd.
Yes, Molly. I'll take a gardenia.
Oh, I have one tucked away especially for you. Here, a lovely fresh blue.
Thank you, Molly.
Well, Mr. Hastings, how does it feel seeing your son's name up in lights?
Wonderful, Molly.
Why, only yesterday he was just a little shaver in knee pants attending your openings. And now look, his name's up in lights, and you're the one who's buying the gardenias.
Here, Molly. You keep the change.
Why, bless you, sir. Thank you. Gardenias? Lovely gardenias.
Hello, Howard.
Hello.
Hey, good luck to Shep, Howard.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'll tell him.
Evening, Mr. Hastings.
Oh, evening, Charlie.
There's still 20 minutes till curtain, sir.
I think I'll wander backstage.
Oh, fine. Right, Matt, Fred, Polly. Is it down?
Whatever's standing in that fire,
Out of the way, Bud.
Huh? Excuse me.
George, come back here.
Yeah, Pop?
How many times I told you not to go calling people Bud? This gentleman happens to be Mr. Howard Hastings.
Oh, that's all right, Sam. It was my fault. I got in the lad's way.
Well, makes no difference. His mother brought him up better than that.
Well, gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Hastings.
Oh, that's all right, son. So, this is your boy, eh, Sam?
Yes, sir. I'm trying to make a fly man out of him.
See, Pop, look, Chet told me to get this sandbag in a hurry.
All right, go on, take it to him. Hey, George, wait a minute.
What is it, Pop?
That knot in the rope holding the sandbag. Did you tie that?
Well, yeah, sure.
You think it'll hold the weight, son?
Well, of course, that's my best knot. I got it straight out of the manual book.
You're positive, huh?
Well, sure.
Give me the rope.
Oh, my foot. It fell right on my foot.
Yeah, that's because the knot slipped. Better it fell on your foot than somebody's head. Now, how many times have I told you to double the loop on the cinch?
Oh, gee, Pop, I guess I forgot. I'll do it right this time.
You bet you will. You see, Mr. Hastings, we gotta watch him every second. Seems like our job is never done.
Yes. Yes, Sam, I see.
Yes. Excuse me, sir.
Certainly.
15 minutes to curtain. 15 minutes to curtain, everyone. Well, Mr. Hastings, won't be long now, sir. Got your fingers crossed?
No, Sam, not yet.
Here, son, I'll give you a hand with that.
Don't dab too hard, Mom. Oh, hi, Dad. Come to wish me well?
Yes, Shep?
Oh, Howard, I'm so glad you dropped by.
Didn't you know I would?
Oh, yes, darling, of course I did.
Mom, the grease pencil, quick. There isn't much time.
The grease pencil. Oh, here it is.
Yes, thanks.
Howard, darling, is that gardenia for me?
Uh-huh. Molly's freshest bloom.
It's beautiful.
Say, you two had better hurry out front. I'm on the first scene, you know.
Yes, do let's go, Howard.
No, there are a few things I want to say to Shep first.
It's kind of late for a chat, Dad.
Kinda, but not too late.
Hey, what goes? What are you driving at?
I think I understand. All right, Howard. I'll be in my seat waiting. Good luck, Shep.
Thank you. What's this all about?
10 minutes to curtain.
Yes, thank you.
10 minutes to curtain. Son, do you think we can make a better actor out of you in 10 minutes?
Oh, look, Dad, I know you mean well, but I've been listening to people
You
all
haven't
day.
listened to me, son. And I've got some valuable things to tell you. Now, the most important thing I want you to remember is this. Before you ever walk onto that stage tonight, before you so much as say one single line... Excuse me. Excuse me, please. Thank you. Well, what?
Did he listen?
Yes, he listened.
You see?
Of course, it was just a beginning.
Of course.
Just talk.
Well, what else in 8 minutes?
We'll have to watch him carefully tonight. Maybe before Monday night's performance, we might be able to actually do something.
I'm sure of it, dear.
You know, Helen, you got to watch him every second. Our job is really never done.
Stephen Heim, author of a new best-selling novel, The Crusaders, meets critics Merle Miller and Margaret Burke White on The Author Meets the Critics. But first, meet your moderator of the afternoon, Pulitzer Prize-winning novelist James Michener.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. In the absence of John McCaffrey, who this week takes his first vacation in many years from The Author Meets the Critics, I have been asked to act as the referee in today's battle about a book. This afternoon's free-for-all is all about The Crusaders, a new novel published only 10 days ago. The New York Times calls it a long, solid, powerful, and highly dramatic book. But here is a distinguished young novelist, the author of That Winter, with a different opinion about The Crusaders, Mr. Merle Miller.
Well, first, I think I ought to point out that I don't think Mr. Heim's book is a bad book. I certainly respect his intentions. I like what seems to be his political point of view. And I agree with most of what I guess I should say, he wants to say. But I don't think he said it especially well. Although I must admit he has said it at great length, 642 pages of it. I think what we have to do, and this is unfortunate, but this is part of the book business, part of publishing, I think we have to compare it with other war novels because it is a war novel. I think we have to compare it, for example, with Mr. Norman Mailer's The Naked and the Dead, which tells about a very little piece of the war, but tells it with so much drama and so much, if you'll pardon the word, guts, that you can't forget it. I think you have to compare it with the book that's to be published about 2 weeks from now, Mr. Irwin Shaw's The Young Lions, which is a book about all the war, which is told, I think, with great compassion and gentleness. And then I think we have to compare it finally with another book about to be published, Mr. James Gould Cousin's Beautiful, and that's, I'm afraid, the only word to describe it, Guard of Honor. A book that deals only with an incident, but deals with it and with 30 or 40 people so that I don't think you can possibly forget them. Well, against these, then, I think Mr. Himes' book comes off a commendable but very poor fourth. I think, unfortunately, that his villains are satiric caricatures and that his heroes are kind of well-cut paper dolls. They're all one-dimensional. And Mr. Himes seems to have created them to say something, and as a result, they're kind of walking black and white theses. They're certainly not people. And always the reader, just as I'm afraid the novelist himself was, is on the outside looking in. And so finally, as a piece of crusading journalism, I'll accept The Crusaders, but I must add, to my really great regret, it's not a good novel. In fact, I don't think it's a novel at all. And I'm very sorry because what he says certainly needs to be said in September of 1948.
With an entirely different point of view, here is one of the most brilliant women reporters and observers of the war. Formerly associated with Time and Life magazine, Miss Margaret Burke White.
Well, as regards these walking black and white pictures who are the characters, of course, I like the walking black and white part of it because that's photographic. To me, they were very animated indeed. As far as the villains being satiric caricatures are concerned, I myself, in my own personal experience, met many similar characters. For example, a major that's described who was deep in the black market is the exact counterpart of a major that I met. Other villains among the GIs and brass are the exact counterparts of villains that I knew. And it seems to me that these heroes, whom my opponent calls paper dolls, have some very important things to say. For example, the sergeant, who's the central character of the book, introduces one of the writer's main themes, which has to do with something that's very close to all of us, the importance of democracy. This sergeant has to write a propaganda pamphlet, which is to be fired over the lines. And for a paper doll, or even for a flesh and blood sergeant, I think his choice of words and his thought is excellent. He says, "For these rights and liberties we are fighting today. For wherever they are threatened, we are threatened. Wherever the dignity of man is affronted, we feel that it happens to us, because we are that kind of a nation." And then another character says, "The main question is, do you believe in it? And how strong is your belief?" The author, Mr. Steffenheim, shows that he believes in these principles of democracy. I believe in them, and I feel that the many readers, which I'm certain this exciting book is going to have, will also believe in these principles.
And there, Mr. Heim, you have an idea of what the critics are going to say about your book. Of course, they'll go on at length in just a little while, but before they begin, won't you tell us in your own words why you wrote The Crusaders, and briefly what it's all about? Mr. Stephen Heim.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I should like to say something about why I wrote The Crusaders. I wrote it because I had to. And I had to because of the intensity of my own experience, because of the silence of the dead, and because soldiers and officers time and again came to me, talked to me, and said, "You must put that in a book." I did not want to write a novel of World War II in the sense of battles and dates, nor write another book on the frequent theme that war is horrible. Sure, it's horrible. But there's more to it than that. The book which I felt had to be written was a novel of people, flesh and blood people, soldiers and civilians, and of the war's effect on them. The development of people, as the story progresses, is the human theme of The Crusaders. I believe that war does not really change people. It intensifies whatever is basic in them and brings the various elements of their makeup to quick and decisive clashes. In war, men's emotion rises to a far higher pitch, at a greater rate of speed than is possible in peace. I have tried to create men and women on the Allied side and on the German side, and I have written them as the war showed them to me to be. On both sides of the front lines were chicanery and integrity, opportunism and bravery. People were molded and their emotions and actions were determined by the situations of the war, which in turn were equally determined by the character of the people and by their actions. The book has no hero in the accepted sense of the word. Some of the more important characters are involved in the warfare of ideas. This was deliberate on my part, not so much because through my own war experience I knew something about that kind of thing, It's because this forced the people in my book to face concretely and practically the question, what was the war being fought about? But certainly this was not only a war of ideas, and I hope that I have succeeded in recreating in the Crusaders the real hero of the war, the combat soldier. I have tried to write into this novel the war as I felt it, smelled it, tasted it, experienced it, as I understood its complexities, its diversity of aims, its crossing of purposes. I hope I have left the reader with a desire to speculate on how each of the Crusaders surviving the war is behaving in this peace, and what each may be doing to further what he believed he fought for.
Now back to the critics. Mr. Miller, will you continue your attack?
Well, I must confess, very moved by what Mr. Heim has just said. And as I began by saying, I'm very moved by what he tried to do. But Miss Borquite, who is a very clever as well as very attractive young lady, in her opening statement did a dreadful thing to me. She implied that I didn't really believe in democracy, you see, if I didn't like this book. Well, now, this is effective, but it's not quite true. And just because I like Mr. Heim, I don't also have to like his book. You know, I think this is a dangerous trend. I see it in certain book review columns I read. If an author is kind to his mother or likes dogs, he therefore writes good books. Well, I'm sorry, that's not good enough. You have to consider the novel as a novel.
Well, Mr. Miller, what is the focus of your dislike of the book, then?
Well, simply that all of the characters, whether they are Captain Loomis or Major Willoughby, both of whom are later promoted, since they're villain types, they would get promoted in the Army, or on the other side, the sergeant, who I think is a pretty good character, Sergeant Bing, who doesn't, as I recall, get promoted in the book. He's a good man. On both sides, these people just don't come through. They don't come through to me as people. And for one thing, as Mr. Heim has said, they do a lot of talking about what the war is about. Well, I must confess, I never heard that kind of conversation. I wish I had.
Well, Miss Borquite, I judge that they do come through to you.
They certainly come through to me. Besides, I heard a great deal of that kind of conversation, especially toward the end of the war. And it's about that phase of the war that this book is written.
Well, you knew a higher type person than I did, probably.
Oh, I knew a great many of sergeants and corporals and privates. And possibly, I might suggest, the people who find this book boring are people who aren't sufficiently interested in the problem. I wouldn't dream to say people who don't believe in democracy, because I'm quite certain everybody in this room does. But the thing that is so gripping about the book is the fact that it does explore this question of democracy and how it's going to work out with our future peace. But it does it in a very swift, moving style. And I'm very anxious to have people realize that this is an exciting book. It was a book that I wasn't able to put down. After all, maybe it is 600 pages long. But War and Peace is a long book, too. And possibly some people have skipped portions of War and Peace. But I found this a very exciting book up until the last page.
Mr. Miller, here we have a novel which starts in the latter stages of the war with a group of American men, takes them through the fall of Paris, through the capture of concentration camps, through a variety of experiences in the Bulge, through the occupation of Germany, and I judge ends sometime in 1946. Do you find that the total tapestry that he has woven doesn't wear for you?
No, I don't think it does. I think what Mr. Heim should have done, what I wish he had done, would have been to have written a factual book about that exact period. Because, well, let me give you an example of why it troubles me. When I read about the Battle of the Bulge, for example, some parts of it are a little vague in my mind at the moment. I certainly don't remember or never did know what the Germans did. Well, here I was reading about these characters planning the Battle of the Bulge, this attack behind American lines. And instead of feeling sympathy and understanding with the characters who were doing this, I kept asking myself, well, now, is that really the way it happened? You see what I mean? It comes through as a piece of journalism rather than as a creative piece of art. To me, at least.
Well, do you find journalism bad in a novel?
Not a bit, but I think if we're going to have journalism, we should put it in the newspapers and in factual books. And if we're going to have novels, we should have novels.
Well, Miss Borquite is a journalist. Let's hear her view on this.
Well, all this reminds me of this ancient and very tiresome argument about photography. Is photography art? As a photographer, my point of view is that it doesn't make any difference whether it's an art or not, as long as it does the job. Some pictures are beautiful, and some pictures make a point. I think that the author of this book has a perfect right to handle the subject matters he chooses, and from the standpoint of this reader, it's handled very dramatically and effectively.
Mr. Miller. Well, Miss Borquite, let me give you an example of what I mean. You remember the man I've already mentioned, Captain Loomis. Now, in one scene, one quite good scene, as a matter of fact, this rather dim-witted Colonel DeWitt turns to Captain Loomis, who is a black marketeer, who is a dreadful man, who does everything that was done by all the captains I've ever met, and some things they didn't think of. DeWitt says to the captain, why did you do this? You used to have a radio store in some place in New Jersey. I didn't know they had them in New Jersey, but he did. You used to have a radio store somewhere in New Jersey, the colonel says, and Loomis says yes. And the colonel says, well, once you got in the war, you liked ordering people around, didn't you? And the captain says, yes. And the colonel says, well, I'm paraphrasing, you're pretty much of a cad, aren't you? And the captain says, yes. Well, that's the only report in the entire book about this major character which in any way explains his character, and I submit that doesn't explain why he is a villain. There were a lot of captains who didn't do this kind of thing. I've got to know, in other words, why he did it. Why was he a villain? Why was Willoughby a villain?
Miss White, can you explain
that? Well, as far as Captain Loomis being alive or not being alive, he came alive for me from the first minute that he tried to vamp the woman war correspondent. And throughout the whole book, I feel that his character was quite consistent.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was going to be polite. I didn't want to bring up that incredible war correspondent.
As I remember, didn't all the men try to vamp the woman war correspondent?
And most of them, I might add, succeeded.
Well, that was...
Well, my feeling is that was up to her. She was a very attractive girl, and to me she was a very convincing girl, allowing her to manage her own personal affairs as she chooses.
Well, Miss Borquite, I think it was not so much her realism that you admired, you were more envious of her.
Well, I don't... From where I sit, I don't think that Miss Borquite needs to be envious of the war correspondent in this novel. I did find the war correspondent a sort of flat picture. In what way did you find that she had vitality?
Well, she fell in love every now and then, convincingly as far as I was concerned. I would call that vital. I think the very description of her is excellent. Her face was not beautiful. It was rather plain. And the helmet hiding the hair was not too helpful. And whatever her figure may have been, it was swallowed up in overalls. Yet her presence transformed everybody. The man behind the switchboard began to clean his nails.
Yes, that is good writing. That is good writing. I think now you have a good picture of both sides, pro and con, on Stephen Himes' The Crusaders. It's now time to hear more from the author himself, Mr. Stephen Himes.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. First of all, I want to say that I'm very grateful to Merle Miller for criticizing this book in a very fair and objective way. He does not object to whatever politics is in the book, because there really would be a basis of argument. He bases his argument merely on the fact that the villains do not come true, the heroes do not come true. Now that's a thing that it's very difficult for me to argue about, because that's a matter of taste. Some people will say, and I think the vast majority of the reviewers in this country have said so, that these characters are immensely alive, and that they come true. But he raises another question. Mr. Miller raises another question. Namely, why are they villains? Or why are they heroes? And here I would like to make a statement that might surprise Mr. Miller. I don't think these people are villains. Neither are they heroes. And that's what the whole point of the book is about. And I'm afraid, and I'm sorry, that he didn't quite catch on. Now, Willoughby is not a villain. Willoughby is a businessman. And he's a businessman in war and a businessman in peace. And he acts according to his lights in war and in peace.
Mr. Himes, may I interrupt there a moment on this point of Mr. Willoughby?
Pardon me, I don't mean that all businessmen are villains.
No, I realize
that.
But as I read the book, I felt that you had constructed a picture of Willoughby, the arch villain of the piece, speaking dramatically, whether you conceived him as such or not. And at the end, he just wanders off the page scot-free. What was your purpose in that? Simply to show that villains aren't caught up with, or that...
Well, actually, Willoughby was punished very hard. He was punished by the contempt of everybody with whom he had to deal. that actually he succeeds in putting through the business deal on which he had been working all the time, well, that is to his good credit. But I think he has been punished. I think also that the forces in the book that fought for the good side, I mean Yeats and Byng, though Byng dies very horribly, they succeeded at least in one way or another to bring forward the good things that we fought for in the war.
I can see 100 enlisted men reading this novel and seeing the picture of Major Willoughby, the arch big dealer, stealing wherever he went, using the army for his personal preference and so on, reading about Willoughby with a real thrill.
Actually, Willoughby didn't steal.
Well, he stole everybody.
Legal. Yeah, well, it
was legal, that's right, yes. But I can see them reading about him with a feeling of real joy, and then feeling a bit of letdown at the end in that he does get off, it seems to me.
Well, I feel that you should not give in too much to the desires of a reader to see the villain punished. But as I said, there is no villain in this book. I'd like to bring out something else, if I may.
Won't you please?
And that is that it is not a question of enlisted men versus officers. There are some pretty bad enlisted men in this book, and there are also some pretty good officers. I'm sorry that Captain Troy, who finally gets together with that war correspondent, was not mentioned.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Heim, I'm glad you brought him up because he is my favorite character in the book. He makes sense, and I'll tell you why. He doesn't make much philosophic talk. He's an extremely good combat officer, and you can sense from the way you've developed him, now this is a good human being, but not because of what comes out of his mouth, simply because, at least to me, I understood him and I respected him. I liked him.
You would say, Mr. Miller, that he is the solitary character who does come through that way.
No, there are a couple of other more minor ones, but of the major characters, I thought he was a complete, utter success.
Well, I'm very happy that you can see that, Mr. Miller.
Miss Burke-White.
Well, in regard to the many other characters, all the characters, in fact, besides these two or three which Mr. Miller approves of, I think it's very important to remember one thing when reading a book. It's not entirely what the author does, it's partly what the reader does. The capacity of the reader to respond is important. Now, Mr. Miller, although I haven't read his famous, and I understand, excellent book, is the professional cynic, or has that reputation. Obviously, he takes a pretty hopeless view, or shall we say a wintry view. If he's going to make a career out of disillusionment, my feeling is, what can we hope for anyway? And I would like to address to him a question stated by one of the main characters in the book, who says, now let's see if I can find it. Yes, it's in this very dramatic incident where where the sergeant is trying to put across his message about democracy and is trying to encourage the German soldiers to surrender. And they start shooting at him. And Byng shouts out, "Stop that goddamn shooting. Are you so much afraid of the truth that you can't afford to listen?" Are you, Mr. Miller?
No, not a bit. In answer to that, I'd like to take on, I'm sure Mr. Heim won't agree, nobody ever does when you pick out a sentence from an author, but there's a paragraph that I like, which seems to me to sum up, in a sense, the whole book, and I wish there were more like this. It's when Colonel DeWitt says of American soldiers, he says, "We can't take success." As a matter of fact, I might explain. At this time, they've just come through Normandy. They've just cut across France. Terrific fighting. They get to Paris. It's beautiful. It's lovely. It's wonderful. And the colonel says, "We can't take success. The same men I've seen working like so-and-sos when the stuff was flying around, look at them now. Watch them swagger, throwing their weight around. Nobody can touch us, they say. We're tough. Sometimes I'm afraid of what will happen if and when we win the war." Well, there, it seems to me, is as far as one reader was concerned, is the question of the book. Now, it didn't come through clearly enough.
Well, Mr. Heim, is that what you were driving at?
That was one of the questions of the book. I'd like to answer that. I'd like to use Mr. Miller's question here also as an argument in my favor. Because before he said that these characters philosophize. I don't think they do. And whenever you feel that there is some philosophical values spoken by one or the other, it comes out perfectly natural, I think, in the conversation. And now as to your question, Mr. Mitchell, I had here an introductory statement which was cut in the beginning. So I'd like to read that one paragraph which might answer your question.
What's the deal with Mr. Heim?
I consider The Crusaders a historical novel, but perhaps because it covers such recent history, it may hold meaning for the present. The conflicts of this war have continued in the conflicts of the peace that has followed. The germs of our present-day anxieties were evident on the battlefields, in the cities liberated and conquered, and in the staff headquarters of World War II. I think.
Well, I'm sure that everyone who writes
a
book writes with magnificent ideas in prospect. The question is, do they come through? Mr. Miller, I used to know a little kid I used to argue with, and I always argued in big, vague terms, and he pinned me down, give me a for instance. Now, let's have some for instances in your case as to specific points which you didn't like.
Well, first of all, I wanted to say something about what Mr. Heim has just said about its pertinency now, this whole battle. I hope everybody listening read this weekend the story from Germany about that lovely young aesthete in the concentration camp who made lamps and book covers out of human skin. She was first given a lifetime sentence. It has now been commuted to 4 years. Brother, the battle still goes on. So it is pertinent. Now, what specifically? What parts of it didn't I find convincing? Well, I must say I found all of the battle scenes not convincing at all, particularly the battle scenes about the Battle of the Bulge. Well, that, of course, is where the big part of the battle comes. To me, it just didn't ring true. It had none of the emotion, none of the sentiment, and I think battle is primarily sentimental, and none of the real, the kind of feeling that I think Mr. Mailer gets in The Naked and the Dead. Now, this, again, is a personal thing. Maybe other people wouldn't agree.
I'm sorry, Mr. Miller, you brought up this other book of Mr. Mailer's, because I don't feel it's my place here to criticize another author. Definitely not. What I would like to say in regard to those battle scenes, you said they were primarily sentimental. Well, I've been shot at in the war several times, and I've seen men die next to me. I didn't find it sentimental at all. Also, I understand, Mr. Heim, that you went. I understand that you went with the American troops right from the landing at Normandy through the occupation in Germany, so that this isn't a pipe dream that you're writing about. We can assume that you know what you're talking about. I tried to give the best possible honest picture that I could give of what I myself felt and what I know men next to me felt in this whole terrible suffering that the war meant to people.
Well, your next point, Mr. Miller, I think we've handled that one rather well.
Yes, I think it was very well answered, as a matter of fact.
Thank you.
Well, another character, specifically, that just made no sense at all to me and was like no French girl I ever knew, was the character. Have you no comment on that, Ms. Workwhite?
Well, I'm not a French girl, but I can certainly vouch for the American girl who came through as far as I'm concerned.
I'm not sure how you pronounce this. Teresa?
I would say Therese.
Therese.
Use a French pronunciation. Now,
she just didn't come through, and then as several of the characters, she came to this camp at Verdun and met the lieutenant, and they went out together for the evening, and then suddenly after he sees her, she ends. Where she goes, heaven knows, she just kind of wandered off. Yeah. Which, again, several of the other characters in the book, I kept wondering, now, whatever happened to old so-and-so?
You know the old saying in the war, c'est la guerre.
Well,
however, about the French girl, I don't want to speak too much about those that I have known. But I think that she is pretty much true to life. And it happened to a man I knew. A French girl came and found him under very difficult circumstances, and then the men in the unit went out of the way to make it possible for him to be together with her. And they felt about it, I think they wanted to do something to prove that the war was not entirely nonsensical, and that at least there was something beautiful in it for two people.
Well, now, in Mr. Miller's opening statement, he compared this book with 3 novels that have not yet been published, and implied that Mr. Heim was at fault for not having matched 3 books that hadn't yet been published. It seemed to me
only 2 of them
as if you were asking him to be sort of a ghostwriter here in almost perfection of equaling things that hadn't yet been done. Do you think it's fair to compare a book with a whole host of other books and say it's not as good as those books, therefore it's no good?
Oh, of course, it certainly is fair. I wonder how many war novels were written in whatever year it was in the late 19th century when when Mr. Leo Tolstoy wrote a little volume called War and Peace. I wonder how many war novels were published in 1923 when Mr. Ernest Hemingway wrote Farewell to Arms. I wonder how many were published in 1924 when John Dos Passos wrote Three Soldiers, etc.
Well, let me ask.
Of course, that's the only basis of comparison you can have.
Don't you think this novel will compare favorably with Hemingway's Farewell to Arms?
No, I do not.
May I say something about this comparison business? I know only one of the books that Mr. Miller has mentioned. And I don't want to make any comparisons. I can only say that some of the reviewers compared mine quite favorable with, they didn't say it was War and Peace, but they said it was something like it. But what I want to say is this war was...
And I judge it made you very happy when they did.
But I would like to say this, that this was a very, very big war. And I don't think that one author alone can do entire justice to a thing that went all over the globe and that involved millions and millions of people. I understand there's even another war book coming out written by a German, Theodor Plivier, about Stalingrad, which I'm just reading now, which is going to be awfully good. So I think there's a place for all of us, and we can all say what we feel.
Ms. Corkwright?
Well, I think one of the most important things to consider is not comparing this book with other books, but comparing it with the purpose and considering whether or not that purpose was achieved. I feel that the author achieved his purpose dramatically and forcefully. And once more, to drag in this woman war correspondent who's so much maligned, but who I feel crystallizes the thought in the book. She speaks of how this sergeant has to work out these ideas about democracy. And she says a very telling thing. She says it required, first of all, that you be absolutely clear in your own mind, sure of yourself, sure that you believed in the justice of your cause. It meant believing in the principle of good and evil. And on that point, I feel the author scores.
I'm sorry, Miss Borkwhite and gentlemen. Time is up now for both the author and the critics. And here is Bob Sherry to tell you what lies ahead for the author meets the critics.
Well, on the spot next week is one of the most widely read columnists in America. He's the brilliant writer for the Scripps Howard newspapers, Robert C. Ruark. Bob Ruark's new book is called I Didn't Know It Was Loaded, and it is a series of comments, personalities, sketches, gripes, anecdotes, and satire, covering every facet of American life, from sports to fashion, with essays on subjects as various as Leo DeRocher to the National Association of Bed Manufacturers. Robert Ruark has a nationwide reputation for pulling no punches, and we're looking forward to seeing what happens next week as he meets his critics. And now back to James Michener.
Before closing, I'd like to thank Stephen Heim for coming here today to discuss his new book, The Crusaders, and to thank you, Margaret Borkwhite, and you, Merle Miller, for joining us. This is James Michener saying good afternoon for the author meets the critics.
The Author Meets the Critics is produced by Martin Stone, directed by Arthur Austin. This is Bob Sherry speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Welcome to the Baker's Theater of Stars. Today we present Mr. Frank Lovejoy in Nelson Bond's story, The Remarkable Talent of Egbert Haw. Brought to you by the Bakers of America, who help you serve better meals through bakery foods. This is Wendell Niles inviting you to the Baker's Theater of Stars, a half hour of outstanding dramatic entertainment featuring Hollywood's greatest stars, brought to you on CBS Radio by the Bakers of America. Your baker has an important job to do, and he does it well. Each day he delivers to the food stores in your town or to your door fresh baked bread and a delicious variety of pies, cakes, sweet rolls, donuts, and other fine bakery foods. Your baker and the other bakers of America use the same high-quality ingredients you would use. They make their bakery foods with cookbook accuracy and with a skill that comes only from years of baking experience. And your baker is constantly making these fine foods even better through research, through new baking techniques, and with new baking equipment. So you may enjoy the best at the lowest possible cost to you. So for convenience, economy, and good eating, depend on the wide variety of wonderful foods your baker bakes. Depend on the bakers of America to help you serve better meals through bakery foods. And now, here is our star, Mr. Frank Lovejoy.
In Hollywood, the role of an agent is one that has been made the butt of innumerable jokes. He's an inviting target for the barbs of our wittiest actors, writers, producers, and directors, all of whom at the same time constantly require his services. Now, the common belief is that an agent is a man who sits back and takes 10% of his client's salary. The client does the work and the agent collects the money. Now, how true or untrue this is, you will see in today's story about a talent scout who became the agent for a very unusual client indeed. It's with great pleasure that I join the Bakers of America in presenting Nelson Bond's fanciful tale, The Remarkable Talent of Egbert Hall. Maybe you aren't going to believe this story, but it happened. It happened when I was one of the top talent scouts in Hollywood. And it began that day Mr. Beckwith called me into his office. Roger Beckwith, head of Ace Pictures.
Lafferty, how long have you been with us?
Oh, I guess about 2 years now, Mr. Beckwith.
Well, that's a pretty good guess, Lafferty. It was just 2 years ago, next Monday morning, you signed your contract. It was a 2-year contract, Lafferty.
Not to change the subject, sir, but did you see this morning's report on Merriweather's new picture? It grossed over $1 million already. That's great talent, that boy of mine, great talent.
Lafferty, listen to me. You discovered Wingfield Merriweather, and you've discovered nobody else. You brought the worst bums onto this lot in the history of the studio.
Mr. Beckwith, that's not a nice thing to say about Blossom.
Lafferty, we've spent our last cent trying to make an actress out of Blossom Tabor. We're dropping her option next week.
You can't drop her just like that. You can't.
Yes, Lafferty, we can. And you'll continue to be employed here as a talent scout until Monday, which gives you just 3 days to find Ace Pictures a new star. Or you're through. Finished. Out.
But I'm not hungry, Joe, honey. All I really want is some potato pancakes and jam.
Okay, Blossom, okay. All right, waiter.
Yes, sir. That's 1 filet mignon and Caesar salad and 1...
Don't say it. Just bring it. Thank you.
Right away, sir.
The trouble is all those crepe Suzettes I ate at lunch.
Never mind, Blossom. Don't tell me. Oh, gee, baby, maybe they'll change their minds the last minute about your option. Maybe it'll be all right.
Oh, I don't care, Joe, honey. Gosh, I can sleep mornings now. Just think.
Yes, I am thinking. Where are you going to sleep? In the park?
Oh, Joe, how silly.
How are you going to eat? What are you going to buy those things with?
Well, I can take care of myself, thank you, Joe Lafferty. And anyway, I've got Wingfield, too, you know.
Wingfield Merriweather, that no-talent clown, that phony, that miserable...
He makes a lot more money than any talent scout.
Oh, now, listen, Blossom, I'm moving up fast in Hollywood, and you better decide now.
Joe, I heard what Mr. Beckwith told you today.
You what?
Now, I'll give you till Monday, too, just like Mr. Beckwith. I'll tell Wingfield he has to wait for my answer till then, too.
Oh, no.
Oh, but it'll work out, Joe, honey. I just know it will. Gee, I wish they'd hurry up with my potato pancakes.
Good morning, Bud. What's the matter?
You sick?
No, I'm not sick. Just leave me alone.
Well, what are you doing on the curbstone with your head in your hands if you're not sick? Say, how would you like to make a couple of bucks this morning?
I don't need a couple of bucks. Go away.
Never saw a drunk yet who couldn't use a couple of easy bucks.
I'm no drunk. Leave me alone.
Look, all you have to do is make a phone call for me. Ace Pictures.
Ace Pictures? What do you want with Ace? Hey, where'd you go? Where are you? What's going on here anyway? Some wise guy or... Am I hearing voices already? Oh, that does it. I'm going to go to bed.
You'll be sorry.
Who said that?
Egbert Hall.
Who?
Not who, Hall. Egbert Hall.
The horse. It's coming out of the horse.
No. Calm down. You'll get used to it. I did.
You're talking.
Well, it goes to prove that blood will tell. I'm a thoroughbred, you know, in spite of this wagon.
Who cares about thoroughbreds? You can talk. Look, Haw, I've got a proposition.
I'll have you know my parents were champions back in England. I was a racehorse myself. Took 6 firsts out of 7 starts and set a new track record for 2-year-olds at Pimlico before my owner got drunk and entered me into a claiming race. And now look at the mess I'm in. This harness.
Oh, that doesn't matter about the racing. You have a remarkable talent, a truly remarkable talent.
Pretty smart of you to recognize it. Now will you call Ace Pictures for me? Just tell them
Look,
that...
I work for Ace Pictures. You don't have to call. Just let me think a minute.
Shh. Here comes that awful vegetable man who owns me. Don't let him see us talking. He's as suspicious as an old woman.
But I gotta talk to you.
No, not now. Wait, listen. I've got an idea. You buy me, take me home with you, and then we can talk things over. Shh.
Oh, you waiting for me, mister? Got some nice persimmons and kumquats today. Maybe a fine mushmelon?
No, thank you.
How about some quince?
No, not today. That's a nice-looking horse you have there.
You think so?
Oh, he's very nice-looking. I don't suppose he's for sale.
Mister, everything you can see is for sale. Including me.
What would you want for him?
What's he worth to you?
Oh, I don't know. 100?
I thought you were serious.
All right. How about 200? 3?
5?
4?
450, and I'll throw in the wagon.
They are 450.
Oh, thanks. I guess you think you made a good buy, don't you?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, I know, mister. That horse has played you for a sucker. That there horse never ran a Pimlico in his life. He's the most colossal liar that ever wore a bit in his mouth.
We'll return for Act 2 of The Remarkable Talent of Egbert Haw, starring Mr. Frank Lovejoy in just a moment. Chances are Americans eat more sandwiches than any other people in the world. We serve them plain and fancy in almost endless variety and on practically any and every occasion. And you know, it's a very good idea. For sandwiches made with enriched bread supply us with important vitamins and minerals we all need every day. Yes, when the bakers of America enrich their bread, they add the wonderful health-giving vitamins of the B complex. These are the important vitamins that give us more energy and better appetites. And the bakers of America also add iron to enriched bread to help us build good red blood. Yes, enriched bread gives important food elements in abundance. Food elements we all need every day. Remember, too, enriched bread is made of flour, milk, shortening, yeast, sugar, and salt. Enriched bread is not just one food, it's many good foods in one. And now, Act 2 of The Remarkable Talent of Egbert Haw, starring Mr. Frank Lovejoy.
Well, Haw, how do you like it?
Nice place you got here, Joe. But, Joe, you shouldn't keep the grass cut so short.
Well, don't worry about that. I called a feed store. They're catering some hay for you. They'll be here soon.
Oh, that's good. Say, Joe, why don't you just take me down and introduce me around?
Well, you don't know Hollywood, Haw. If I walked in and said, look, I've got a talking horse, we'd be laughed off the lot.
Even if I talk?
Even if you talk, they'd think it was a gag.
But it's not.
I know, but we gotta stage a build-up of some kind. Something really spectacular.
Well, it seems to me that a horse who talks is pretty spectacular.
Wait a minute, I think I got it. Haw, tell me the truth. Can you run?
Can I run? You ask me that? I, who placed first in 5 out of 7 races as a 2-year-old and set a new track record at Arbor de Gras?
It was 6 out of 7 at Pimlico the first time you told me. Now, come clean, Haw. Can you run or can't you?
You want to race me?
Now, don't be ridiculous. Now, look. They're running the Star Stakes at Hollywood Park tomorrow. 4 horses owned by members of the film colony.
Hey, I like that. Real glamour, huh?
Oh, this is a perfect setup. You win that race. Then, when they take you into the winner's circle to get the award, you make the acceptance speech instead of me.
Joe, that's brilliant. Joe, I can see now why you're such a success out here.
Yeah, sure. But you gotta win the race, Haw.
Oh, that's easy. Where do we sign up?
At the track.
Then let's go down now. I'll sleep out there tonight so I'll be fresh tomorrow. Come on, Lafferty. Joe, you shouldn't have put all those eggs in my oats this morning. It made an awful mess.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd like it that way. Now, look, Haw. When we get to the guy taking entries on the track down here, you keep quiet. Understand?
Okay. Joe, point out the celebrities to me. Who's here I should know?
Well, there's Lynn Barry. There's Barry Fitzgerald. Oh, he's with Robert Preston Sturgis. There's Ruth Roman. Mike Romanoff, Dane Clark Gable.
Oh, how can I remember their names when you go so fast?
Never mind. You just concentrate on the race. Now, quiet now. Here we are, and don't talk. Hi, Bill.
Why, hello, Joe. When did you start racing horses? Oh, my. Say, that's an intelligent-looking animal you have there.
Thanks.
You got a cold, Joe? You sound a little hoarse.
Well, I'm more hoarse than you think. You taking entries for the Star Stakes?
Sure am. All right, now, let me see now here. What's the nag's name?
Haw.
Oh, come off it, Joe. I'm busy.
His name's Egbert.
Egbert Ebby? Egbert? What sort of a name is that?
Well, the man who named him stuttered.
Oh, well. Well, that's very funny. Okay, now let's see. His age?
4.
I heard you the first time. All right, and let me see now. What color?
Strawberry.
Roan.
Strawberry. Oh, nuts. Now, Roan is good enough. Oh, look, Joe, it's none of my business, but it costs a century to enter this race. 100 clams. You sure this horse can run? He doesn't look like...
The race is not always to the swift.
Who said that?
Aesop.
Are you carrying a load today, Joe?
No, I'm all right. Now, excuse me, Bill. I've got to find a jockey. I'll see you. Haw, one more crack out of you, and so help me. I'll sell you to a glue factory.
And lose the greatest piece of talent you ever found? Oh, I don't think so.
All right. But we made an agreement, didn't we, that we'd play the thing right?
Okay. I'll be quiet, but don't push me around.
Who's pushing you around, you...
Joe. Who's that? Over there in the beautiful white cowboy suit. Oh, what a man.
That's no man. That's Wingfield Merriweather.
Wingfield Merriweather, I knew it. Isn't he magnificent? I saw him in an open-air movie once, but not very clearly. It was raining.
What were you doing in an open-air movie?
I don't have to tell everything to you, Joe. But, oh, look, that Merriweather. Poise, voice, looks... Hey, who's that dizzy-looking blonde he's with?
Now, look, Coy, you shut up. You've done all the yapping you're going to do until after the race. Now, you stay right here in the paddock until I get back. I got to find a jockey.
Oh, Wingfield, you are cute. Imagine giving little me $100 to bet all my own.
Shucks, Blossom gal. If it's pleasing to you, that's all I ask.
Oh, you're sweet. Oh, you, Mr. Beckwith, you.
Well, hello, Merriweather. Blossom.
Oh,
Hello.
You got your money down in the Star Stakes?
Well, not quite yet, sir. I'm just waiting to see where Blossom's going to put her poke, and then I'll lay mine on the same horse. Pick Blossom's brain, sort of, you know.
Pick Blossom's brains?
Joe? You, Joe.
Who's that?
Joe Lafferty, right over there. Joe.
Hi.
Leave him be, Blossom. Leave him be.
Hi, Blossom, Mr. Beckwith. Merriweather.
So, Lafferty, one day left to prove yourself, and you squander your time at the track.
Well, at least I'm in good company, sir.
Lafferty, if I were in your shoes...
Mr. Beckwith, I've done it. I discovered the most remarkable talent in the world. You'll never believe it.
Correct, Lafferty. I will never believe it.
Mr. Beckwith, you be at the winner's circle after the Star Stake race. I'll show you there.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm always at the winner's circle anyway. Well, goodbye, Merriweather. Goodbye, Blossom.
Bye, Mr. Beckwith.
Bye.
He'll see. Oh, boy, will he see. Blossom, I made it. This is colossal. Super colossal.
Joe, honey, you haven't been drinking or anything, have you?
Blossom, if this man's knowing you, I'm just...
You're what? You blank cartridge hero, you stunt man's meal ticket, you...
Why, you...
Boy, stop. Now stop it. Joe, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be gambling. Not now.
I'm here on business, which is more than you can say for your high-heel, low-brow friend there.
I don't gamble. Much. Me, it's the horses themselves. I just enjoy looking at fine horse flesh. A good horse is man's true and faithful friend.
Oh, read the lines again, Merriweather, without the accent. Don't forget I knew you when the closest you ever got to horse flesh was in the shoes you sold in that store in Hoboken.
Now, look here, Lafferty. Them's fighting words.
Joe,
Yeah.
you leave Wingfield alone.
Okay. I'm leaving. All right, Ho, I got everything lined up. Here comes the jockey now, and for heaven's sakes, keep quiet.
I'm hungry.
I'll feed you after the race, if you win.
Those oats last night had June bugs in them, and when this morning you smeared them up with eggs. Now, what's the big idea, Joe?
Nothing. Anyway, horses run better on an empty stomach.
Is that so? Well, I'm a horse, and I ought to know.
Shut up. Here he is.
Hello, Mr. Lafferty. Is this it?
Oh, hello, Georgie. Yes. Georgie, may I present Egbert Hall? Egbert... Oh, no. What am I doing?
I don't know. You feel all right, Mr. Lafferty?
Yes, of course I'm all right. Come on, let's go. Now, look, Georgie. You just lay off the bat. He's a smart horse. Give him his head, and he'll show them nothing but heels.
Mr. Lafferty, I've been booting plugs home ever since I lost my bug. I guess I can handle this one.
Who's he calling a plug?
Shut up.
Joe, you got something down on me?
A little.
Well, bet your shirt. What's the board quoting?
20 to 1.
20? It's robbery. Bet $1 million.
I haven't got $1 million, but I will have if you get out there and run. Now go on now, and run!
And at the far turn, Bath Knight is still leading by 2 lengths. Loverboy is second and moving up on the rail. Egbert is third. King's Ransom and Rasputin are trailing.
Egbert! Come on, Egbert! He's nothing, that Bath Knight. Nothing! Run! Blast you, run!
And into the stretch, it's a 2-horse race with Bath Knight still holding the lead, but now Egbert is coming on hard and closing up the gap. They're neck and neck. Oh, wait a minute, what's happening out there? Ladies and gentlemen, Bath Knight's jockey just took his whip and laid it on Georgie, who's riding Egbert. Cracked him on the head, knocked him cold. But Georgie is hanging on somehow, and no, wait a minute. Bath Knight has slowed down. He stopped. traced his legs and stopped 10 feet from the finish line. And the winner is Egbert. Wait a minute, hold it. No. Oh, there's the inquiry sign on the board. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this beats anything I ever saw in my...
Let me through here. Let me through. That's my horse. I've got to get through here.
It's unethical, that's what. I didn't pull Bath Night up. He stopped because Georgie hollered whoa at him.
All right, now calm down. Now, what about it, Georgie? Did you yell whoa at Bath Night or didn't you?
Oh, of course I didn't, Stuart. I wouldn't do a thing like that.
Well, if he didn't, who did? Of course he did. That's why I let him have it with my whip.
Yeah, I saw that. You knocked him out cold. But it so happens that Bath Night stopped after Egbert's jockey was unconscious.
So what?
So Egbert's jockey couldn't possibly have hollered whoa at Bath Night. You were hearing things, boy. And Egbert is the winner.
You can't do this to me.
All right, you. Take Egbert over to the winner's circle for the presentation.
Yes, sir, right away. Come on, Hall, let's go.
Lafferty, this here horse is the finest horse I ever seen in my life. A horse any man would be proud to own and to love. I want this horse, Lafferty. Mr. Beckwith, I want this horse to co-star with me in my next picture and in every other Wingfield Merriweather production.
Take it easy, Merriweather. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh, Joe, honey, I'm so happy.
Congratulations, my boy. A horse isn't exactly the sort of talent I had in mind, but if Merriweather wants him, it's something at least.
Well, this isn't exactly a horse, Mr. Beckwith. Just wait a few minutes and you'll see. All right, Hall, come on over to the steward.
And so, Mr. Lafferty, it gives me great pleasure to present to you this cup for Egbert, the winner.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And now, Egbert himself will say a few words in acceptance of this honor.
What? How do you like it?
All right, Hall, this is it. Go on, thank the judge.
Oh, do you hear that? What a horse. He can almost talk.
Almost? This horse can talk. Hall, say something. Talk, Hall. Blast your talk. Go on, talk. He can't talk, I tell you. He's double-crossing me, the lousy crowbait. He's been talking all day when I don't want him to. Now he's clammed up. Starstruck over a phony cowboy actor. Talk, you crook, talk. Blossom, you believe me. Tell him you believe me.
Wingfield, get him away from me. He's not safe.
No, he can't do this to me. Talk!
Good morning, Lafferty. Good morning. Now I sent for you to give you this check for $5,000. Merriweather insists we buy Egbert.
I'll take it. And I want to see that crook again. The most villainous horse that ever lived.
Lafferty, I'm renewing your contract for 6 weeks.
6 weeks?
6 weeks. But before you start working again, I've decided that a few days in Palm Springs might rest your nerves a bit. You leave tonight.
What do you mean, leave tonight? Why tonight?
Well, tonight I'm giving a party for Merriweather and Blossom. They're announcing their engagement.
Okay, Mr. Beckwith, don't rub it in. I'll get out of town, and I may never come back. Well, that's the story, just the way it happened. Quiet, Egbert. I took the $5,000 and I bought a little palm grove down here in Palm Springs, and except for... Shut up, Egbert. Yes, Egbert Hall and I are together now. You see, Blossom got the idea that Merriweather was spending more time with Egbert than with her. And finally, in the way women have, she forced him to get rid of Egbert altogether, so they just shipped him down here to me. And, well, I like it here, and I think Egbert does, too. Although he's never said so.
Our star, Mr. Frank Lovejoy, will join us again right after our Bakers of America home economist, Miss Helen Reed. offers you a tip on the best way to serve apple pie a la mode.
Thank you, Mr. Niles. Don't you agree apple pie a la mode is best when the pie is piping hot? Heating an apple pie seems to bring out all the flavor of the wonderful spices in it. Seems to make the apples juicier, and that warm, flaky crust seems to make the ice cream taste more delicious, too. You know, heating an apple pie is a perfectly simple thing to do. Just place it in a 250-degree Fahrenheit oven, leave the door open, and in 5 minutes the pie will be heated clear through. Wouldn't hot apple pie a la mode taste mighty good for dessert at your house tomorrow night? Better pick up an apple pie in the bakery department of your food store, or from the baker who calls at your door. And remember this about the pies you buy. Your baker bakes them with ingredients as fine as you would use, and with equal care. Get an apple pie tomorrow, won't you?
And now, here is our star, Mr. Frank Lovejoy.
Thank you. You know, Ken, hearing Miss Reed talk about apple pie made me think that poor Joe Lafferty probably never had anything like that deep down in the desert.
But why wouldn't he, Frank?
Well, I'm sure he couldn't eat the whole thing himself, and I doubt that Egbert Hall was much of a horse for apple pie, so why would he go to all the trouble of baking one?
You sure don't hear very well, Lafferty. And anyway, if you'd gone to a bakery and bought a pie instead of messing around at home trying to cook one yourself, I'd have eaten 1,000,000 of them.
So now he talks. Well, I hope that's the last we see of him for a while. And confidentially, everybody, that wasn't really a horse. That was Jane Avello. And so now for both of us, goodbye.
Thank you, Frank Lovejoy, for being with us today. This is Wendell Niles with an invitation to be with us again next Sunday for the Baker's Theater of Stars. Join us for another half hour of fine dramatic entertainment brought to you by the Bakers of America, who help you serve better meals through bakery foods. Next week, the Bakers of America will bring you The Apple Tree by John Galsworthy. Our star, Mr. Van Heflin. Today you have heard the remarkable talent of Egbert Haw by Nelson Bond, specially adapted for the Baker's Theater of Stars by John Meston, and starring Mr. Frank Lovejoy with Jay Novello as the horse and Joan Banks as Blossom. Featured in the cast were William Conrad, John Daner, Howard McNear, Lou Krugman, Jack Crucian, Lee Millar, Byron Kane, Johnny McGovern, and Jerry Hausner. Music is by Wilbur Hatch, and our producer-director is Norman McDonald. Frank Lovejoy may currently be seen in the Warner Brothers 3D production House of Wax. This is Wendell Niles speaking, and this is the CBS Radio Network.